Ugh, this damned weather, it's already so stifling at noon. Huang Yu, just off work from the calligraphy training center, planned to walk about half an hour back to his rented room. After walking a little over 10 minutes, the back of his shirt was already soaked with sweat. Parched with thirst, he decided to buy a bottle of water from a nearby shop. Huh, how did I end up here again? As soon as Huang Yu saw where he was, irritation flared. Half a year ago, it was at a stall here that he had found a copybook in clerical script, its brushwork forceful and vigorous, its artistic conception deep and far-reaching. After taking it home to study, he discovered that the style of the copybook was unlike any other, unrestrained and elegant, so he began to imitate it whenever he had time. Over time, he sensed a strand of chi within his body, and then the artistic conception within the copybook completely vanished. After that, he began to circulate that strand of chi and found his sleep greatly improved and his memory vastly enhanced. He had been cultivating it without missing a single day, and by now his physical strength had nearly doubled. Only 3 or 4 nights ago, he had suddenly burned with heat in the middle of the night. His head throbbed and spun, his eyes bloodshot and swollen, his vision turning blurry and indistinct. Fortunately, he took a day off to rest and slowly recovered. His eyesight became even better. He could clearly see things from far away, sharper than a vision of 5. 3. Seeing that the stall owner from before was nowhere to be found, he stopped reminiscing and went inside to buy a bottle of beer. So refreshing. He bought a can of ice-cold Harbin beer and downed half of it in one gulp. Suddenly, a stranger bumped into him, and he almost spat out a mouthful of beer. What the hell, what manners? Not even an apology. He watched the stranger hurry away and cursed under his breath. Just then, his gaze happened to sweep across a nearby street stall, and suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, he saw a faint layer of radiant light clinging to the surface of a painting. The light was hazy and indistinct, profoundly mysterious, giving Huang Yu such a fright that he thought he was hallucinating. He shook his head, yet the radiance remained. Stepping closer, Huang Yu saw that the painting, its paper and mounting, seemed to be only a few decades old, far from qualifying as an antique. On closer inspection, he found the lines of the painting slender and graceful, its colors light and tranquil, the features bright and refined. The brush moved in swift sweeps, yet left a delicate elegance in the ink. There was a natural, inspired charm in its effortless strokes, concise, yet expressive, quietly vivid, and full of spirit. Only the overall conception felt somewhat immature, suggesting that the artist imitating the ancient style was either still young and not yet fully accomplished, or simply limited in skill. Boss, do you have any suitable paintings to give to a leader as a gift? Seeing that the stall owner in front of him showed no intention of greeting him, Huang Yu had no choice but to speak first. The stall owner, around 40, thin and dark-skinned, lounged there sipping red date and goji berry tea from a thermos. Little brother, what kind of leader are you gifting it to? Hearing Huang Yu ask about the price, the stall owner suddenly perked up and immediately set down his thermos. Gifts for big leaders have their own class of paintings, and gifts for small leaders have theirs. Oh, from his tone, Huang Yu felt the man had misunderstood his meaning. He added, not some big leader, just the manager of the calligraphy and painting training center on the next street. Then you can take a look over here. Hearing this, the stall owner's interest dropped sharply. He had originally assumed it was a gift for an official at a government office. He pointed toward a few paintings at the very edge. How much are these landscape paintings? Following the direction of that finger, Huang Yu saw that among them was precisely the landscape suffused with radiant light. 20,000 each, fixed price, the stall owner said carelessly, without even looking, naming a figure off the top of his head. So expensive. Forget it then. My budget only stretches to a bottle of Wuliangye. Since he still had no idea what the radiance in his eyes truly was, Huang Yu naturally wasn't willing to take such a risk. He turned to leave as he spoke, taking a sip of his beer. The irritation from hearing that price quickly ebbed away. Hey little brother, don't go. The price is negotiable. What matters is that it suits the occasion. Giving Wuliangye is so tacky. Seeing Huang Yu walk away, the stall owner hurriedly stood up and grabbed his arm. He continued, you're a cultured man. Giving calligraphy or painting is both elegant and tailored to his tastes. Much better in every way. Then how much for this one? Huang Yu pointed directly at the landscape, exuding radiant light. Men like this stall owner had seen all kinds of people and cultivated a pair of sharp, discerning eyes, speaking one way to some and another way to others. Trying to outplay them was a sure way to get fleeced. Better to be straightforward and let him fail to read your intentions. This is by Kugwa Hashang, 20,000, not a cent less. The thin, dark stall owner was indeed ruthless and greedy. Come on, just look at the paper. Is there paper like this from the late Ming or early Qing? And you call it Shirtao's? Please. Huang Yu did know a thing or two. After all, he taught calligraphy at a training center. Even so, the stall owner's claim had startled him greatly and left him riled. Ha ha ha, my mistake. It only imitates his style, the thin, dark stall owner said with a laugh. Seeing that Huang Yu understood a little, he also realized that the man worked at a training institution. Not the slightest trace of embarrassment or shame appeared on his face. Everything was perfectly natural. No wonder he could run a street stall. His mentality was rock solid. Just name a price and stop rambling. It's too hot for this nonsense. Huang Yu snapped, unwilling to waste words on such chatter when he could be at home under a fan. Ha ha ha, since you and it have such a fated affinity 10,000. And it's yours, the stall owner said, wearing an expression of someone selling at a painful loss. Cut it out. 1,000. Take it or leave it, Huang Yu said. He only earned 5,000 a month, paid over 1,000 for a room in a village in Thessaly, and still had to eat. Each month, he barely managed to save around 2,000. No way, that's far too low. I'd be taking a huge loss. How about 3,000? The thin, dark stall owner shook his head rapidly, his face twisting into an expression of exaggerated pain. 1,002, and not a cent more, Huang Yu said. At a little over 1,000, he was willing to take the risk, probe the matter, and satisfy his curiosity. Impossible, that's too low. I'd be ruined. 2,000, and I can't go any lower, the stall owner insisted, his expressive face contorting as if making a monumental concession. Huang Yu felt that spending 2,000 just to satisfy his curiosity wasn't worth it, so he stopped arguing and immediately turned to leave. Hey, fine, 1,200 it is. I'll sell it to you at a loss, the stall owner said, grabbing Huang Yu as if truly taking a huge hit, eager to close the deal. Huang Yu scanned the QR code and paid 1,200. The stall owner swiftly rolled up the painting, slipped it into a plastic bag, and upon hearing the chime of incoming money, immediately handed the bag to Huang Yu. Carrying the painting in one hand, Huang Yu emptied the rest of his beer with the other and headed back toward his rented place on foot. Ha ha, Lao, hey, you made a nice profit. Drinks are on you tonight. Several neighboring stall owners joked as soon as Huang Yu was out of sight. As if. A calligraphy training teacher. I once picked up a painting in an old house. You all know I sold that one for 100,000. This one was just thrown in as a free extra, the thin, dark stall owner said, immediately ridiculing Huang Yu. After returning home, Huang Yu unrolled the painting and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more extraordinary its artistic conception felt. Though the style was immature, it indeed revealed the artist's remarkably refined skill. He still couldn't figure out why his eyes could see the radiance on this painting when none of the stall owner's other works had it. After staring for a long time, he seemed to faintly perceive something. Shock spread across his face, and he remained unsettled for a long while. Could this deep mountains and autumn waters really be a piece painted by Zhang Daqian in his youth, imitating Shitao's work? The more he looked, the more plausible it seemed. In those early years, Zhang Daqian's style had not yet matured, and the land of China was continually torn by war. Yet he greatly revered Shitao, and often copied Shitao's paintings, selling them to earn silver and scrape by. Huang Yu had searched online for a long time, studying many of Zhang Daqian's early paintings that imitated Shitao, and came to suspect that this deep mountains and autumn waters scroll painted in the style of the ancient master, Shitao, might very well be an authentic work by Zhang Daqian. However, he felt that this piece had likely been copied during Zhang Daqian's youth, before his personal style had fully formed. There were still flaws, and the overall composition did not yet possess such lofty, far-reaching grandeur. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Daqian would never have allowed such works to be casually sold off into the market. What puzzled Huang Yu was why this scroll had managed to be passed down at all, and in such remarkably well-preserved condition. The next day, Huang Yu felt listless even at work. It was a Sunday, the busiest day for the training class, so his request for leave was refused. Helpless, he worked the entire day, planning to take the next day off and head to the antique market to sell the painting. Around 10 o'clock, Huang Yu arrived at a curio shop named Jubao Pavilion, its decor steeped in antique charm, with his backpack slung over his shoulders. Inside, he saw only 3 attendants, 2 women and 1 man. Busy cleaning, there were no other customers. Huang Yu had spent a long time online before selecting Jubao Pavilion. Its reputation was excellent, and its appraisal skills highly regarded. Hello, sir, are you looking to buy handicrafts or antiques? One of the female attendants asked politely. She looked about the same age as Huang Yu, as if she had just graduated from university. No, I have something I want to sell, Huang Yu replied, shaking his head. He spoke somewhat dazedly. After entering, he had noticed that most of the items displayed inside the glass cases were faintly suffused with a shimmering radiance. The objects placed openly on tables and stands, however, had no such glow. He surmised that those must be the handicrafts she had just mentioned. Very well, please wait a moment. Our boss will be here shortly, the attendant said. Seeing his dazed expression, the young woman remained courteous and brought him a glass of iced water. Huang Yu took a sip, using the chill to press down the surge of excitement burning in his chest. Could it be that his eyes really could perceive the spiritual aura emanating from genuine antiques? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, until he began chuckling quietly to himself, drawing puzzled, slightly uneasy looks from the 3 attendants. You're here to sell something? A sudden voice cut through his imaginings. Yes, Huang Yu answered, looking up to see a woman of about 27 or 28 dressed in a red qipao. Her skin was fair and jade-like, seemingly delicate enough to break at a touch. Her cheeks were slightly rounded, her figure voluptuously curvaceous. Yet she was far more pleasing to the eye than the current wave of internet celebrities, her bearing noble and gracefully refined. Then come upstairs, she said coolly when she noticed Huang Yu staring at her, her voice crisp and her brows faintly furrowed. With that, she turned and ascended to the second-floor loft. Here, take a look, Huang Yu said once they reached the second floor, immediately taking the painting from his backpack and handing it to her. Place it on the table, she said, evenly pointing at the table before her. Then after pulling on a pair of white gloves, she carefully unrolled the painting and spread it out upon the tabletop. After studying it for a while, she picked up a magnifying glass and examined it again. This is a modern copy of Sher Tao's Deep Mountains and Autumn Waters, she commented. The painting is indeed very good. Unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes, her brows, which had been slightly furrowed, knitted tightly together. At length, looking a bit fatigued, she finally spoke, the prolonged concentration clearly draining. Unfortunately what? Hearing her trail off halfway, Huang Yu could no longer hold back his anxiety and blurted. This mattered greatly to him. Whether the glow he saw was truly what he imagined, and whether his fate could be altered, all hinged on the outcome of this appraisal. Unfortunately, it is still a copy, and not one made by any renowned figure. The date is not very old, either probably around the late Republican era, she said, seeing the urgency on his face and deciding not to be evasive. She continued, we can buy it, but the price won't be high, around 5,000 yuan. If the painting weren't so well executed, we wouldn't take such a piece at all. Huh, 5,000. On hearing this figure, Huang Yu felt a flicker of happiness. After all, he had only paid 1,200. But in the next instant, he remembered his suspicion that it might be a Zhang Daqian copy. In that case, the price difference would be enormous. Could it be that she was trying to take advantage of him, having realized it was by Zhang Daqian and attempting to buy it at the price of an ordinary studio copy? The thought sprang up instantly in Huang Yu's mind. His impression of her plummeted at once, no matter how beautiful or graceful she appeared. Indeed, if it were a copy by a famous master, the price would be quite different, she said. But I've never been able to determine who made this copy, the beautiful shop owner added with a trace of disappointment. Faced with such an exquisitely executed imitation, she clearly regretted not knowing its origin. Boss, could you take a look at one particular spot? Seeing that her expression did not resemble that of someone lying, Huang Yu pointed to a stand of trees within the painting as he spoke. Oh. Following the line of his finger, the proprietress's gaze settled on a cluster of trees beside a stone arch bridge. Beyond their lifelike quality, there seemed to be a faintly discordant current of qi running through them. When you look at the colors of this section as a whole, they seem to form the character Qian. How is that possible? Realization dawned on her, and her shock was beyond words. She checked it again and again, then finally exhaled softly and fixed her gaze on Huang Yu as though she wished to see through him entirely. What do you think? After calming herself slightly, the proprietress asked. A Deep Mountains and Autumn Waters scroll in the style of Sher Tao copied by Zhang Daqian. In his youth, Huang Yu answered, looking straight into her eyes, voicing his conjecture with firm certainty. He had no idea how nervous he appeared inside. Heat was spreading across his back, sweat beginning to form, while he tried his best to project a calm, water-like composure. I'm not entirely sure, she admitted. If you don't mind and still intend to sell, I could ask one of my elders to come over. There was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes as she spoke to Huang Yu. All right, as you please, Huang Yu replied. By now he was not as nervous, having more or less concluded from her demeanor that there should be no major problem. He figured she was also wary of being set up, afraid that someone might have commissioned a master to forge the painting to trick her, which could lead to both financial loss and ruin of her reputation if she mishandled it. So this is how one is treated when there's real treasure involved, he mused as half an hour slipped by. He had already been served several cups of Mingqing Longjing tea and could not help but sigh inwardly. Qingxi girl, where is the painting you mentioned? A robust male voice suddenly rang out just as Huang Yu was beginning to feel. Huang Yu turned to see a middle-aged man of about 50, his hair oiled and gleaming, dyed a deep jet black. Shu, come sit over here and take a look, the proprietress Morong Qingxi called out familiarly. Clearly very familiar with him, she spoke casually. The middle-aged man studied the painting for a full minute before emitting a soft grunt, his expression growing increasingly serious as mild surprise turned into shock. Young friend, are you planning to sell it? How about I take it for 500,000? Turning toward Huang Yu with a broad smile, the middle-aged man asked, his tone laced with nervous excitement. Shu, you're going too far. I only asked you here to appraise it, Morong Qingxi protested at once. Qingxi girl, you know how desperately I've longed to obtain a Zhang Daqian copy of an ancient painting, he replied, growing more animated as he spoke. Now that one has finally appeared, how could I possibly let it slip by? Why don't you yield this one to me? I'll let you choose any item under 10 million from my collection, he added, his excitement mounting. Morong Qingxi snorted, clearly well aware of her Shu's obsessive love for Zhang Daqian's archaistic works, and probably already regretting having called him over. She knew all too well how deeply he was infatuated with Zhang Daqian's archaistic paintings, and was likely cursing herself inwardly for inviting him. Young friend, I won't shortchange you, 80,000. I doubt anyone else on this entire street would offer such a price, he said, raising his bid when he saw that Huang Yu remained silent, his face unreadable. He went on, although it is a copy by Zhang Daqian, it is only a preliminary sketch. The conception and artistic mood fall far short of completion, and it's a mystery how it ever made its way out into the world at all. When he first mentioned 500,000, Huang Yu's heart had already surged like a stormy sea. He was utterly stunned and had yet to recover when he heard the offer rise to 800,000. All right, he agreed at once, fearing the man might change his mind. From what he had found online, such a piece typically fetched only 400,000 to 500,000. Only when he glanced at Morong Qingxi did he notice a fleeting trace of regret pass across her face. Perhaps I should have refused earlier. I could have sold it to Morong Qingxi for 10% more. Then I saw him looking extremely excited and happy. He immediately arranged for the transfer and requested a contract to sign with Huang Yu at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. All right, this is for you, old Qi. Huang Yu heard the sound of a text message and quickly took out his phone to check. He was so excited that he counted several times to confirm it was 800,000. Good, good, good. Old Qi repeatedly said good and immediately put the painting away ready to leave. By the way, can I ask old Qi and the hostess to keep this a secret? Huang Yu originally intended to leave, but recalled that he had picked up a bargain at the stall, and if leaked it could lead to trouble. All right, don't worry, they both nodded with smiles and agreed. Then Huang Yu stood up to take his leave, and when he exited the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he turned back for a glance feeling a surge of emotions. When Huang Yu returned to his city-village accommodation, a wave of hot, humid, strange odor hit him. The familiar environment suddenly made Huang Yu feel the need to change places as staying too long would inevitably lead to illness. Perhaps it was because he now had some savings. After hastily having a quick lunch, he immediately contacted an agent to view properties and change to a better neighborhood. In the evening, Huang Yu carried a suitcase and wore a backpack. He had already moved into a nice neighborhood nearby. Not bad. The feeling of sunshine is just wonderful. Huang Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window watching the golden-red sunset illuminate the hall, feeling utterly content. With 2 bedrooms and a living room plus a large balcony, it cost about 2,800 a month. The agent took him to view the second place in the afternoon, and Huang Yu made a direct decision. Then he returned to the city village to pack his luggage and informed the landlord. Of course, Huang Yu's deposit had not expired, so it naturally was not refunded. Huang Yu didn't argue with him and directly took a book off the shelf in the corridor while carrying his bag out. He ordered a luxurious takeout with chicken meat and shrimp and opened a bottle of beer to enjoy his meal. What is this book? Huang Yu discovered it was Yu Hua's To Live, but he didn't know why it emanated spiritual. Just as Huang Yu was about to use his spiritual essence eye to investigate, he suddenly felt dizzy and had no choice but to lie down on the sofa and fall asleep. When the sun shone directly into Huang Yu's eyes the next morning, he barely woke up. He felt light, refreshed, and full of spirit. After running for an hour and eating something, he picked up that book, To Live, again, and sure enough, the spiritual essence I saw it releasing even more spiritual essence than the Zhang Daqian antique painting he had picked up a few days prior. Could it be that the spiritual essence I can recover after a night's sleep? Huang Yu looked at the book with the reappearing spiritual essence and immediately understood. Eventually, he discovered that the spiritual essence was emanating from the inner layer at the back of the book. Huang Yu carefully used a small knife to cut open the layer. What appeared before Huang Yu was an ancient-looking orange postage stamp that had never been used. Is this a 5-cent silver note from the yuan, Nian Yu Xiang? Huang Yu compared it online for a long time and found it looked exactly like the first set of stamps issued by the Qing dynasty, the Big Dragon stamps. Haha, serves that landlord right for not refunding my deposit. What a bargain for me. Huang Yu knew that the spiritual essence I could only see spiritual essence in antiques. Should I wait a few days before taking action? Huang Yu thought about how he was only somewhat familiar with Morong Qingxi now, having made a move yesterday and again today. It was likely that someone with ulterior motives might guess the secret. Then Huang Yu transferred over 100,000 to his family, not daring to send more, fearing they would worry about its source. Huang Yu's father is the 181st disciple of the Tang dynasty's Grass Saint Jiangsu, but this lineage has long fallen into obscurity. Now he teaches calligraphy to children in the county town, just barely making ends meet, especially since there are a pair of twins to raise. His mother takes care of his siblings in high school and does not work. Hopefully with this 100,000 life will be much lighter. Eat better and supplement more classes in high school. Huang Yu thought to himself, feeling much more comfortable as life had been quite tight before. Huang Yu's 3 siblings were also influenced by him and had a strong passion for calligraphy, practicing from a young age. His younger brother had a higher understanding, perhaps there was a chance for them to rise again. Suddenly his phone rang, and Huang Yu looked to see it was actually the boss of the training class. Hello. Huang Yu quickly answered, not even having started to ask what was going on when a thunderous voice came from the other end. Do you want to work or not? If not, get lost. Don't you know there's class in the afternoon? Didn't I notify you in the group? You didn't respond or show up. Do you want to rebel? The training class boss was furiously ranting. Suddenly there was a class arranged and no one called me beforehand. I haven't even checked my phone, Huang Yu said when he felt he had heard enough. What attitude is that? You didn't even check your phone, what a garbage excuse. Do you know how many college students there are now? I'm giving you a meal, and you still have the nerve to complain. If you don't want to work, just get out of here early. The training class boss seemed to have eaten too much gunpowder. I'm not serving you anymore, Huang Yu thought as he listened to the increasingly unpleasant words. Now that he had some savings, there was no reason to put up with him. If you don't do it, you won't get paid this month. Consider it absenteeism. If you dare not pay me today, I will apply for labor arbitration and report you to the Labor Bureau. Huang Yu said, let's see if you dare not pay me. Just wait. With that he hung up the phone. I've already changed places, what do I care if you're a local tyrant? If you don't pay me, I'll report you. Huang Yu was no longer worried about any retaliation from him. Then he quickly searched for the big dragon, Wanxiang postage stamp, noting that a set auctioned for over 50 million in 2008, but Huang Yu knew that was for a complete set. This big dragon, Wanxiang thick paper 5-cent stamp engraved with a cloud dragon pattern, had already faded a lot from its original orange color. It was probably not stored properly, and its value was likely greatly reduced, but it should still be worth around 100 to 80,000. Where to keep it safely? Looks like I need to prepare a safe or something. Huang Yu looked at this $1,000,000 postage stamp, carefully preserved it, and finally had to place it on top of the cabinet. Since I don't plan to return to work and can see the spiritual essence of antiques, why not do this in the future? Huang Yu thought for a moment and made a quick decision, then bought various books online. After all, just knowing the authenticity in a simple way is not enough. One needs professional knowledge. Otherwise it's easy to expose oneself and bring endless trouble. Damn it, they actually deducted 2 days' pay from me. Suddenly a text message sound came from his phone. Huang Yu opened it to find it was the training class sending his salary. I'm magnanimous and too lazy to argue with you. They actually gave most of it, and although Huang Yu was a bit angry, he realized he had indeed skipped work today and decided not to dwell on it too much. In the following days, Huang Yu either wandered through the antique street stalls or studied various knowledge about appraisal, yet he gained nothing, realizing that even with the Ling Yun achieving financial freedom was indeed very difficult. There were indeed some antiques emitting spiritual energy, but unfortunately, they were all prohibitively expensive. Given Huang Yu's current financial situation, there was no need for him to make a purchase. It wasn't about finding a bargain. Perhaps in a few years there would be significant appreciation potential. Huang Yu strolled slowly through the antique street when he suddenly noticed a crowd of over 10 people gathered arguing. These ancient coins of yours, let alone 1,000 each, I wouldn't buy them even if they were all 1,000. A man in his mid-20s, about 178 centimeters tall, with long hair covering his brows and a muscular physique, exclaimed, "What? You want to renege on the deal? Don't you know the rules of the antique street? If you've agreed on a price, you can't just back out." A tall vendor around 190 centimeters with a face full of flesh sneered, "What rules? I misjudged earlier. What if I don't want to buy now?" The young man, undeterred, turned to leave. Huang Yu had initially planned to leave, but accidentally glanced at a string of about 10 ancient coins, immediately discovering that one of them actually emitted spiritual energy. Although it wasn't very strong, this discovery thrilled Huang Yu as he finally had an opportunity after 4 or 5 days. "You can't leave." Suddenly the tall vendor grabbed the young man's hand. "Let go," the young man said calmly, but Huang Yu sensed that he was on the verge of exploding with anger. "Hey, you two, stop. There's no need to fight in front of so many people. Let's talk it out." Seeing an opportunity, Huang Yu directly stepped through the crowd of onlookers to pull them apart. "Who are you? Are you here to settle the bill for him?" The furious tall vendor glared at Huang Yu. Meanwhile, the young man showed no signs of wanting to leave upon seeing Huang Yu and stopped. "How about this, boss? Give a discount on an ancient coin for this big brother, and everything will be fine." Huang Yu thought about how to proceed and decided to stir the waters first. "No way," the young man replied directly. "Why should I? We agreed on a price," said the tall vendor. "I won't buy. What can you do about it?" The young man shouted. "Then let's see if you actually buy it," said the tall vendor, preparing to make a move again. Stop. How about you just buy one? It's not too expensive," Huang Yu said while trying to pull the young man away. "So you two are in cahoots." The young man, overhearing Huang Yu's words, immediately said this, and then surprisingly pushed through the crowd of onlookers and ran away. "Hey, don't think you can just walk away." Huang Yu turned to look at the disappearing young man when suddenly his hand was grabbed by the tall vendor. "Let go, we can talk it out." Huang Yu could tell that he was afraid Huang Yu would run away too, likely wanting to pin the blame on him. This outcome was exactly what Huang Yu hoped for. "You two are definitely in this together. If he leaves, you have to buy something to go." The tall vendor, an experienced player, babbled. He showed no signs of letting go, but instead tightened his grip. "Fine, make it cheaper," Huang Yu said, helplessly looking at the hand being seized. Deep inside, he was overjoyed but dared not show it. "No way. 1,000 each." He agreed to buy 2. The tall vendor was being unreasonable. "2 for 1,005. If not, we'll call the police. Everyone here can testify. I didn't lay a hand on anyone." Huang Yu looked up at the vendor, who was half a head taller than him, then shook his captured hand and said quickly, "What kind of person are you?" "Others are just trying to mediate," someone nearby watching the commotion said. "This is strong-arm tactics. You can't indulge people like you." Another onlooker chimed in. Fine. They'll let you off this time." The tall vendor, noticing the growing crowd and Huang Yu's willingness to pay 1,005, finally released Huang Yu. "Just these 2. Huang Yu casually picked up 2 coins, one of which had spiritual energy, and scanned them before leaving. With the excitement gone, the crowd naturally dispersed. The tall vendor surprisingly began packing up and leaving as if he had done something shameful. Huang Yu looked at the 2 ancient coins in his hand. One was larger, old-fashioned, with a thick patina, but also rusted. The other, smaller coin was just an ordinary daquan 50, worth around 100. Huang Yu found himself in a dilemma. Although he could discern authenticity with the help of the Ling Yun, he truly didn't know how to remove the rust without damaging the patina. "How could I forget her?" Suddenly a figure flashed through Huang Yu's mind, and as it happened to be quite close, he quickly walked over. Beauty, is your boss lady around? Huang Yu arrived at Zhubaoge and asked the waitress who had served him ice water last time. It's you? Yes, she's here, but there are customers. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. The beautiful waitress recognized Huang Yu, then went straight to the second floor. Sister Murong asked you to go up. In less than a minute she came back down and said. When Huang Yu arrived on the second floor, not only did he see the elegant and noble boss lady, but he also unexpectedly saw a young man he didn't expect. It's you. Huang Yu and the young man locked eyes simultaneously, both thoroughly astonished, having recognized each other. It turned out to be that young man who had argued with the tall vendor, mistaking Huang Yu for an accomplice. Do you know each other? Murong Qingxi asked curiously. Then she immediately turned to the young man and said, is this the person you said was colluding with the vendor to trick you? What are you doing being so clever as a girl? The young man said with an annoyed expression. Looking at Mr. Huang's appearance, I assume you came here to sell some treasures. Murong Qingxi, ignoring the young man's words, instead asked Huang Yu. Huang Yu felt a bit awkward. Could it be that in front of this young man he had picked up what the young man didn't want? But since he was already there, it didn't matter. Yes, I have a small item to show to Boss Murong. Saying this, Huang Yu placed the 2 ancient coins on the table. Aren't these the ancient coins from that poor vendor? How did they end up in your hands? The young man exclaimed in surprise. Then he suddenly realized and said, so you guys aren't working together after all. Huang Yu found his directness amusing. Do I look like the kind of person who would team up to cheat someone? What do you think? Murong Qingxi's expression turned serious as she turned to the young man. What do you mean, what do I think? Daquan 50 worth around 101,000 each is definitely a loss. The young man looked at Murong Qingxi with a helpless expression, then glanced at Huang Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed. If you continue to underestimate me, I'll have to tell my grandfather. Murong Qingxi looked at the young man with a teasing expression, exuding an air of confidence. Upon hearing the domineering words, Tan Yuan immediately became serious, pulling out a magnifying glass to examine closely, saying, let me take another look. Huang Yu observed Tan Yuan's actions and found his character a bit humorous and carefree, which he found amusing. At that moment, Huang Yu suddenly felt Murong Qingxi's gaze fixed on him, and he awkwardly asked, Murong boss, is there something on my face? Murong Qingxi continued to stare at Huang Yu, and then said, you are quite remarkable. We can be friends and communicate more in the future. Sounds good. What a rare opportunity. Huang Yu realized that Murong Qingxi acknowledged his abilities, finally, taking a small step into the antique circle. Is this the Great Spring 5000? Just then, after looking through the magnifying glass for a long time, Tan Yuan suddenly exclaimed, standing excitedly on the chair, holding the ancient spring in one hand and the magnifying glass in the other. Seeing the comical Tan Yuan, Murong Qingxi seemed unfazed. She immediately remarked, 1,000 each, is that a profit or a loss? Upon hearing Murong's words, Tan Yuan knew it was indeed the Great Spring 5000. He reclined in his chair, legs crossed, still holding the Great Spring 5000, saying, the rust is too heavy. I initially thought it was a result of chemical action. He then turned to Huang Yu and said, buddy, don't you think we have a good connection? It does seem we have some fate. Huang Yu looked at his expression, unsure of his intentions or how to respond. Put down the Great Spring 5000. Don't even think about snatching it. Murong Qingxi seemed to anticipate his next move, her aura of confidence overwhelming. Realizing his intentions were seen through, Tan Yuan felt a bit regretful and said, if you want me to put it down, I will. Here's the deal, Mr. Huang, I'll buy it for 250,000. Murong Qingxi then began negotiating with Huang Yu, adding, after all, it's been a long time and the rust is severe. To completely remove it without damaging the patina requires considerable skill, which isn't cheap. Huang Yu also understood the complications involved, or he wouldn't have come here. A complete piece could probably fetch over 300,000. But she also needed to make a profit, otherwise who would do business with you? Great. Congratulations, Murong boss, on acquiring one of the 50 rare Great Spring 5000. Without any hesitation, Huang Yu agreed. After signing the contract and seeing the 25,000 transfer notification, Huang Yu felt very happy and excited, his hands trembling slightly as he held the teacup. They chatted for a while longer, discussing interesting antique anecdotes. Huang Yu was eager to connect, and they recognized his discerning eye, making their interaction quite pleasant. Buddy, are you interested in going to look for old houses together tomorrow? Tan Yuan suddenly asked Huang Yu. Huang Yu, hearing about the old houses for the first time, felt a mix of excitement and anticipation, quickly replying, sure. Please take care of me then, Brother Tan, and help me keep an eye out. Hearing Huang Yu's willingness to join and his request for assistance, Tan Yuan happily responded, no problem, it's a small matter. Then we'll go together tomorrow. As evening approached, Huang Yu originally intended to treat everyone to a meal. Unfortunately, everyone had their own plans, and Huang Yu had no choice but to leave alone. The next morning around 8, Huang Yu's phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Tan Yuan calling. Brother Tan. So early. Huang Yu replied, still a bit sleepy. Early? We have to get up early. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Tan Yuan quickly said. Xinjie Garden. Huang Yu answered. Alright, I'll be there in about 15 minutes, Tan Yuan said before hanging up. By the time Huang Yu finished getting ready and arrived at the community entrance, Tan Yuan had just arrived. "Buddy, let's go." Tan Yuan greeted Huang Yu while driving a red SUV. "Sure." When Huang Yu sat in the passenger seat, he was surprised to find Murong Qingxi sitting in the back. "Mr. Huang, good morning." Murong Qingxi was wearing a fitted short-sleeve top and jeans today, which accentuated her perfect legs. "Good morning, Boss Murong." Huang Yu hadn't expected Murong Qingxi to come. He was taken aback and glanced at Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan also glanced at Huang Yu, looking somewhat helpless. After all, though she was a beauty, her commanding presence made it hard to breathe. "This is the place, get out." After driving for about an hour, Tan Yuan arrived at a complex of buildings from the late Qing dynasty. "Oh, it's a pity that such a historically rich place is going to be demolished." After getting out of the car, Murong Qingxi looked at the demolition crew, already moving in her expression, filled with regret and reluctance. As she stepped out, she draped a shawl over herself, further enhancing her regal aura. "Stop lamenting, let's go. Let's head directly to the large mansion here," Tan Yuan urged, sensing Murong's complicated expression. With that, Tan Yuan walked straight into a large courtyard. By the time the three of them arrived, two people were already inside, and Huang Yu could tell they were antique collectors too. "Hello, are you here to look at antiques too? Please come in." An elderly couple in their 60s warmly welcomed Huang Yu and the others inside. "I didn't expect to run into Miss Murong here, ha, you're quite late." One of the two middle-aged men in their 40s spoke, a plump man with a big belly. "Miss Murong." The other relatively slimmer, middle-aged man also greeted her. Murong Qingxi looked at the two men and showed no surprise, responding, "Boss Bai and Boss Lu, you arrived quite early. I presume you found quite a lot." Speaking of which, she looked at the old items they were negotiating about. Boss Murong, "Not at all, there are still plenty inside, but we need to hurry. I suspect more buyers will arrive later," the plump Zhu replied. Yes, there are still quite a few inside. Honey, please take the three esteemed guests to have a look," the homeowner said. "All right, then I won't disturb Boss Bai and Boss Lu any longer." After Murong Qingxi finished speaking, she followed the homeowner into the inner room. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan walked in and were directly ignored, probably thinking they were just lackeys, so they followed in as well. "I must find a great treasure. Seeing those two bosses flaunt themselves irritates me." As soon as Tan Yuan entered, he whispered to Huang Yu, making it sound as though he was genuinely going to uncover a treasure. "Our treasures are not so easy to find." Huang Yu sighed, and just as he was about to say something else, he spotted a tiger-shaped wooden sculpture emanating dense spiritual energy, which silenced him instantly. After a few glances, Huang Yu realized it was just ordinary sandalwood, but he couldn't understand why it radiated such spiritual energy. However, he knew it was undoubtedly a treasure, which explained why no other antique dealers had taken it. At that moment, Murong Qingxi and Tan Yuan had already begun searching inside several rooms. Huang Yu entered and saw the two of them engrossed in the study, constantly looking around. Huang Yu dared not use the Ling Yun eye, directly fearing it might exhaust his mental energy. What if he stumbled upon a valuable item? That would be quite awkward. Tan Yuan was already holding a small stone carving of a nine-tailed fox and was inspecting various items in the study. Upon hearing Huang Yu's greeting, he quickly whispered, "Brother Huang, this place is nice. You should look around too." He then continued searching without acknowledging Huang Yu. Murong Qingxi seemed particularly fond of the treasures in the study, holding a plain inkstone in her hands. Huang Yu noted her serious expression and chose not to interrupt. Next, the Ling Yun eye glanced around the room and found that the spiritual energy in Murong Qingxi's inkstone was the most concentrated, while Tan Yuan's stone carving surprisingly also had a trace of spiritual energy. The remaining items had almost negligible spiritual energy, so he stopped checking and headed to other rooms. Huang Yu felt greatly impressed by their expertise and keen eyesight. Despite Tan Yuan's humorous and carefree demeanor, his discerning eye was not to be underestimated. After checking several rooms, without finding anything worthwhile, it was no wonder they had rushed straight to the study. It was indeed experience. Just as Huang Yu was feeling a bit disappointed while leaving the storage room, he caught a faint aroma of tea. Curiosity piqued, he followed the scent and quickly spotted a wooden box casually holding 3 cakes of aged pure tea. Huang Yu took a look with the Ling Yun eye and found almost no spiritual energy, just a few scattered points, leaving him greatly disappointed. However, upon further inspection, he realized with shock this is actually a red-marked iron cake from Yunnan produced in the early 1960s. After 5 or 6 decades of aging, these are now extremely rare and highly sought after by the elite. It may have a price, but it's hard to find a market for it. 1 gram is worth 1,000 yuan. It seems the Ling Yun eye isn't infallible after all, Huang Yu remarked as he took the box and left the storage room. It appears that the Ling Yun eye has its limitations when it comes to modern artifacts, which motivated Huang Yu to resolve to study this area of knowledge more seriously. By the time Huang Yu arrived at the front hall, the two bosses had already left, presumably to check out other places, fearing they would be outpaced by Huang Yu and the others. Brother Huang, that was quick. Within minutes, Tan Yuan and Murong Qingxi emerged. "Ha, we just came out too." They exchanged glances, clearly pleased with their finds. Not wanting the homeowner to notice, they refrained from discussing it aloud. "Sir, could you let me know how much this is worth?" Tan Yuan directly asked the old homeowner, standing nearby, producing a small stone carving and a yellowed book. Huang Yu glanced at the book and found that its spiritual energy was even more concentrated than that of the stone carving. Young man, this isn't cheap. Each piece costs 10,000 yuan. The homeowner clearly did not know the actual value of these items. Can you lower the price? They'll take it for 6,000 each. Tan Yuan felt a bit disheartened. Was his eye for items not good enough? But isn't haggling customary in the antique business? He immediately countered the price. No way. 8,000 each, and you can take them. The homeowner insisted. If I buy both together, it's 15,000. Okay, I'll take them all. Tan Yuan declared loudly. All right, sold to you. The homeowner did not hesitate to agree. Then Tan Yuan transferred the money, and the homeowner smiled broadly as he saw the payment go through, revealing his yellowing teeth. Mr. Huang Yu, go ahead. Murong Qingxi still wore a bright smile as she spoke to Huang Yu. Clearly, she was quite curious about what was in Huang Yu's box. Boss, how much are these tea cakes? Huang Yu did not delay and directly asked the old man. This. The homeowner seemed unsure how to price the tea cakes as he looked at Huang Yu's interest. After a moment of hesitation, he replied 1,000 yuan for each cake. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, to him this was just tea for everyday drinking, and it seemed to have been stored for a long time, nowhere near as good as fresh tea. Murong Qingxi narrowed her eyes slightly, then exchanged a glance with Tan Yuan, both revealing their astonishment. That's too expensive. I wouldn't want it even if it had been stored for a few years. They'll take all three for 1,000. Huang Yu said dismissively. No way. It has to be 2,000. The homeowner looked at Huang Yu, surprised he hadn't refused to buy, but was instead negotiating, and immediately countered. Fine, but I still need a statue for the entrance to my studio. You can give me that tiger statue. Huang Yu was worried he might not haggle well, and that the wooden carving would be difficult to price later. Which wooden carving? The homeowner seemed unaffected, then looked in the direction Huang Yu pointed. You mean that one? Sure. He laughed heartily, knowing it was just a very ordinary nan wood. At the same time, Murong Qingxi and Tan Yuan looked at the wooden carving with great curiosity, but said nothing, as it was indeed a good deal. Huang Yu handed him 2,000 yuan in cash, and seeing the man's happy expression while counting the money made him feel satisfied. Little boss, I have other types of tea at home. Do you want more? The homeowner pocketed the cash and immediately asked Huang Yu with a grin. Huang Yu would not want any more tea, quickly refusing. These are enough for me to drink for a year and a half. No more. Sir, could you calculate how much this is for me? Murong Qingxi held a square inkstone and 2 books. This will be 30,000 altogether. The homeowner said without hesitation. Is it 11,000 each? Murong Qingxi frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Yes. No negotiations. The homeowner replied firmly and resolutely. This was a bit unreasonable. After all, Murong Qingxi was a stunning beauty. Shouldn't she get some preferential treatment? Tell me who set this price for you. They'll take it for 30,000. Murong Qingxi put away her smile, her aura of a dominant woman fully unleashed as she stated. The homeowner found it hard to believe. Really? You're taking it for 30,000? Yes. 30,000 is right here. Murong Qingxi declared, pulling out 30,000 yuan in cash from her bag and placing it on the table. It was the 2 bosses from earlier. They said everything you liked would start at 10,000. It must be true. The homeowner immediately claimed, snatching up the 30,000 yuan. So it was them. Tan Yuan realized that the earlier 2 bosses had set this up. Murong Qingxi's expression was calm and undisturbed, leaving one to wonder what she was thinking. Since they were aware of the situation, they were ready to leave. Brother Tan, please help me lift this after I drop off my things. Huang Yu said to Tan Yuan. Sure. Let's drop off the things first, Tan Yuan replied. After they dropped them off, Murong Qingxi waited by the car, while Huang Yu and Tan Yuan went to the yard to lift it up. Wow, this is heavy. Tan Yuan exclaimed immediately. It is indeed a bit heavy, Huang Yu acknowledged, feeling that his strength had increased. With Tan Yuan's muscular build, the 2 grown men, weighing around 200 pounds, could manage it. In the end, the homeowner helped them lift the tree carving onto the car. I'm exhausted. This damn heat is unbearable. Tan Yuan collapsed in the car, drinking water with the air conditioning on. Let's find a place to eat first. Murong Qingxi observed that it was already past noon, and most places were likely serving lunch now. What? The provincial museum has already been swept through. Why is there no news? Huang Yu and the others heard someone nearby talking excitedly while they were eating. Those old scholars have tricked us. They have always looked down on us antique dealers. Indeed, they get the news too quickly, as long as they tell the residents not to mention they came. Other antique dealers will surely pay a high price for it. Naturally, everyone is willing to cooperate, waiting for us to fall into their trap. Yes, we must find a way to get back at them. Those old scholars are too cunning. Of finding a way back is not so easy. Ha ha, those 2 antique dealers are nothing but fools, easily deceived. Tan Yuan remarked on their way back. Indeed, every step is a trap. The antique world is truly a place of deceit and brutality. Huang Yu knew he couldn't hide it from them. Yes, judging by the label, this should be old pure tea from the early 60s. Brother Huang, just sell them all to me. Tan Yuan immediately spoke up. Huang Yu's response made Murong Qingxi unhappy. What are you thinking? I want them all. Mr. Huang, sell them to whoever you want. Murong Qingxi and Tan Yuan both looked at Huang Yu. How about we each take 1 cake? There are 3 of us, and I'll keep 1. Huang Yu knew that his father was also fond of pure tea. All right, 30,000 for a cake, they'll transfer you later, Tan Yuan said while driving. That works. Mu Rong Qingxi agreed. When they arrived at Mu Rong Qingxi's villa and parked the car, she asked Brother Huang, what do you need this wooden carving for? Tan Yuan looked puzzled. Nangong wood is quite common in the country, and the carving technique is average. It's not made by a master craftsman, so it's even more irrelevant. Mu Rong Qingxi also looked curiously and said, don't you smell that it doesn't smell like Nangong wood? Huang Yu was eager to know more. The spiritual sense of Ling Yuntong couldn't see what was inside. Tan Yuan leaned down and sniffed, saying, what? I didn't smell anything. Mu Rong Qingxi fanned the air with her hand, inhaled a few breaths, and said with confusion, indeed apart from the smell of Nangong wood there's another scent, but I can't remember what it is. Huang Yu was shocked by Mu Rong Qingxi's words as he had just been joking. Not wanting to waste time, he suggested, let's just... Alright, I'll do it, Tan Yuan said, and together with Huang Yu they moved the wooden carving off the car and placed it in the... At the same time, Mu Rong Qingxi went inside to find tools. By the time she returned with 2 kitchen knives, both Huang Yu and Tan Yuan looked a bit helpless. I mean, Sister Qingxi, are you really letting us use kitchen knives? Tan Yuan joked as he accepted one. Mu Rong Qingxi smiled slightly, feeling a bit helpless, saying, I looked around and found only kitchen knives. Huang Yu thought this reasoning was indeed correct. In the city, who has other tools? He immediately said, ha ha ha, let's see if it works, and struck down with the knife. Tan Yuan didn't hesitate and started chopping as well. After a few strikes, the wood began to smell stronger, possibly due to the wood rotting over time. With a forceful chop, Tan Yuan suddenly felt as if he had hit something solid, causing the kitchen knife to almost... Mu Rong Qingxi's gaze suddenly focused on the freshly cut gap, and she said, don't chop anymore. She immediately leaned down and touched it, a fragrant aroma wafting up. As if recognizing something, her expression turned surprised and delighted. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, while enjoying the pleasant fragrance, didn't notice anything else. Tan Yuan asked, Sister Qingxi, what did you discover? Mu Rong Qingxi took a few deep breaths and responded, you too. After saying this, she stood up and looked at Huang Yu, her eyes filled with curiosity. As Huang Yu and Tan Yuan crouched down to observe, the fragrance became even more pronounced. Tan Yuan's eyes widened as he saw the red knife marks on the inside of the tree and exclaimed, could this be rosewood? He quickly turned to look at Mu Rong Qingxi. Huang Yu also looked at her immediately. After all, among the three, she was the expert in identifying treasures, and even in Xiangyu City, she ranked among the best, albeit much younger than the others. Mu Rong Qingxi noticed their gazes and teased yes, but also no. After saying this, she smiled and didn't continue. Tan Yuan, whose personality was much more straightforward, quickly urged, Sister Qingxi, please elaborate. Huang Yu also looked at her expectantly. Mu Rong Qingxi, seeing their eager expression, smiled even more happily and explained, it is indeed rosewood, but it's not from India. It is the bloodwood tree from Latin America, which is also a type of rosewood. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan immediately went to remove all the Nangong wood outside. Inside, they indeed found a piece of bloodwood about 1 meter long and 15 centimeters in diameter, the most perfect piece. Tan Yuan looked at the piece of rosewood and remarked, what a pity it's not Indian small leaf rosewood, otherwise its value would exceed 10 million. Huang Yu didn't know much about this piece of rosewood, only aware that 9 out of 10 rosewoods are empty, that it takes 1,000 years to mature, that it is a sacred object in Buddhism, can be used in medicine, and can be treasured. Hearing Tan Yuan's words, Mu Rong Qingxi rolled her eyes and said, humph, even if it's bloodwood, its value is still no less than 1 million. She continued, it must have been smuggled from South America, hollowing out the Nangong wood and hiding it inside, while carving a tiger on the surface to mislead people. Huang Yu listened earnestly, as such rare occasions to learn directly are very few, so he wasn't too surprised to hear about its value. Suddenly, Tan Yuan wrapped his arm around Huang Yes and grinned mischievously, saying, Brother Huang, can you let this go for me? He then turned to Mu Rong Qingxi and added, you can't snatch this from me, ooh, I have a big use for it. Mu Rong Qingxi seemed to know what Tan Yuan was up to and wore a mischievous smile, which made Huang Yu see the expression of a domineering girl for the first time. Huang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable with such familiarity and said, Tan brother, let go of me first. That's easy, I have no use for it anyway. Hearing this, Tan Yuan was overjoyed and immediately released Huang Yu, saying, haha, brother Huang, you're straightforward. Then I'll take it for 1.2 million. Huang Yu was quite pleased to hear this, but he knew there was some personal favor involved. Tan brother, let's go with what Mu Rong. Without you showing me the way, how could I have found such a bargain? Tan Yuan was about to say something else when Mu Rong Qingxi interjected, let's go with what Mr. Huang said, 1 million. And don't squabble over it. Tan Yuan heard Mu Rong Qingxi's words and didn't hesitate, saying, all right, brother Huang, I've made a friend in you. With the pure tea included, that's 1,300,000. I'll transfer it to you right away. Huang Yu was waiting for this sentence, as wanting to enter the trade requires such friends, otherwise how would there be opportunities for bargains? No need to rush. It can wait for a while. Tan Yuan disregarded Huang Yes' words and directly asked for the account number to transfer the money. By the time Huang Yu and Tan Yuan entered, they had already seen Mu Rong Qingxi brewing tea at the tea table. Come have some tea. Mu Rong Qingxi directly invited them to sit down and poured each of them a cup of black tea. She then said, how does my black tea taste? Tan Yuan took a sip and smacked his lips, saying, Delicious, I'll have another cup, suggesting that his taste buds were rather ordinary. Huang Yu took a sip and found the tea fragrant with a lingering sweetness. He said, good tea, I'll also have a refill. Mu Rong Qingxi looked at the two of them with some helplessness, feeling that her Yunnan ancient tree Qingming black tea was being wasted, and said, Humph, do you want me to get you a bottle of Master Kang's black tea, or perhaps some iced tea? Tan Yuan sensed Mu Rong's indifference and continued to sip his tea. Huang Yu, feeling a bit awkward since they weren't that familiar, said, Boss Mu Rong, what about that inkstone of yours? Tan Yuan, hearing this, was also very curious and said, Sister Qingxi, I see that inkstone is made of asphalt lacking in collectible value. How did you come by it? Mu Rong Qingxi, observing the curious expressions of the two, said, why don't you take a look, and then we can discuss. Saying this, she went to fetch the square inkstone. Tan Yuan held it in his hands, examining it with a magnifying glass, but found nothing particularly special. He frowned and shook his head before handing it to Huang Yu. Huang Yu also began to examine the inkstone. Although he could see the spiritual essence, he didn't know what was remarkable. He didn't discover anything particularly special either. It seems he would need to prepare a magnifying glass next time, just like them, to have the appearance of a treasure appraiser. Huang Yu placed it in front of Mu Rong Qingxi and shook his head, saying, I haven't found anything special either. Would you please enlighten us, Boss Mu Rong? Mu Rong Qingxi chuckled softly and said, you should just call me Sister Qingxi like they do. They'll call you Xiao Yu then. And after taking a sip of tea, she continued, we're all so familiar now, calling me boss or sir feels too formal. Tan Yuan immediately joined in, saying, yes, hearing you two call me that feels quite boring. Huang Yu was naturally eager to do so, indicating that he had begun to integrate into their antique circle, and said, then, thank you, Sister Qingxi. Mu Rong Qingxi smiled gently, always so elegant and graceful. She then dragged the inkstone slightly, saying, don't you think it's a bit heavier than ordinary asphalt? Tan Yuan, seeing that she hadn't finished speaking, directly snatched it away. He tried to weigh it, and said, strange, it is indeed a bit heavier. He then handed it to Huang Yu, who also felt it, and realized he had no concept of weight. He then said, I feel it's about the same. This also illustrated how important their heritage was. After saying this, he carefully placed it in front of Qingxi. Qingxi smiled and remained silent. Tan Yuan was different, looking very pleased. Haha, brother Huang, this kind of tactile sensation can only be gained through years of experience. This is different from relying on eyesight to find treasures. He then said jokingly, but next time can you take me with you when you find treasures? I want to experience that feeling of finding a great treasure. Huang Yu was a bit speechless, knowing his own level. Tan Yuan's expertise was indeed much better. He could only say, of course, this time it was still Brother Tan who took us to a good place. Mu Rong Qingxi looked at the two of them with some helplessness and sighed. Finding a great treasure is not that easy. Well, are you going to sit here and drink tea, or come with me to see what's inside? Huang Yu really wanted to go, but was worried it might be inconvenient, so he looked at Tan Yuan without saying anything. Tan Yuan, noticing Huang Yu's guest he wanted to see, and said, how can we miss the opportunity to uncover treasures? Let's go together. Saying this, the three of them headed towards Qingxi's studio. Qingxi took a set of tools, put on gloves, and with a magnifying glass over her eyes slowly began to scrape off the asphalt carefully. About half an hour later, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan were somewhat tired, yawning, yet they did not take their eyes off the process, fearing they might miss something. Of course, for Huang Yu this was his first experience, and he had the mindset of a learner. In case he found a treasure in the future, he would know how to handle it right. At that moment, Qingxi suddenly sped up her movements, and it was clear that something was wrapped inside. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, she took out the item. The three of them looked at the palm-sized item wrapped in copper foil, feeling both nervous and excited. Qingxi carefully opened the copper foil with tweezers, revealing a transparent object that resembled jade, yet was not jade, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Qingxi's eyes were completely transfixed, gazing at it with infatuation, her joy evident on her face, revealing a set of pristine and even teeth, which were quite attractive. Tan Yuan's expression became much more exaggerated, shouting, wow, is this a colorful lotus stone? He looked at Qingxi with a hint of doubt. Qingxi, startled by Tan Yuan's shout, calmed down a lot, and said, correct, it is indeed the finest colorful lotus stone among the lotus stones. Then she added, this piece is delicate and smooth with a lustrous color. Its hues are vibrant, and its texture is warm. It's rare to have a palm-sized specimen, confirming it is a gem among stones. The elegant lady paused for a moment and continued, historically it has been ranked alongside Tianhuang stone as one of the 3 treasures of Chinese sealing stones. Tianhuang stone is known as the king of stones, while lotus stone is termed the queen of stones, with the colorful lotus stone being the most precious. Then Qingxi seemed to recall something, and with a hint of anticipation in her expression, she said, currently lotus stone is also referred to as the stone of love. Women believe that wearing lotus stone can bring the blessings of the goddess of love. She then exhaled deeply and said, the price has skyrocketed. This piece is estimated to be around 150,000. If polished into a ring face and made into a necklace, its value would double. Huang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He leaned on the spiritual essence pupil for treasure hunting, and even an unclaimed 10th of sandy-rolled postal stamp was just over 3 million. Huang Yu sighed saying, Sister Qingxi is indeed exceptionally talented and fortunate in treasure hunting, earning everyone's admiration. Tan Yuan also followed suit, expressing his amazement. Originally, it was you finding treasures, Sister Qingxi, but now Brother Huang Yu finding treasures shouldn't be underestimated either. It's only me who rarely finds 1 or 2 items. As he spoke, his expression became more comical and humorous. He then took out his small 9-tailed fox stone carving and turned to Huang Yu saying, Brother Huang, what do you think of mine? Sister Qingxi, please don't comment. He then addressed Qingxi sitting opposite him. Huang Yu held it in his hands, looked closely, but found no difference. He remembered that when he first used the spiritual essence pupil, the essence was revealed through his eyes. He then looked into its eyes, discovering it was very lifelike with a subtle glow, extremely vivid. Huang Yu suddenly thought of a term and exclaimed, Fox eyes are so vibrant. How wonderful. Tan Yuan, hearing Huang Yu's words, realized that Huang Yu had found the treasure and felt a bit dejected, saying, I never expected Brother Huang's discernment to be so good. I only discovered it was different due to its translucency. He had always believed his ability to appraise treasures was good among the younger generation, but with Qingxi before and recently encountering Huang Yu, this had dealt a heavy blow to him. This left him feeling quite disheartened. Huang Yu, seeing his lost expression, said, Brother Tan, this time, it was truly a coincidence. If I didn't know your exceptional eyesight, I wouldn't have made a move without reason, and the stone carving was too ordinary. I only noticed the fox eyes because of that. Then he continued, if it were outside, I wouldn't have discovered it. I probably would have just glanced at it and moved on. Tan Yuan still felt somewhat down, sipping tea gloomily. The elegant lady looked at Tan Yuan and shook her head with a light laugh, saying, What? A top-quality yellow honey cat's eye stone, large and of high quality. I would buy both for 500,000. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan jumped up immediately, saying, No way, I found this myself. That has a good significance, and I want to keep it for myself. The elegant lady probably knew he wouldn't buy it, and mocked him lightly, saying, Aren't you being greedy? How much did you spend? Moreover, you were already scanned by the museum, and those 2 peers finding a great treasure without being scammed is already lucky. Tan Yuan thought this made sense, and quickly returned to his original humorous self, laughing heartily. The elegant lady looked at him laughing like this and wanted to hit him with a comeback, but ultimately didn't say anything, saying, What? Then she added, Why don't you part with that book of yours? The 4 books copied by the 2nd place of the late Qing dynasty, you don't need this. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan chuckled softly, saying, All right. There's no need for money, just a mere 1 or 2,000 bucks. Then with a mischievous grin he added, Next time when master speaks of me, you just need to say a few good words. Qingxi, having overheard, did not refuse, and snorted softly, saying, Don't provoke him too much, he's getting old. She then added, I've helped you out more than a couple of times, right? Huang Yu listened with a slight smile, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie. Finding like-minded friends is indeed. Noticing the time, Huang Yu suggested, Sister Qingxi and Brother Tan, how about I treat you both to dinner today? Tan Yuan readily agreed, saying, That sounds great. You've indeed earned this treat. After finishing, he and Huang Yu both turned their gazes towards the elegant woman. Qingxi, who had been smiling all along, gracefully replied, Sure. He'll find us a table. Huang Yu, pleased with their agreement, added, Just remember it's on me. Tan Yuan and Qingxi chimed in with laughter. When they arrived at a lakeside park around 5:30, they were greeted by a quaint restaurant. Numerous luxury cars were already parked outside, and the ambience was exquisite. The waiter led Huang Yu and his 2 companions directly to their reserved private room. As Qingxi entered, she unexpectedly received a phone call. After a few words, she looked at Huang Yu and the others, saying, I have a friend nearby. Do you mind if she joins us? Huang Yu shook his head nonchalantly, saying, Of course I don't mind. Tan Yuan was even less concerned. He was naturally sociable and enjoyed lively company. Within 10 minutes, as they hadn't yet ordered, the door to their room suddenly swung open, revealing a woman in a professional outfit, her hair slightly pinned up, wearing black stockings and high heels that accentuated her long legs. Standing around 167 centimeters, she was similar in height to Qingxi, but their auras were distinctly unique. She smiled brightly and said, Since when did our Qingxi have such good luck with younger men? Without hesitation, she sat beside Qingxi. Qingxi felt her cheeks flush slightly, as one was her acquaintance and the other was a newly met colleague. With a slight pout, she retorted, All right, Yanqing, just because you have some food doesn't mean you can be so chatty. We are all colleagues here. They exchanged introductions, revealing that this assertive woman was assigned by her family to manage a struggling auction house. After taking over, she barely managed to turn a profit, but hadn't made significant progress. After their introductions, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan were directly ignored by the assertive woman, who continued to chat with Qingxi. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, but paid no mind, listening as Tan Yuan shared amusing stories about antiques. Qingxi sensed that her friend was somewhat dismissive of Huang Yu and Tan Yuan. After all, she had called Yanqing over with the hope that Tan Yuan and Huang Yu could find valuable items for Yanqing's auction house. With a smile, Qingxi asked, Yanqing, can you guess how much we 3 have gained today? Her voice rose a bit, drawing Huang Yu and Tan Yuan's attention. The strong-willed woman immediately replied without hesitation, It must be our Qingxi. Who doesn't know you are both talented and beautiful in the antique world with exceptional eyesight? Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan perked up, saying, then can you guess if we two have gained anything? His expression suggested he wanted to see Yanqing's embarrassment. Yanqing, observing their varied expressions, tentatively asked, did you both also find something? After all, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan looked far too young, not even 25. Qingxi, noticing the glint in Tan Yuan's eyes, said, we are all about the same as Xiao Yuan found a pair of premium cat's eye stones. Xiao Yu discovered a zeton wood and red iron disc, and I had a small harvest finding a piece of colorful hibiscus stone. Indeed, upon hearing Qingxi's words, Yanqing's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, Sierra, your find is normal. I didn't expect that both younger brothers would be so impressive, which is quite admirable. Being a businesswoman, her eyes sparkled upon hearing that the two had found valuable items. With a radiant smile, she said, I propose a toast to you both. I apologize for any offense earlier, and I hope we can cooperate more in the future. As she spoke, she poured herself a glass of red wine and downed it in one go, exuding a bold demeanor. Huang Yu also raised his glass for a sip, but didn't finish it, saying, there's no offense to speak of. I hope Boss Ian will take care of us in the future. Tan Yuan, being more laid back, followed suit and raised his glass, saying, what a good drinker. Next time be sure to give us a discount on our commission. Yanqing cheerfully replied, of course. For our first collaboration, I'll waive the commission. She then looked at Qingxi and teased, Humph, you're not being very considerate. You didn't introduce me to such good friends earlier. You should be punished by giving me that piece of colorful hibiscus stone for auction. Qingxi, seeing her playful expression, chuckled and said, you wish. I have my uses for it. This was the first time Huang Yu saw a slightly girlish side to Qingxi, making him feel that this was how a woman should be. Yanqing snorted and turned to Huang Yu and Tan Yuan just as she was about to speak. Huang Yu shrugged, saying, mine has already been sold. Tan Yuan quickly added, I've already collected mine. Next time I will definitely look after Boss Yin's business. Noticing their nervous expressions, probably fearing she would target them, Yanqing, understanding that it might be hard to win them over, turned to cling to Qingxi and whined, look at you. Not only did you not take me along, but you also didn't look after my business. Qingxi, feeling helpless as Yanqing clung to her, finally said, all right, tomorrow you can come to the shop and pick one out for yourself within 500,000. Yanqing continued to hug her, showing no signs of letting go, then cheerfully replied, sure. Then I won't hold back. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged curious glances, realizing that business negotiations could be this lighthearted. As they finished eating and were about to disperse, Yanqing took out 2 invitations from her bag and handed them to Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, saying, this weekend our auction house is having an auction at the end of the month. You two must come. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan politely accepted the invitation, saying, sure, we will definitely come. Whether they actually would or not would be decided in the next 4 or 5 days. On the way back, they sat in Tan Yuan's car, planning to go to the auction house together. Having had some drinks, Tan Yuan sat in the back seat and lamented, it's a pity that finding treasures at the auction house is so difficult. Those appraisers have such keen eyes. Huang Yu, who had never been there, didn't know the specifics, so he could only helplessly say, brother Tan, you shouldn't speak ill of others. Your eyesight is quite keen as well. Tan Yuan, hearing this, smiled widely, clearly pleased to receive recognition, and laughed. Young brother Huang Yu are not bad, either, just a bit lacking in experience. When Huang Yu returned to his place, he carefully checked the numbers on his banking app, feeling a surge of emotion as he said, I never expected I would have 5 million in my account now. However, this number seems a bit off. Huang Yu remarked, feeling somewhat speechless. Then he thought of something and helplessly said, Sai, there are limits on purchases now, otherwise it would be great to just pay the down payment here and have a place of my own. Huang Yu spent the next 2 days engrossed in various books, including antiques, paintings, gold, and jade artifacts. Perhaps due to practicing that unknown technique, his mental focus sharpened and his memory significantly improved. He was almost at the point where he could fully memorize a text after just 2 readings. On Friday morning, Huang Yu returned from his run, originally planning to practice calligraphy using the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone from his training classes. With a hint of helplessness, he sighed, since quitting my job, I haven't practiced calligraphy at all. If that old man finds out, he will probably lecture me again. After sighing, he decided to head to the antique street to buy supplies. That place not only sold antiques, but also paintings and calligraphy, and the prices were reasonable. When Huang Yu arrived at the antique street, he found a large store selling materials for calligraphy and painting and spent about 1,000 yuan on a complete set. Since I'm already here, I can't leave without taking a look. That would be a disservice to my spiritual eyes. With brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in hand, Huang Yu strolled down the street. He walked, stopped, and looked around, but because it was too hot, he decided to leave without finding anything. Just then, a middle-aged man of medium height with sharp features and dressed in black blocked Huang Yu's path and said, I noticed you've been browsing for a while, haven't found anything you fancy yet, handsome. Huang Yu felt perplexed and could tell from the man's appearance that he was not a normal person. Ignoring him, Huang Yu intended to leave. The man followed him and said, handsome, I have some old items, want to take a look at what was dug up from a construction site in the neighboring province. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu stopped. Recently, a large tomb was unearthed at a construction site in the neighboring province, and the real estate developers, wanting to avoid delays, had hidden it without reporting it directly excavating it. Many ancient artifacts were taken away by workers and developers. However, some people acted quickly, and the cultural relics had not been properly examined, yet still smelling of earth. Soon the cultural relics department became aware and began investigating. It turned out to be the tomb of a prince from the Ming dynasty. Fortunately, only a portion had been excavated and not many items had been recovered. It had made headlines for several days. That real estate company had offended the Cultural Relics Bureau and would probably not be able to operate for years, not to mention the fines. Huang Yu said, "You're not trying to deceive me just because I look young, are you?" Though a bit tempted, he didn't want to stir up trouble for no reason. The middle-aged man replied, "It's just over there in a private room at the Red Pavilion Tea House." Huang Yu thought about checking it out at the Red Pavilion Tea House and reluctantly said, "All right, let's go." The Red Pavilion Tea House is a favored spot for many antique dealers and collectors. The inside is well-informed, and most of the people there are related to this field, ensuring a high level of security, especially since there's a police station just 200 meters ahead. Huang Yu followed the middle-aged man into a private room in the Red Pavilion. At a glance, he saw 3 similarly dressed individuals inside, along with 4 or 5 antique enthusiasts or dealers of similar age. The middle-aged man said to Huang Yu, "Handsome, feel free to browse and pick a few. This is a rare opportunity." He then walked toward the 3 similarly dressed accomplices. A man in his 40s wearing a hat frowned and said, "Skinny, why did you bring a student here?" The middle-aged man replied, "Big brother, he's holding brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone worth over 1,000 yuan, and he was browsing the antique street." He then added proudly, "He should have some background in this, a bit of money, but not much understanding. Isn't that exactly the kind of person we want to target?" The other 3 nodded in agreement, realizing that generally young people wouldn't spend that much and would be browsing the antique market. They all revealed low, sinister smiles, their eyes filled with ill intent. After entering, Huang Yu noticed that most of the ceramics and jade artifacts were covered in dirt, with some feeling damp. It could almost be said that they hadn't been cleaned at all. A piece of cloth was spread across the floor about 3 to 4 meters long, almost entirely filled with items. Even though Huang Yu had just entered the field, he discovered that most of the items looked flashy. They were clearly fake, and he thought that just applying a bit of mud wouldn't make them sellable. Moreover, those 4 or 5 individuals who appeared to be enthusiasts were squatting down to examine the items closely. Huang Yu felt a bit anxious and thought, "No way, these people can't be hired actors just to lure me into this." Though Huang Yu was nervous, he had entered the room and decided to adhere to the principle of just looking around. He thought it would be best to leave safely without losing any money. To the naked eye, these ancient jades and blood jades appeared to be resin molds. The remaining porcelain pieces couldn't even be classified as replicas, let alone high-quality imitations. They probably were just cheap items from street vendors. Huang Yu felt a surge of irritation as he looked at the 4 or 5 men squatting beside him, all of them in their late 20s to early 30s. He quickly understood, thinking this group of fools must be targeting younger individuals. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, after all, who with experience would look at these things. Just as Huang Yu stood up and planned to leave, a chubby man around 25 years old, who looked quite mature, resembling a Buddha, said to him quietly, "Brother, be careful. These people are likely from the underworld." Huang Yu felt speechless. How was he supposed to know what the underworld was? Moreover, since they were strangers, Huang Yu was a bit unsure of his intentions. He then stared at the items and continued, "They are remnants of the Hongmin gang involved in scams, theft, and robbery." He probably guessed that Huang Yu didn't understand, and added, "I see now, these people are lowly rascals. No wonder they had such refined airs. They must be from a family of alchemists." Huang Yu, slightly confused, asked, "Brother, if you know their identities, why are you still browsing here? Why not leave?" The man, apparently taken aback by Huang Yu's question, turned to him and replied, "Little brother, if you don't pick something up, do you think you can get out of here? Look at those people. Aren't they all trying to find something valuable to avoid losing money?" Just as Huang Yu was about to ask more, the leading man stepped between Huang Yu and the chubby man, warning, "If you two want to talk, please do so after the deal. Talking is not allowed here." After he finished speaking, the others surrounded Huang Yu and the chubby man, their eyes fixed on them, the warning in their gazes unmistakable. With no choice, Huang Yu and the chubby man could only continue looking at the goods. Now Huang Yu had a general understanding that these people were just after money, which put him at ease. Then the leader loudly declared, "If anyone is going to make a purchase, please do so quickly. We will be leaving in 10 minutes. It's best to finalize your selections to avoid any awkwardness." The few individuals saw Huang Yu and the others merely browsing without making any purchases. Immediately their tone turned threatening and assertive. The leader remained in place while the others stood at the door, blocking the exit completely. Upon seeing everyone's actions, Huang Yu understood that no one wanted to be the fool, so their pace quickened slightly. Unfortunately, with Huang Yu's current eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the fake items were indeed counterfeit. After 4 to 5 minutes, he discovered a few objects that were decent. However, Huang Yu lacked confidence in his own eyesight, so he directly used his spiritual vision to scan the items he was interested in. His mind felt a bit muddled as he thought to himself, "Is my eyesight really that poor?" There wasn't a hint of spiritual energy. He then glanced at a small porcelain bowl in the hands of a plump man, which surprisingly emitted a layer of spiritual energy, suggesting it was quite valuable. The remaining few people were holding items that had no trace of spiritual energy. Just as Huang Yu was about to give up his spiritual vision, caught sight of 5 cups resting in a corner. Suddenly 3 of the cups radiated rich spiritual energy, even stronger than the spiritual energy of the dragon blood tree he had come across last time. Huang Yu strolled over leisurely examining the cups, and no one found it strange. Except for the plump man, who glanced at Huang Yu with a thoughtful expression. Huang Yu noticed a few floral wine cups, each cup featuring a flower resembling a colorful array with a very thin texture. Each of the 5 cups depicted different flowers: peach blossom, lotus, orchid, chrysanthemum, and plum blossom. Time was running out, and Huang Yu didn't take a closer look. Fearing that someone might notice something, he picked up all 5 wine cups. By the time Huang Yu lifted the cups, the plump man had already gone to pay while the rest were still selecting. Huang Yu didn't wait any longer and walked over to ask how much for these. The shopkeeper looked at the 5 small cups in Huang Yu's hands, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, "Although these are small, they are indeed a complete set. I can give you a discount of 11,000 for the set." Huang Yu could tell from his gaze that he was trying to swindle him. "So expensive. Forget it, I don't have that much money." He then turned to put them back. The shopkeeper couldn't let the deal slip away and immediately said, "Business is negotiable. How much can you offer?" Huang Yu guessed this would happen and helplessly said, "My parents only gave me 5,000, and I already spent over 1,000 on these flowers. I still need to buy a bottle of Moutai for my dad." He then added, "I just thought these wine cups looked nice for drinking, so I want." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he said, "Little brother, these were unearthed from the tomb of a Ming Dynasty prince. They are worth much more than just any wine. You bringing this back will surely please your father." Huang Yu showed a slightly swayed expression and then said awkwardly, "I'm a bit short on cash." The shopkeeper immediately said, "Seeing how filial you are as a father myself, it moves me. I'll sell them to you for 4,000, taking a loss on my part." Huang Yu felt tempted, but replied, "No, I can only offer 3,500. I still need to keep a couple of hundred for an ordinary bottle of wine, or I'll definitely be scolded." The remaining few people brought over 1 or 2 items, and the shopkeeper wasted no time in saying, "All right, let's." Huang Yu quickly replied, "Let me see the payment code. I'll scan it." The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he said, "There's no code. We only accept cash. You can swap with them." He then looked at the plump man. Huang Yu glanced at the plump man and asked, "Brother, is that convenient?" The plump man immediately replied, "Sure. No problem," and then added Huang Yu as a friend. Huang Yu handed the cash to the shopkeeper. The plump man and Huang Yu sat nearby while another person guarded the entrance, not allowing anyone to exit. The remaining 2 had already started collecting the items. Within 2 to 3 minutes they negotiated the price and exchanged the money. At the same time, the other 2 also gathered their items. The skinny monkey-faced man stayed behind to guard Huang Yu while the others left immediately. They would release Huang Yu and the others after 10 minutes. Huang Yu and the others waited for about 10 minutes, and sure enough, the skinny monkey-faced man didn't say a word and quickly left, moving surprisingly fast. When Huang Yu and the others exited the private room, the man had already vanished. The plump man suddenly said to Huang Yu, "Little brother, you've graduated and started working, right?" Huang Yu was a bit puzzled about how the plump man knew, then smiled and said, "Why do you say that, brother?" The plump man laughed heartily. "Just looking at you, you must be someone from the industry, experienced and savvy." He then suggested, "It's almost noon. Shall we find a place to have lunch together?" Huang Yu wanted to make more connections in the antique circle, and since the plump man had good eyesight, he immediately responded, "All right, let's just grab something nearby." They then found a fast food place, ordered a few dishes, and each got a bottle of beer, enjoying a casual meal while chatting. The plump man happily said, "Brother Huang, just call me Zhu Fatty from now on." He then remarked, "Brother Huang, those wine cups you have are quite nice. They should be high-quality replicas. You've definitely made a profit." Huang Yu was a bit surprised by the plump man's discerning eye and immediately flattered him, "Brother Zhu, your eyesight is indeed remarkable. I thought they looked decent, but I didn't see anything special." The plump man, perhaps having had a bit to drink, became even more relaxed, saying, "I didn't pay much attention at first, but I took a few looks while you were checking out. Though they were coated in dirt, their texture resembles that of colorful wares." He then added, "During the Republic of China period, there were many high-quality replicas of the 12 Flower God cups. You should study those cups well." Huang Yu knew about the 12 Flower God cups, a peak masterpiece from the Kangxi era, which are extremely rare and valuable. He shook his head and said, "Brother Zhu, you're truly impressive. I just hope they are replicas from the Republic of China. As long as I don't lose money, it's fine. Do you want to take a look at them?" Huang Yu was eager to know exactly which period the replicas were from and wanted to learn from the plump man. He planned to take out the wine cups wrapped in newspaper. The plump man exclaimed in surprise, "No, don't. There are too many people around, and they are coated in dirt. We must avoid any accidents." He then added, "Just call me Zhu Fatty, it sounds more friendly." Huang Yu thought this made sense and didn't insist. He then asked Zhu Fatty, "Where did that bowl come from?" Upon hearing this, the plump man excitedly whispered, "Brother Huang, I suspect it might be from the Qianlong period, a colorful piece. We'll need to clean it up to confirm." Huang Yu realized he was trying to con him, as he knew the plump man had placed the bowl beside him quite early. Moreover, his spiritual vision clearly indicated that the spiritual energy from that bowl was only slightly weaker than that of the flower cups. He could only say with an expectant expression, when you find out you must enlighten me, so I can learn. The plump man laughed heartily definitely. We'll set a time to meet again. He then mysteriously added, Brother Huang, I see you have exceptional eyesight too. Let's schedule a time to take you to a good place to find treasures. Huang Yu felt a sense of wariness about such mysterious places, especially since he had almost been tricked today. Without the assistance of his spiritual vision, it would have been nearly impossible to leave unscathed. Thinking of Murong Qingxi Tan Yuan and the plump man in front of him, none of them relied solely on their eyesight. They all came from well-established backgrounds and had excellent resources. Huang Yu envied their origins a bit, but now that he had the spiritual vision, everything was different. Sooner or later he would stand alongside them. All right then, Zhu Fatty, just let me know in advance, and we'll all go together. You'll have to look out for me a bit. Huang Yu thought about whether to go or not, and just agreed for now. Zhu Fatty boisterously said, all right, it's a small matter. Let's leave it at that for today. If summer is all about eating enough to avoid drowsiness. Then the two said their goodbyes and left while Huang Yu returned to where he was staying. He soaked the wine cups in water and began to doze off. Huang Yu placed the clean flower god cup under the light, examining it carefully. The body was milky white, thin as paper and crystal clear. Its outer wall was adorned with various flowers. The light illuminated it beautifully, completely immersing Huang Yu in its charm. The three flower god cups depicted peach blossoms, lotus flowers, and plum blossoms, each vividly alive, embodying a rich artistic conception. Unfortunately, Huang Yu couldn't determine the era of the replica after a long investigation, and by midnight, he had no clues. Reluctantly, he planned to ask Murong Qingxi tomorrow if she knew anything. If this flower god cup is from the Kangxi period, then I will be rich. Huang Yu drifted off to sleep with beautiful dreams. The next morning, early Saturday, Huang Yu sent a message to Murong Qingxi and Tan Yuan. Murong Qingxi replied, okay, see you at the shop at 10. Tan Yuan didn't respond, leaving Huang Yu wondering what he was busy with. When Huang Yu arrived at the gathering treasure pavilion with the three flower god cups, Huang Yu greeted the staff and went up to the second floor to find Murong Qingxi. He saw her already brewing tea, indicating she had been there for a while. Good morning, Sister Qingxi. Huang Yu greeted, and indeed, she was a natural beauty with an elegant aura that added to her charm. Qingxi smiled slightly at Huang Yu. Good morning. Please sit and have some tea. You look like you found a treasure again, she teased with a playful expression. Huang Yu felt a bit shy under her gaze, took a sip of tea, and placed the box containing the three flower god cups in front of her, smiling. Sister Qingxi, you truly have an eye for these things. I'd like you to take a look. All right, let me see. She casually opened the box. However, when she saw the flower god cups inside, her eyes immediately became fixated on them. She quickly put on gloves and began examining them carefully. Occasionally, she would use a magnifying glass, then shine a flashlight on them, meticulously observing the three flower god cups. Huang Yu noticed she hadn't blinked once, undistracted by other things, completely focused. For the first time, Huang Yu felt that she was not only beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary aura, causing his heart to race. After about half an hour, she finally put down the flower god cup side and stared intently at Huang Yu, as if trying to see through him completely. Sister Qingxi, what do you think? Any discoveries? Huang Yu asked anxiously. He had never felt so nervous, even when she was staring at him. Qingxi smiled and said, this is undoubtedly a stunning artifact. It's truly delightful. She continued, I have my suspicions, but am not certain. Let me take you to meet someone who might know. She then hugged the box containing the flower god cups and called Huang Yu to follow. This was Huang Yu's first time in Qingxi's car, and she drove very steadily. Indeed, luxury cars are different, making Huang Yu contemplate buying one. By the way, Sister Qingxi, is it appropriate for us to go empty-handed? Huang Yu wondered who they were meeting, but it must be someone significant for Murong Qingxi to hold in such high regard. Qingxi smiled and said, no need to worry, he is very easygoing. Huang Yu didn't think much of it, then remembered something and asked, by the way, what is Brother Tan busy with? Why hasn't he replied to my message? Qingxi suddenly looked at Huang Yu with a mysterious smile, saying, you'll find out. After about half an hour, they arrived at a villa in the mountains where the entire city's beautiful scenery was in view, with a serene environment and fresh air. Situated within the mountain range in the city center, Huang, you didn't need to guess that anyone living in such a place was likely to be a person of power or wealth. Qingxi, very familiar with the area, led Huang Yu to a villa and called out, Aunt Yin, I'm back, please open the door. Huang Yu finally understood why he had to register, while Murong Qingxi did not. It turned out she was returning to her own. Within half a minute, a well-maintained aunt opened the door and smiled, Miss Qingxi, you're back. Please come in. She then glanced at Huang Yu and smiled. Oh, bringing your boyfriend home, huh? Huang Yu felt a bit helpless being teased, but said nothing. Qingxi, a bit embarrassed, replied, Aunt Yun is just guessing and bringing him to see my grandfather. All right, you go ahead. Xiao Yuan is also here, Aunt Yun said. Then she led Huang Yu into a study where Huang Yu saw an array of antiques and curios of all kinds. Antique, jade, porcelain, bronze artifacts, paintings. No wonder Murong Qingxi had such a keen eye at a young age. She had grown up surrounded by genuine artifacts. Qingxi called out loudly, Grandpa, I'm here to see you, and pushed the door open directly. Huang Yu followed and noticed the study was filled with sunlight and exuded a strong, ancient charm. In the main seat sat an elderly man with white hair, and surprisingly Tan Yuan was sitting beside him. The old man wearing glasses looked at Murong Qingxi affectionately and said, "You girl, why are you speaking so loudly? Can't you be a bit more gentle?" Huang Yu then realized that this person was Mr. Shen, a renowned artifact expert who had retired from the Palace Museum and returned to his homeland. Huang Yu had seen a book on porcelain written by him just a few days ago which was very useful, so he recognized him at once. Qingxi in a playful manner said, "Isn't it home? We're having lunch here." Huang Yu dared not be negligent and stepped forward to bow respectfully, saying, "Junior pays respects to Mr. Shen." After all, Huang Yu was a descendant of the grass saint, so he had some manners. Mr. Shen looked at Huang Yu perhaps a bit puzzled as it was their first meeting, and said, "Little fellow, quite spirited, not bad." At this moment Qingxi started introducing him and explaining the purpose of their visit. Tan Yuan upon hearing this exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Huang, did you find another treasure?" Unfortunately, before he could continue asking, Mr. Shen shot him a glance, and he had no choice but to sit back down. "Grandpa, I don't quite understand. Can you take a look?" Qingxi opened the box and placed it in front of the old man. The old man maintained a calm demeanor, but when he saw the flower god cups his spirit was immediately shaken and he began to examine them closely. Tan Yuan was also astonished, his eyes lighting up as he approached Huang Yu and whispered, "Brother, is this the 12 flower god cups of Kanxi?" Huang Yu was not too sure, only knowing that it was filled with spiritual essence, and helplessly replied, "I don't know either, Sister Qingxi isn't sure. I just came to ask Mr. Shen." Tan Yuan upon hearing this was very surprised. He knew that Qingxi had received the genuine teachings of the esteemed elder and that few things could baffle her. Then he thought of something and said to Huang Yu, "Could there be something unusual? It definitely looks stunning." Huang Yu replied, "We'll have to wait for Mr. Shen to confirm that." Mr. Shen examined the cups with a magnifying glass for a few minutes. Perhaps due to his age, his hand was a bit uncomfortable. He then put down the magnifying glass and closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Even Tan Yuan dared not speak while watching Mr. Shen. The four of them sat in silence, observing Mr. Shen quietly. Old Shen pondered for a long time, opened his eyes and slowly said, "As one ages, memory begins to falter." He then burst into hearty laughter and continued, "Xiaoyuan, take a look too. Let me think for a moment." Old Shen fell into contemplation again. Tan Yuan, however, unreservedly took the item in hand and examined it with great seriousness. This was the first time Huang Yu saw Tan Yuan so earnest. It was hard to imagine that the usually lively, humorous person could be so quietly studious. No wonder at such a young age his perception is so sharp. He not only has a good master, but is also intelligent and eager to learn. Tan Yuan frowned, staring intensely for over 10 minutes, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Old Shen had woken up a few minutes earlier, returning to his original state, and did not disturb Tan Yuan as he observed him. "So what do you think, Xiaoyuan?" Once Tan Yuan finished and put down the flower god cup, Old Shen asked. Tan Yuan replied directly, "Master, I see no issues with the craftsmanship, materials, or design. Everything seems fine. It just feels a bit strange, but I can't quite place why." Huang Yu was astonished. It turned out that Tan Yuan was under Old Shen's tutelage. No wonder his perception was so keen, and he was so familiar with Murong Qingxi. Old Shen neither affirmed nor denied it. He then looked at Murong Qingxi and asked, "Xiaoxi, what do you think?" He had great expectations for Qingxi, as among so many descendants, only she was willing to learn from him. Of course, Qingxi was also excelling in her studies, fully capable of inheriting his legacy, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, she had been nurtured by him since childhood and had a high level of comprehension. "Grandfather, I feel it doesn't resemble the Kanxi era. It's strange, the painting style carries a hint of the Qianlong period. It is quite perplexing." Qingxi expressed her doubts. Hearing this, Tan Yuan immediately slapped his thigh and said, "That's it. I was wondering what felt odd. How could something from the Kanxi era bear traces of the Qianlong period?" Old Shen still smiled, and then asked Huang Yu, "Little one, this piece is yours. Oh, what do you think?" Huang Yu did not expect Old Shen to ask him, but fortunately he had prepared yesterday, and quickly replied, "I feel that the color is a bit too heavy." The painting colors during the Kanxi period sought a natural comfort, yet the hues of these 3 flower god cups seemed to hint at Western pigments. Old Shen looked at Huang Yu, perhaps noticing no trace of influence, then said, "Oh, who did you learn from?" He continued, "At such a young age your perception is quite profound." Huang Yu was a bit flabbergasted and replied, "I have been learning calligraphy from my father since childhood, so I have some familiarity with colors and dyes." Then he added a bit shyly, "As for antiques, I've only recently started exploring, and I hope Old Shen can guide me." Old Shen sighed and said, "So it's a family tradition, quite good. Study well, and you can come to visit this old man when you have time." Huang Yu was immediately astonished and hurriedly said, "Then I'll be bothering you in the future. Don't find me annoying." Old Shen smiled lightly and said it was no bother, then looked at the 3 of them, his expression serious, as he said, "The 12 flower gods can be said to represent a pinnacle era, each cup adorned with a flower one side, painted the other, inscribed with poetry, the verses derived from Tang poetry. Each cup features a seasonal flower referring to famous women in history, accompanied by the corresponding poem. The inscriptions on the bottoms of the cups are relatively small, with varied scripts mostly not very neat indicating they were made during the Kangxi period. Even later imitations would carry this mark. After taking a sip of tea, he added, "Dotsai is a technique where mineral pigments are applied onto underglazed blue and white porcelain that has been fired at high temperatures, filling in the blanks left by the blue and dyeing the spaces within the contours, and then fired again in a small kiln at low temperatures. To determine the authenticity of the flower god cups, one must carefully distinguish between the body glaze and painting aspects. These 3 flower god cups have fine bodies and glazes vibrant blue and white, and possess an ancient yet diverse style with beautiful decorations. They are lightweight and elegantly crafted with thin bodies and lustrous glazes." He continued, "However, their decorative patterns indeed reflect the Qianlong period. During the Kangxi period, the traditionally opposing southern and northern painting schools were integrated, creating a distinctly personal painting style in the Qing dynasty, which resulted in a steady and rigorous artistic approach." He then said, "In the Qianlong period, literati sought novelty and strangeness. Many painters were unwilling to adhere to old conventions, striving for innovation. The painting world shifted from the Kangxi era's emphasis on brush strength and intent to a focus on expressing one's inner state, resulting in lighter and quicker brushwork." After taking another sip of tea, he slowly said, "These 3 flower god cups express individuality, each with distinct styles and flamboyant ease. Even if they deliberately pursue the rigorous style of Kangxi, it is still evident that they possess their own unique flair." He then said, "The colors in the polychrome are all on the glaze. The main colors used are red, yellow, green, purple, and emerald. During the Kangxi period, blue and black were also added. The red pigment is made from alum red, using salt alum aged for the best results. The yellow is created from stone powder lead mixed with a little alum red. The green is made from stone powder lead like copper flowers, and the purple is produced with stone powder lead mixed with blue pigments, while the emerald uses the best Jing emerald, and Guang emerald is of lesser quality. After low-temperature firing, these create a rich and vibrant decorative effect." He continued, "In the Qianlong period, Western pigments were introduced, making the colors even more brilliant and favored by Qianlong. Additionally, as some mineral materials have been exhausted, Western pigments began to be used as replacements, with turquoise glazes first appearing in the Qianlong official kiln. The white glaze base of these 3 flower god cups also aligns with the style of the Qianlong period." Qingxi had been listening intently, her brow furrowed, as if she had some doubts. She then said, "Grandfather, wasn't it said that there were no imitations during the Qianlong period? Only during the Yongjing, Jiaqing, Guangxu, and Republic periods were there imitations." Upon hearing this, Old Shen laughed heartily and said, "Throughout his life, he sought to surpass his grandfather in both civil and military achievements, which led to various new reforms. How could something as representative as the 12 flower gods be overlooked?" He added, "There are mentions in unofficial histories, but they are not detailed. Qianlong once secretly dispatched officials to Jingdezhen, hoping to surpass the flower god cups. Unfortunately, they returned empty-handed, and all those involved were secretly executed with all the flower god cups destroyed. It is just unknown why these 3 appeared. This also fills a historical gap and holds immense research value." Tan Yuan became increasingly excited as he listened, eventually dancing with joy, and exclaimed, "So this means we are the first to witness the flower god cups from the Qianlong period today." Old Shen, seeing his comical demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle and scold, "What are you so excited about? They appeared overseas once before, but never domestically. They were purchased by a mysterious buyer and thus could not be verified. Originally, everyone thought it was just a rumor, but seeing these 3, I now believe it to a large extent." Qingxi listened and asked, "Grandfather, have you found out who bought the Qianlong flower god cup abroad?" Tan Yuan also fell silent, his expression growing serious. Huang Yu was equally curious, as knowing that he had 3 cups in hand could potentially lead to a high-price acquisition. Old Shen helplessly replied, "At that time, everyone thought it was just a rumor, and no one paid attention. Who would bother to investigate?" He then sighed and said, "Considering the 3 flower god cups in question, it seems to be true." Murong Qingxi observed Old Shen's expression and gently tapped his back, saying, "Grandfather, don't worry, it's not too late to investigate now." Old Shen shook his head, not wanting to discuss this topic further. He then asked Huang Yu, "What about these 3 flower god cups? Did you buy them?" Huang Yu proceeded to recount the story of how he almost got scammed, but fortuitously acquired the flower god cups. He then took out the other 2 cups. Tan Yuan, upon hearing this, expressed his anger, saying, "What are these shady people trying to do? They actually covered the high imitation flower god cups with clay and pretended they were unearthed relics. They really should be investigated." Old Shen remained expressionless, as if accustomed to such matters. Qingxi, however, was a bit delighted and said, "I wonder if they have any similar items in their possession." Huang Yu was unsure how to respond, especially since it was his first encounter with such a situation, and he was approached by the other party. Old Shen chuckled and said, "I doubt it, these people probably don't even know there are high imitations of the Qianlong flower god cups." He then asked Huang Yu, "Little guy, how do you plan to deal with these 3 flower god cups?" Huang Yu gazed at the 3 beautiful cups, greatly enamored. However, he also knew that since they were here given his status, he could not keep them and had to sell them. He awkwardly stated, I plan to sell them. He looked at Qingxi and added, I wonder if Sister Qingxi has any recommendations. Hearing Huang Yu, Qingxi became a bit happy and immediately smiled, saying, I really like them. Then I will take them. She then turned to Old Shun and said, Grandfather, can you give this a price estimate? Old Shun replied without hesitation, the Kangxi Single Flower God Cup is worth about 2 million. Although these three are not a complete set, their combined value is significantly higher. Plus, being unique items from the Qianlong period, each should be worth at least 2 million. Qingxi fell into deep thought. Tan Yuan then spoke up. Brother, if you sell them, I would also offer 7 million for all three. He finished speaking while staring intently at Huang Yu. At that moment, Qingxi suddenly became angry, saying, Tan Yuan, you want to cut in line? We haven't even finished negotiating. What kind of behavior is this? Old Shun, having seen them argue frequently, helplessly said, All right, you two, stop fighting. Little you, I will take them for 7 million. Old Shun surprisingly spoke up. Huang Yu was a bit shocked. Although they were imitations, they didn't seem like something the old man would collect. However, Huang Yu naturally would not refuse and immediately said, All right, they are yours now, old man. Qingxi and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, both feeling a bit helpless. Qingxi huffed, saying, Grandfather, you clearly know that whether it is I or Tan Yuan, once we acquire them, we will end up giving them to you anyway. Tan Yuan immediately replied, Teacher, let me take care of the payment. He then intended to directly transfer the money to Huang Yu. Old Shin, slightly annoyed by their conversation, said, Enough, I get your intentions. Wait until you both find a bargain to give me. This is useful to me. I can probably reimburse you, so stop fighting. Afterward, they had lunch at Old Shin's house. Given his age and the fatigue from the morning, he soon went to take a nap. After chatting for a while, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan also planned to leave. Qingxi had something important to attend to and left first after finishing her meal. On the way back, Huang Yu sat in Tan Yuan's car, realizing that indeed men drive fast. Tan Yuan enviously remarked, Brother, in just a few days your cash has exceeded 10 million. The speed at which you find bargains is truly enviable. Huang Yu sighed, realizing that without the Ling Yun, he would likely still be working in the training class. He said with some regret, Sai, I just got lucky recently. I still envy you, Tengu, for being able to learn from Old Shun and study under a master. Tan Yuan burst into laughter and replied, It's the teacher's talent that makes him enviable. He then asked, Are you going to Yin Yanqing's auction house tomorrow at noon? Huang Yu almost forgot, realizing it was indeed tomorrow, and said, I can go. Tan Yuan immediately beamed and said, Great, let's go together. It would be wonderful if we both find a bargain. That would be a good opportunity to slap Yin Yanqing in the face. Huang Yu understood immediately, knowing that Tan Yuan was still brooding over the last incident. Even if Yin Yanqing was beautiful, he guessed Tan Yuan would certainly take action. Upon arriving at his residence, Huang Yu watched Tan Yuan leave in a hurry and shook his head, saying he truly is free. That evening, Huang Yu looked at the numbers on his bank app, feeling a bit dazed, just 50,000 away from crossing into the 10 million threshold. Shouldn't he find an opportunity to sell the ancient elephant postage stamp to round it off? Through these numerous experiences, Huang Yu discovered that the deeper the historical background, the greater the value, and the richer the spiritual essence. Even some modern creators, with their vitality condensed in their works, possess extraordinary spiritual essence. The next morning, when Huang Yu arrived at the auction house, he gazed at the luxurious entrance marked with the name Chuiwei Auction House. Various luxury cars were already parked outside. Perhaps because Huang Yu took a fast ride, he was directly stopped by the security at the entrance. The head of security looked at Huang Yu and said, Come back in a few days if you're looking for a job. The auction house isn't holding interviews today. Huang Yu looked at his outfit, which added up to less than 500 yuan, and indeed looked like a freshly graduated college student looking for a job. As he was about to take out the invitation from his bag, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Darling, do you think anyone can just come to the auction house now? They should see if they can afford it. Her male companion laughed loudly, saying, Beauty, there are plenty of cats and dogs. They are simply an eyesore. He then turned to the security and said, Look, this is the invitation. Don't let any people with ulterior motives sneak in. He waved the red invitation in front of Huang Yu and then walked directly into the auction house. Huang Yu looked at the man wearing a gold chain as thick as a finger and dressed in designer clothes. The woman was voluptuous with a low-cut dress, her perfume strong enough to intoxicate anyone, exuding a very seductive vibe. Huang Yu felt quite angry, intending to confront them, but he was completely ignored. He then took out the invitation from his backpack and handed it to the security. The security guard stared at the golden invitation, rendered speechless and breaking into a cold sweat. Huang Yu looked at him expressionless and said, Can I go in now? The security guards immediately bent down and extended their hands, hastily inviting Huang Yu inside. Once they completely lost sight of Huang Yu, the head security guard remarked, somewhat perplexed, Wow, today's rich second generation is so low-key. Then he excitedly said, That couple just now almost got me in trouble. From now on, keep your eyes peeled and don't offend people you can't afford to. After all, they knew that the golden invitation was personally sent by their boss Yin Yanqing and was extremely limited. Most recipients were renowned collectors and wealthy individuals. Huang Yu entered and immediately spotted Tan Yuan's figure animatedly chatting with several middle-aged men who appeared to be antique dealers. Huang Yu chose not to disturb him as there were no acquaintances around and sat alone in a corner sipping coffee. The auction venue was becoming increasingly crowded. Moreover, Huang Yu also noticed that couple from earlier. He also saw Boss Bai and Boss Lu, who seemed to be quite close and inseparable. At that moment, Tan Yuan spotted Huang Yu and called him over to sit beside him. Once Huang Yu took his seat, Tan Yuan introduced him, saying, "This is my younger brother. He has recently unearthed quite a few treasures." Then he continued, "These gentlemen are all renowned bosses from the antique street. This is Boss Qin, Boss Sheng, and Boss." Huang Yu greeted the bosses and then quietly listened. They likely acknowledged Huang Yu's presence due to Tan Yuan's reputation, otherwise they might not have given him a second glance. Around 9:30, Yin Yanqing appeared on the high platform in a low-cut gown, looking stunningly beautiful and pure. Accompanying her was an even more alluring beauty, flaunting her long legs, appearing to be in her mid-20s. Yin Yanqing smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the Chuyue auction house. May you all acquire treasures today. The auction officially begins today." Following that, the auctioneer rambled on with a lot of unnecessary words. Fortunately, she was beautiful, or it would have been quite annoying. The first auction item is a Warring States jade pendant. Our auction house has identified it as from the mid to late Warring States period. The jade is of a green hue, and its cultural and historical value far exceeds its material worth. Starting bid is 600,000 with a minimum increment of 100,000. Boss Sheng, sitting beside, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is quite extraordinary from the start. Do you want to take a look?" he said, intending to head up to the high platform. Generally, for auctions of antiques, about 10 minutes are allotted for everyone to observe. Everyone was inclined to approach going together. After all, whether to buy or not is one matter, but gaining experience from observation is always beneficial. When they returned to their seats, Boss Sheng asked, "Is anyone interested in bidding?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had little affection for the Warring States jade. Then Boss Sheng, with a beaming smile, said, "Then I will bid." Looking at its patina, it must be a treasured item, extremely rare. Another Boss Qin chuckled, saying, "Old Sheng, you're going to bleed money. I can see several wealthy bidders." Clearly, Boss Sheng noticed that too, feeling somewhat awkward as he said, "Humph, who told them to be wealthy and love to flaunt their sophistication?" His tone was strange, a mix of love and hate for them. In the end, Boss Sheng called out a couple of rounds, and the price had already exceeded its worth, reluctantly giving up. It was purchased by a corporate boss for 1.6 million. Boss Lu looked at Boss Sheng, who appeared a bit dejected, and whispered, "Next time, make sure to profit more from them, take advantage of them." His expression was somewhat gloomy. Boss Sheng seemed to recall something, laughing heartily. "Last time I snagged that Yuan Dynasty white porcelain bowl for 3,000, I sold it to those wealthy folk for 2 million. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan listened to their banter in silence, quietly observing. Now and then they would glance at the stage to gain experience. Most of the items were primarily ceramics and jades, with the occasional paintings and calligraphy. The first half ended around noon, and Huang Yu and Tan Yuan casually ate a little something on the side. Tan Yuan remarked, "No wonder the Chuyue auction house has difficulty thriving. Most of the auction items are rather. Moreover, last time Yin Yanqing was very excited to hear about our good fortune. It makes sense. She hoped we would auction again." Huang Yu said, "Helplessly good collectibles are not easy to find, especially since she only holds auctions once a month. She also has to prepare for the spring and autumn auctions." Tan Yuan scoffed, who told her to be so ambitious. At most there should be one auction per quarter. With so many events and such poor quality, what's the use? After finishing their meal, when they returned to the auction house around 2, they found even more people than at noon. It seemed many arrived just for the final highlight items. On the high platform, the alluring auctioneer, occasionally revealing glimpses of skin, said, "Next up is a high-quality imitation cloisonné incense burner from the Republic era, which I believe everyone is familiar with and known for its vivid colors and complex craftsmanship. It is renowned worldwide." This piece was likely a reproduction from the late Guangxu period to the early Republic. The starting bid is 200,000 with a minimum increment of 100,000. Although Huang Yu had heard countless praises about cloisonné, it was his first time seeing the actual item. Even as a high-quality imitation, it was indeed stunningly beautiful. Tan Yuan, feeling somewhat bored, said, "I don't feel anything. I thought it was a genuine cloisonné, but it's just a high imitation from the Republic." Huang Yu, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He then used his spiritual eye to take a look and was immediately astonished. Internally shocked, he rushed up to observe. How could there be 2 layers of spiritual energy? That inner layer's spiritual energy is surprisingly rich. Returning to his seat, he recalled Murong Kingsis find the asphalt inkstone, as if realizing something. Could there be some valuable treasure hidden inside? The more Huang Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was likely. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten a bidding number on his first participation. He turned to Tan Yuan beside him and asked, "Brother Tan, what do you think? Do you have any thoughts?" Tan Yuan glanced at Huang Yu, somewhat indifferent, and said, "There are many imitations from the Republic. If the price goes up too much, it wouldn't be suitable. Are you planning to acquire it?" Huang Yu replied, "Yes. I think it's decent and want to acquire it for further study." Tan Yuan, after pondering for a moment, said, "Brother, did you notice something? Or are you just trying to give Yin Yanqing some face? He was well aware of Huang Yu's recent achievements. Huang Yu did not expect Tan Yuan to say that he was at a loss for how to respond, especially since he would need to bid in the future. He could only vaguely say, I have some clues, brother Tan, are you interested in joining? Tan Yuan, intrigued, immediately said, then let's do it together and see if we can borrow your good fortune, brother. After saying this, Tan Yuan handed Huang Yu the bidding number, telling him to call out himself, and regardless of the price, they would split it equally. When the price reached around 2500, Huang Yu saw that the time was right and quickly called out 2600. The price for the imitation cloisonné incense burner from the Republic had been staying within any higher would mean merely collecting it, as antique dealers would not profit from the trade. Huang Yu's sudden bid attracted many gazes, including that couple and the two bosses who had previously taken advantage. The provocative woman who had been glancing at her male companion watched Huang Yu with jealousy and said to him, darling, who? The bold woman was surprised that the auctioneer was constantly looking at the bumpkin. Could there be something going on between them? The nouveau riche, upon hearing this, noticed the auctioneer looking at Huang Yu, and a fire of jealousy ignited within him, yelling out, is that a drag? If not, then raise it. The crowd at the auction turned their attention to Huang Yu, their expressions suggesting they believed he was indeed a drag for the auction house. Huang Yu couldn't be bothered with such childish behavior, and followed up with his bid, saying 3600. You may not want it, let's see if I will want it, whether I am a drag. The nouveau riche likely knew the approximate price of the Republic imitation cloisonné, and realizing it was almost double, he hesitated. The auctioneer, looking at the nouveau riche's expression, immediately sent a charming glance revealing a hint of her fair skin, sweetly asking 3000. Sir, would you like to raise your bid? Once, Tan Yuan, looking quite speechless, remarked, is this selling meat? The nouveau riche, clearly enchanted, immediately shouted out 4000, focusing all his attention on the auctioneer. Huang Yu felt trapped, caught in a dilemma. If he continued to bid, it would surely raise suspicions. He decided to make one last bid, thinking 45000. He'll bid this last round. If you go higher than me, it's yours. The nouveau riche's eyes widened, a victorious smile spreading across his face as he gestured at Huang Yu. Then, laughing maniacally, he said, a replica cloisonné incense burner worth around 30,000, only a fool would buy it for 450. In the end, it was Huang Yu and Tan Yuan who bought it together for 450. Huang Yu felt a bit frustrated. This price was much higher than he had anticipated. He turned to Tan Yuan and said, brother Tan, this price should be profitable. Do you think I should buy it outright? Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu as if he were foolish and said, brother, this is just a small amount. Our friendship is worth much more than this. No need to say more, we'll split it half and half. Huang Yu listened to Tan Yuan's words, deeply moved. How many blood brothers had severed ties over money? Yet Tan Yuan's integrity now shone with unmistakable clarity, marking him as a true friend worth cultivating. Tan Yuan turned to Huang Yu and said, look at those two fellows. Next chance we get, we must outwit them. Clearly, he still harbored quiet resentment toward the two antique dealers they'd encountered while exploring an old mansion. The three antique dealers standing nearby addressed Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, brothers, this price is rather inflated. Come to our shops anytime. We'll give you the absolute best deal. They likely assumed Huang Yu, having just made a confident purchase, was both affluent and superficially knowledgeable, the very type easiest to deceive, and were already scheming how best to swindle the pair. Alas, the two men never placed a bid, even during the final, most prestigious lot, leaving Tan Yuan quietly disheartened, denied his long-awaited chance for retribution. On the elevated platform, the auctioneer Yu Yu's voice had grown husky, but also richer, more alluring, as she announced our final crowning lot today, Shenzhou's early masterpiece, reading in autumn amidst stored grain. A bold new style of coarse brush ink painting, born here, a watershed year for an entirely self-contained artistic school. And what? Impossible. Surviving early works by Shenzhou are exceedingly rare, and most reside in foreign museums. Lu Boss interjected beside him. In Shenzhou remains plausible. He painted tirelessly throughout his life. When friends or family requested a piece, he not only obliged, but rendered each with exceptional mastery and unwavering dedication. Qin Boss added. And the entire auction house buzzed with excitement. No one had heard this lot would be a Shenzhou. Had they known, attendance would surely have surged. Sheng Boss suddenly grasped it. No wonder so many tycoons and elites showed up today. And Huang Yu too was stunned, immediately suspecting it might be a masterful forgery. Yet when he activated his spirit eyes, the entire painting shimmered with dense, palpable spiritual resonance, the richest he had ever witnessed. And Tan Yuan stood entranced, silent for a long while. One by one, attendees approached to examine the work. Its brushwork was precise and delicate, its tone fresh and refined, its lines possessed vigorous bone strength, its forms rigorously solid, its composition richly layered and meticulously balanced. Its ink gradations flowed naturally, revealing profound tonal depth, truly a hallmark of Shenzhou's early period. NAS guests returned to their seats, fervor rippled through the hall, eyes blazing, whispers swelling like distant thunder. Though exhilarated, Huang Yu knew full well his finances could never secure such a treasure. Only a fortuitous discovery via his spirit aura eyes might grant him a chance. Noticing Tan Yuan lost in thought, Huang Yu asked curiously, Brother Tan, do you intend to bid? Tan Yuan glanced at him, his tone subdued. Alas, it's from his early years. Were it late period, I'd sell everything I own to acquire it and present it to my master. Huang Yu blinked. Late period Xinzhou works routinely commanded sums exceeding 100 million yuan. Tan Yuan then chuckled. After all, wasn't it precisely this spirit of mutual gift-giving that defined the bond between Xinzhou and his disciple Wen Zhengming? Perhaps history will one day recount our own teacher-disciple bond as a timeless tale of grace. And he laughed aloud before even finishing the sentence. His temperament was indeed witty, unpretentious, and delightfully unrestrained. Huang Yu dared not jest about Master Shen, so he simply smiled, saying nothing. Once the murmur subsided, Yu on the dais declared Xinzhou's reading in autumn amidst stored grain is now open for bidding. Starting price 5 million yuan. Minimum increment 100,000 yuan. First, several antique shop owners competed fiercely, bidding up to 8 million. Then collectors and wealthy connoisseurs entered the fray. Ultimately, a magnate from the machinery manufacturing sector secured it for 16 million yuan, the highest sale yet at Chuiwei auction house. The gleam in Yin Yanqing's expression confirmed a truly profitable evening. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan settled payment, verified the Jingtalin censor hadn't been substituted, and departed without attending the auction house's formal banquet nor seeing Yin Yanqing. Inside the car, Tan Yuan leaned forward eagerly. Brother, what did you uncover? His face brimmed with anticipation. Huang Yu hesitated. Let me inspect it first. You know my nose is unusually keen. Though thoroughly cleaned, I still detect the faint, exquisite aroma of premium agarwood incense. Huang Yu improvised boldly. Tan Yuan surprisingly accepted it. Musing indeed, top-grade agarwood is no trivial expense. Something truly unusual may be afoot. Then let's head straight to Sister Qingxi's shop to unravel this mystery. He immediately dialed Qingxi, relaying Huang Yu's hunch. In the car, Huang Yu held the Republican-era Jingtalin censer, turning it slowly in his hands, tapping it rhythmically. Through his spirit eyes, a thick layer of spiritual resonance glowed within, nearly rivaling that of Shun Zhou's painting earlier that day. By the time they arrived at Zhubioj, Qingxi was already waiting. With a gentle, knowing smile, she greeted them. If Yanqing learns you've unearthed a treasure at her auction house, she'll surely suffer quite the blow. Tan Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Good. Let her face some humble pie. Who does she think she is looking down on? He then took the Republican-era Jingtalin censer and studied it intently. Huang Yu offered modestly, we're still uncertain. Nothing's confirmed yet. If we've overpaid, things could grow awkward. Qingxi remained effortlessly elegant. Her hair swept into a soft xinya, her pale blue cheongsam accentuating a poised, mature allure, refined, graceful, undeniably commanding. Qingxi gave a sly, knowing smile. Humph. I don't believe a word of it. Anyone who grasps its true value wouldn't pay such an exorbitant sum, especially not someone like you who collects nothing. Huang Yu sensed his image was shifting, unintentionally. Since he truly knew little of antiques, his insight came solely from the spirit of her eyes. Over tea, they exchanged light-hearted anecdotes from the auction, though Qingxi seemed unusually invested in Chuiwei auction house's success. Suddenly, Tan Yuan set down the censer, his expression utterly still, lost in deep contemplation. He signaled he'd finished his inspection and invited Qingxi to authenticate it. Qingxi didn't hesitate. Her curiosity ran deep. Not only did she wonder what secret Huang Yu had discerned, but she also anticipated Yin Yanqing's reaction upon learning of the discovery. She retrieved a magnifying glass, switched off the overhead lights, and examined the piece under focused illumination, then tapped various points, just as Tan Yuan had done. Minutes later, her expression settled into serene stillness. She too fell silent in quiet reflection. Huang Yu watched Tan Yuan emerge from reverie, only to see Qingxi descend once more into profound thought. A subtle epiphany stirred within him. From now on, I too must cultivate this air of inscrutable depth, just like them. Another lesson absorbed. When Qingxi finally surfaced from her thoughts, a faint, knowing smile returned to her lips. So, what are your conclusions? Huang Yu repeated his earlier speculation, made in the car with Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan grinned inwardly, sensing Huang Yu's quiet gesture of deference, and said, while driving, I noticed you tapping all over it. I tried the same. Its resonance is distinctly lighter. It must be hollow inside. Both Huang Yu and Qingxi nodded in agreement. Hollow chambers were exceptionally rare in traditional censers. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan turned expectantly to Qingxi, hoping for further revelation. Qingxi smiled faintly. I found a concealed lock. They gasped. Neither had detected it. Exchanging a glance, their eyes sparkled with shared excitement. Qingxi lifted a silver hairpin, pointing deliberately at the fine gold wire filigree along the censer's rim. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan brought forth their magnifiers and flashlights, scrutinizing the area for minutes before spotting the infinitesimal discrepancy. Another glance passed between them, now filled not with rivalry, but with profound admiration and awe at her meticulous perception. Qingxi observed their pause and quirked a playful smile. I recalled Zhuge Liang's Kongming lock, and only then did the anomaly reveal itself. Huang Yu cared little for origins. He only wanted to know if it could be opened intact. Sister Qingxi, can you unlock? Tan Yuan leaned in equally tense. Sister Qingxi, please begin. She laughed, feigning exasperation. What's the rush? It won't yield easily, but with study it shouldn't resist long. Both burst into laughter. Tan Yuan added, let's eat first. This won't be solved in minutes, and we're starving. Huang Yu, truth be told, was hungry too, though he'd kept it unspoken. Qingxi checked the time, past 6, and agreed it was indeed dinner hour. She summoned her shop staff, and they dined nearby. Immediately afterward they returned to the shop, ready to begin unlocking the hidden mechanism. After prolonged observation, Qingxi attempted to manipulate several wires with tweezers, only to find her efforts misaligned. Frustrated, she sighed, this demands a specialist. Its design incorporates the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Misstep 1, and the entire sequence collapses. Huang Yu privately thought, just break it open, retrieve the object, then commission restoration. But he dared not voice it, fearing sharp rebuke. Tan Yuan, however, grew mysteriously confident. Wait. Assuming deep expertise, Huang Yu remarked, Brother Tan, you truly possess encyclopedic knowledge, even mastering esoteric arts like this. Qingxi blurted, wide-eyed, whoa. I had no idea you knew this. And for the first time Huang Yu realized even this composed regal woman had her own casual slang, and somehow it made her feel more vividly, warmly human. Yet it lent her a touch of earthy authenticity, more real, more alive. Tan Yuan, blinking at their stunned expressions, shrugged, you're behind the times. It's just technology. We model it computationally. He handed his phone to Qingxi, check the algorithm. Does it align? Just then Qingxi's phone chimed. Xiao Gang's romantic ballad Dusk. She glanced at the screen and answered instantly, Yanqing. Congratulations on today's successful auction. And then covering the receiver, not yet. We're still at the shop. A pause. What? You're coming now? She glanced at Huang Yu, Tan Yuan, and the censor, hesitating. It's rather late. Perhaps morning tea tomorrow. Before she could continue, the line went dead. Sighing, she said, she's on her way. Please don't provoke her. Then with unexpected tenderness she added, truth is she bears a heavy burden, struggling to escape her family's arrangements, determined to carve her own destiny. Her only path is to prove her worth, through undeniable achievement. Hearing this, Huang Yu caught a rare flicker of compassion in Tan Yuan's gaze, suggesting he too would temper his barbs toward Yanqing. Qingxi then immersed herself in Tan Yuan's computational model, frowning, recalculating, adjusting parameters. 10 minutes later a figure appeared in the doorway. Gone was the daytime aura of untouchable glamour. In casual attire, she radiated the warm, approachable charm of an elder sister next door. After exchanging greetings, Tan Yuan said lightly, President Yin, what a coincidence. So late yet we meet again. And by then Yanqing had already spotted the Jingtalan censer resting on the table, and Qingxi remained wholly absorbed in her analysis. Yanqing called Qingxi's name, receiving no reply, and turned instead to Huang Yu. Is something amiss with this? What has Qingxi discovered that holds her so rapt? Before Huang Yu could answer, Tan Yuan interjected cheerfully, well, we'd intended to support President Yin's auction, but accidentally bumped into this, and, well, a minor irregularity surfaced. Ni's expression shifted rapidly across amusement, feigned concern, and playful intrigue. Yanqing frowned slightly. Is that so? Where lies the issue? Tan Yuan replied with practiced nonchalance. It may well be auspicious. Perhaps we've stumbled upon a genuine find. President Yin, when is your next auction? We'll certainly attend. Nas, she listened. Yanqing watched Qingxi's rapt focus. Her intellect was legendary. She needed no explanation to grasp the chilling possibility her auction house had missed it. Someone had found the flaw and seized the prize. Her expression darkened instantly, her formidable presence tightening like drawn steel, fury simmering beneath the surface. Just then Qingxi began to act, slow, deliberate, unshakable. All three held their breath, but each in his or her own way. Within half a minute, under collective razor-sharp attention, the censer parted cleanly into upper and lower halves, and revealed nestled within a perfect spherical orb. Qingxi opened the orb, and light erupted, radiant, brilliant, diamond bright, dazzling beyond measure. Tan Yuan cried out, a Saraira. Huang Yu frowned. Weren't Sarairas typically pearl-like? But judging by the other's reactions, he knew better than to interrupt. Resigned, he joined their silent, awestruck vigil. He noted Yanqing's face, ashen with shock and disbelief. O Qingxi's, calm, unreadable, Tan Yuan's, alight with pure, unbridled exhilaration. After a long silence, Huang Yu whispered to Tan Yuan, Brother Tan, is this truly a Saraira? Tan Yuan looked mildly surprised. Of course. A Tibetan Vajrayana Lama Saraira. Huang Yu had heard of Tibetan Vajrayana, but knew little beyond the name. He pressed on, does it hold value? Will we suffer loss? Tan Yuan rolled his eyes. Most accomplished Vajrayana masters achieve the rainbow body, reigning at death. That is, their physical form dissolves into prismatic light, vanishing entirely, without fire, without ash. Those who attain this leave behind crystalline Sarairas, pure, luminous, and rare. Science cannot yet explain them, yet they serve powerfully in devotion, spiritual practice, and even medicinal. To devout lay practitioners, such a relic commands immense reverence, and this one large and crystal clear starts at 3 million yuan. Pity no inscription reveals which master it belonged to, else its worth would soar far higher. Yanqing's complexion paled further, Her composure crumbling, like brittle ice, her smile vanished without trace. Her voice turned icy. Gentlemen, I'll purchase it for 3 million yuan. Huang Yu listened to the price feeling very excited. After all, he had acquired it for 4500 today, and he could sell it tonight for a good price. He just needed to discuss with Tan Yuan about selling it. Before Huang Yu could say anything, Tan Yuan immediately burst into loud laughter saying, I say, boss Ian, are you joking? Do you think we're fools? This is a high-quality imitation cloisonne specially made during the Republic of China. Do you think we would sell just one relic? At this moment, she also chimed in. After the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded China, cloisonne became highly favored by them and was all the rage, with many origins now lost to history. But look here. Saying this, he pointed at the bottom of the orb. Tan Yuan was the first to take out a magnifying glass to examine it, exclaiming, Southeast King. How is that possible? After saying this, his mouth dropped open to the size of an egg. Upon hearing this, Yin Yanqing couldn't wait any longer and immediately grabbed the magnifying glass, saying, Is it really his? When it was Huang Yu's turn, he indeed found the 3 characters Southeast King inscribed at the bottom. She watched them finish, and then slowly said, Southeast King Sun Chuanfang, a direct descendant of the later warlords. Although he was a butcher who suppressed revolutionary and progressive forces waging war for years and causing great suffering to the people, he was a devout Buddhist. Then he sighed and said perhaps it was for self-redemption, who knows. At this moment, Tan Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Only these warlords would possibly use top-quality agarwood for worship. They deserve to be picked up by us. The previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. Following that, she explained Huang Yu's reason for the fine to Yin Yanqing. After hearing this, Yin Yanqing said, the auction house still lacks top appraisers, so it's only natural for someone to pick up a bargain. Then with a slightly playful tone, she said, you have to help me in the future. If I'm unsure, I'll come to you. She affectionately replied, I really can't do anything with you. Don't worry. Then she looked at Huang Yu and Tan Yuan and said, you two must not go out and talk about this. Huang Yu naturally nodded in agreement. But when Tan Yuan heard this, he somewhat speechlessly said, this picking up a bargain can't be mentioned. Isn't that the same as not picking it up? How boring. Yin Yanqing looked at Tan Yuan somewhat displeased and said, Shu, unwilling to give face. It seems I need to pay a visit to Grandpa Shan. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable, extremely upset. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. It seemed he was somewhat afraid of Yin Yanqing going to find old Shan. Yin Yanqing then said together, I'll offer 4 million, how about it? After saying this, she looked at Huang Yu and Tan Yuan. Huang Yu was a bit confused about the price, glancing at Tan Yuan, signaling him to take the lead. Tan Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I have an elder who also believes in Buddhism. At this price, I'd rather gift it to her since her birthday is coming up. Yin Yanqing understood Tan Yuan's meaning, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. After all, this was a bargain picked up from their auction house. Once it spreads, the business would revert to its original state. So she said, name your price, how much? After saying this, her eyes fixed on Tan Yuan, her strong woman aura pressing. The pressure was not directed at Huang Yu, who felt somewhat overwhelmed as he had probably never encountered someone of this level before. In contrast, Tan Yuan was completely unfazed, calmly saying 6 million. Together, Yin Yanqing saw that her pressure was ineffective and regained her original cold, sisterly demeanor, saying 5 million. Pay now. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan's brows twitched as he said, all right, it's now boss Yin's. After saying this, Yin Yanqing arranged for the transfer. Huang Yu did not expect that in just a few moments the price had risen by another million. Indeed, picking up a bargain is the way to go, especially when it's the rich people's bargain. Within a minute or two, the money was transferred. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan each made a profit of around 2.3 million. It was too late, and since everyone had their own matters to attend to the next day, they did not arrange any evening activities and went home directly. The next day, Huang Yu finished his workout and began practicing calligraphy, having not practiced for a long time. Gradually, he felt a transformation from being at a loss at the beginning to now writing with divine inspiration, completing the entire piece seamlessly. Then, taking advantage of the feeling he had just experienced, he continuously wrote a few more pieces. Now Huang Yu's calligraphy could be said to have reached the entry level. As his calligraphy realm improved, he felt that the true essence within him seemed to have strengthened a bit, and he discovered that his Ling Yun Tong could see a few more objects than before. Putting down the brush, Huang Yu sighed. It turns out that whether it's the Ling Yun Tong or the true essence within me, the best way to cultivate is to improve my calligraphy realm. Finally found the method, Huang Yu resolved to practice calligraphy diligently to comprehend its essence. For the next 2 days, apart from exercising, he practiced calligraphy in his room, finally stabilizing his entry-level calligraphy realm. In the afternoon, Huang Yu initially planned to find Tan Yuan, but unfortunately, he was studying with old Shun and had no time. Just as Huang Yu intended to rest for a while, his phone suddenly rang, and to his surprise, it was Zhu Pengzi. Ha, Zhu Pengzi, what have you been busy with lately? What made you think of calling me? Huang Yu answered the call. I went to the old house of Tao, almost got scammed, but luckily, I ran fast. Zhu Pengzi was bragging. Huang Yu responded. Then you still need to be careful, every move counts, don't really get scammed. By the way, what do you want from me? Huang Yu didn't believe that Zhu would call him just to chat. Are you interested in going to the ghost market tonight? I heard that this time it's one of the larger ones recently with some decent items. Zhu Ponzi said. Ghost market? Sure, can I bring a friend along? Huang Yu had only heard of it before, but now finally had the opportunity to step inside. Sure, but remember not to bring too many people, one more person is enough, otherwise the ghost market might have objections. By the way, remember to bring cash, Zhu Ponzi said. Then they agreed to meet around 11 o'clock. After that, Huang Yu asked Tan Yuan if he wanted to join him. With such a mysterious place, Tan Yuan was naturally willing. That evening, Huang Yu had dinner with Tan Yuan, and then waited for Zhu Ponzi at a nearby hotel. Soon Zhu Ponzi also arrived, and to his surprise, Tan Yuan and Zhu Ponzi actually knew each other. Huang Yu observed Zhu Ponzi and realized this person was not simple. He might have an extraordinary background. Zhu Ponzi led them to the entrance of the ghost market, and on the way he said to Tan Yuan, Tan Xiong, don't let me down. If I find out it was you who came, I will definitely refuse. Tan Yuan gave him a deep look and said, relax, in this world nothing is purely black or white. Oh, I understand this. Huang Yu couldn't comprehend their conversation and didn't inquire further. After all, he just wanted to pick up a bargain. Moreover, each person carried a backpack full of cash ready to showcase their skills. Huang Yu had around 2,000, wondering how much they would bring. When Zhu Ponzi took out the invitation and led Huang Yu and Tan Yuan inside, Huang Yu noticed that the ghost market was not very crowded, but there were surprisingly many stalls, and the people coming and going seemed complicated, making it look unfriendly. Zhu Ponzi noticed their strange expressions and said, people will come later, it only starts now. It usually continues until dawn, and ordinary people won't come that early. As he walked and observed, he discovered that most items were primarily made of bronze and porcelain. Moreover, some were stained with dirt, reminiscent of what he encountered last time with Huang Yu at the tea house, and the stall owners also carried a hint of earthy odor. Huang Yu, feeling somewhat uneasy amidst the deep, quiet atmosphere, whispered to Zhu Ponzi, who are these people? Isn't it against the regulations to trade bronze artifacts? Zhu Ponzi and Tan Yuan exchanged glances and said the people here are not to be questioned. Once we leave the ghost market, no one will recognize each other. As for bronze artifacts, as long as they are not precious treasures, private transactions are still permissible, but it's best to avoid those unearthed. Tan Yuan glanced around and suggested, how about we split up and meet back here around 3? The nearby streets of the ghost market crisscrossed, and splitting up was also to avoid competing for the same item. Although Huang Yu was a bit worried about this, he understood that it was for the best, so he nodded in agreement. Zhu Ponzi, with a decisive tone, said a quick good, and headed off in one direction. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, and Tan Yuan said, little brother, remember to let me know if you need anything. With that, he too strode forward. Left alone, Huang Yu had no other choice but to choose another path. After looking at several stalls, he found that most items were indeed more genuine than those on the antique street, not easily mistaken for fakes. When he reached a stall that was displaying bronze artifacts, he noticed that the interior walls were still wet with mud, giving the impression that they had just been unearthed. Huang Yu used his Lingyun eyes to inspect the items, and surprisingly found that most of them lacked any trace of spiritual energy. Only a pair of bronze goblets radiated a captivating and rich spiritual aura. Watching two middle-aged men meticulously select items, Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh internally. The ghost market is indeed more complex. A moment's inattention could lead to being deceived. There are hardly any genuine goods here, even the ones that look like they were just unearthed. Huang Yu squatted down and began to examine the items, similarly noticing that while these bronze artifacts appeared to be unearthed, they bore an outer layer that looked as if it had decayed over time due to the soil. However, with so many items displayed together, those with a keen sense could still detect the smell of chemical agents. Furthermore, the corrosion on the bronze was uneven. Huang Yu even spotted some dark yellow copper color in areas where there were scratches. He had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that these people are burying counterfeit bronze artifacts in soil mixed with chemical agents? After a year or two, they dig them out and sell them as if they were unearthed. Just as Huang Yu was pondering seriously, the two people beside him quietly commented, this batch of items seems to be from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. They must have just been unearthed. The taller one said, what's rare is that these bronze items are of exceptionally high quality. The shorter one sighed slightly, it's a pity they aren't part of an orderly inheritance, selling them outside will be troublesome. The taller one scoffed, if we keep them at home for a year or two, the earthy smell will dissipate. Their voices were somewhat quiet, but Huang Yu stood in just the right spot to overhear them. Then the taller one said, it's a rare find to encounter bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. How could we let this pass? He picked up a bronze ding about the size of a censer and asked boss how much for this. The stall owner, appearing to be in his 30s with dirt on his fingernails and shoes, gloomily replied 100,000. The two exchanged glances, and the taller one said 100,000 is too high, after all it will take a year or two to sell. Then he resolutely declared 80,000, and it's mine. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before saying fine. 80,000 is fine. After that, the two quickly handed the money to the stall owner and left with the bronze ding also. Huang Yu immediately sensed something was off. If this price were for a genuine item, placing it in a well-lit spot for a year or two would definitely multiply its value 4 to 5 times. If Huang Yu hadn't had his Ling Yun eyes to discern authenticity, he would likely have followed suit and bought something. It seemed that those two and the stall owner were entirely conspiring to lure others into their trap, deliberately putting on an act. The stall owner, thinking he was being clever, smiled at Huang Yu and said, "Little brother, if you find something you like, feel free to take a look and see if it suits you." Huang Yu was just lamenting the lack of suitable opportunities when he decided to take advantage of their mindset. He pointed at the pair of bronze goblets and arrogantly asked how much for those. The stall owner followed Huang Yu's finger to the bronze goblets, but flashed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He quickly replied, 70,000 for the pair. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu frowned slightly, putting on an inexperienced expression, and immediately said, "The bronze ding those two just bought was only 80,000, and you want me to pay 70,000 for this?" He then quickly replied, "One for 10,000, and he'll take it." The stall owner, noticing Huang Yu's bargaining, revealed a trace of a smile in his eyes, and replied sternly, "No way, that won't do. There are very few of these in existence, not to mention it's a pair." Then he feigned an injured expression and said, 5,000, you take it to ID, be losing my shirt. Huang Yu looked at his expression, feeling it would be a pity not to play along, then said, 3,000, it can't go any higher. If not, then forget it. Seeing the stall owner still wanting to say something, Huang Yu directly turned to leave. As expected, when Huang Yu turned, 3,000 is fine, it's yours now, little brother. Huang Yu immediately turned back, took out 3 stacks of cash, and the stall owner was just finishing packing the 2 bronze goblets. After receiving the money, the stall owner handed the bronze goblets to Huang Yu, saying, "Little brother knows how to do business, leave them for a year and a half, and you'll definitely make a profit. This time I really took a big hit." Just as Huang Yu's figure disappeared from their sight, the 2 men returned and looked at the stall owner, asking, "So how much?" The stall owner held up 3 fingers, affirming. The 3 of them then laughed in unison. The shorter one remarked, "It's a pity that there are too few new faces in the ghost market. If they were all like just now, we could feast on wine and meat every day." The stall owner looked at him and said, "Sooner or later they'll be drained dry. Let's see if there are any more new faces around, and we can make another profit." Huang Yu, naturally unaware of what was happening behind him, continued to walk and look around. After strolling past about 10 stalls, he noticed an old man who looked quite spirited examining a white porcelain bowl. Several people surrounded him, likely recognizing the elder, all fixated on watching him. Curious, Huang Yu used his Ling Yun eyes to take a look and surprisingly found a thin layer of spiritual energy. It turned out to be a genuine item. Huang Yu watched the old man's actions with great concern, fearing that he would make a purchase and miss out on the treasure. Fortunately, the old man shook his head, placed the white porcelain bowl down, greeted those around him, and left. Once the onlookers had departed, Huang Yu leisurely approached the stall owner and asked, "Can I take a look at that?" The vendor made a gesture indicating convenience, saying, "Feel free." Huang Yu directly picked up the white porcelain bowl that the old man had just put down, glancing at it without daring to look too much, and said, "Boss, how much is this?" The vendor looked quite normal, dressed neatly and cleanly with a much fairer complexion. He looked at Huang Yu with some curiosity about his choice, but quickly quoted 100,000. "This is high-quality coarse porcelain." Huang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Boss, can you lower the price? This is too expensive." The fair-skinned vendor looked at Huang Yu and said, "Do you know who was just looking at this for a few minutes? That was a renowned collector from our Chu Xiang." Huang Yu looked at him with a bit of confusion. "Then why didn't he buy it? If it's a genuine article, do you think he would let it go?" The fair-skinned vendor smiled awkwardly at being called out. "Well, you never know, perhaps he overlooked it." Huang Yu couldn't be bothered to argue and said directly, 100, he'll take it. The fair-skinned vendor panicked, shaking his head vigorously. "That's not possible, too cheap. You have to give me more." Huang Yu looked at his expression, finding it a bit amusing. 200. Otherwise, keep it for yourself. The fair-skinned vendor knew that after the old man had put it down, no one else would buy it. With a bit of dejection, he said 300. Huang Yu didn't negotiate further, directly pulling out 3 bills to hand to the vendor, then quickly took the coarse porcelain and disappeared. Just as Huang Yu was about to find a place to examine the coarse porcelain, carefully, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Little brother, Great Eye." Huang Yu turned around to see it was the white-haired old man from earlier, accompanied by 2 strong security guards. He curiously asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" The old man said, "I wonder if I could have that white porcelain bowl, little brother." Then he spoke earnestly, "I have another one just like it at home, and I want to make a pair, one for me and one for my wife to use at meals." If Huang Yu didn't know it was coarse porcelain, he might have been deceived. Truly, the old saying holds, the old who do not die are thieves trying to get something for nothing. Huang Yu awkwardly replied, "I intend to keep it for myself. By the time I'm as old as you, it will probably be a genuine ant." Having said that, he directly left, not wanting to have any ties with such an old man. Such people are too dangerous. Beneath their warm and kind facade lies great wisdom and cunning. One could easily be fooled. The old man watched Huang Yu leave, his brow furrowed deep in thought. A bodyguard behind him looked at the old man's expression and asked old Luo, "Should I chase after him?" Old Luo shook his head lightly. "I'm just curious how he recognized it as coarse porcelain. It's a pity. If I had acted, then the price would definitely have been very high." After sighing, possibly lamenting the loss of the coarse porcelain, Huang Yu suddenly noticed Tan Yuan in front, holding something in his hand. Huang Yu approached and said, "Brother Tan, looks like you had a good haul." Tan Yuan also spotted Huang Yu, jokingly scolding, "Little brother, aren't you the same?" With a raised eyebrow, he said, this time I must have struck gold. Let's talk more when we get back. The two continued to browse, and around 2 in the morning the crowd began to liven up. Tan Yuan said, little brother, look how lively it is ahead, let's go check it out. When Huang Yu and Tan Yuan squeezed in, they found Zhu Pengzi confronting 3 Japanese people, 2 women, and 1 man. It turned out that Zhu Pengzi had his eye on a snuff bottle and had already negotiated a price of 90,000 when suddenly 3 Japanese people barged in trying to outbid him. Naturally, Zhu Pengzi refused, and amidst the tussle the snuff bottle was broken. The vendor demanded they compensate 90,000, while both Zhu Pengzi and the old Japanese blamed each other for the mishap. Tan Yuan looked at the 3 people with a strange sense of anger, saying lewdly, so it's the Bei Tiao clan. Huang Yu, not understanding, asked Tan Yuan, brother, Tan, what's the Bei Tiao clan? Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu with a somewhat peculiar expression and said the lead female character in Japanese films, the Bei Tiao clan, is quite a famous existence. Huang Yu finally reacted, saying, you mean the ones who shoot erotic films? Then he added, no wonder they dress so revealing. The 3 Japanese people spoke decent Chinese with the 2 women in revealing outfits, and the man looking relatively normal. Huang Yu watched the ongoing scuffle and found that the vendor was much more relaxed simply watching the show. After all, it didn't matter who compensated, as he would just collect the money. Huang Yu glanced at the snuff bottle, which had already cracked into several pieces, and noticed the rich spiritual energy. Moreover, several other snuff bottles on the stall also emitted substantial spiritual energy. Unfortunately, they were completely irreparable, and once again Huang Yu recognized Zhu Pengzi's discerning eye. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Tan Yuan frowned, lost in thought, likely considering how to help Zhu Pengzi out of this predicament. Huang Yu gazed at the colorful interior of the snuff bottle, suddenly having an idea, and whispered into Tan Yuan's ear. Then Huang Yu approached the vendor quietly and said, boss, wait for us to help you sell a pair of snuff bottles at a high price. Cooperate to trick the Japanese. We are friends with that fat guy. The vendor subtly nodded, and Huang Yu then walked over to Tan Yuan and nodded. At that moment, Tan Yuan pretended to accidentally pick up a broken piece of porcelain, his eyes widening in surprise, exclaiming, how can this be a 5-color interior imperial material enamel snuff bottle? This immediately attracted Zhu Pengzi and the 3 Japanese people. A glint of amusement flashed in Zhu Pengzi's eyes, but his expression grew increasingly solemn. Huang Yu quickly sidestepped and joined in to take a look. In a whisper, he said, this is made from Zhu Ming material, vibrant in color and very rare today, with different floral patterns painted all over, the floral designs being intricate and exquisite with rich and layered colors. Is this something from the Qianlong period? Although his voice was soft, everyone around could hear, especially the 3 Japanese, as Huang Yu intended for them to listen. Upon hearing Huang Yu's remarks, Tan Yuan immediately asked the vendor, boss, do you have any more of this style? The vendor instantly recognized it was his moment to shine, pointing with his hand, I have a pair left, but be careful, don't bump into anything, or you'll have to compensate. Tan Yuan immediately withdrew his outstretched hand, smiling, and saying, you are right to remind me, you'll take a look first, and then we can discuss. Just don't bump into me, he said, glancing around at the people. Huang Yu couldn't let him act alone, quickly saying, why should you look? If anyone should look, it should be me first. Just as Huang Yu and Tan Yuan were arguing, the 3 Japanese people silently took the opportunity to start examining the snuff bottles in their hands. Zhu Pengzi shouted at Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, who are you guys? Do you have no manners, stirring things up? Then he angrily yelled at the 3 Japanese, damn Japanese, put down my snuff bottle. Seeing Zhu the fatty about to draw his gun, the 3 Japanese men were unwilling to comply with his wishes, and one of the men directly stepped in front of Zhu. At this moment, Tan Yuan eagerly exclaimed to the vendor, boss, the pair you just sold was also 80,000. How about this pair for 160,000? The vendor stared at Tan Yuan as if he were an idiot, laughing, brother, are you joking? This is an imperial product from the Qianlong era. Do you think it's worth that price? The 2 Japanese women grew increasingly excited as they each clutched a snuff bottle tightly in their hands, unwilling to let anyone else see, and said to the vendor, boss, just tell us your price. The vendor glanced at everyone, raised 5 fingers, and said 500,000. Upon hearing the price, the 2 Japanese men showed no surprise, but instead gripped the snuff bottles tighter. Huang Yu realized that the vendor had offered too low a price. The vendor looked at Huang Yu's expression and quickly stated, 500,000 is the price for one. A pair must be at least 1,200,000. Tan Yuan immediately countered, forget 1,200,000, I'll take it for 800,000. After saying this, he opened his bag to reveal a bunch of cash, all bright red bills. Then he added, if that's not enough, I'll substitute with gold bars, and took out a 1-kilogram gold bar to place on top of the money. Indeed, only money could silence the crowd, and those surrounding had stopped talking. Some might have realized it was a setup, but naturally no one would warn the Japanese. One of the Japanese women with her long legs calmly said to the vendor, I'll take it for 900,000. We the Yamato people are not short on cash. She then looked at Tan Yuan with a hint of mockery. Tan Yuan, unable to tolerate this insult, shouted, how dare you? This is China. I'm not afraid of you, and then added 1 million. He then looked at the vendor. Huang Yu and Zhu the fatty's expressions grew increasingly furious and unwilling, giving the impression that they lacked sufficient funds to compete, merely watching helplessly. Before the vendor could respond, the Japanese woman immediately declared 1,200,000. Is your price? No need to haggle. Let's finalize the deal. She fixed her gaze intently on the vendor. The vendor pondered for a moment and asked, do you have cash? I won't accept checks or anything like that. Another Japanese woman replied, I have a bag with 500,000 and a 1 kilogram gold bar. Do you think that's enough? As she pulled out a gold bar from her clothing. The vendor looked hopefully at Tan Yuan and said, little brother, will you raise the price? Tan Yuan scoffed and said nothing further. The vendor then turned to the Japanese men and said, I don't know if that gold is pure or not. So you take out 100,000 and the rest is for me, and also take the broken one with you. Otherwise, I'd rather sell it to this brother. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan immediately became energized, his eyes shining with excitement. The three Japanese men frowned and exchanged glances before saying, all right, let's see if the numbers match. They then directly pulled out 10 stacks of cash from their bags. Throughout the whole process, the pair of snuff bottles had not left their hands, tightly held by the two Japanese women. As the vendor checked the money, the three Japanese men quickly left, disappearing from sight. Huang Yu, Tan Yuan, and Zhu the fatty laughed heartily, and the vendor cupped his hands towards them, saying, thank you, three. He then pulled out 10 stacks of bills for the three of them. Huang Yu exclaimed, boss, what is this? The vendor smiled and said, it's a rule in the antique business. You helped me sell at a high price, so I owe you about 10%. Zhu the fatty, not one to be polite, accepted it and said with a smile, thank you very much, boss. You are quite righteous, but you should run quickly. By the time they react, those two snuff bottles are worth less than 200,000, and they will definitely come looking for trouble. The vendor shrugged nonchalantly and said, this is the domestic market. I'm not afraid of those Japanese devils. Huang Yu and the others said what they needed to, and as for what the vendor wanted, it was beyond their control. As they left, the vendor added, next time, let's collaborate again. Once Huang Yu and the others had left, the vendor indeed showed no hesitation in quickly packing up his things and fled within 3 to 4 minutes. Zhu the fatty looked at the money in his hands and said, shall we split it? Tan Yuan shook his head and said, just treat me to a meal. No need to share the money. Huang Yu naturally wouldn't take any either, saying, let Zhu the fatty take the profit from that snuff bottle you just picked up. Just then a familiar voice came from behind. You three seemed quite pleased. Oh, aren't you afraid those three devils will come? Huang Yu turned around and was surprised to find it was the old man who he had picked up the porcelain from, smiling broadly at the three of them. Zhu the fatty looked at the old man with delight and said, old Luo, you came out to stroll tonight too. Tan Yuan seemed to recognize him, but was not familiar, politely greeting old Luo. Old Luo responded briefly, then said to Zhu the fatty, is your old grandpa doing well? Can he still wield a knife? Zhu the fatty felt a bit speechless, but knew they had a good relationship, replying, he's doing quite well. He rarely takes action now, he only acts when there's good material. Then he looked at Tan Yuan and said, Shun Lao actually let you come to such a place. It seems your time to go out on your own is not far off. Tan Yuan rolled his eyes and said, old Luo, you're joking. I don't even know when I'll go out on my own. Old Luo looked at them, noticing they had made some gains, and asked, are you all continuing to browse, or is it time to call it a day? After encountering such an event, their interest had long waned, and it was almost 4 in the morning. Those who wanted to shop had already done so. They all planned to head back, deciding they had reached the end of their outing. Zhu the fatty said to old Luo, we plan to return to the hotel for a bit of rest. Old Luo, being older, was no longer as spirited as before at 4 in the morning, and said, I think I'll head back as well. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll join you after a bit of rest, we can talk some more. Huang Yu and the others were a bit bewildered, as they felt their relationship wasn't that close yet. However, they didn't want to refuse, so they all headed towards the hotel together. After about 10 minutes, they exited the ghost market and arrived at the hotel, where old Luo booked a large suite. He then told Huang Yu and the others, he'll come down to find you around 9 in the morning. The three felt strange, as if old Luo had something planned, exchanging curious glances. Huang Yu speculated, maybe it's because I picked up a porcelain bowl from him earlier. Tan Yuan, hearing this, became excited. Is it a flawless porcelain piece? Hurry and show us. Huang Yu, too tired to care, said, here, I'm going to sleep now. He handed the bag containing the porcelain piece to Tan Yuan, turned and entered his room, without even washing up, falling asleep with his eyes closed. While Huang Yu was still in a daze from sleep, he heard incessant knocking on the door and reluctantly got dressed to open it. Huang Yu saw Tan Yuan, Zhu the fatty, old Luo, and his bodyguard all waiting outside. He felt a bit disheartened and said, what time is it? Aren't you guys going to sleep? Tan Yuan replied, little brother, it's already 9:30. You're the last one. Then he added, is there a girl inside? Have you worn yourself out? He and Zhu the fatty dashed into Huang Yu's room. Huang Yu, watching Tan Yuan and Zhu the fatty looking around, said, how boring. I need to find a girlfriend too. Old Luo chuckled at their antics and said, Xiao Yu were waiting for you at the tea house. Oh, just freshen up and come down. He then let Tan Yuan and Zhu the fatty go down with him first. After about 5 or 6 minutes, when Huang Yu arrived at the tea house's private room, he saw the three of them had already taken out the porcelain bowl, staring at it intently on the table. Huang Yu, feeling a bit sleepy, asked, brother Tan, what are you all looking at? Old Luo, seeing Huang Yu arrive, immediately said, seriously, come, let's take a look at your porcelain bowl. Huang Yu, understanding his intention, said, I'm quite busy. I hope old Luo can provide some guidance. After Huang Yu spoke, he looked at old Luo, seizing a rare opportunity to glean knowledge from him. Tan Yuan and Zhu the fatty looked on with anticipation. Old Luo became serious and said, look at this porcelain bowl. The porcelain is crystal clear, as white as jade. When you lightly tap it with your finger, it produces a crisp and pleasant sound, and under the light the walls of the bowl appear semi-transparent. I particularly like this feature. He tapped a few times, and indeed the sound was delightful. Contemporary official kiln porcelain has once again become the focus of the world. It represents the pinnacle of Chinese porcelain at that time, and its craftsmanship, artistic value, and collectible worth have received increasing attention from collectors. Unfortunately, during that special period, many were destroyed. The double-sided flowers are painted with precision and delicate artistry, and the colors are vibrant. The porcelain body is flawless like white jade without any blemishes. The shape is dignified and simple, and the texture is lightweight. After saying so much, Old Luo felt a bit thirsty and added, very few have survived in the market. Most have been collected. It's already hard to find a complete set. This porcelain bowl can be said to be the most significant piece within a complete set. It is a genuine piece of porcelain. Zhu the fatty casually asked Old Luo, what's this roughly worth? Huang Yu was also most concerned about this since he was planning to sell it for money. Tan Yuan, who had been quietly listening, found it odd, as he was usually lively. Old Luo looked at Zhu the fatty and scolded with a smile, your grandfather was a man of integrity. How did you turn out so mercenary? Then he seriously said, little friend, I can offer 40,000. I didn't know you had identified it as porcelain, and I was hoping to find a deal from you. Huang Yu, not very knowledgeable about prices, instinctively glanced at Tan Yuan. Feeling Huang Yu's gaze, Tan Yuan nodded slightly. After receiving confirmation, Huang Yu immediately smiled and said, I'm grateful for your kindness, Old Luo. This porcelain bowl is yours. Old Luo laughed and replied, you kid, the price I'm offering is not low. He then instructed his bodyguards to start transferring the money and invited everyone to have some dim sum. After they had eaten before departing, Old Luo exchanged contact information with everyone and said, if you have any good items next time, feel free to call me. I'll pay a high price for collections. He laughed heartily and left the tea house. Huang Yu shrugged at Tan Yuan, and Zhu the fatty, feeling somewhat helpless. Old Luo still remembers the grudge. Zhu Panzai exchanged a glance with Tan Yuan and remarked, brother, if it were me, I would remember too. That's an extra 400 spent for nothing. Tan Yuan's expression was animated. Huang Yu replied, you can't blame me. Oh, after all, he put it down and just left. Then he looked at the two of them and asked, what have you gained? Tan Yuan immediately said, I have made a small gain, let me show you. Zhu Panzai sighed. The snuff bottle could have brought in a small profit, but unfortunately it was broken. However, I did acquire a piece of jade. Tan Yuan then took out a blue and white jar and said, this comes from the Ming Dynasty's Wanli official kiln, featuring a blue and white landscape design. Aside from some minor damage at the rim, it is otherwise intact with blue and white markings stating it was made in the Ming Dynasty's Wanli period with a 6-character double circle mark. Huang Yu directly used his spiritual eye to examine it, and indeed the entire jar glimmered with spiritual energy, looking quite exquisite. It felt significantly heavier than the porcelain, almost opaque, yet the craftsmanship was remarkable. Zhu Panzai eagerly took it in hand, exclaiming, the glaze appears somewhat thick, characteristic of Ming Dynasty ceramics, made from recycled green materials with a poor degree of purpleness, which fits the traits of the Wanli period. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan chuckled and said, guess how much I bought it for? Huang Yu recognized his joyous expression and suspected it was quite cheap, saying, brother Tin, seeing you so happy, it must be under 10,000. Zhu Panzai nodded in agreement and said, then you've made a huge profit. This could easily sell for over 500. Tan Yuan exaggeratedly smiled, then held up 3 fingers and said 3,000. He then quickly put away the blue and white landscape jar, as if fearing someone would snatch it away. Huang Yu and Zhu Panzai exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of admiration in each other's eyes. This was practically cost-free, a clear profit of 500. Zhu Panzai then took out an ancient jade piece, stating, this is an old Hitian jade hand piece sculpted entirely from Hitian jade. It dates back to the late Ming to early Qing period, but unfortunately, I don't know who carved it. Tan Yuan carefully examined it and remarked, it resembles the carving style of the Han 8 blades with a bold and robust craftsmanship, powerful and vigorous, grand and natural in style. Unfortunately, the craftsmanship doesn't compare to that of the Han 8 blades. It's a fine jade. Huang Yu used his spiritual eye to look at it, and indeed it was genuine. However, the surface of the jade appeared gray and dull, likely due to long periods without handling, losing its sheen and elegance, giving it a somewhat dry appearance. Huang Yu curiously asked, Panzai, how much did you buy this for? Tan Yuan looked at Zhu Panzai with interest. Zhu Panzai didn't keep them guessing and said 6,000. With some care, it would be easy to restore its former appearance. I estimate it could sell for around 200,000. Tan Yuan nodded in agreement. After all, Hitian jade isn't cheap, and being able to mimic the Han 8 blades shows remarkable craftsmanship. He then looked at Huang Yu and said, brother, I see you have something else. Let's take a look. Huang Yu initially hesitated to take out the bronze jugs, but feeling Tan Yuan's inquiry, he felt embarrassed to hide it and said, wait, I'll get it right now to show my 2 brothers. Zhu Panzai exclaimed, wow, you have more. Your haul is impressive. Huang Yu smiled at Zhu Panzai's words, but didn't respond. He directly took out the pair of bronze jugs. Upon seeing Huang Yu present the bronze jugs, it was clear the two were not very interested, as most of the items sold in the ghost market are fake bronze artifacts. However, Zhu Panzai began to examine them closely, becoming increasingly puzzled, furrowing his brow. Tan Yuan quickly noticed Zhu Panzai's strange expression and immediately picked up the other one to inspect it. Indeed, his expression turned serious. Tan Yuan and Zhu Panzai exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Then Tan Yuan said, "Brother, what do you think?" Huang Yu, having read books about bronze artifacts recently, slowly began to explain, "This pair of bronze jugs has an overall even distribution of copper rust and corrosion. The front has a narrow channel, while the back features a triangular wide tail with the rim flared outward, and at the bend it is cast with mushroom-shaped double columns supported by 3 blade-shaped conical feet. The most challenging part is the deeply engraved inscriptions on the jugs." He continued, "The copper material is bronze, not brass. The layered copper rust indicates it is ancient and has undergone environmental changes. The inscriptions are integrated with the copper rust, showing no signs of new inscriptions on old artifacts. Moreover, the shape is primitive and natural, not the square style typical of the late Warring States period. Based on the inscription's charm and the overall appearance, this should be a genuine bronze jug from the Shang or Zhou dynasty." Tan Yuan nodded, feeling deeply in agreement, saying, "It's a pity I couldn't decipher what these inscriptions mean." Zhu Panzai dismissively remarked, "A similar bronze jug with a different inscription is worth at least 50,000. This pair appears to have 6 inscriptions." Huang Yu, while aware it was genuine, didn't know its worth and asked, "How much do you think is appropriate?" Tan Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not good at estimating the value of bronze artifacts." He then looked at Zhu Panzai. Zhu Panzai replied, 70,000 each. This pair is worth around 15 to 20,000. With 6 inscriptions, it could be 30,000. Altogether, it is estimated to be around 450,000. He paused and added, "It depends on the collector. If an old scholar takes a liking to it, the price will be different." After saying this, he winked at Huang Yu. Huang Yu didn't understand Zhu Panzai's meaning, and at that moment Tan Yuan asked, "Brother, where did you acquire these?" Huang Yu then recounted the whole process and shared his speculation that those people buried fake bronze artifacts in a pit with chemical agents, then dug them out after a year or so to sell them as Shang-Zhou dynasty bronze artifacts. Tan Yuan was furious, saying, "These people should be dealt with properly. They are out of control. They are ruining the antique market." Huang Yu somewhat understood, as most of the items today are replicas. Picking up real treasures indeed requires keen insight and luck. They had only slept about 3 hours that night, and everyone was exhausted, planning to head back to rest. On the way back, Zhu Panzai offered to take Huang Yu along since it was on the way. Tan Yuan glanced at Zhu Panzai and drove off directly. Zhu Panzai's SUV was spacious and very comfortable to sit in. Just as Huang Yu was about to sleep, Zhu Panzai asked, "Brother, do you have any intention of selling that bronze jug?" Huang Yu suddenly understood the meaning behind Zhu Panzai's earlier wink, and his spirits lifted significantly, saying, "I want to sell it." "Panzai, are you interested in buying?" Zhu Panzai smiled and said, "I know an old scholar, a professor in bronze artifacts. I can ask him." Huang Yu immediately understood Zhu Panzai's intentions, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, Panzai. You just take your cut according to the rules." Zhu Panzai laughed heartily. "Brother, you're straightforward. Just wait for my good news, but it will definitely sell for a good price." When they arrived at Huang Yu's place, he directly placed the pair of bronze jugs in Zhu Panzai's car, saying, "Just leave it here, you handle it." Zhu Panzai immediately said, "Brother, wait a moment, I'll write you a note." Huang Yu knew that the antique street charges about 8 to 10% for these transactions. Given Zhu Panzai's greed for money, the price would definitely not be lower than his estimated value. Huang Yu held the note written by Zhu Panzai, carrying his backpack that contained about 170,000 in total. He thought to himself that this was a bountiful first experience at the ghost market. Huang Yu took a whole day to rest, checking his phone, and only felt fully recovered the next morning. After a bit of exercise, he began practicing calligraphy, feeling that a day without practice was like missing something essential. After having lunch, just as he was about to take a nap, the phone suddenly rang. Huang Yu looked at it, unable to suppress the smile on his face, and said, "Boss, what have you been busy with lately?" It turned out to be a brother from his university dorm. The voice on the other end boomed, "Xiao Yu, some classmates are coming over tonight, want to have a drink." Huang Yu seemed to only be in touch with him. The other two from their dorm had either returned to the north or gone to Guangdong. Curious, Huang Yu asked, "Who is coming?" "It's someone worth accompanying, just the 2 of us." Hu Bin said cheerfully, "You'll find out when you arrive. Come directly after work tonight, and they'll send you the location." Huang Yu hadn't yet mentioned that he had resigned. Hu Bin always thought he was still attending classes at the training center. Just as Huang Yu wanted to say something, Hu Bin had already hung up the phone, making Huang Yu curse in frustration. Always so hasty. Damn you. Hu Bin and Huang Yu both stayed in Xiangyue City after graduation. The difference was that Hu Bin's family had some wealth and ran an electronics processing factory, and he had been doing well recently with business at his family's factory. Huang Yu spent the remaining time reading books on antiques, enriching his knowledge. He waited until 9 o'clock before taking a taxi to the bar Hu Bin mentioned. As soon as Huang Yu entered the bar, he felt it was incredibly noisy. A group of young people were dancing wildly. He quickly spotted Hu Bin, who was drinking and smoking. Huang Yu approached and said, "Boss, who living the carefree life, huh? Coming out to chase after flowers at midnight." Hu Bin immediately stood up, lightly punching Huang Yu a few times, saying, "Xiao Yu, why did you come so late? You've certainly gained some muscle." Huang Yu looked at his muscular frame and helplessly said, "Do you think everyone can work out like you and turn into a gorilla?" Because Hu Bin's skin was a bit dark, everyone was used to jokingly calling him gorilla. Hu Bin laughed heartily and quickly poured Huang Yu a glass of Remy Martin. He then raised his glass to toast Huang Yu, saying, "It's rare to see you after such a long time, let's have a drink first." Huang Yu, feeling a bit speechless, said, "Drink slowly, getting drunk would be awkward." However, seeing Hu Bin finish his drink, he had no choice but to follow suit. After finishing, he immediately felt a warmth in his body, feeling quite pleasant. Yet the taste was slightly off, or it lacked the richness of brandy. Huang Yu said to Hu Bin, "Is this wine even genuine?" Hu Bin looked at him with a silly expression and said, "If it were genuine, that would be surprising." He took a sip of water and continued, "Who cares about the authenticity of the wine when you come here? It's all about having fun or indulging desires." Huang Yu chatted with Hu Bin for quite a while, but he hadn't seen the classmate he mentioned, so he immediately asked, "Where's that classmate you mentioned? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Hu Bin mysteriously said, "Look over there." He pointed to the dancing girl on stage. Huang Yu, feeling a bit depressed, said, "Gorilla, I think you've been watching too much Japanese stuff in the dorm. What's so interesting about that?" Hu Bin, not offended, continued, "Look at that one in the black ultra-short skirt. Who does she remind you of?" As he spoke, he seriously watched the woman. With Huang Yu's current eyesight, he could see clearly even in the dim light. A sexy woman was crazily swaying her body, her fair skin particularly eye-catching in the flickering lights, and her long hair swayed back and forth. She occasionally made exaggerated gestures and blew kisses, enveloping the entire bar in an ambiguous and enticing atmosphere. Huang Yu found her familiar, but couldn't recall who she was, quickly asking, "I feel like I've seen her before, but I can't recognize her." Hu Bin, grinning with a cheeky smile, licked the alcohol on his tongue and said, "She's our university's flower, the one we talked about the most in the dorm." He then laughed heartily. That was pure fantasy back then. Huang Yu couldn't be bothered with his nonsense, but upon closer inspection, it really was her. The former image of her was pure and gentle, speaking softly. It was a stark contrast to now. Huang Yu, a bit confused, said, "How could she be working here? She is quite beautiful and could find a good man to marry instead of this." Hu Bin nonchalantly replied, "What's wrong with her working here? The money she makes from selling drinks in a month is more than others do in 4 or 5. You might not make as much in a year as she does in a month." Huang Yu felt a bit speechless, but it was true. He used to earn about 6,000 a month at the training center. Feeling a bit regretful, he said, "It's a pity that such a good girl has been ruined." Hu Bin laughed loudly, saying, "You little brat, are you still secretly in love with someone? Let me tell you, such a person as a girlfriend requires caution. She could easily put a green hat on you." Huang Yu, a bit puzzled, said, "But you were once secretly in love with her. By the way, how did you know she worked here?" Hu Bin clinked glasses with Huang Yu, took a sip, and said, "She knows him in Xiangyu City, and came to find me asking me to support her. Otherwise, do you think I have money to order Remy Martin? A beer would be just fine." Huang Yu felt something was off, and immediately said, "I say, boss, you have family introductions for a girlfriend? Oh, don't." After all, the school flower didn't seek Huang Yu. Hu Bin joked, "Don't worry, but it's just a casual fling. I know." Not long after, indeed, Su Xiaohua arrived at the table of Hu Bin and Huang Yu, directly taking a glass of Remy Martin and gulping down most of it. Excited, she said, "Hu Bin, is this your friend? Want to go dance together?" Huang Yu knew that Su Xiaohua hadn't recognized him. After all, he was quite ordinary in university, just a small fry. Hu Bin glanced at Huang Yu, knowing that if he went to dance it would leave Huang Yu alone, which felt a bit awkward. Huang Yu shook his head and said, "Don't mind me, you go ahead." Indeed, Hu Bin and Su Xiaohua were not being discreet on the dance floor, all over each other, already hugging and kissing. Huang Yu felt a sense of loss. Those university days might really be gone forever. Things and people have changed. It was no longer an innocent time, and it was time to make money. Suddenly, a few girls, seeing Huang Yu sitting alone, teased, "Handsome, can we join you?" Huang Yu looked up to see 3 girls around 20 dressed provocatively and heavily made up, saying sure. Without Huang Yu needing to invite them, they immediately started pouring drinks for themselves, saying, "Come, let's toast to the handsome guy," and started drinking. Looking at the school flower now in the world of vice, Huang Yu felt somewhat bad, saying, "Cheers." At that moment, it seemed something had happened in the dance floor, and it got noisy. Huang Yu had keen eyes, quickly noticing that Hu Bin and Su Xiaohua were surrounded by 4 small thugs in the middle. Huang Yu sighed. As expected, wherever beautiful women go, trouble follows. And it never ends. The 3 girls looked at Huang Yu and laughed heartily, saying, "So do you think we're not a trouble to you?" Huang Yu looked at them and shook his head, saying, "If you 3 had slightly better looks, or were more revealing, maybe it would be." At that moment, he saw Hu Bin about to confront them. Even if Hu Bin was strong, he could only take a beating with 4 against 1. Huang Yu pretended to be drunk and said to the 3 girls, "I'm going to the restroom," before staggering away. He then quickly found the bar's main switch, and seeing no one around, he turned it off. Immediately his ears were met with silence, but soon after the sound of screaming erupted. Huang Yu rushed to the dance floor, where Hu Bin was, and sure enough a fight had already broken out. It was too dark to see who was hitting whom. Ever since awakening his Ling Yun eyes, Huang Yu had excellent vision. He grabbed Hu Bin and said let's go, while kicking down a small thug in front of them. Hearing Huang Yu's voice, Hu Bin quickly came to his senses and asked where to. It was so dark it was hard to find the way. Huang Yu immediately said follow me. By the way, where's Su Xiaohua? He hadn't seen her anywhere nearby. Hu Bin replied irritably, don't worry, she's one of the people in here, it shall be fine. He then picked up a chair and smashed. Huang Yu guessed they were about to restore the power quickly, saying stop fighting, let's go. He then directly pulled Hu Bin out of the bar, and just as they had walked about 10 meters outside, the hotel lights came back on, and it became noisy again. They exchanged glances relieved. Hu Bin, with one arm injured, cried out in pain, good thing we escaped quickly. Otherwise it could have ended badly. Huang Yu shook his head and said let's go to the hospital to get it bandaged, you should get a tetanus shot. Hu Bin considered and said I can go by myself, there's a hospital right next to my house. This is such a hassle, you should go home and rest early. Huang Yu didn't push him, knowing that their upscale community would have medical services available. They each took a taxi home, and when Huang Yu arrived, Hu Bin sent him a picture of his bandaged arm, and Huang Yu replied with a message saying he was home. Huang Yu decided it was better to avoid bars in the future, seeing how things had changed. Many would do anything for money without ethics. Feeling a bit dizzy from drinking, he went straight to take a shower and sleep. For the next 3 days, Huang Yu didn't go out. He either read antique books or practiced calligraphy. One evening, pouring himself a glass of wine, Huang Yu sighed, living these peaceful days is quite nice. Then he thought of something else. I haven't heard from Zhu Pengzi. I wonder if he has sold the bronze vessel yet. Just as he was about to call Zhu Pengzi, his phone unexpectedly rang. To his surprise, it was Tan Yuan calling. He immediately answered saying, brother Tan, what's up so late? On the other end, Tan Yuan smiled and said, isn't 7 o'clock quite late for you? Do you remember the Qianlong replica 12 Flower Gods cup you handled? It has now been confirmed to be from the Qianlong era. Huang Yu certainly remembered. That was his most profitable venture. Curious, he asked, brother Tan, what are you taking it to Beijing? Tan Yuan spoke with righteous indignation. This is a major archaeological discovery. There were rumors overseas about the 12 Flower Gods cup from the Qianlong period, but nobody paid it any mind. Now that these 3 cups have appeared, people suspect it might not just be a rumor, but genuine artifacts. Huang Yu, puzzled, replied, what does that have to do with us? These 3 cups were merely a coincidence. Tan Yuan laughed heartily, saying originally it had nothing to do with us, but since it was led by our teacher and discovered by him, we were asked to go abroad to track down the whereabouts of the cup that was bought by a mysterious buyer. Huang Yu found it hard to believe and asked, am I going to? He knew his own limitations and was naturally reluctant to go. Tan Yuan laughed again, saying, yes, it's me and you along with Murong Qingxi. The 3 of us will go together, accompanied by the Bureau of Cultural Heritage. We are only responsible for authentication. He added, you should be happy, this is a chance to earn merit. This time I suggested you go because you're more familiar with the Qianlong Flower Gods cup and you'll be of great help at a critical moment. Huang Yu didn't want to get involved. It was clear that the authorities had already intervened. It could be dangerous as traveling abroad is not safe. In a weak tone, he said, brother Tan, can I refuse? Although it was recommended by old Shun. Tan Yuan shouted furiously, no. You better not be ungrateful. He added, all the procedures will be taken care of for you. You and Murong Qingxi will set off the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Huang Yu was left speechless and muttered, fine, I'll go, no need to yell. Just then Murong Qingxi sent a message detailing the clothes Huang Yu needed to bring, and that she would pick him up at 7 the day after tomorrow to go to the airport together. Huang Yu saw that everything was arranged clearly and knew it was futile to resist, so he had no choice but to pack his luggage and go along. The next afternoon, Zhu Pengzi called to say that a pair of bronze vessels had sold for 650,000. Huang Yu gave him a 10% commission, netting him 580,000. By now, Huang Yu's bank card had exceeded 10 million. He had originally planned to return home and buy a house in Shangyue City, but now he would be going to Europe with them, which would delay his plans. As the morning dawned and Huang Yu was still in a deep sleep, his phone rang, waking him up. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he initially didn't plan to answer, but he was already awake. Who is it so early? In a hurry to reincarnate. The voice on the other end seemed unsure how to respond. After a second, a surprised voice said, Xiao Yu, you're not up yet, are you? I'm almost at your door. Huang Yu was startled when he heard the voice and glanced at the time. It was 6:40. He quickly replied, Sister Qingxi, I'll wash up and come down right away. Qingxi watched Huang Yu, gazing at her intently. Not with the lecherous hunger that other men often displayed, but with pure, unadulterated affection. Rather than feeling repulsed, she found it oddly endearing, and a faint knowing smile curled at the corner of her lips as she asked, well, am I especially beautiful today? Perhaps the 8-year age gap instinctively steered Qingxi away from interpreting his gaze through the lens of romance. Flustered by Qingxi's teasing observation, caught staring yet now exposed, he blushed slightly and murmured, Senior Sister Qingxi, you truly are breathtakingly beautiful. Qingxi laughed, genuinely delighted. So I'm still young then. Even a little brother like you finds himself drawn to an older sister like me. Huang Yu's face deepened in crimson, flustered and tongue-tied. He could only respond with a dazed, bashful grin. They walked in comfortable silence until they reached the airport. Huang Yu noticed Qingxi carried remarkably little, just a single suitcase. Indeed, her beauty was universally arresting, a poised, subtly mature allure that captivated both men and women alike. Huang Yu helped wheel her suitcase forward while Qingxi gave clear instructions to the driver, then turned to enter the terminal. At that moment, a man in his early 30s approached, impeccably dressed, composed, and precise in bearing. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, he exuded sunlit elegance and scholarly refinement. He stepped directly before Qingxi and greeted her warmly. Qingxi, what a delightful coincidence. He completely ignored Huang Yu, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qingxi, adoration blazing openly in his gaze. Qingxi turned calmly toward him and offered a polite, faint smile. Senior brother Yan, what a coincidence indeed. The man laughed heartily. I knew I couldn't fool you, Qingxi. I heard you were heading to Europe, so I came specially to see you. With that, he gestured to 2 assistants standing behind him, who promptly handed him an exquisitely wrapped pastry gift box. I'm not sure how long you'll be gone, so I queued for hours to get these. Take them along. When homesickness strikes, they'll remind you of home. He extended the box toward her. Qingxi declined with graceful courtesy. Thank you, senior brother Yan, but I'm already carrying quite a bit. It would be inconvenient to take this. And there's no need to see me off. I'll be checking in shortly. With those words, she turned and walked away without seeing Qingxi's refusal. Senior brother Yan immediately thrust the box into Huang Yu's hands, his tone firm and non-negotiable. You'll hold on to this for her and give it to her during the flight. Huang Yu suppressed a sigh. Surely Qingxi has received far more lavish gifts. Pastries are charmingly unconventional, yes, but to demand I accept what she declined, that's hardly proper. He ignored the command entirely. Senior sister Qingxi didn't ask me to take it. I wouldn't dare. And with that, he turned on his heel and hurried after her. Senior brother Yan stood frozen, box in hand, watching their retreating figures. His brow furrowed, his expression darkening with simmering displeasure. He whirled around abruptly and snapped at his 2 aides. Find out everything about that boy, immediately. Who does he think he is, refusing my gesture outright? Aboard the plane, seated together in first class, Qingxi remarked somewhat unexpectedly. You shouldn't have refused him. If trouble arises, call me. Huang Yu blinked, startled. Who is he exactly? Surely someone like me, a nobody, wouldn't warrant his... Qingxi sighed deeply, her voice laced with quiet remorse. Because you're with me. Yan Ming, the eldest son and heir apparent of Yan Group, the dominant real estate conglomerate in Xiangyue province. Huang Yu nodded. Undoubtedly a formidable figure. Yet he remained unfazed. If things turn sour in Xiangyue, I'll simply leave. What power can one man wield over me elsewhere? Still, he conceded inwardly. Even amid economic headwinds, a titan like Yan Group remained largely unshaken, making Yan Ming to Huang Yu's current station nothing short of monumental. The rest of the journey unfolded smoothly. By local time, they arrived in Paris at approximately 8 o'clock. Fortunate too, as Huang Yu had slept through half the flight and felt refreshingly alert. Tanyuan was already waiting at the airport, driving. As ever, he wore his signature laid-back style, sunglasses perched coolly on his nose, as he waved energetically toward Huang Yu and Qingxi. Tanyuan rushed over, greeting them cheerfully. Senior sister Qingxi. Xiaoyu, where's your luggage? He saw only Huang Yu slinging a backpack and pushing a compact code-locked suitcase. Huang Yu grinned broadly. Brother Tan, it's all right here. He gave the suitcase a playful jiggle. Qingxi, ever serene, added softly. Yuan, I brought almost nothing. Just a few days' essentials. Let's go, we're running late. In the car, Qingxi settled into the rear seat and asked directly, Yuan, how's the Cultural Relics Bureau's investigation division progressing? Huang Yu leaned in, equally curious, eager to hear whether any leads had surfaced. Tanyuan kept his eyes on the road as he replied, We've traced the artifact's initial sale to a Chinese steward employed by a European noble family. That's all we've uncovered so far, he added, frowning slightly. Nearly 3 decades have passed, and since no one paid attention back, then much of the trail has vanished beyond recovery. Qingxi nodded slowly. May everything proceed smoothly. A subtle shadow of concern crossed her brow before she turned her gaze outward, entranced by the passing Parisian streetscape. An unusual hush settled over the car, so profound that even the normally loquacious Tanyuan drove in thoughtful silence. Upon reaching the hotel, the 3 shared a refined French breakfast. Tanyuan had reserved a luxurious 3-bedroom suite, opulent, tasteful, and unmistakably extravagant. Smiling, he said, Nothing pressing today. You're welcome to adjust to the time zone, or explore freely. His words were clearly addressed to Qingxi. Then turning to Huang Yu with eager anticipation, he asked, Brother, shall we visit the flea market this afternoon? Huang Yu tilted his head, intrigued. Brother Tan, what's the purpose of a flea market? Are you buying second-hand goods? Tanyuan burst out laughing. You're the one buying second-hand goods. Here the flea market functions just like our antique markets. Everything imaginable is on offer. Who knows? We might just strike gold. The word strike gold lit up Huang Yu's eyes. Absolutely, we should go now. He was keen to test whether his spirit-aware eyes would resonate with foreign antiquities. Tanyuan checked his watch. Let's go at 2 p.m. That's when the crowds peak and opportunities multiply. Huang Yu acquiesced. He spoke no French after all. Suddenly, Qingxi interjected, "Don't forget to invite me when you go." And with that she turned and headed straight for her room. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged a wry glance, both resigned. With Qingxi present, even appreciating the city's famed charm required discretion. At precisely 2 p.m., the trio arrived at the city's renowned flea market street, already teeming with life, pulsing with energy, and overflowing with vibrant humanity. This outshines any antique street back home, not just in foot traffic, but in its uninhibited openness. Huang Yu observed watching couples kiss, merchants negotiate, friends toast, and strangers converse with equal ease. Tan Yuan roared with laughter. "Brother, you're still too young to understand." His grin turned sly as he subtly nodded toward a nearby couple locked in passionate embrace. Qingxi's composure remained unruffled, though her sunglasses obscured whether her calm ran as deep as it appeared. She turned to Tan Yuan with gentle reproach. "Ah, Yuan, don't corrupt little you." Tan Yuan flashed a knowing, unapologetic smirk before returning his attention to the stalls. Huang Yu shook his head and reassured her, "Senior sister Qingxi, don't worry. I won't be led astray." After half an hour of browsing, they found most items were decorative crafts or everyday objects, alongside oil paintings, silver tableware, bronze artifacts, and other curiosities, many delightfully eccentric. Qingxi gazed at a large secondhand shop ahead, its display brimming with silver and copper wares. The interior decor exuded an antique charm, and a faint gentle smile curved her lips as she suggested, "Shall we go in and have a look?" Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, indifferent either way, soon discovered, upon arriving at the flea market, that their heroic talents found no stage. Their enthusiasm had already waned. As the trio stepped inside, amber-hued lighting cast a soft, dim glow, yet it could not dim the shimmering brilliance of the silverware. Rows of impeccably arranged silver tableware gleamed under the muted light. On the opposite side, copper molds, cookware, and drinking vessels filled shelves in dazzling variety, aged to a deep, lustrous patina, yet utterly free of verdigris, suggesting they were scarcely 2 decades old. Tan Yuan, clearly unversed and uninterested in such artifacts, wandered listlessly about and remarked, "Brother, do Westerners really fear poisoning so much that they resort exclusively to silver tableware?" Huang Yu, equally bored yet reluctant to leave Qingxi alone, deeming it unsafe, replied, "Perhaps. I recall Napoleon nearly fell victim to a queen's poison plot, ever since silver dining sets gained prestige." Watching Qingxi examine the silverware with quiet intensity, Tan Yuan murmured thoughtfully, "Women truly are complicated," then added wistfully, "Still, it would be extraordinary to uncover a genuine Napoleonic-era silver service." At that moment, a woman in her 40s approached, classically European and bearing voluptuous, dressed in a low-cut short skirt and high heels adorned with lavish jewelry radiating unmistakable aristocratic allure. Mature yet elegant, regal yet sensual, she bypassed Huang Yu and Tan Yuan entirely, stepping directly to Qingxi's side to engage her in conversation, and proceeded to introduce several exquisite silver tableware sets. Huang Yu watched mildly astonished as Qingxi conversed fluently with the woman. He turned to Tan Yuan and asked, "Does Sister Qingxi speak French too?" Tan Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, "Far more than that. I'd wager she's fluent in a dozen languages." Huang Yu realized with quiet awe that she was indeed a prodigy, beyond mortal comparison, and he and Tan Yuan dutifully trailed behind the two women like eager apprentices. He found himself comparing Eastern and Western ideals of physical grace, the distinct elegance across ages, each possessing its own unique resonance. Suddenly, the visit felt profoundly worthwhile. Suddenly, the woman withdrew from a row of wooden presentation boxes, a magnificent antique silver service, 40 to 50 pieces in all, varying in size and form. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, immediately sensing its considerable age, masterful craftsmanship, and artistic distinction far surpassing any other set on display. Curious whether his spirit-awakening eyes would perceive spiritual resonance in European antiquities, Huang Yu activated them at once. And indeed, the silver service shimmered faintly with star-like motes of spiritual essence. A jolt of astonishment surged through him, followed swiftly by exhilaration. Truly worthy of the spirit-awakening eyes, no artifact east or west escapes your gaze. Yet outwardly he remained perfectly composed. He swiftly scanned the entire row of wooden boxes with his spirit-awakening eyes, until deep in the farthest corner one box emitted a subtle, ethereal luminescence. Huang Yu knew opportunity stood before him. Though he couldn't comprehend Qingxi's conversation with the woman, he stepped forward without hesitation and interrupted, "Sister Qingxi, do you intend to purchase this set?" Qingxi regarded him puzzled. Why not to bring something home after coming all this way?" The woman still smiled, but Huang Yu sensed the hollow, perfunctory nature of that smile. She seemed ready to eject him outright. Whether for disrupting her business or perhaps her flirtatious rapport with Qingxi, he couldn't tell. Huang Yu adopted an expression of earnest agreement. "You're absolutely right, Sister Qingxi. Having come this far, one must carry home a memento." Qingxi translated his words, and only then did the woman's demeanor soften, slightly, though her tolerance remained grudging at best. Tan Yuan rolled his eyes. Brother, have you turned into a girl now, fussing over trinkets? Huang Yu chuckled. Brother Tan, shall I gift you a set too? We could discuss them together? Tan Yuan, unimpressed, ignored him entirely, and instead followed the woman closely, absorbing with quiet appreciation the opulent grace of European femininity. Qingxi examined 2 more wooden boxes before deciding definitively on the first set. Turning to Huang Yu, she said, I'll take this one. And you? Huang Yu had long fixed his sights, but feared appearing too eager might alert the woman. Hesitating, he replied, might I examine a few more before deciding? After Qingxi translated, the woman reluctantly produced 2 additional sets, her displeasure evident. Europeans, after all, prized autonomy and self-perception above all. Her earlier irritation at Huang Yu's interruption lingered, even his willingness to buy failed to earn her goodwill. Huang Yu surveyed the silver sets laid upon the table, shook his head slightly in dissatisfaction, and asked, none quite strike my fancy. May I see a few more? Qingxi translated. The woman responded tersely, which Qingxi relayed, the rest are virtually identical, and she senses you hold no genuine affection for silverware. If nothing suits, you're welcome to explore elsewhere. Huang Yu blinked. Wasn't the customer always sovereign? What kind of shop banished patrons before the transaction? Was commerce here governed not by coin, but by sentiment? Just then a middle-aged man, roughly the woman's age. After exchanging a few quiet words, he kissed her forehead, gesturing for her to step away for coffee while he handled. Once she departed, the male shopkeeper said warmly, brother, don't mind her. Just tell me which ones you'd like, and I'll fetch them. Qingxi translated. Huang Yu, unsurprised, replied instantly, just the 2 at the far end, please. Qingxi translated again, and true to his word, the shopkeeper retrieved the 2 wooden boxes without suspicion, placing them neatly on the table before the trio. The shopkeeper gestured helplessly. These sets are virtually identical, all from the same era. There's little meaningful distinction among them. Qingxi translated. Huang Yu focused intently on the box emitting spiritual essence, and realized the luminescence emanated not from the silverware, but from the base of the box itself. Its material was common cherry wood, unremarkable in every respect. Knowing this was no place for scrutiny, he nodded as if convinced by their reasoning, and declared, then this one please. At checkout, the price stunned him, 6,000 euros, non-negotiable. His first impression of Europe crystallized astonishing wealth and singularly eccentric temperament. With jet lag weighing heavily and fatigue setting in, the 3 decided against further exploration, opting instead for a light meal before returning to their hotel. In the car, Huang Yu cradled the wooden box, turning it over repeatedly. Glancing at Qingxi in the rear seat, he asked, Sister Qingxi, what's special about your set? Tan Yuan, intrigued, ventured hesitantly, no way. You actually struck gold. Qingxi glanced briefly at her set and shook her head. What on earth are you imagining? It's merely the work of a master artisan. That's why it commands such a price. Then with a curious knowing smile, she asked Huang Yu, Xiao Yu, I've noticed something unusual in your expression. Did you discover something? Huang Yu knew concealment was futile, and that authentic European antiquities would likely require Qingxi's expertise to authenticate. With a mysterious smile, he replied, we'll need to study it properly before drawing conclusions. Tan Yuan burst out, no way, you actually pulled off another find. Qingxi, however, simply nodded, her expression shifting to quiet, dawning comprehension. For the first time, Huang Yu resolved to exercise greater caution, especially when fortune smiled without reason. In crowds, discretion was wisdom. True freedom, he realized, lay in living unburdened. Back at the hotel, the trio wasted no time, spreading Huang Yu's wooden box and its contents across the suites. 40 to 50 silver pieces covered the entire table. Tan Yuan immediately seized a magnifying glass and flashlight, scrutinizing each piece with feverish intensity. Qingxi held up a set of forks, examining them closely, her brow gradually furrowing. This set too was crafted by a master artisan of the same era. The price isn't unreasonable, but neither is it profitable. Tan Yuan lowered his tools, certain, beyond a single French monogram, the master's signature. There's nothing else discernible. He winked, grinning. Brother, misjudgments happen, no need to dwell on it. Huang Yu observed them both, smiling quietly. Don't you find anything peculiar about the box itself? Qingxi studied the wooden box silently, her gaze calm and searching. Tan Yuan scoffed, cherry wood. Did you mistake it for aged ebony? He added almost mockingly, brother, don't be naive. The French know their timber as well as anyone. Before Huang Yu could respond, Qingxi lifted the box and inhaled deeply, then gently tapped each of its 6 sides with her fingertips. When her knuckles met the base, the sound resonated deeper, hollower, empty. At that tone, both Qingxi's and Tan Yuan's eyes flared with sudden sharp recognition. Huang Yu's expression confirmed their suspicion. Qingxi then tapped both surfaces of the base, each yielding the same hollow, echoing resonance. She placed it carefully back on the table and closed her eyes, lost in silent contemplation. Tan Yuan immediately picked it up, tapping the sides himself, and confirmed the acoustic anomaly. Uncertain, he ventured, brother, could it simply be a standard partition layer? These luxury boxes often include such structural elements. Huang Yu didn't dispute it. Brother Tan, Have you noticed its surface appears older than the other dozen boxes? He paused, recalling. At first I assumed dust from its position at the edge, but when the shopkeeper retrieved it, it was immaculately clean. He took a sip of water watching them. Tan Yuan caught on instantly. So, you're suggesting this box wasn't made in the same batch as the others? Huang Yu nodded. Precisely. When he brought it out, I discreetly tapped it. Only this one's base contains a concealed layer. Before he finished speaking, Qingxi retrieved her own box and tapped its base, producing a uniform solid tone confirming its integrity. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu. How do you intend to proceed? Shall we open it? Her initial doubt had dissolved into quiet certainty that he would. Huang Yu smiled. Naturally, we must see what lies within. Tan Yuan rolled up his sleeves. I'll fetch tools. Let's uncover this secret. He dashed off to the hotel front desk for equipment. Qingxi watched Huang Yu. This young man who had begun as wide-eyed novice now moved with effortless command, his aura growing ever more enigmatic. A memory surfaced her grandfather's words. Some people are born geniuses destined for this craft. You, my child, are the rarest kind. The one heaven itself feeds with its own hand. Yet lately observing Huang Yu, she sensed he too belonged to that rare breed. Her inner certainty deepening, her regard shifting toward kinship. Her gaze held a subtle, knowing warmth, a silent acknowledgement of kindred spirit. Unaware of her transformation, Huang Yu continued studying the box, calculating how to open it flawlessly. Within 10 minutes, Tan Yuan returned hauling a massive toolbox. So heavy he groaned. I only asked for a few tools. They handed me this behemoth. It weighs a ton. Huang Yu rose to assist, and staggered under its weight 60 to 70 pounds. Even Tan Yuan's formidable physique had struggled. Qingxi watched them wrestle the suitcase-sized toolbox into the room and laughed. Are you planning to dismantle the hotel? Her laughter rang out freely. Tan Yuan, unfazed, grinned back. Better over-prepared than under-equipped, right, brother? Huang Yu, though privately amused, praised him warmly. Brother Tan's foresight is unmatched. Qingxi, rolling her eyes, opened the toolbox, revealing not just pliers, wrenches, and screwdrivers, but also power saws, drills, and whetstones. She selected a hammer and small chisel, then began tapping delicately along the box's seams. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan watched in silence, neither daring to ask nor risk being rebuffed. Among the three, only Qingxi possessed formal training and hands-on experience in dismantling antiques, and within 4 or 5 minutes, she'd nearly removed one side panel, revealing 2 layers of base wood flush and inseparable, with no hidden cavity between them. Huang Yu recoiled inwardly, doubt surging. Had his spirit-awakening eyes deceived him, or did they fail entirely on foreign relics? A storm of uncertainty churned within him. Tan Yuan too noticed the anomaly and frowned. Nothing's hidden here. Why bother with double-layered wood? Qingxi, however, grew increasingly focused, her intuition whispering a revelation she dared not yet voice. Urgently she commanded, quick, hold both sides steady. This may truly be another of Xiao Yu's finds. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan locked gazes, and instantly steadied the box. Within 2 minutes it lay fully disassembled. Qingxi carefully separated the 2 base panels, and there painted onto the upper panel was a delicate oil painting a young ballerina dancing before a mirror spinning, leaping, lost in motion. The composition emphasized her lithe grace, elongated limbs, and fervent devotion to dance. Yet her face remained softly blurred, indistinct, veiled in gentle obscurity. Huang Yu frowned at the painted panel, though his spirit-awakening eyes confirmed this was the source of the resonance. Disappointed, he muttered, what is this? Why paint a girl so vaguely? Tan Yuan's eyes widened. He swallowed, hard blood rushing to his temples. Staring at Huang Yu, he growled, I'll throttle you. How does every treasure fall into your lap? He lunged, but Huang Yu dodged nimbly. As they prepared to spar playfully, Qingxi's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. Enough. Take your antics outside. Do not touch Degas painting. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan heard she throw a tantrum for the first time, their hands still hovering in midair. They exchanged glances and quickly separated, then watched as she stared dreamily at the painting board, utterly entranced, as if the girl in the painting were herself. Huang Yu had never heard of Degas, so he immediately asked Tan Yuan, brother Tan, who is Degas? Why are you both reacting so strongly? Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu, shook his head, then nodded, saying, sometimes, I feel like you must be the favored child. Finding a bargain is akin to drinking water. You stumble upon it every now and then. Then with a weary tone he said, Degas is a famous French painter known for incorporating various styles, transitioning from classicism to impressionism and realism. His artistic journey witnessed numerous artistic revolutions. He is one of France's representative painters. Just then she seemed to snap back to reality, and said to Huang Yu, this oil painting on wood should be an early work of Degas. He painted over 1,500 works featuring ballerinas, so it makes sense for it to appear here. Huang Yu, who didn't understand oil paintings and their value, curiously asked, aren't Degas' early ballerina oil paintings worth more? She coldly chuckled and shook her head, saying, from sketches to oil paintings to pastels, his works vividly showcase the multifaceted lives of ballerinas through dynamic brushwork, engaging compositions, and exquisite play of light and shadow. This piece must have been created early in his career when his style was not fully formed, yet leaning toward Impressionism. It's a transitional work for him. Fortunately, the wooden panel is well preserved and the dry environment poses no harm to the oil painting. However, wooden oil paintings haven't become mainstream in the collectibles market. It should be around €1,000,000. Huang Yu, upon hearing that the current euro exchange rate is about 7.5, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that nearly 8 million RMB? That's so exaggerated. Looking around, it doesn't seem worth that much." "Ching," she said lightly, "I don't know much about it, but I estimate that at the auction house it could easily surpass 10 million. Tan Yuan patted Huang Yu on the shoulder, sincerely, saying, "Brother, I'm truly impressed by your luck." He sighed and added, "When can I find a bargain worth millions?" Huang Yu was a bit confused and dazed for a moment. Tan Yuan waved his hand in front of Huang. "Yes, I," saying, "Brother, are you back to reality?" As Huang Yu regained his senses, he asked, "How do you plan to handle this painting?" Huang Yu, lacking experience in this area, glanced at Tan Yuan's expression and immediately inquired, "Brother, Tan, do you have any suggestions?" Tan Yuan smiled, revealing satisfaction, and said, "I suggest you first transport it back to the country and then auction it in Hong Kong. The price might be a bit lower, but after deducting taxes it would be about the same. If you plan to immigrate to Europe or America, it would be more cost-effective to auction it here." After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Huang Yu while Ching, she turned her head, curious about how Huang Yu would respond. Huang Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that antiques were in vogue domestically and the chances of finding a bargain were much higher. Besides, he felt a bit intimidated by the restrictions on firearms abroad. He quickly replied, "Then let's transport it back home. Forget about immigration. I don't understand foreign languages. What can I—" Tan Yuan burst into laughter, patting Huang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "I knew you wouldn't let us down, brother. Rest assured, I will ensure this painting is safely delivered to the country." At this time, Ching, she full of smiles, added, "Just leave it to him. This is his area of expertise. He also has channels, otherwise it's very difficult to transport cultural relics out of Europe without proper documentation." Huang Yu nodded, smiling, saying, "Then I'll trouble Brother Tan." Huang Yu found it hard to understand why they were so happy upon hearing he was unwilling to immigrate, as if he had momentarily truly accepted and integrated into their circle. The next morning before 8 o'clock, Tan Yuan woke Huang Yu and Ching Shi up. By the time Huang Yu and Ching Shi finished washing up, Tan Yuan had already prepared breakfast and was waiting in the living room. Seeing Tan Yuan sitting by the window with a rarely serious expression while drinking coffee, Huang Yu approached and said, "Brother Tan, so early. Is there something urgent?" Tan Yuan turned his head back, smiling, and said, "Have you not adjusted to the time difference? Originally, I wanted you both to rest a bit more, but suddenly an urgent matter came up. Let's chat while we eat when Ching Shi comes out." He then pointed to the table, saying, "Help yourself to drinks." When Huang Yu and the others began to eat, Tan Yuan said, "The Cultural Relics Bureau's investigation department has located the noble's residence and has sent me the location. After we finish eating, we'll set off." Huang Yu noticed that Tan Yuan's expression seemed off, feeling a vague sense of worry, unsure if there would be any danger. Ching Shi listened quietly, her demeanor still elegant and her state of mind refined. Perhaps it was the allure of a mature woman. After driving for about 7 or 8 hours, when Huang Yu and the others reached the southern part of France, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. Tan Yuan looked at the map and said, "It should be that manor up ahead." Huang Yu gazed at the immensely large grapevines laden with clusters of purple grapes shimmering like purple jewels under the glow of the sunset, truly enchanting. It seemed as if one could smell the fresh scent of grapes in the air. Moreover, this rural area was unexpectedly bustling with traffic, quite lively. Huang Yu curiously asked, "So many people. Is it always this crowded in the French countryside?" Tan Yuan shook his head, remaining silent, cautiously maneuvering the car. Perhaps he was also unsure. Ching Shi gazed at the charming scenery outside the car window and smiled, saying, "In the 70s and 80s, this area used to produce a lot of wine, but with technological advancements, both planting techniques and winemaking methods have rapidly developed. They still continue with ancient methods which naturally led to their decline." She then looked at the frequent passing vehicles and said with a smile, "Later business began to decline, but the good thing is that the environment is still well preserved and many city dwellers come here to vacation on weekends. And now it's the grape picking season, so people can pick many to take back for their family and friends. The taste is good and it's fresh, plus the prices are quite favorable. Naturally, more people come now." Huang Yu once again marveled at Ching's eyes, knowledge, glancing at himself, realizing that it's no wonder she achieved success at such a young age. At this moment, Tan Yuan finally drove to the largest manor here, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. A massive, ancient castle surrounded by grapevines looked quite dreamy. An old man approached as they parked their car, making a gesture of greeting typical of nobility, saying, "What can I do for you?" in French. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan were oblivious to the outside world, not understanding a word. Ching Shi politely returned the greeting, saying, "We made a reservation over the phone. We will be staying here tonight." The old man nodded, then instructed Tan Yuan to park the car properly. He then led Huang Yu and the others toward the castle. Once inside, they realized the castle was larger than they had imagined, resembling a palace. However, the lighting was a bit dim, and the walls showed signs of age, some areas starting to peel. Although it was still clean and tidy, one could clearly sense a feeling of desolation and solitude. Qingxi then paid 3,000 euros for a suite on the right side of the second floor of the castle, which included 4 or 5 rooms and a living room of about 200 square meters costing 1,000 euros per night. Even Tang Yuan, who had seen the world, couldn't help but exclaim, "Nobility is truly wonderful. Even the guest room is so magnificent and vast." Huang Yu nodded in deep agreement, saying, "This one living room is comparable to a large house back home. It really makes one envious." Qingxi set down her things and brewed a pot of tea for Huang Yu and Tang Yuan. The three sat on the balcony enjoying the beautiful scenery and sipping tea, savoring the unique flavor that filled their hearts. The evening glow cast upon Qingxi, seemingly adding a touch of unique charm, beautiful, yet not gaudy, noble, yet not arrogant, captivating to behold. Qingxi smiled lightly and asked, "What did they say?" Tang Yuan, who had been driving for a long time, showed no signs of fatigue and replied energetically, "They haven't said much yet, just mentioned that there will be a gathering at this manor tomorrow. Their people will propose a tour of the nobles' collection and see if we can find the flower goddess cup." Huang Yu said somewhat uncertainly, "Are they sure the flower goddess cup was bought by this noble's steward? But now he seems to have fallen on hard times. I wonder if he has already sold it." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow and said, "We won't know the specifics until the investigators contact us." Qingxi sighed and said, "Then it all depends on tomorrow whether his collection holds the flower goddess cup." She then looked at the picturesque vineyard and said, "Let's take a break. There will be food to eat here at 7 in the evening." Tang Yuan laughed heartily and said, "I'm really tired. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when it's time." After saying that, he went directly back to his room, leaving Huang Yu and Qingxi alone on the balcony, where they enjoyed the warm breeze, sharing a silence filled with unspoken thoughts, quietly at ease. The next morning, Huang Yu woke up early with the morning glow just breaking. It was so beautiful. He got ready to go for a run around the manor. At this moment, Qingxi's door opened just in time, and she appeared in sportswear, exuding a hint of healthy beauty. Huang Yu now no longer saw Qingxi in a dazed way, smiling as he said, "Good morning, Sister Qingxi." Qingxi's round eyes sparkled when she smiled, saying, "Little Yu, good morning. Want to run together?" Huang Yu nodded and readily agreed, saying, "Then let's go together." For about an hour, Qingxi maintained a steady jogging pace, which greatly surprised Huang Yu, who possessed inner qi, as he exclaimed, "Sister Qingxi, your stamina is incredible. I can't keep up." Qingxi stopped and looked at Huang Yu, saying, "It seems you jog regularly. I've been used to it since I was little." The entire manor seemed to awaken under the sunlight, with workers occasionally seen picking grapes and tourists There was another kind of beauty that carried a hint of humanity. When Huang Yu and Qingxi returned to the room, they found a capable-looking man in his 30s chatting with Tang Yuan. Upon seeing Huang Yu and Qingxi return, he immediately stood up, revealing a bright smile, and said, "Miss Qingxi, long time no see." Qingxi clearly recognized him, smiling as she said, "Leader Li Feng, long time no see. I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. It seems this task will be much easier." Li Feng smiled and said, "Hopefully. We still need the three of you to lend a helping hand. I would be immensely grateful." He then looked at Huang Yu and said, "I take it this young man is Huang Yu." Indeed, young and accomplished with exceptional insight. Huang Yu observed the man, finding him quite handsome with an elegant demeanor. Even though Huang Yu was male, he couldn't help but feel no dislike for his smile. Huang Yu extended his hand for a handshake, saying, "Leader Li, please don't jest. I just entered the field." At this moment, Tang Yuan interjected, "All right, you two, stop with the small talk. Everyone please sit down and have breakfast first. We can't stand the hunger any longer." With that, he rubbed his belly and took the lead in sitting down at the dining table. Seeing his comical expression made everyone burst into laughter. After a few of them finished eating and called for someone to clean up, they sat together, and the atmosphere turned unusually quiet, slightly oppressive. Huang Yu knew it was time to discuss serious matters and stood up to excuse himself, saying, "How about I go pick some grapes from the manor for everyone to eat later?" The three looked at Huang Yu's actions, clearly sensing his desire to avoid the topic. Tang Yuan immediately said, "Little brother, sit down. Oh, it's not a matter of high confidentiality. We will need your..." Leader Li Feng also said, "Brother Huang, although this operation is confidential, we are all insiders here, so there's no need to avoid the topic." Glancing at Qingxi, who slightly nodded, and hearing them say this, Huang Yu sat back down, but did not dare to speak. Leader Li Feng organized his thoughts and said, "We have traced the flower goddess cup auctioned by that Chinese steward. It was indeed bought for the original noble here. Unfortunately, they all passed away over a decade ago. The current heir of this manor is the original noble's son, but due to the impact of the overall situation, his business has been declining. In the past 10 years, he has sold quite a number of collectibles to sustain this manor." Huang Yu and the others listened attentively, and Li Feng continued, "Tonight's banquet will invite guests from the castle and nearby landowners to attend. Currently, tourism and castle hotel income are doing well, but it is still quite difficult to support the entire manor. He probably wants to take this opportunity to sell off some pieces from his collection." Taking a sip of tea, he continued, "At that time, our people will also make a move, and we will take the opportunity to visit his collection room. We will need your keen eyes then." After finishing, he looked at Huang Yu, and the others stood up and bowed deeply. Qingxi and Tang Yuan immediately helped Li Feng up, with Qingxi saying, Literally, don't worry, we will definitely do our best. Tang Yuan said somewhat unhappily. Li Feng, if you keep this up, I might not consider you a friend anymore. It's every Chinese child's duty to return cultural relics. Huang Yu did not feel as familiar with this matter and lacked a strong sense of mission. After all, he had always been hovering around the line of making ends meet. The group sat down again, and Qingxi asked, "May I ask how you are so sure it is here?" Li Feng laughed and replied, "It's quite a coincidence. Oh, we stumbled upon the name he used for payment at the auction house. Following the clues, we found out his son is in France, and that's how we confirmed it is indeed here." He then added, moreover, he had influenced his father to buy a ceramic cup for the old noble. After his father bought it, he was extraordinarily delighted, thinking it might be a unique piece. At that time, the old noble even rewarded his father with a few sheep. However, later it was said to be a fake, and his father gradually became marginalized by the nobility. Li Feng then sighed, saying, in fact, his father had exceptional insight and profound knowledge, but unfortunately, he was always a servant to the French, ultimately meeting an untimely end in a foreign land. After hearing this, Qingxi understood the general situation. Looking at Li Feng, she calmly said, everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot force what is not meant to be. As long as we are still here, we will definitely find it. Just then a knock sounded at the door, and Huang Yu immediately walked over. At the door stood a middle-aged man in his 40s who made a noble gesture towards Huang Yu. At that moment, Huang Yu felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to handle it. Seeing that something was off, Qingxi walked over, and then the butler began to chat with her. When the butler left, he handed Qingxi an invitation. Once the man left, Qingxi shook the invitation in her hand and said, just as we were talking about, Chow Chow, he arrives. It's the invitation for tonight's cocktail party. Li Feng and Tan Yuan burst into laughter, and Tan Yuan said, it seems the evening will be quite lively. Then he looked at Huang Yu and said, brother, if you happen to meet a foreign girl tonight, don't forget about our mission. Huang Yu, used to Tan Yuan's peculiar way of thinking at times, smiled curiously and said, big brother, Tan, do you often meet someone special at these cocktail parties? Mu Rong. Qingxi snorted coldly and said, look, you've corrupted little you. She shot a glare at Tan Yuan. After saying that, she directly went back to her room. Huang Yu rarely saw Tan Yuan being at a loss, so he also returned to his room. Tan Yuan shouted loudly at Li Feng, what do you mean by corrupted? Where have I ever met someone special? Li Feng laughed heartily, saying, Tan Yuan, with your red face and thick neck, you're really amusing. After saying that, he ignored Tan Yuan and left, clearly having many other matters to attend to, leaving Tan Yuan all alone in the living room, feeling quite melancholic. After lunch, Tan Yuan had to leave for something. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi, who was sitting on the balcony sipping tea and reading a book, feeling an inexplicable thrum in his heart. Every frown and smile, every gesture made her so enchanting. The scene was too beautiful enough to make one. After calming himself down, Huang Yu walked over and said, Qingxi, it's rare for you to come out. Would you like to pick some grapes and get some exercise? Qingxi raised her head, seemingly a bit surprised, her eyes wide. After a long while, when Huang Yu saw that Qingxi was not unwilling, she said hopefully, sure. Then let's go. I'll change into another outfit. After saying that, she stood up and walked directly towards her room. Huang Yu immediately said, great. They'll wait for you. He then jumped up, filled with excitement, finally having the opportunity to go on a date with the mature lady. When Qingxi came out walking through the ancient castle, those around her looked at her in denim attire, showcasing wild beauty and athletic grace, with an extraordinarily high rate of head turning. Huang Yu carried a basket holding 2 pairs of scissors, walking under the grape trellis, with Qingxi chatting and laughing. Qingxi looked at the grape trellis before her, laden with just-ripened purple gold grapes, couldn't resist picking one and tasting it. Immediately she exclaimed, so sweet. The flavor is so refreshing. Let's pick here. Huang Yu, hearing this, handed a pair of scissors to Qingxi, and the two joyfully began their grape-picking adventure. By 4 in the afternoon, the two returned to the room with nearly 30 pounds of grapes. Qingxi lazily collapsed on the sofa and said, I didn't expect picking grapes to be so enjoyable and fun. For the first time, Huang Yu saw Qingxi bouncing around, so light, so relaxed, and full of energy. Like pure water bringing forth a lotus, natural, without any embellishment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Huang Yu looked at her, finding it a bit amusing, and said, Sister Qingxi, how is it? Was it fun? Qingxi, still lazily sprawled on the sofa, turned her head to look at Huang Yu, her eyes revealing a hint of emotion, and said, Thank you, little Yu. I had such a great time today. In the past, my grandpa and parents were very strict with me. They never took me out to play. Huang Yu looked at her sorrowful expression, wanting to embrace her, but unfortunately, he didn't have the courage, fearing rejection. He could only say, next time I return to the country, I'll take you to pick lotus pods. That would be even more fun. Qingxi nodded with a smile, her face full of anticipation, as she said, then it's settled. By the way, is Tan Yuan back yet? The cocktail party starts at 7. Let's rest a bit and change clothes before heading down. Huang Yu looked at Tan Yuan's door, which was evidently still closed, and called out, Big brother Tan. Not back yet. Then I'll go rest first. Qingxi watched Huang Yu's figure, a slight smile, curling her lips, her eyes revealing a faint affection, lost in thought for a long time. Around 6:30, the three of them arrived at the banquet hall of the ancient castle, where quite a few people had already gathered. The gentlemen were dressed formally, while most of the ladies wore sexy outfits revealing beautiful legs and alluring necklines. Huang Yu also noticed a few Asians secretly greeting Tan Yuan. He guessed they might be from the Cultural Relics Bureau's investigation department. The three of them sat at a dining table enjoying roast beef freshly killed from the estate, drinking self-brewed wine, and listening to the aristocratic descendants on stage boast. Sitting across from Huang Yu, Qingxi looked particularly beautiful today, wearing a white long dress that revealed her fair shoulders, her hair, slightly styled up, with light makeup exuding a mature aura. Huang Yu, somewhat entranced, took a sip of wine, and said to Tan Yuan, who was sitting beside him, "Big brother, Tan, don't you think Sister Qingxi looks exceptionally beautiful today?" Tan Yuan, munching on food, suddenly felt a bit at a loss when Huang Yu asked him that, chuckling mischievously, and said, "Are you two in a relationship?" He then glanced back and forth between Qingxi and Huang Yu. The two exchanged a quick glance, then quickly looked away as if something had indeed happened. Just as Tan Yuan was about to tease them further, the aristocratic descendant called for someone to bring out about 10 types of jewelry. Under the lighting, they sparkled brilliantly. It turned out that this cocktail party was also a small jewelry trading event. In the end, 3 pieces were acquired by Tan Yuan's colleague, while the others were sold off. At the suggestion of a Frenchman who bid for 2 pieces of jewelry and an Asian who bid for 3 pieces, they proposed a visit to the impoverished noble descendant's treasure vault. After suggesting a fee of 100 euros per person, they finally agreed, and Huang Yu and his companions paid 300 euros. Around 20 people proceeded deeper into the castle. When they reached the treasure vault, even though 2/3 of the space was already empty, the remaining 50 square meters were still filled with various jewels, oil paintings, crowns, antique guns, ceramics, bronze artifacts, ancient wood, and more. Most of it was centered on jewelry and ornaments sparkling brightly. The 3 of them headed directly toward the area with various ceramics and bronze items. Most were European porcelain, with a small portion being from the Qing dynasty. Qingxi and her companions examined carefully, leaving no corner overlooked. Unfortunately, most were ceramic plates and vases, and they did not find the flower goddess cup. Huang Yu used his Lingyuan eye to look around. Although most of the ceramics had a hint of spiritual resonance, it was scant, likely from after the Jiaqing period. The 3 exchanged glances, not finding anything of interest. They then began to check other areas. As Huang Yu approached the neatly arranged 30 to 40 antique guns, he could clearly sense that half of them had seen battle. The gun bodies were marred with scratches and rust. Noticing that Tan Yuan was right beside him, Huang Yu asked, "What do you think, brother Tan?" Tan Yuan shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed, and said in a somewhat somber tone, "I haven't found anything. There aren't even any small ceramic cups." He then lamented, "How bizarre. Do they think bigger is worth more? What a provincial noble. Do you think they might have already been sold? Did we arrive too late?" Huang Yu asked with some doubt. Tan Yuan glanced at the now mostly empty treasury and replied uncertainly, "That shouldn't be the case. The news hasn't been made public yet, and only a little over 10 people know about it." After saying this, he moved on to other areas. Looking at the oil paintings, which were evidently too abstract for Huang Yu to comprehend, he didn't let it hinder him from using his spiritual eye to observe. Unfortunately, none of the paintings could compare to Degas' ballet dancer. As he was about to turn away, he noticed an ink splash painting that seemed completely out of place among the oil paintings. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be grand in momentum, with an exquisite blend of ink colors. The scenery appeared vibrant and lively, with watercolors merging, providing a delightful visual feast. It fused elements from both Eastern and Western art, a harmonious creation of Western abstract art and traditional Chinese art. There was no signature or tail note, only a single character for emotion. At that moment, Qingxi happened to walk over, evidently having also noticed this incongruous painting. The two looked at it dreamily, like a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Huang Yu directly used his spiritual eye to look at the painting, and surprisingly, the spiritual energy of the entire piece was even richer than Degas' work, suggesting that the creator of this piece was extraordinary. Just as Huang Yu was taken aback, he felt someone brush against his hand. He turned to look, coincidentally meeting Qingxi's gaze as she turned towards him, creating an indescribable sense of ambiguity, just 10 centimeters apart. Unfortunately, Tan Yuan stood in the middle, having playfully touched both of their hands while observing their shared interest in the painting. Tan Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at the painting, remarking it's too out of place. His expression then deepened in thought as he seemed to sense something unusual as well. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi and Tan Yuan and asked, "If the price is right, should we buy it?" Tan Yuan and Qingxi simultaneously turned to Huang Yu, as if silently asking whether he had noticed something. Huang Yu shook his head, frowning. Although he knew it was created by a master, he still couldn't identify who it was. Suddenly, Qingxi seemed to think of something, covering her mouth tightly with her hand, bursting with excitement. Watching Huang Yu and Tan Yuan both tense up, as if afraid something might happen to Qingxi. When Qingxi had somewhat calmed down, her eyes still gleaming, she declared, "I want to buy it. What do you two think?" Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, rarely seeing Qingxi so excited and unable to contain herself. Tan Yuan replied, "All right then, let's buy it." Huang Yu nodded in agreement. Qingxi, feeling much calmer, said, "Since the 3 of us discovered it, do you want to join in?" Huang Yu immediately nodded, and said sure, count me in. He was well aware of the painting's value. Tan Yuan also nodded, saying, all right, now it's up to you, Sister Qingxi. After all, only Qingxi knows French. About half an hour later, the impoverished noble descendant asked everyone to leave in order, and the three of them followed suit. Once the impoverished noble descendant came out, Qingxi stepped forward and explained the situation. After a long discussion, he finally agreed to sell the 3 oil paintings and that emotion piece. Mainly because Qingxi was purchasing a large quantity and the price was simply irresistible. After some hesitation, he readily agreed. The total for the 4 paintings was 200,000 euros, as they were not created by well-known masters. When Huang Yu and the others returned to their residence, Tan Yuan immediately reported the situation to team leader Li Feng, stating that they had not found the Flower God cup and had no leads. As they sat together staring at the ink splash emotion painting on the table, both Huang Yu and Tan Yuan furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend it. Only Qingxi sipped her coffee, leisurely humming a tune, clearly very happy. Tan Yuan couldn't figure out the significance of the painting and said, Sister Qingxi, don't keep us in suspense, tell us what you think. Huang Yu nodded in agreement, saying, Sister Qingxi, please tell us. His eyes were fixed on her. Qingxi swirled gracefully, saying unhurriedly, I'm only guessing this place isn't safe. I fear revealing it might lead to trouble for us. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was alarmed. If there was danger, why stay? He quickly suggested, why don't we leave tonight? Tan Yuan, upon hearing this, looked down on Huang Yu, saying, brother, how can a man retreat? We must act. After a moment of thought, he added, leaving rashly might raise suspicion. It's better to wait until tomorrow to leave. At this moment, Qingxi also came over and said, so I'm not telling you for your own good. If you hear it, you probably won't. Then she put away the painting with a mischievous smile, saying, I'll rest first. You two can guess as much as you want as long as... Left alone, Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged a wordless glance, both muttering what nonsense. The next day after breakfast, the 3 of them couldn't wait to leave. On the way, it was evident that Huang Yu and Tan Yuan hadn't slept well. There were bloodshot veins in their eyes. Moreover, Qingxi in the back seat didn't look much better, her face showing signs of fatigue. When the 3 left the manor and returned to Paris, it was nearly evening. They returned to their hotel and had a bite to eat. When they took the painting out again in their hotel suite, Qingxi smiled gently and asked, did you guess who painted it? Tan Yuan, somewhat agitated, replied, who knows who painted it? Although it's quite good, they don't even dare to reveal their name. It must be just average. Huang Yu shook his head and then nodded. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, her eyes narrowing with interest, and asked, what do you think? Huang Yu replied uncertainly, could it be the legendary one, the ancient prodigy? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, feeling such mystery and difficulty in comprehension, a glint of curiosity and surprise flashing in her eyes. Then she nodded, saying, I'm only guessing too. There are too few ink splash paintings from his later years in the country. Ooh, I've never seen one. At this moment, Tan Yuan's eyes widened in horror, and he exclaimed, you're not talking about Zhang Daqian, are you? He then excitedly added his later ink splash paintings. No way. If it's true, then we will truly gain fame. Who among the younger generation would dare to compete with him? Qingxi laughed at Tan Yuan's exaggerated expression, teasing, I said not to mention driving last night. I knew you would react like this. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Tan Yuan and Qing, she were momentarily stunned, not even knowing how to respond. Tan Yuan shouted, of course it matters. Damn, you have no idea how many people would go crazy for it. He said as he forcefully patted Huang Yu's shoulder several. Although Qing, she was also very excited at this moment. A day had passed, and she had calmed down a lot, saying, this is not comparable to the ancient painting you picked up back then. The ink wash painting is his peak work from his later years, and this piece is worth at least tens of millions. Upon hearing the price, Huang Yu immediately realized his mistake, his blood boiling in an instant, not much better than Tan Yuan. He said to Tan Yuan, it really matters. This made Qingxi and Tan Yuan burst into laughter. After a moment, Qingxi stared at the painting in a daze, saying, this painting has achieved the ultimate expression in ink and color. It extensively utilizes techniques of ink accumulation, ink breaking, color accumulation, and color breaking. The ink colors blend and flow naturally. It constantly splashes, overlaps, and blends, creating a myriad of effects like smoke and clouds along with the momentum of the mountains. Tan Yuan listened to Qingxi's words and increasingly felt it was an authentic piece, agreeing. Indeed, only a master could create such a work. Moreover, Master De Qian later toured Aihen Lake with a beautiful woman and created several masterpieces. Master De Qian even specifically wrote a poem that says, years ago, I roamed Europe with a performer entering Austria from Switzerland, staying at Aihen Lake for 2 days. I wrote this poem to jest about it. With beautiful scenery and beautiful women, what kind of touching affairs do you think would occur? He finished speaking with a look of longing. Qingxi shook her head at his expression and said, Master De Qian referred to that as the land of affection. And this character for affection alone can evoke the enchanting and alluring atmosphere of that time. It seems to have been created during that period, but I wonder why it wasn't made public. After Qing, finished speaking, she seemed to be immersed in Master De Qian's love affair, her brows dancing with spring emotions and a hint of charm appearing at the corners of her eyes, as if she were anticipating her own romance. Huang Yu looked at her feeling quite moved. Truly, it was a beautiful scene of a mature woman in love that was irresistible. Seeing Qing Shi and Tan Yuan so fixated on the painting, he understood their obsession. Somewhat dampening the mood, he said, "It's a pity it lacks a name and a seal." Qing Shi raised her head, smiling mysteriously, and said, "Do you still remember that ancient painting by Master De Qian?" Huang Yu naturally remembered. That was his first bucket of gold, a turning point in his life. He nodded and said, "What does that have to do with this?" Tan Yuan couldn't sit still, grabbing Huang Yu's arms excitedly, and said, "So that ancient painting by senior brother Qi was actually your find? What? Why didn't you sell it to me?" Huang Yu didn't expect Tan Yuan to be so agitated, saying, "Tan, let go of me, we didn't even know each other back then." Tan Yuan thought this made sense, and laughed as he released Huang Yu, saying, "True, true." Qing Shi watched as the two had their fun, snorted coldly, and continued, "Remove the thick ink from this section, and then take off the light ink from the bottom layer, leaving only the curved color in the middle to see." She said this while tracing a circle on the left side of the painting with her finger. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan followed her instructions, looking carefully, and suddenly both exclaimed, "1,000." Then the two exchanged a look and burst into wild laughter. Even though Qing Shi was usually gentle and sensible, she let loose and laughed freely. After the three had their fill of fun, Qing Shi put the painting away and said, "We still need to wait until we return to show it to my grandfather for confirmation. How Tan Yuan secretly transports it back is up to you." After saying this, she handed the painting to Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan immediately promised to transport it back safely and discreetly. The next morning, Li Feng, the leader of the Cultural Relics Bureau's investigation team, personally came to Paris to discuss with the three of them in the hotel. Huang Yu and Qing Shi were merely listening. Li Feng got straight to the point, saying, "We found that the noble descendant indeed remembers his butler bringing back a small cup. However, at that time he hadn't yet taken power, and with the economy being very affluent, he wasn't clear on the specifics." After finishing, he frowned and fell into deep thought, clearly indicating that the noble descendant had no reason to deceive them. If it could be exchanged for money, he would probably do it without hesitation. Who cares about antiques? Then he added, "Our informants recently reported that someone is inquiring about the price of the flower god cup. But it's very discreet and only touches on the surface." Huang Yu and Qing Shi could only listen indifferently, occasionally sipping tea to moisten their throats, feeling bored and uninterested. Tan Yuan listened intently to Li Feng's words, his expression very focused, his eyes converging, lost in thought. Suddenly he seemed to realize something, saying, "You mentioned finding the butler's son last time, right?" Li Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, we found that manor through him." Tan Yuan said in a low voice, "Only a little over 10 people know for sure about the imitation flower god cup from the Qianlong period. Even among your team, only you know." He then added, "Have you found out if he sensed anything when you mentioned the flower god cup?" Li Feng listened, and also fell into thought, questioning. The domestic side has outright denied it, and completely disregarded it as a non-issue. Afterward, the butler's status fell drastically. It seems he should have given up such thoughts. Tan Yuan seemed to suddenly understand something, saying, "What if both father and son are well-versed in antiques, and have passed down their knowledge, yet are stubborn and set in their ways? Would they be persistently convinced that they are right?" Li Feng pondered and thought it might be possible, saying, "So are you suggesting we need to take action on his son?" Tan Yuan said firmly, "If I haven't miscalculated, even if he's not on his side, he should know the situation." Li Feng decisively said, "All right, I'll arrange for close monitoring of him right now." Tan Yuan seemed to feel it was still not secure, saying, "You should go over there directly today. I am a bit worried that they might not have enough experience. We will handle things here, and tomorrow morning, we will also head over there directly." Li Feng nodded at Tan Yuan's words, and agreed, then immediately said goodbye, and left. Huang Yu speculated that Tan Yuan's identity was not simple, and it seemed this operation was led by Tan Yuan, with Li Feng's team likely having to follow his lead. Huang Yu felt a bit embarrassed to ask directly. However, no matter if it was Tan Yuan or Murong Qing Shi, which one of them wasn't of extraordinary status. Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu and Qing Shi and said, "You two can freely arrange your activities today. Go see the sights of Paris." Then he teased Huang Yu, saying, "Perhaps there will be romantic encounters. Many mature women seem to like young men like you." Huang Yu felt his face flush and his heart race at his words in front of Qing Shi. He nervously said, "I want to play and I will go with Sister Qing Shi." However, Huang Yu didn't realize that his words made it even more ambiguous. Qing Shi glared at Huang Yu, and Tan Yuan snorted coldly and directly scolded, "You men, not a single one is good." Then she smugly said to Tan Yuan, "Do you want me to tell the Buddhist sister what you said?" Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan hastily rushed into the room, snatched up Master Daqian's painting, and bolted away, calling over his shoulder, "Don't wait for me, enjoy yourselves." Who on earth could possibly intimidate Tan Yuan so thoroughly? Huang Yu asked, deeply curious. "Sister Qing Shi, who exactly is this Buddhist sister?" Qing Shi, observing his wide-eyed intrigue, gave a cool, dismissive snort. "What business is it of a boy's to pry so eagerly?" "Then go ahead and ask," she retorted, and turned on her heel, striding back to her room. Huang Yu was left speechless. What's wrong with being a boy? What's wrong with being curious? Fine, I'll ask, he declared, then paused reconsidering. No, better not. Tan brother might feel awkward. Only he knew the truth, even if he asked he'd likely get no real answer. Only teasing traps laid by Tan Yuan's sharp wit. He flopped onto the sofa, eyes drifting shut. Indeed, the plush sofa of this luxury hotel was blissfully comfortable. Within moments he had drifted into deep slumber. Just as Huang Yu drifted into a sweet dream, an odd, tickling sensation stirred in his ears, then his nose, and soon every inch of his skin seemed to prickle with restless itchiness. He opened his eyes to find Qingxi gently teasing his face with a strand of her own hair. Catching him awake, and catching herself mid-mischief, Qingxi showed no trace of shyness or embarrassment. Her gaze locked steadily onto his as she declared plainly, let's go. You've never been here before, right? Let's explore the city. Huang Yu, unprepared for her effortless confidence, flushed faintly and scrambled upright only to collide headfirst with hers. Qingxi let out a startled yelp, clapping a hand to her forehead as she feigned indignation, rushing off to reincarnate already. Since you don't speak French, I might just sell you off later. Huang Yu ignored his own throbbing brow and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Sister Qingxi. I'll fetch some alcohol to disinfect it. He rose at once, already heading toward the medicine cabinet. Qingxi burst into laughter, catching his arm. Enough, you dolt. No need for such fuss. Let's go out sooner. Then with a mischievous glint she added, I've visited Paris several times, but truth be told I've never truly strolled through it. The two spent the entire day wandering its streets, not seeking deep immersion in history or culture, but savoring the quiet magic of walking side by side with someone dear. They darted past the Louvre, Notre Dame Cathedral, the Palais Garnier, and Versailles, glimpsing each marvel fleetingly before rushing onward, delighting endlessly in the simple joy of shared motion. At dusk, Huang Yu watched Qingxi beside him, holding a delicate pastry from Parisian Maison Boucheron. Today she shimmered with the radiant innocence of a girl newly in love. Her smile tender, joyful, free, and breathtakingly beautiful. She took a delicate bite, murmuring, delicious, sweet, all the way to my heart. Then with a playful, lilting laugh she added, now I want coffee. Fortunately, Paris abounds in cafes, and soon Huang Yu returned bearing 2 steaming cups. He found Qingxi holding the pastry in one hand and a fork in the other. Here, try it, he said softly, lifting the cup to her lips so she could sip easily. Qingxi's brows lifted ever so slightly at his gesture. Then she smiled, parted her lips, and drank. After swallowing, she beamed at him. It's wonderful, finally not too cloying. And with that she scooped a spoonful of pastry and fed it to him. Watching him freeze, flustered, she teased with a wink, is it sweeter when fed by your elder sister? He nodded, sipped his coffee, and murmured almost to himself, truly, the finest pairing is coffee and pastry. Qingxi burst into delighted laughter, scolding playfully, how bold you've grown. Then strode ahead, lightly glancing back over her shoulder, a single glance radiant with charm, rendering all other beauties pale in comparison. Behind her trailed Huang Yu, pulse racing, their elongated shadows stretching side by side across the pavement. Inside, Qingxi's heart danced with quiet glee. I am the pastry. You are the coffee. Tell me, aren't we perfectly matched? Little rascal, you've even learned to tease me now. After dinner they returned to the hotel, just before 9 o'clock. Tan Yuan had yet to return. No one knew where he'd gone. Exhausted from their day-long wanderings, both bathed and fell straight asleep. That night Huang Yu dreamed vividly of Qingxi, of intimacy, passion, and reckless speed along open highways. At dawn he awoke to a sticky warmth. Sighing, he simply showered again. Opening the door, he found Qingxi dressed in serene blue leisure wear, ethereal and elegant as a celestial maiden brewing coffee. Her poised maturity, her refined grace, her scholarly poise. Each facet stirred his heart profoundly. Their eyes met, and in hers he glimpsed something rare, a shy, trembling tenderness, half resisting, half inviting. In that silent exchange, glances flickering like autumn leaves, eyes dancing with unspoken longing, gazes lingering with breathless intent. Both flushed crimson, swiftly looking away, hearts fluttering beneath a veil of intoxicating, unspoken intimacy. Good morning. Tan Yuan's voice rang out suddenly, startling them both, sending their racing hearts into frantic rhythm. By 2 p.m., the trio had arrived in a quiet provincial town near Paris. Li Feng had called ahead to confirm the location. When they reached a modest rural bungalow, just 40 square meters, housing only a kitchen and a bedroom, they found Li Feng and 4 others waiting, alongside a disheveled, shrewd-looking Sino-French man in his 50s. The cramped space could barely hold them all upon Huang Yu's group entering. Li Feng and Tan Yuan remained inside alone, the rest waited outside. Half an hour later the two emerged. Li Feng held a slip of paper, a single address scrawled upon it. Without delay the group set off toward that desk. Driving, Tan Yuan glanced at Qingxi and Huang Yu. That former butler had an apprentice, his sole heir in knowledge and skill. Now the apprentice runs an antique shop of his own. But he and his father's son harbored deep resentment, long estranged with no contact whatsoever. He continued, when our people began inquiring about the flower goddess cup, it stirred the apprentice's ambition. He learned his father intended to sell it, and seized the chance. Alas, one check settled everything, clearly and conclusively. Huang Yu sighed, marveling inwardly. Money truly moves mountains. Even ghosts will push wheels for gold. By 5 p.m., the three arrived at what appeared to be a modest antique shop, though more accurately a second-hand emporium roughly 70 to 80 square meters. Its interior was chaotic and cluttered, dusty, neglected, steeped in the faint musty scent of age and day. Most items were bronzes, ceramics, and vintage audio equipment. A Frenchman in his 50s greeted them in halting Chinese. "You're from China?" The three exchanged astonished glances. The shopkeeper spoke Chinese. Clearly, he was the butler's apprentice. Tan Yuan feigned disbelief. "Sir, you speak Chinese? In France, that's extraordinarily rare." The man flashed yellowed teeth in a grin. "I studied Chinese culture since childhood under a master from China. I know just enough." Qingxi, unable to bear the stale air any longer, stepped closer to Huang Yu and said crisply, "We're settling here. Do you have any authentic Chinese porcelain?" The shopkeeper, sensing a promising sale, brightened instantly. "All over there, in the corner." He led them to a secluded corner where 3 tall shelves, each nearly 5 meters long, overflowed with porcelain, bronzes, jade carvings, and more. To Huang Yu's eye, the pieces looked haphazard and thick with dust, yet ancient beyond doubt. Activating his spirit resonance eyes, he discerned over 50 artifacts pulsing with varying degrees of spiritual resonance, brilliant, unmistakable, and utterly captivating. At that moment, Qingxi and Tan Yu also seemed to have made a discovery, their eyes flashing with surprise and interest. Just as Tan Yu was about to pick up a plate, Qingxi frowned, a look of disgust on her face, and shouted, "Why is there so much dust? How can we see this? It will dirty our clothes." Tan Yu and Huang Yu immediately snapped back to reality, calming their internal impulses. Huang Yu understood Qingxi's meaning and quickly said, "Sister, don't be picky. This is France, not home. It's already quite a lot to find this much." Tan Yu quickly replied, "Yeah, otherwise who knows when the delivery will arrive." Then he turned his head and said, "Boss, how much do you sell this for? We want a lot." The shopkeeper had been somewhat annoyed by Qingxi's remarks, but upon hearing what Huang Yu and Tan Yu said, he immediately realized a big business opportunity had come, as Chinese people living in France were all wealthy. He excitedly said, "Yes, my porcelain here is quite comprehensive in France that's hard to find elsewhere." He then gestured with a finger. Huang Yu, a bit confused, innocently asked, €1 each, right?" The shopkeeper immediately shook his head and said, "No, €100 each, pick as you like." A look of greed appeared on his face. After hearing this, Qingxi, exuding a strong and powerful aura, frowned and said, "We'll take all of it for €5,000. Huang Yu and Tan Yu were taken aback, their minds racing with disbelief. Indeed, she was impressive, earning their admiration. The shopkeeper glanced at Qingxi and then at the items, contemplating before saying, €10,000, take it all." He knew that such items were rarely sold, taking 10 or 8 years to find a single piece. If it weren't for his master's bequest, he would have long discarded everything. Qingxi scoffed impatiently, saying, "Don't waste time, I'll give you €7,000. If it's acceptable, great. If not, then forget it." She finished without even looking at the shopkeeper. Deep down, the shopkeeper was quite pleased, but he put on a facade of having lost and said, "All right. Congratulations, these are all yours." He spread his hands, wanting to shake Qingxi's hand. Huang Yu would not let him succeed, quickly extending his hand to shake his instead, saying, "Brother Tan Yu, let's settle the payment with the shopkeeper." The shopkeeper, helpless and too embarrassed to say anything directly, let Huang Yu and Tan Yu settle the bill. He then quickly brought over a dozen baskets. When Huang Yu and Tan Yu returned after settling the bill, Qingxi had already started organizing with the baskets. The three exchanged glances and nodded slightly, clearly aware that these items were quite valuable. The three quickly began sorting. After about 10 minutes, the 2 rows on top had been neatly arranged by the three, totaling nearly 100 large items. The excitement in their eyes grew more intense as they looked at the bottom row, a chaotic assortment of various jade and small porcelain bowls and cups, their faces filled with anticipation. Tan Yu noticed the shopkeeper looking from a distance, likely worried that Huang Yu and the others might take other items, casting glances occasionally. Tan Yu said, "Hurry up. This smell is really unbearable." Huang Yu and the others quickly resumed their careful sorting, as any damage would lead to significant losses. While Huang Yu was gathering some small porcelain teacups and wine cups from the corner, he suddenly spotted a cup adorned with peonies, accompanied by a poem, the glaze already showing a jade-like luster. Huang Yu's heart raced as he realized this was their target, the Qianlong imitation 12-flower god cup, featuring the peony cup. Looking at Qingxi and Tan Yu, who were still sorting, he said, "Hurry up and finish, it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry." He waved the peony cup in front of them. Tan Yu was surprised upon seeing it just as he was about to get up to take a closer look. Fortunately, Qingxi pulled him back, saying, "It is indeed late. Hey, let's hurry up." At this moment, Tan Yu also came to his senses and stretched lazily, saying, "Ah, my whole body is stiff. Now it feels much better." Huang Yu could clearly feel Qingxi's appreciative, happy, and even curious gaze towards him. After everything was sorted, they had filled 8 baskets. Huang Yu and Tan Yu loaded everything into the car, quickly departing under the shopkeeper's beaming smile. In the car, Tan Yu laughed maniacally and said, "Turns out he was a fool. I was worried we might not complete this task, yet not only did we finish, but we also struck gold." Huang Yu was also ecstatic, overwhelmed with joy, laughing heartily, saying, This time we gained a lot, perhaps more than we expected. Qingxi sat in the back looking out the window with a pleasant expression, smiling like a blooming lotus, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. Huang Yu directly contacted Group Leader Li Feng of the Cultural Relics Bureau to hand over the Qianlong imitation peony cup. Afterwards, Huang Yu and the others drove away. In the car, Huang Yu said with some concern, "Sister Qingxi, do you have a safer place? The value is too great, but it's better to be cautious." Qingxi smiled lightly and said, "I'll ask, there should be one." About 2 hours later, the three were driving, and it was already past 9 at night. They arrived at a villa in the suburbs with a yard and villa covering nearly 2 football fields in size. Qingxi made a phone call, and soon a Chinese man around 50 years old opened the door. Qingxi smiled and said, "Uncle Hua, thank you for your trouble. Please arrange a basement for us." Uncle Hua chuckled and said, "Miss Qingxi, you're too polite. Just drive the car into the garage. Oh, it connects to the basement." Qingxi responded, and the three drove directly to the basement, which was about 100 square meters, satisfying all three. They took a break and had a bite to eat. Qingxi expressed concern about the situation back home, saying, "How about we sort things out tonight? Time is pressing. I want to return to the country tomorrow." Huang Yu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Yes, we should return home early. I'm afraid there might be changes." After all, the Flower God Cup might be his first achievement in his political career. Then the two looked at Huang Yu, who was indifferent, saying it was fine either way, smiling. "I'm okay with whatever you decide." After all, he didn't speak French, or what could he do here alone? Huang Yu and Huang Yu unloaded the 8 baskets while Qingxi went to find some cloths and clean boxes. Soon the three began organizing. Huang Yu, using his Ling Yun Tong, found it quite simple and finished in a few minutes. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone. He still had to carefully appraise each item. Huang Yu held a yellow glazed bowl over 10 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters in diameter. It had a flared lip, deep belly, and a short foot. Except for the bottom, coated in white glaze, the entire body was covered in yellow glaze, delicate and soft in color, with a white and fine body. Though large in shape, it was very well proportioned. The bottom had a blue and white inscription in cursive, Great Qing Kangxi period. This was an authentic yellow glazed bowl from the Kangxi period of the Great Qing, slightly damaged, valued at around 500,000. Huang Yu excitedly said, "This is a high-quality replica of the Guangxu era Yongla blue and white pressure cup. Compared to the original, the replica has a heavier body, a larger form, and much coarser decorations." From time to time, Tan Yuan could be heard shouting about the Kangxi replica of the colorful lotus-patterned bowl, the Republic era Hutian jade carving plaque, and the Jiaqing tourmaline seal. Even though Qingxi owned an antique shop, it was rare for her to collect so many antiques at once. A radiant smile lit up her face, and her pace of identification quickened considerably. Just as the three were finishing their initial assessments of the majority, Qingxi suddenly shouted, "You all come and take a look at this piece of ancient jade." Huang Yu was very curious. Qingxi was so excited and disregarding her ladylike image. Ling Yun's gaze confirmed that it was indeed the most precious and spiritually rich antique among all the items here. Tan Yuan took it in his hands and looked at it for a moment uncertainly, saying, "Is this a landscape plaque carved by Lu Zhigang?" After speaking, his eyes fixated on it, fearful of missing any detail. When Huang Yu heard it was Lu Zhigang's ancient jade, he understood why they were so excited. Who in the jade-loving community did not know Lu Zhigang? It was a piece of green jade about the size of 3 fingers with a small section of yellow jade at the bottom. The patina was rich, but due to being unhandled for a long time, it lacked that delicate luster. One side depicted a landscape in relief with a simple design. The other side only carved a single bamboo with a layout that was deep and ethereal. The inscription in seal script was square with a frame slightly reminiscent of Han Dynasty small seal script with the inscription Zhigang. Huang Yu watched as the two were deeply captivated by the jade plaque, feeling a bit perplexed by their obsession, saying, "Oh, it's a pity the quality of the jade material is a bit lacking. If it were top-quality Hetian jade, the price would be much higher." Qingxi shot Huang Yu a glare and scoffed, saying, "Vulgar, utterly tiresome." Tan Yuan smiled slyly, a look of hidden malice on his face, saying, "Top-quality Hetian jade would never end up in our hands as a bargain. You're thinking too much." Huang Yu also knew that if it were top-quality Hetian jade, it would have been recognized long ago. How could it have been left unattended for over a decade? By around 2 in the morning, the three finally completed their initial tally, surprisingly discovering 65 pieces of antiques, most of which were high-quality replicas from the Qing dynasty, along with some ancient jade. The bronze artifacts were almost all counterfeit from the Republic era with little value. The three were utterly exhausted. Qingxi directly said, "Let's ship all of these back to the country, and then we can do a more thorough appraisal." She then added, "Tomorrow we'll just take this Zhigang jade plaque. From then on, it'll be up to you, Tan Yuan, to handle it." Tan Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's all taken care of." By the time the three landed in Xiangyue City around 2 in the afternoon, they felt dizzy and disoriented. The time difference was too chaotic. Thankfully, they had managed to sleep quite a bit on the plane. Huang Yu slept straight until 8 the next morning before getting up and doing a bit of exercise. He felt his energy was still insufficient, not fully recovered yet. After spending a week in France, he had not practiced calligraphy at all. Huang Yu felt the internal energy within him was running slower and was still as thin as a few strands of hair. He prepared his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and as he put pen to paper it felt as if his hand was guided by a divine force. He wrote with abandon, letting it flow freely like a vast ocean, all in one breath. Huang Yu looked at his written work and laughed heartily, feeling as if he had completely drained his energy. He muttered to himself, the old man might be shocked if he sees this. As long as he could stabilize his current state, it would probably be what they referred to as a small achievement, in cursive script. For the next 3 or 4 days, Huang Yu continued to pursue that state of mind, feeling the sensation of enlightenment. With ears shut to the outside world, he focused solely on practicing cursive script. Indeed, he made rapid progress during these days. His cursive calligraphy had completely stabilized, feeling as if his hand was guided by a divine force, achieving a small level of understanding. Huang Yu stretched lazily and took a sip of tea. He picked up his phone, which had been turned off, and upon turning it on he found quite a few messages. There were messages from his parents' university classmates, and even from Qingxi and Tan Yuan. Huang Yu couldn't immediately recall what interactions he had with Yin Yanqing, and couldn't be bothered to think about it. He directly initiated a video call home, and once connected, Huang Yu said, Dad, Mom, what do you want from me? Why can't we look for you if there's nothing going on? You post on social media about going into seclusion, and then just turn off your phone. At least let us know what's happening and how long it'll take. What? I'm out of seclusion now, but I don't see any changes in you. Huang Yu, listening to his parents' rapid-fire questioning, felt a bit impatient, and said, I'll be going home soon and we can talk more then. Coming back. That's good. Do you have a girlfriend? Should we bring her back with you? If not, how about a blind date? I can introduce someone. I'm telling you, don't be too late to get married. There are plenty of leftover men and women nowadays. Yes, while you're young, get things settled early. Huang Yu spoke a bit sheepishly. Got it for now, let's leave it at that. Bye. Huang Yu was uncertain whether they would accept Qingxi's age, as there was a 7-year age difference between the two. He then checked Qingxi's messages, about 10 or so filled with concern and information regarding the antiques. Huang Yu quickly sent a video back, which lasted less than 10 seconds. On the other end appeared a beautiful woman dressed in a blue qipao with delicate makeup, and her hair slightly styled up. Like a lotus rising from the water, she was a beauty that seemed to be painted. Having spent some time together, Huang Yu watched as Qingxi occasionally became mesmerized, greeting her, Sister Qingxi. On the other side, Qingxi listened to Huang Yu, and with a playful pout smiled brightly, saying, The seclusion has ended. Did you sleep like a pig? Huang Yu immediately understood that Qingxi thought he had slept for several days to recover from the time difference, and hadn't replied to her messages. Huang Yu replied with a smile, Just a small harvest, so I've come out of seclusion. Next time I'll bring you a gift to apologize. Hearing about the gift, Qingxi smiled knowingly, and said, Well, I'll reluctantly accept it. Then she smiled lightly, and said, The woodblock painting by Degas, and the ink splash painting by Mr. Dakian have already arrived here. Should we go to my grandfather's place tomorrow, so he can have a look? Huang Yu quickly understood that she was waiting for him to go together, and said, Sure. I wouldn't want anything more. Alright then, I'll pick you up around 9 tomorrow, Qingxi playfully added, Don't forget my gift. After that she hung up, leaving Huang Yu with a faint sense of melancholy and worry, as he still had so much he wanted to talk about. He then replied to Tan Yuan's message, teasing Huang Yu for sleeping during his seclusion, and mentioned that the items had already arrived at Qingxi's place. He had matters to attend to in the capital, and wouldn't be back in Xianyue for a few days. Huang Yu directly called his university classmate, who'd been saying, Old Hu, where are you making your fortune? Making money. Every day it's either a kilogram of white wine or 2 dozen beers. I'm already tipsy. You better confess, did you go to France to accompany a rich woman? You guessed it right, it really was a rich woman. But we were working together. I see, work. By the way, when will you have time to take your girlfriend out for a meal? Let's see, the day after tomorrow. We'll talk specifics then. So busy. You're not really being kept by a rich woman, are you? Huang Yu couldn't be bothered to continue the nonsense with him, and hung up the phone. I would actually love to be supported by Qingxi the rich woman. Enjoying a life of indulgence, living days of being. He merely saw a message from Yin Yanqing inviting Huang Yu to dine alone, prompting his thoughts to wander, stirred by her close relationship with Qingxi, until emotion surged beyond restraint. Yet reason cautioned Huang Yu against entanglement. Her assertive, domineering nature was one he could not withstand, and so he chose to ignore the invitation outright. By 9 o'clock the next morning, Huang Yu was already seated in Qingxi's car. Today she wore casual attire, a pristine white ensemble that harmonized effortlessly with her flawless, luminous skin. Huang Yu gazed at Qingxi as she drove, graceful as a celestial being, her natural beauty radiant as dawn light upon fresh snow. With a warm smile, he said, Senior Sister Qingxi, this is for you. As he spoke, he handed her the cursive script piece he had composed on their first meeting, the very work marking his breakthrough into the minor accomplishment realm, a milestone of profound personal significance. Qingxi arched a delicate brow and teased, Humph. Well, at least you've got sense. Glancing at the rectangular box, she added playfully, Go on, open it for me. Wait until we're back, Senior Sister Qingxi, Huang Yu replied, with quiet mystique. See if you'll love it when you open it yourself. She let out a soft, coquettish hum, neither pressing nor protesting, and continued, driving her smile bright and carefree. At 9:30, Qingxi approached Elder Shun with light, buoyant steps and nestled affectionately Beside him, grandfather enjoying your tea. Huang Yu, observing Elder Shen's unflagging vigor, quickly greeted Elder Shen. Elder Shen patted Qingxi's hand resting on his arm and chuckled. Xiao Yu's here. Don't be shy lest others tease you. Then turning to Huang Yu, his expression brimming with genuine admiration, he said, Xiao Yu, I've heard all about what you accomplished this time. You've shown remarkable promise. Flustered and deeply honored, Huang Yu replied, Elder Shen overpraises me. Elder Shen laughed warmly, gestured for Huang Yu to sit nearby, and asked Qingxi to prepare tea. Elder Shen carefully withdrew Degas's wooden panel painting of a ballet dancer, gazing at it for a long while before sighing softly. Impressionist artistry of the West and traditional Chinese painting. Each possesses its own sovereign elegance and timeless resonance. He continued, France's path to cultural renaissance was forged precisely by such visionaries, ushering in an era of unparalleled national ascendancy and strength. Huang Yu sensed the elders' deep-rooted patriotism, how Europe's Renaissance had ignited scientific enlightenment and transformative progress, whereas across the vast expanse of China, isolationist policies and feudal suppression had stifled innovation, leaving the nation vulnerable to foreign aggression and devastation. Qingxi, tender yet resolute, murmured, Grandfather, those days are behind us now. Our nation stands strong today. The tide of destiny has shifted eastward. Huang Yu nodded wholeheartedly and added, Look, Elder Shen, even a masterpiece of European art now rests before your eyes. He gestured toward Degas's painting. Elder Shen burst into hearty laughter, then, after a pause, asked, Xiao Yu, how do you intend to handle this piece? Unfamiliar with such matters, Huang Yu replied, Tan Gu suggested auctioning it in Hong Kong. It seems the most prudent. Elder Shen paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Have you considered keeping it for yourself? Huang Yu was taken aback. He had never contemplated such a notion. Until now, his pursuit of antiques had been purely pragmatic, seeking bargains, chasing profit. A quiet question stirred within him, and now. Qingxi lifted her gaze, starlit eyes gleaming with quiet curiosity. After a measured pause, Huang Yu replied deliberately, Once I have a home of my own, I may choose to collect works that truly speak to me. But this Western painting, I cannot grasp its language, so selling it feels the natural choice. Elder Shen nodded slowly, his expression softening. A man must first secure his survival. Only then may he dare to dream. It is heartening to hear such clarity. Qingxi burst into laughter and cast Huang Yu a teasing glance. You've uncovered quite a few treasures, yet still no place of your own. Huang Yu brushed aside the lock of hair falling over his eyes, flustered and sincere. It's true. I'm still rented. Both Qingxi and Elder Shen smiled gently at his guileless candor. Then Elder Shen produced Zhang Daqian's ink-splashed painting, Affectionate Landscape, studying it with rapt absorption. It seemed to transport him back to cherished moments shared with his beloved. So deeply did he sink into memory that he stood motionless for a long while. Sensing his weariness, Qingxi gently guided him to a seat. Sipping tea, Elder Shen sighed wistfully. You three are truly blessed with extraordinary fortune to possess a masterpiece painted during Zhang Daqian's late life zenith. He continued, Zhang Daqian married 4 times. His life was rich with romance. On his deathbed, he reflected bitterly, All my life, I was bound by love. This painting likely dates to the same period as Ai Hen Lake, a gift bestowed upon one of his great loves. Yet how it passed into aristocratic hands remains a mystery. Qingxi listened, her eyes alight with quiet yearning, as if dreaming of a love equally profound and unforgettable. Curious, Huang Yu asked directly. Elder Shen, Qingxi noted the character Qian here, but we've seen neither seal nor signature confirming Zhang Daqian's authorship. Elder Shen nodded approvingly. Well said. You must always seek further clues, probe deeper. He went on. Zhang Daqian pioneered the ink-splash style, layer upon layered, yet always soaring in compositional vision. Synthesizing Eastern depth and Western dynamism, he ascended to a realm few ever attain. Gently tracing the paper surface, he explained his ink-splashed works were predominantly executed on size Xian paper. Its surface yields dense resonant pigment, allowing ink and color to settle with gravity rather than float thinly, an effect raw Xian paper simply cannot replicate. Later imitations, however, favored raw Xian. Moreover, the composition conveys profound intention. Though no single element explicitly depicts emotion, every stroke breathes with feeling. Since ancient times, literary masters have been renowned for their depth of feeling. The single character Qing affection leaps from the page, infusing the entire work with living sentiment. Only a master of the highest rank could inscribe such a character, especially as the culminating soul-awakening stroke. Such mastery in both calligraphy and painting is vanishingly rare among contemporary artists. Fewer than a handful reach this pinnacle. Elder Shen finished his tea, slowly, his reverie palpable. No other artist of that era fused East and West so seamlessly. Who else but Zhang Daqian could it possibly be? Huang Yu listened intently, profoundly moved. Only after attaining minor accomplishment in calligraphy had he begun to perceive such subtle, ineffable layers of meaning. Had he remained unenlightened, he would have found them utterly elusive. He bowed deeply before Elder Shen, a gesture imbued with reverence, gratitude, and awe, his respect for this venerable man swelling into profound admiration for his boundless wisdom and magnanimous spirit. Elder Shen's erudition, virtue, and moral stature command my deepest respect. and inspire in me both humility and unwavering admiration. Huang Yu's frequent luck in finding treasures is not solely due to his own knowledge and insights, but rather because of the spirit stone hidden in his eyes. Moreover, it is not that he has a passion for antiques, he simply finds profit in picking up bargains. This is also where Huang Yu feels utterly ashamed, for old Shun carries the weight of the community and tradition, while Huang Yu is focused solely on himself and his small family. Old Shun looked at Huang Yu's genuine expression, smiled, and nodded, helping him up and patting his shoulder, saying it's a pity that I'm old now, my energy and strength are waning, otherwise I would never let this raw gem go. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately guessed that old Shun had an appreciation for talent and wanted to take him as a disciple. Huang Yu quickly replied, old Shun, you are still vigorous at your age, making others envious. Deep down he thought, I have no desire to be your disciple, I only want to be your granddaughter's husband. If I become your disciple, how could I ever pursue Qingxi? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, who seemed unaware, her brow furrowing slightly, as she asked, what's wrong? Little Yu, do you think Grandpa is getting old too? Huang Yu was caught off guard by Qingxi's unexpected remark, staring blankly, without knowing how to respond. Old Shun, however, laughed heartily, saying, after all, I am over 80, being old is only natural. Look at how you are making little Yu uncomfortable. He then turned to Huang Yu and said, if you have any issues in the future, feel free to come find me anytime, it saves me from being bored. Huang Yu immediately replied happily, then I will disturb you, old Shun. Qingxi huffed and said, Grandpa, why don't you just move in with me? Otherwise others will say we are unfilial. Old Shun shook his head and said, since your grandmother passed, I have long been used to living alone, or it's not suitable for me to stay with you. Then he added, what do you plan to do with this painting by Master De Qian? Huang Yu shook his head and said, Sister Qingxi and Brother Tan can decide. I am fine with whatever. He then looked at Qingxi, whose demeanor was as graceful as a lotus, elegant, yet unpretentious. Qingxi tucked her scattered hair behind her ear and sweetly smiled. Grandpa, are you feeling moved? She winked playfully after finishing her sentence. Old Shun looked at Qingxi's expression and jokingly scolded, you just being cheeky. Who wouldn't feel moved by an ink painting? Huang Yu understood that for someone like Old Shun, there were few things that could genuinely stir his emotions. He placed utmost importance on artifacts and traditions. Huang Yu immediately said earnestly, then let's leave it with Old Shun. We need not worry about it getting lost or falling into foreign hands. Old Shun's gaze was sharp, looking at Huang Yu with an imposing presence. After a long moment, he saw Huang Yu's calm demeanor and said with great appreciation, indeed, most of Master De Qian's ink paintings from his later years are overseas. It truly is a great regret. He then continued, once this painting is auctioned, it might not fetch over 100 million, but 50 to 60 million is certainly possible. You three can split it at least 20 million each. Can you bear to part with that? Huang Yu shyly replied, if it weren't for Brother Tan and Sister Qingxi inviting me to Europe, how could I have stumbled upon so many Degas paintings and antiques on the way? This painting is a national treasure. Entrusting it to someone as esteemed as Old Shun is the most appropriate course of action. Qingxi's eyes sparkled with an indescribable emotion, feeling that Huang Yu was becoming increasingly mysterious, more than she could fathom. Not only did he captivate her, but her curiosity also grew, wanting to uncover the depths of Huang Yu. Old Shun, listening, laughed heartily and said, all right, then leave it with me. Then he added, Qingxi, help me bring over the key to Lushan from the room. Qingxi seemed to have guessed something, smiling as she brought over a key and handed it to Old Shun playfully, saying, Grandpa, are you really not going to stay over there? Old Shun took the key, shook his head, and said affectionately, I have always encouraged you to be independent. At my age, I should be even more independent. He then looked at Huang Yu and said, I have nothing worthwhile to give you, so I'll give you this house. It even has a treasure room already renovated, and you can move in directly. Huang Yu was astonished, never expecting Old Shun would gift him a house. He immediately shook his head and said, no way, Old Shun, this is too much. Old Shun looked at Huang Yu's resolute expression and said, little Yu, you've already given me Master De Qian's painting. If I give you a house, honestly, I still come out ahead. If you don't accept it, how could I dare to take the painting? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu and Old Shun sighed and said, little Yu, just accept it, otherwise how could Grandpa feel at ease about the painting? Could it be that you want him to always think about taking advantage of the younger generation? Huang Yu was genuinely reluctant to accept Old Shun's house. After all, how could a gift from someone of his stature be lacking? He said, Old Shun, this painting was discovered and purchased by the three of us. It wouldn't be fair for me to take a house alone. Old Shun frowned and said, I will compensate the other two separately, so don't worry about it. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to accept the painting. Qingxi smiled softly and said, quickly, accepted, dinner is almost ready. She directly placed the key in Huang Yu's hand. Huang Yu had no choice but to accept it, saying, thank you, Old Shun, I shall respectfully follow your wishes. Old Shun and Qingxi watched Huang Yu accept it, their genuine smiles once again moving him. After lunch, Old Shun, being older, wanted to rest and take a nap, so Huang Yu and Qingxi took their leave. Leaving the Degas painting with Old Shun was not only safe, but he would also take good care of it. In the car, Qingxi smiled gently and asked, little Yu, did you bring your ID? Huang Yu nodded and said, yes, I brought it. What's up, Sister Qingxi? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu mysteriously and said, when Huang Yu and Qingxi emerged from the housing authority, Huang Yu held a red booklet, the property certificate for the loot. He was a bit speechless, saying, Sister Qingxi, this was way too fast. It was done in less than 10 minutes. Qingxi proudly looked at Huang Yu and said, so how about that? Aren't I impressive? Next time you need something, remember to come to me. After saying this, perhaps feeling it didn't match her style, she immediately broke into a dazzling smile, looking stunning. Huang Yu gazed at her dazedly, touching his hair and saying, all right, I will definitely come to Sister Qingxi. Qingxi nodded and said, great. Let's go, we'll take you to see your house. Within half an hour, Huang Yu and Qingxi arrived at a villa, and Huang Yu felt it looked familiar immediately, saying, Sister Qingxi, don't you live here? Qingxi rolled her eyes at Huang Yu and said, you fool, only just realized that. Her big eyes looked at Huang Yu and asked, so what do you think about being my neighbor? Huang Yu looked at Qingxi, now appearing more like a little girl, losing the mature demeanor she previously had, and nodded, saying, of course, being neighbors with a beauty is naturally good. Qingxi's face flushed slightly, a hint of shyness crossing her features as she teasingly scolded, you smooth talker, always trying to win over girls. Don't go out fooling around with Tan Yuan. She then directly walked into Huang Yu's villa. Huang Yu sighed helplessly, thinking, yet you still look so happy. Isn't it only right to please you? Whether fooling around or not, how could you know? When Huang Yu entered, he discovered that this standalone villa had 3 floors above ground and 2 below, each about 150 square meters, surrounded by a garden approximately the size of 2 basketball courts. Upon entering, he found the entire decoration to be antique in style, simple, yet exquisite, filled with the essence of scholarly elegance. Looking at the uniform redwood furniture, it seemed as if the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of redwood. The study connected to the tea room, leading directly to the back garden, featured a golden silk nanma desk with subtle wave patterns. In the tea room, there was a piece of agarwood that was 5 or 6 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Even without being lit, it captivated one's senses. Huang Yu, astonished, looked at Qingxi and said, Sister Qingxi, the things in here are not cheap at all. Old Shen really gifted all this to me. Qingxi smiled charmingly and replied, of course, Grandpa, just came once after the decoration was completed. This place was originally developed by my uncle, specifically reserved for the old man. However, he preferred to stay at his own place, where he could boast with his old friends. Huang Yu stood on the top floor balcony, gazing at Qingxi, who was so close, and not far away was her villa. He was filled with emotions and fell into deep contemplation. Qingxi received a phone call and had to leave urgently, saying, I'll leave the keys for you. You can move in tonight. Everything here is brand new. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Huang Yu watched Qingxi disappear from view, her figure so graceful and enchanting, captivating in a myriad of charms. Unfortunately, regardless of status or age and accomplishments, there was a vast distance between the two. Huang Yu wandered around the villa. It was far better than the community he lived in. Since there weren't too many things, he decided to move in directly tonight. So he went back to pack a few things, most importantly ensuring the preservation of that precious Qing dynasty stamp and the pure tea from the 1960s. Around 4:30, Huang Yu returned to the villa again, placing the sealed Qing dynasty stamp into a specially designed treasure vault. Huang Yu chuckled and said, you are the first treasure to be placed in the vault by Huang, and soon there will be more treasures accompanying you. Around 5 o'clock, he originally planned to invite Hu Bin for dinner. However, a sudden phone call came in from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. He casually said, hello, who is this? A familiar female voice came from the other end, saying, Sister, why didn't you reply after you and Xiao she went to Europe? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately recognized who it was. It was the assertive and alluring owner of Chu Yu Auction House in Yanqing. Huang Yu found her speaking style a bit overwhelming and replied, Bossine, what do you want? She confidently said, let's have dinner together tonight. Oh, I'll make the reservation. Huang Yu was reluctant to go and declined, saying, I have plans with friends tonight. How about I treat you next time? Suddenly, she burst into playful laughter and said, if you don't come, I'll just go find Qingxi and say you're not giving her face. Isn't Qingxi's charm a bit lacking? Huang Yu felt as if he was being cornered. Oh, what did that have to do with Qingxi? Helplessly, he said, all right, send me the location. I'll head over now. Huang Yu knew she could really do it, and it was even possible that she would come with Qingxi. It was best not to cause trouble. He would see what it was all about first. If it was troublesome, he would refuse all of it. Around 6 o'clock, Huang Yu arrived at a very quiet restaurant, which looked very upscale in decoration, but he was unsure of the food quality. 2 tall women in uniforms looked at Huang Yu, who was wearing clothes worth only 100 or so, and said, Sir, hello. Do you have a reservation? Huang Yu had no idea if Yin Yanqing had made a reservation and replied, reservation under Yin Yanqing. Upon hearing this, the 2 waitresses immediately said, Mr. Huang, this way please, Miss Yin is already waiting inside. They led Huang Yu to a private room, and then left directly, closing the door behind them. Huang Yu looked at Yin Yanqing, who was dressed in a low-cut dress, heavily made up, her skin smooth and fair, incredibly alluring and radiating a captivating aura. Seeing Huang Yu come in, she promptly stood up and smiled, saying, it's really difficult to arrange a meeting with Mr. Huang. Please have a seat. In an instant, Huang Yu felt as though he was about to bleed from his nose, his blood surging with excitement. It turned out that Yanqing was even more explosive below, with a mini skirt reaching her hips, paired with black stockings that made her legs look long and slender. She was a sexy and fiercely dominant woman. Huang Yu dared not stare at her directly and smiled, saying, "Bossing, the food here probably isn't that good. So what do you want to discuss?" Huang Yu did not believe she would treat him to dinner without any reason in such an upscale place. Yanqing's smile stiffened a bit, as she initially thought that she could easily attract this younger man, having dressed seductively, but she did not expect him to be so direct. However, being a strong woman, she quickly revealed a professional smile, saying, "Indeed, I have a favor to ask. Let's eat and chat." She leaned over and poured Huang Yu a glass of red wine. Huang Yu accidentally glanced and discovered how voluptuous she was. He stared blankly, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Yanqing also noticed her revealing outfit, but showed no intention of covering up or feeling shy, as if nothing had happened. She smiled and said, "So what do you think, is sister ample and fair enough?" Upon hearing her say this, Huang Yu accidentally spat out the mouthful of red wine he had just drunk, looking quite embarrassed. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Bossine, just tell me what you want directly. Otherwise I might just leave." Huang Yu knew he was completely at the mercy of this assertive and sexy woman. Staying too long was too risky. Yanqing was very pleased with Huang Yu's reaction. Initially, she thought she had lost her charm in front of this younger man. Then she raised her glass and clinked it with his saying, "Don't call me Bossine, just call me Sister Yanqing, and I'll call you Xiao Yu. This time I mainly hope you can support the auction house." Huang Yu thought she wanted him to participate in an auction and immediately replied, "Don't worry, whenever there's an auction, I'll definitely be there. What if I can find something good? Wouldn't that be great?" Yanqing was taken aback and immediately said, "That would be welcome indeed. What I actually meant is something else. For the antiques you picked up during your trip to Europe, could you auction off some of them at my auction house?" Huang Yu finally understood. It seemed Qingxi had informed her. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Those items are still on their way. We haven't decided how to distribute them yet. However, if possible, I am willing to offer a few pieces for auction at your house." Huang Yu knew that with so many antiques, it would be hard to sell them all within a short time, and their quality did not meet his collection standards. Auctioning them at the auction house might also be a good choice. Hearing Huang Yu's agreement, Yanqing cheerfully said, "Then it's settled." "Cheers," she said, and downed half a glass of red wine in one gulp. Although Huang Yu also drank, he wasn't fond of alcohol and wouldn't say he loved it. He reluctantly took a big sip. He said, "No need to rush when drinking, take your time." However, the sexy woman shook her empty glass, her smile unwavering, conveying a sense of, "If you don't finish, I'll think less of you." Helpless, Huang Yu downed the remaining wine in one go, feeling a chill and astringency all at once. He sighed, thinking how exhilarating it was with wine, meat, and women. When Huang Yu wobbled back to the villa, the alluring figure of Yanqing would still flash in his mind, exuding a strong aura reminiscent of a powerful woman. After sipping some tea to clear his head, he murmured, "Well, let's see when that batch of antiques arrives. Well, auction off some that Sister Qingxi finds difficult to handle." Without even taking a shower, he went straight to bed. The next morning, Huang Yu got up on time, feeling a slight headache. He muttered to himself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk with her. Who knew she could hold her liquor so well? But that figure, that face, is truly captivating." Huang Yu habitually jogged around, but unfortunately, he didn't encounter Qingxi. However, there were many more people jogging in this villa area compared to the neighborhood he used to live in, so he could only run alone. Watching the elderly practicing Tai Chi nearby, Huang Yu thought, "It's a pity, I only know internal force, but not any techniques. I should learn a few self-defense moves when I get the chance." When Huang Yu returned to the villa around 8 o'clock, he happened to see Qingxi standing outside. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Qingxi, you're here, so early." Qingxi looked at Huang Yu dressed in sportswear, his face slightly flushed from sweating, and smiled, "I thought you hadn't. It's rare for young people to get up early to exercise these days." After saying that, she looked at Huang Yu as if he were a rare species. Huang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "I'm used to it." "By the way, Sister Qingxi, what brings you here?" he asked while inviting Qingxi inside. She followed and said, "I came to ask if you want to have breakfast together." Huang Yu indeed hadn't eaten yet, and he quickly responded, "Sure, I'll change into another outfit and be right out. Make yourself comfortable." Qingxi replied with a simple mm. She then leisurely wandered around. In the study, she was particularly captivated by a few calligraphy pieces. When Huang Yu came out and called out to Sister Qingxi a few times, he unfortunately received no response. He quietly murmured, "Did we not agree to go together? Why did she leave first?" Yet Huang Yu could still smell that faint, unique scent of Qingxi lingering in the air. Following the fragrance, he discovered that Qingxi was enchanted by the calligraphy he had written and asked, "Hey, Sister Qingxi, what are you looking at?" Qingxi turned around in shock, shot a glance at Huang Yu, and said, "Did you really write all these recently? And the piece you gifted me yesterday, did you write that too?" Huang Yu nodded lightly and said, "Indeed, it was written by me. I occasionally have breakthroughs, but it's hardly worthy of the Great Hall." He wore a nonchalant expression. Qingxi couldn't help but laugh out loud at Huang Yu's demeanor, bursting into a fit of giggles. "Why do I feel like someone is pretending?" Huang Yu didn't hide his happiness and replied, "You, Sister Qingxi, have truly sharp insight, and you are both talented and beautiful. Come on, let's go eat. Looking at Huang Yu's back, Qingxi felt that he was becoming more mysterious and more captivating. She shook her head and followed him, murmuring, why is it so small? If only it were a bit bigger. For the next 2 days, Huang Yu spent his time reading books on antiques, occasionally writing as well. He casually had a meal with his university classmate, who'd been living a carefree and leisurely life. Around 8 in the evening, Huang Yu sat alone in the courtyard, lit the lamps and brewed tea. The weather was much cooler in the evenings now. Huang Yu realized that the villa had its perks. It had sky and earth was quiet, and the air was fresh. Just then the doorbell rang suddenly, and Huang Yu was curious about who would come knocking at this hour. When Huang Yu opened the door, he saw Qingxi crouching on the ground looking lost, and somewhat desperate, her eyes bloodshot, and puffy, clearly having cried for a long time. Huang Yu was taken aback, and quickly helped Qingxi up, saying, Sister Qingxi, don't just stand there, come in quickly. After he closed the door, Qingxi suddenly hugged Huang Yu tightly, and began to cry loudly. Huang Yu gently comforted Qingxi softly, saying, it's okay, Sister Qingxi. Everything will pass. He assumed she. After crying in Huang Yu's arms for a long time, he finally managed to get Qingxi to sit down in the living room, and asked, would you like something to drink? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, it seemed like Qingxi thought of something, and immediately said, I want a drink. She looked at Huang Yu with a longing expression. Huang Yu knew that while Qingxi could drink a bit, he was unsure of her tolerance. Reluctantly, he said, alright, I'll go get some red wine. Huang Yu could tell from her expression that no matter what she wanted to drink today, and it was better to drink here under his watch. Fortunately, he had some wine left over from before, so Huang Yu took out a bottle of decent-looking red wine. He approached Qingxi and said, is this okay to drink? Qingxi nodded despondently, without saying anything, her eyes no longer holding the usual calmness and confidence of a strong woman. Huang Yu poured half a cup for both of them. Qingxi raised her glass and clinked it with Huang Yu's, saying, shall you drink up? Then she downed it in one go, coughing several times. Huang Yu took a sip and said, don't drink so fast, you'll get drunk. After that, he poured a cup of warm water for Qingxi. She nonchalantly said, sometimes getting drunk is fine, ale pour. Then she filled both Huang Yu's and her own glass to the brim. Huang Yu was stunned, thinking that if she drank it all, she'd definitely get drunk. Unfortunately, when he looked at Qingxi, she had nearly finished hers, and realizing he couldn't stop her, he reluctantly drank a bit too. Suddenly Qingxi burst into tears, sobbing loudly, full of despair and sadness. Huang Yu sat beside her, comforting her. It seemed like Qingxi found a shoulder to lean on as she embraced Huang Yu, once more crying her heart out. Huang Yu softly asked, Sister Qingxi, what happened? Maybe talking about it will help. Qingxi intermittently said, my mother wants me to either get married or return to manage her company, not allowing me to run antiques here at my grandpa's place. I know what they mean, they just want me to get married and have children early. Huang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable and slightly jealous as he replied, so do you have a partner? Qingxi shook her head in Huang Yu's arms and said, they don't care who I marry as long as I get married and have children early. Sitting up, she took another drink, and Huang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable seeing her like this. He snatched the glass from her and pulled her into his embrace. He loudly declared, Qingxi, stop drinking like this. Don't you know how good you are, how beautiful you are, how enchanting you are? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, her tear-streaked face fixed on him, and with a slightly dazed expression, she said, Xiao Yu, can you help me? Huang Yu wasn't sure how he could help, but he nodded firmly and said okay. Qingxi, hearing Huang Yu's response, cheerfully said, then let's get married. Huang Yu was shocked, unable to gather his thoughts, and remained silent for a long time. Qingxi, seeing Huang Yu's silence, weakly attempted to sit up from his embrace, tears streaming down her face once again. Feeling the cold tears dripping onto his hand, Huang Yu realized Qingxi's despair and sorrow. His heart felt as if it were bleeding, as if he would lose. Qingxi, he shouted, all right, let's get married. Don't cry, okay? After saying this, he reached out to wipe away Qingxi's tears. Hearing Huang Yu's response, Qingxi laughed through her tears, leaning tightly against him and murmuring, I knew you would agree, Xiao Yu. Perhaps exhausted from her emotional turmoil, she fell asleep directly in Huang Yu's arms after speaking. Watching Qingxi sleep peacefully, Huang Yu carefully wiped away her tears. Upon closer inspection, he found her features enchanting, her lips a delicate cherry red, her skin flawless, her aura akin to an ethereal orchid, her intoxicated beauty, captivating hair, tousled, revealing a hint of her bosom. A true portrait of a beautiful woman lost in drunkenness, making it hard for Huang Yu to resist embracing Qingxi as he drifted off to sleep on the sofa. The next morning, Huang Yu woke up to find Qingxi still nestled in his arms, a faint smile appearing on his face as he, not daring to move for fear of waking Qingxi, he had no choice but to close his eyes and rest. After a while, it seemed that Qingxi was not sleeping comfortably and turned slightly. Opening her drowsy eyes, she immediately realized she was lying in Huang Yu's embrace. Seeing his arms around her made her feel quite embarrassed. Looking at Huang Yu's face, she noticed he was nervous and blushing. With a cold snort, she said, have you had enough hugging? Still pretending to be asleep. Huang Yu knew Qingxi had seen through him, so he stopped pretending, opened his eyes, smiled, and said good morning. Qingxi sat on the sofa looking into Huang Yu's eyes that sparkled like stars, bright and clear, deep and enchanting. She said, I remember you promised me yesterday, you won't forget after just one sleep, right? Huang Yu widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting her to remember their drunken conversation. He nodded and said, I do remember. Qingxi adjusted her scattered hair and said, let's go directly to get our marriage certificate and take it one step at a time for the next 6 months. If you find someone suitable, you can leave at any time, she said seriously. Huang Yu didn't know how to respond, but even if it was just for half a year he was willing because he liked Qingxi. He nodded and said all right. Qingxi continued, let's change our clothes and grab something to eat before heading over. Also, you might face more pressure than I do, so be mentally prepared. Now Qingxi seemed to have completely returned to her intellectual and talented self. After saying this, she went straight back to her villa, leaving Huang Yu's heart racing as he watched her figure. A voice deep within reminded him that was it really good to rush into things so quickly. Around 10 o'clock the two of them held marriage certificates in hand. Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh looking at the elegant Qingxi and said, Sister Qingxi, is this really okay for us? Qingxi chuckled, shaking the red booklet in her hand, and said, now you either call me wife or just Qingxi. Dropped the sister. Then with a worried expression she said, is that all right? It's already too late to turn back. What we need to do is prepare for the storm that's coming. Huang Yu still didn't fully grasp Qingxi's meaning and shook his head indifferently, saying, Qingxi, where are you going? Qingxi glanced at Huang Yu with a resolute air and said, let's go to my grandfather's house. Around 10:30 Huang Yu and Qingxi arrived once again at the place where Elder Shen lived. No, it should now be referred to as Huang Yu's grandfather's house. Qingxi took Huang Yu's hand and led him directly to the living room. Her face was calm as water, but Huang Yu sensed her nervousness and held her hand to comfort her. When Huang Yu entered the living room, he saw not only Elder Shen, but also a woman present. The atmosphere felt oppressive, sending a chill down his spine. Qingxi calmly said, Grandfather, Mom, this is my husband. She pulled Huang Yu close, appearing quite intimate. Then she said, Husband, this is my mom. Grandfather, you know her. After speaking, she playfully winked. Huang Yu noticed that Qingxi's mother was dressed elegantly, with a strong presence, well-preserved, appearing to be in her early 40s. Her face was pale, her hands trembling, and her eyes blazing with fury. Elder Shen, having seen Huang Yu many times, was well aware of him, yet the sudden shift in status left him dumbfounded. Huang Yu nervously called out, Grandfather, Mom. Qingxi's mother furiously exclaimed, Are you done making a scene? Don't think you can just bring anyone and fool me. Qingxi, hearing this, immediately took out the marriage certificate from her bag and placed it before her mother, saying calmly, We truly love each other. This is just obtained. Qingxi's mother stared at the red booklet, feeling dizzy and breathless, unable to speak. Elder Shen, recovering from his shock, shook his head and said, All right, Mingxi. Let's understand the situation first. Slightly calming himself, Shen Mingxi looked at Huang Yu as if trying to see through him entirely. Elder Shen tactfully said, Qingxi, why don't you step outside for a moment? We need to ask Xiaoyu some questions. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu with concern, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion and fear. Huang Yu smiled gently at Qingxi, nodded, and said, It's all right, go ahead. As Qingxi took a step back, glancing at the three of them, her eyes were filled with tears, as if they were about to fall, evoking pity. Elder Shen looked at Huang Yu and said, Hey Xiaoyu, do you know what you and Qingxi will face together? As long as you focus on your studies, you have a bright future ahead. Once married, many things will become out of your control. You are still so young, the burden is heavy. Shen Mingxi looked at Huang Yu coldly and said, I don't know about you and Qingxi's relationship, but I want to tell you not to let her down and not to hurt her. Huang Yu solemnly assured, don't worry. I will protect her well. Shen Mingxi snorted coldly and said, Do you want to know why I forced Qingxi to marry? Huang Yu shook his head and said, I'm not sure. We have always been particularly strict with Qingxi since she was young, setting high expectations. She has not disappointed us and has done very well. As she spoke, a faint smile appeared on her face, reminiscent of Qingxi. However, we arranged for her to attend a girls' school from a young age, mostly associating with girls. Unknowingly, this also influenced Qingxi's sexual orientation. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt momentarily dazed, as if his mind were not functioning properly. What did it mean to influence someone's sexual orientation? Shen Mingxi, noticing Huang Yu's shocked expression, calmly said, The Shen family has a breathing technique, and in order to cultivate inner strength, it's best to remain a virgin. Qingxi has always been practicing, and we have consistently advised her not to date boys. Shen Mingxi sighed, closing her eyes, and said, By the time we realized Qingxi had already fallen for girls, which was hard for us to accept, but Qingxi was unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately understood why Qingxi and Yin Yanqing had this kind of relationship. It felt as though he had lost something inside, leaving him feeling empty. Shen Mingxi then said, We thought that, as we grew older, things would change. Unfortunately, even now Qingxi has never dated a boy. You are the first man she has brought back to meet us. I know she is obsessed with antiques, which allows her to look after her father. She has stayed like this for years, yet I have never seen her get close to any boy. I came here this time to cut off her infatuation and to marry and have children soon. Tell me, can you accept Qingxi now? Shen Mingxi exuded an imposing aura that pressured Huang Yu. Huang Yu felt sympathy for Qingxi. Such a domineering mother had arranged everything meticulously. In a rebellious mindset, perhaps subconsciously, he would want to be with a girl. Huang Yu seriously nodded and said, I will love Qingxi well regardless of the past. I only wish to cherish the present and protect the future. Shen Lao smiled and nodded, saying, After you two are together, you will encounter many different perspectives, including family, friends, classmates, and strangers. Although we do not have any prejudices, often the gap between the two of you cannot be too great for the relationship to last. Shun Lao patted Huang Yu on the shoulder and said the future you desire will require your own efforts. Skills, talents, wisdom, family heritage, career status, and more must be mutually compatible for a long time to come. Listening to Shun Lao's words, Huang Yu felt immense pressure. He did not fully understand King's background, but just Shun Lao alone was not something Huang Yu's family background could compare to. Shen Mingxi looked at Huang Yu and said, I don't know what kind of deal you two have made, but I hope you can take good care of her. After all, she seems to have feelings for you that are different from those she has for other men. If you hurt her, I won't stand by and watch. Huang Yu nodded earnestly and said, we are bound by fate, and we share mutual affection. Rest assured I will take good care of Qingxi and won't let her get hurt. Then Shen Lao talked a lot about King's past until it was time for lunch. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu with slightly red eyes, evidently having cried again. Huang Yu smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, I've never seen you cry before. Why are you crying so much these days? It's not pretty. Huang Yu felt that he was getting deeper into his role, even considering Qingxi as his wife. Qingxi chuckled and said, I worry about you, otherwise why would I cry? After lunch, Qingxi was called to the room by Shen Mingxi. Meanwhile, Huang Yu and Shun Lao chatted in the study about antique. Shen Mingxi looked at her beautiful, graceful daughter and sighed, saying, did you see, just now? Huang Yu has a simple and straightforward personality. How can you really bear to use him to escape marriage? Qingxi replied with bright eyes, it's not entirely that I find myself a bit infatuated with him. Maybe he is the one I've been waiting for. Shen Mingxi snorted coldly and said, have you really not considered that in 10, 20, or 30 years he will always be by your side? Seeing Qingxi no longer speak, Shen Mingxi helplessly said, do as you wish. After saying that, she waved her hand, letting Qingxi go out first. Shen Lao and Huang Yu stayed for a while, feeling a bit sleepy, and went to rest first. Huang Yu was left alone in the study, passing the time by looking at Shen Lao's books. Suddenly, Qingxi playfully slapped Huang Yu, who was reading, and said with a smile, let's go, husband. We are going. Huang Yu was still not accustomed to such intimate terms from Qingxi, turning red as he said Qingxi. By the time they returned to Huang Yu's villa, it was already 3 o'clock. Having gotten drunk last night and not rested well, both felt a bit tired and decided to take a short nap. Around 4 o'clock, Qingxi stared at Huang Yu, who was practicing calligraphy in the study, a bit mesmerized. It was her first time seeing Huang Yu's calligraphy in person. The strokes were like a dragon emerging from the sea, unpredictable, yet graceful and free. Huang Yu noticed Qingxi in a daze, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and asked Qingxi, are you back to your senses? Qingxi with sparkling eyes pouted playfully and smiled, what is it? Before Huang Yu could respond, the doorbell suddenly rang. Checking his phone, he found it was actually King's mother. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit flustered. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and went out to greet her. Just as Huang Yu and Qingxi reached the front yard, they saw Shen Mingxi walking in alone. The two called out, Mom. Shen Mingxi sneered, I didn't expect you two to still be together. I thought you would each return to you. After the three sat down in the living room, Shen Mingxi said, I have been living with you two in Xiangyue these past few days. This startled Huang Yu, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Qingxi weakly said, Mom, what are you planning this time? Shen Mingxi seemed quite pleased with their expressions, smiling with a sense of pride, and said, what's wrong? Are you not welcome now that you just got married? Huang Yu felt that if the two women continued talking, it would surely lead to another argument. He quickly said, of course not. We plan to go back to our hometown for a visit. Shen Mingxi nodded and said, you should indeed go back. You don't have to worry about me. Once I handle things, I will not. Reluctantly, the two could only let her stay. After dinner around 9 o'clock, Huang Yu and Qingxi had finished washing up and felt a bit awkward as they looked at each other in the room. Qingxi said somewhat shyly, how should we sleep tonight? Huang Yu looked at King's bare face, which seemed even more radiant, her mature demeanor and curvaceous figure. He said, I'll just sleep on the floor. Qingxi smiled and nodded, then took out a blanket and quilt, saying, then you can use this. After saying that, she laid the blanket and quilt neatly. After they lay down and turned off the lights, Huang Yu couldn't fall asleep, no matter what. Perhaps it was too early, or maybe it was the first time sharing a room with a girl, or the floor was too hard. Suddenly, Qingxi turned over and came to Huang Yu's side of the floor, asking, are you asleep? Huang Yu replied, not yet. Qingxi, are you also unable to sleep? Qingxi whispered, the floor is quite uncomfortable, right? Huang Yu said, it's okay. Qingxi suddenly laughed and said, after saying that, she directly climbed down from the bed and burrowed into Huang Yu's quilt. Huang Yu immediately felt King's warmth, his blood boiling, and he dared not move. Qingxi let out a soft hum, saying, the floor is not comfortable at all. Then she said, Xiao Yu, did my mother tell you about my Will you dislike me? Huang Yu turned around, their eyes met closely, feeling each other's breath. He said, of course not. I like you, Qingxi. Qingxi smiled brightly and said, Xiao Yu, you are really nice. Huang Yu suddenly asked Qingxi, you really won't develop feelings for anyone else, will you? Qingxi suddenly grabbed Huang Yu's hand and rested against his chest, saying, just like now, the two of us like this, it doesn't feel particularly special, does it? Huang Yu found it hard to resist feeling the fragrance of the girl. Coupled with what Qingxi just said, it stimulated Huang Yu, and he leaned closer to Qingxi. Qingxi was startled, feeling a bit at a loss. This was Huang Yu's first kiss with a girl, especially one he considered a god. Qingxi hesitated, a bit scared, yet also somewhat expectant, saying, Xiao Yu, if you do this we won't have a way back. Do you really want to do this? Huang Yu shouted, Qingxi, I love you. I have always loved you. Huang Yu dared not move, casually gazing affectionately at Qingxi, feeling as if his heart was smeared with honey sweet to the point of overwhelming. The two seemed to have finally found the feeling of mutual love, a promise to be together for a lifetime. The night passed just like that. In the morning, Huang Yu looked at the sleeping Qingxi, feeling an indescribable beauty. The current Qingxi had added an alluring softness, and her mature charm captivated Huang Yu. He intended to steal a kiss, but instead when he turned he accidentally woke the sleeping Qingxi. Qingxi felt a bit groggy and opened her eyes in a daze. Huang Yu kissed her cheek and tenderly said, Qingxi, I love you so much. By the time they got up it was already past 8. Shenmingxi had long left. Huang Yu made breakfast, and after they ate, Qingxi flirtatiously asked, when are we going to your hometown? Huang Yu didn't know what to say. The moment he saw Qingxi, he felt an urge that was hard to suppress. He held back his desires and replied, tomorrow or the day after works for me. Wait until your health improves a bit. Qingxi smiled coyly and said, now you know how to care for others. Why didn't you show concern for me last night? Huang Yu knew that he had taken a bit too long last night, but it wasn't entirely his fault. He speculated that it might be because of his inner strength. After all, 1 hour was just about right. The whole day Huang Yu and Qingxi stayed at home. In the afternoon in the tea room, Qingxi looked at Huang Yu and asked, Xiao Yu, tell me, do you have inner strength? Huang Yu looked at Qingxi in surprise. This was a secret he had never shared with anyone. After all, it had come about so suddenly and was intricately linked to the Ling Yunai. However, not wanting to deceive Qingxi, he said, yes, I do have inner strength. Qingxi's mouth fell open in disbelief as she exclaimed, I sensed it when we were together last night, and I feel that the breathing technique I practice might soon give rise to inner strength. Huang Yu frowned, unable to comprehend, and speculated perhaps it was just because it was our first time and it got triggered. Qingxi nodded thoughtfully and said, maybe. But you must never tell anyone that you have inner strength. She then explained organizations place great importance on people like us, and you could lose a lot of freedom. Huang Yu nodded seriously and replied, don't worry, Qingxi. He understood now that even though Qingxi was exceptionally intelligent and had her legacy, success was not guaranteed no matter how many years passed. That night, strangely, Shenmingxi did not return. It was just Huang Yu and Qingxi. Huang Yu asked in confusion, Qingxi, why does it seem that my mom doesn't have a strong objection to our marriage? Qingxi chuckled softly and replied, as long as I'm not looking for a girlfriend, she probably wouldn't mind. The hardest part for us in the future will be dealing with our parents. She looked at Huang Yu apologetically as she spoke. Huang Yu smiled and shook his head, assuring her, don't worry, after saying that, they embraced and fell asleep with no stories to tell that night. The next morning, Qingxi practiced her breathing technique while Huang Yu went out for a run. After breakfast, they planned to return to Huang Yu's hometown. On the road, Huang Yu drove Qingxi's SUV, feeling a bit unfamiliar as it took over 4 hours to reach home. Huang Yu had called ahead and his parents were very excited to know he was bringing his wife back, having prepared lunch long ago. His younger brother and sister were both at school eating there. As soon as Huang Yu and Qingxi arrived, his parents eagerly waited downstairs. Huang Yu got out of the car and called, Dad, Mom. This is Qingxi. Qingxi sweetly followed, saying, Dad, Mom, I'm Qingxi. Upon seeing Huang Yu drive a luxury car worth over $1 million, they were quite surprised. However, upon witnessing Qingxi's stunning beauty and elegant demeanor, they were even more incredulous. Huang Yu, noticing his parents' astonishment, quickly said, here, this is what Qingxi bought for you. He then took out a box of Maotai, a set of cosmetics, a set of skincare products, and a set of clothes for each of them from the trunk. Huang Yu's mom looked at the gifts and said, why buy all these? It's a waste of money. Huang Yu's dad stared at the box of Maotai, swallowed hard, shook his head, and sighed, this isn't cheap. Qingxi smiled and said, don't worry, Dad, Mom. Xiao Yu and I are doing quite well now. They all went upstairs together. Huang Yu's family still lived in the same type of stairwell apartment, a small 3-bedroom unit of about 110 square meters on the 5th floor. After the 4 of them arrived home, they set down their things. Huang Yu's dad immediately said, hurry and wash your hands. Once you're done, we can eat. Qingxi looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes with meat, fish, and vegetables and smiled, Dad, Mom, why prepare so many dishes? We won't be able to finish them. Huang Yu's mom replied, child, it's your first time here, we have to do it right. Huang Yu's dad added, don't be polite, just eat. Once the 4 of them finished eating and cleaned up, Huang Yu's parents looked at the 2 of them, asking one question after another about where they were, from where they graduated, who else was in the family, where they worked, and so on. Everything felt so harmonious and congenial until Huang Yu's mom asked, Qingxi, what's your birth date? Let the old man take a look. Huang Yu's dad had a bit of knowledge about the I Ching. Huang Yu felt uneasy, sensing that something big was about to happen, and said, oh, Mom and Dad, what era is this? Why still talk about birth dates? After saying that, he squeezed Qingxi's hand a bit harder, telling her not to worry. Huang Yu's parents felt a bit awkward hearing him say this, as there was a generational difference. Huang Yu's dad laughed and said, some believe in this while others do not. If you don't care, then let it be. Qingxi glanced at Huang Yu, her eyes filled with determination, declaring, you'll have to know eventually. Then she looked at Huang Yu's parents and said, Dad, Mom, I was born in '94, so I'm 29 this year. Huang Yu's parents, who were originally beaming with joy, immediately had their expressions change to shock, followed by a bit of anger, leaving them speechless. After a moment, Huang Yu's mom walked back to her room with a vacant stare. Huang Yu's dad wasn't much better off and followed her back to the room. Huang Yu and Qingxi exchanged glances, initially expecting a storm, only to find a heavy silence instead. Suddenly the room became noisy. Huang Yu, wanting to check in, was met with Qingxi's tearful gaze, shaking his head and saying, "Let's wait a bit, going in now would only make things worse." After about half an hour of arguing, the room finally fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of Huang Yu's mother crying fiercely, which made Huang Yu feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing Huang Yu's sadness, she took Huang Yu's hand and rested her head on his shoulder. Tears began to fall, slowly dripping onto Huang Yu's hand, feeling so cold. Huang Yu quickly embraced Qingxi, as the recent quarrel between his parents had been quite hurtful. Once the noise in the room subsided, Huang Yu patted Qingxi and said with a smile, "Let me handle this." With that, he knocked on the door and directly entered his parents' room. Huang Yu looked at his mother, who was crying uncontrollably, her eyes bloodshot and her expression incredibly bleak. Fortunately, his father had a more composed demeanor, but he too was filled with rage. Huang Yu said, slightly agitated, "Dad, Mom, my relationship with Qingxi is a very serious decision." His mother, furious, shouted loudly, "Do you even realize how big the difference is between you two? You may not see it now, but when you're in your 50s or 60s looking at someone beside you who is so much older, will you still love her?" Huang Yu nodded and replied, I will still love her." At that moment, Huang Yu's father stood up angrily and said, "A difference of 3 or 4 years we can accept, but nearing 30, what about having children? You're still young. Having children changes everything." Huang Yu wasn't sure if she would want to have children, but for now neither of them had any plans for contraception. He muttered, "She's already pregnant." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's parents immediately shouted, "What?" They exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness, collapsing onto the bed in silence for a long time. Huang Yu watched them, feeling a pang of pity, but he knew that if he didn't stand firm at this moment, things would likely get more complicated and he wouldn't find peace. Huang Yu's father sighed and said, "Given her beauty, talent, and demeanor, her family background must be extraordinary, right?" He then shook his head and added, "You know our family situation, the gap is vast." Huang Yu nodded. Although he didn't know the specifics about Qingxi, he could tell from Shun Lao and Shun Mingxi that she must either be very wealthy or of noble birth. "I will work hard." With the Lingyun eye, Huang Yu was confident that if given time, he could carve out a place for himself. Huang Yu's father glared at him and shouted, "Did I ever tell you that a man must have integrity and should rather break than bend? You must not sever your backbone for power." Huang Yu felt somewhat helpless in this age of the internet, who still talks about integrity. Yet he knew he couldn't go against his father's wishes, or things would only get worse. "My relationship with Qingxi is not based on her power or wealth. Besides, I earn enough for myself now." Huang Yu's mother, even angrier now, shouted, "Enough for yourself? Do you know how much it costs to have and raise children? How can you support a family with less than 6,000 a month?" Huang Yu felt a bit regretful, wishing he had told them earlier. He then took out his phone, opened his banking app, and showed them the numbers confidently, saying, "This is what I've earned recently." Huang Yu's parents looked at the nearly 10 million figure in shock and said with fear, "Xiao Yu, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? You absolutely must not do that." With that, tears streamed down their faces. Huang Yu's father looked a bit lost, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Perhaps he realized he could not sway the decisions of a financially independent man. His expression seemed to age drastically in an instant. Huang Yu shook his head and explained about finding the ancient artifact and how he met Qingxi and how she had helped him. "Qingxi is already pregnant, the decision has been made and cannot be changed." Just then 2 voices suddenly appeared in the living room. A mischievous girl said, "Brother, did we take a wrong turn? How could there be a fairy sister in our house?" Another voice, somewhat foolish, replied, "What are you thinking? Isn't the key yours to open the door?" Qingxi looked at the pair of twins about 17 or 18 years old and smiled as she said, "Are you Huang Zhe and Huang Li? Call me sister-in-law, your brother and parents are in the room." With that, she handed the prepared red envelopes to the 2 of them. Huang Yu and the others listened to the conversation outside, gathering their thoughts, knowing they couldn't continue the discussion. Huang Li looked at the red envelope being handed over by Qing. She immediately ran over with a smile and sweetly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." She held the red envelope in her hands, smiling foolishly. Huang Zhe, who appeared very young but was always assertive, did not take the red envelope from Qingxi and called out, "Sister-in-law." Just then Huang Yu and his father came out first. Huang Yu called out, "Xiao Li, Xiao Zhe, are you back from school so early?" They happily replied, "Dad, brother." Huang Li then said, "It's summer vacation, we don't have evening classes for makeup lessons." She then sweetly added, "Brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful." At that moment, Huang Yu's mother emerged, her eyes still wet, clearly having cried for a long time. She snatched the red envelope from Huang Li's hand and scolded in a low voice, "At your age, why are you still accepting red envelopes?" Huang Li refused to comply and clung to her mother, saying, "Mom, it's the first time meeting sister-in-law. Not accepting it would be impolite." Huang Yu smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, "Keep it, it's your sister-in-law's kindness." He then noticed that Qingxi still had another red envelope in her hand and pulled her forward, introducing, "This is your sister-in-law. Come on, Xiao Zhe, take the red envelope." This time Huang Zhe did not refuse and accepted it. Qing Shi smiled and said, sister-in-law doesn't know what you like, so I bought you a set of clothes. Dinner was decided to be eaten out due to time constraints. By the end of the meal, Qing Zai's graciousness and high emotional intelligence began to ease the previously heavy atmosphere. On the way back, Huang Yu clearly felt his parents' expressions were no longer so awkward, and he occasionally caught glimpses of smiles. Perhaps they were worried about whether Huang Yu would live well between the huge family disparity without losing his dignity. Back home, Huang Li couldn't wait to try on the clothes. She grinned and said, you can tell the difference with an international big brand. The aura is indeed different when worn. She spun around a few times, bringing laughter from everyone. Qing Shi praised Huang Li as a little princess in a castle. Since it was a small 3-bedroom house, Huang Yu and Qing Shi shared one room, while Huang Li and their mother shared another, and Huang Zhe and their father shared the last. After taking turns to shower, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Huang Yu held the lying Qing Shi in his arms and said, for tonight, just bear with it here. Tomorrow I'll go buy a house. Qing Shi looked at Huang Yu tenderly and sweetly said, do you think him delicate? What's there to bear? Besides, I have you by my side. Huang Yu, hearing Qing Zai's words, tightened his embrace around her. Where could he find a wife who was understanding, considerate, charming, and gentle? Huang Yu and Qing Shi slept exceptionally well, perhaps because most of their worries had dissipated. Huang Ye's parents were no longer so resistant to their marriage, and there was even a hint of them no longer intervening. After breakfast, Huang Yu suggested, how about we go look at some houses? Do you have any idea of what you want to buy? Of course, the most excited was Huang Li, who happily said, sure. I want a separate room and a big wardrobe and a large... Huang Ye's mother, upon hearing this, gently tapped her head, laughingly scolding, Humph, why does someone so small need a big wardrobe? Huang Li retorted, I'm already in my 3rd year of high school, how can I be small? And could you please stop tapping my head? The whole family burst into laughter. At this moment, Qing Shi said, let's see if there are any furnished villas around. With so many people in the family, it would be better for Huang Ye's parents to have a nice living environment, and for Xiao Li and Xiao Zhe, who are in elementary school and their 3rd year of high school, to be able to rest quietly. Huang Yu nodded and said, yeah, that makes sense. Huang Ye's father said, villas aren't cheap, you know. There's no need to waste that kind of money, you still need a place to stay in Xiangyu. Huang Ye's mother agreed, saying, exactly, you can buy a place over there. Qing Shi smiled and said, don't worry, mom and dad. Xiaoyu has already bought a house in Xiangyu City. Just follow our arrangements and let us do our best. Huang Li almost had a breakdown when she heard about buying a villa. She couldn't hide her disappointment upon hearing her parents say not to buy one, but when she finally heard the confirmation, she happily exclaimed, yay. Xiao Zhe, however, remained indifferent, showing no expression. But when they finally heard about the villa again, he also smiled faintly. Qing Shi laughed and said, Xiao Zhe has a great attitude. You should learn to be a bit more lively from Xiao Li. So the family went to look at the villa together. Huang Li sat in the car with Huang Yu and Qing Shi, laughing nonstop. Sister-in-law, your car is really nice. It's so much more comfortable than Dad's car that costs around 100,000. As they passed a snack shop, Huang Li expressed her desire to eat something. By the time Huang Yu and the others arrived at the villa area, Huang Ye's parents were looking at the listings, accompanied by a little girl. 3 employees from the sales center whispered, look at them. They're dressed unusually, and the car they drive is ordinary. Yet they're here to look at villas. Humph, let her bump into a wall since she just arrived. Ha ha, you're jealous because she's younger and prettier, stealing your spotlight. What? I have a mature charm, she said, revealing a pair of white arms and shaking them. Do you think they can afford the villas looking so poor and shabby? Huang Yu and his companions overheard their conversation. Seeing Huang Li's eyes welling up with tears, Qing Shi held her hand and smiled, saying, let's go, Xiao Li. Huang Yu shouted, whether we can afford it or not is not for you to gossip about. The 3 of them looked at Huang Yu in surprise. After all, Qing Zai's beauty and aura were not something ordinary people possessed. Moreover, Huang Li and Huang Zhe looked so similar that they immediately realized they were related. Huang Ye's voice drowned out the chatter of the 10 or so people in the sales center, making everyone stop talking. Huang Yu walked directly to his parents and asked, how's it going? Found anything suitable? Huang Ye's father said, Xiaoming just introduced us to a few options, and they're all decent. Even the end units are fully furnished, but they are a bit pricey. Huang Ye's mother added, yes, they're a bit expensive, but otherwise they're fine. Huang Yu nodded and asked the sales assistant, Xiaoming, can you take us to see them? Xiaoming smiled and said, of course, he'll go get the keys from the manager. She initially thought there was no hope and just wanted to gain some experience, but when she saw Huang Yu and Qing Shi, she immediately realized that the one paying should be the handsome young man in front of her, and Qing Shi was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off her. Within a minute, Xiaoming returned with a man in his 40s who had a big belly. From a distance, he said, welcome everyone. Are you here to look at villas? Come with us right away. Qing Shi shot him a glance and said coldly, she can take us, that's enough. Xiaoming smiled and said, sister, this is our manager. The manager is more familiar with the properties, so it'll be much more convenient to go together. The manager nodded, saying, yes, trust me. Let's walk this way. Qing Shi nodded while the manager chattered on about how great everything was. Huang Ye's parents felt as if they were being brainwashed. Huang Li quietly asked Qing Shi from behind, "Sister-in-law, you're right not to let him lead, he's so annoying." Huang Yu shook his head, glanced at her, and said, "Qing, she just has a bad impression of them, and is worried that the manager will steal the commission from Xiaoming." Huang Li shook her head and murmured, "You adults are so complicated." By the time Huang Yu and the others looked at the third option, they felt that the environment, decoration, and layout were all quite similar. At that moment, Huang Yu spotted a wooden carving about the size of a plate, placed on a feng shui table, depicting a landscape. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was hand-carved and of exceptional craftsmanship with a unique design, and it appeared to have some age to it. Suddenly, using his spiritual eye, he noticed that one section was emanating rich spiritual energy. Qing Shi watched Huang Yu staring at it in a daze, and curiously asked, frowning slightly, "Xiao Yu?" Huang Yu came to his senses, and replied nonchalantly, "This wooden carving is quite good." Qing Shi looked at Huang Yu in surprise, not speaking. She knew it wasn't the right time to ask questions, or to admire the piece. After browsing for a bit, Huang Yu directly asked Xiaoming, "How much is this?" Then he continued, "I think I'll take this one, they're all quite similar, and time is running out." Xiaoming was a bit surprised, saying, "Should we take a look at a few more options?" Huang Yu looked at Qing Shi and his parents, asking, "Mom, Dad, and Qing Shi, do you want to see more?" Qing Shi shook her head while Huang Yu's father said, "I think this one is good too, it's an end unit with a big garden and plenty of sunshine." Huang Yu's mother nodded and said, "All right then, let's go with this one." Huang Yu asked, "How much is it?" The sales manager skillfully replied, "It's 3.5 million altogether with a 30 down payment. The interest can be negotiated with the bank by our company." Huang Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't make it so complicated. Oh, what's the total for a one-time payment?" The sales manager and Xiaoming were a bit surprised, as they rarely encountered someone who would pay in full at once, and replied, "We can offer you a 5 discount." Qing Shi frowned and said with an imposing air, "I'll give you a 9.2 discount for full payment right now." Perhaps intimidated by Qing's eyes presence, the sales manager wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and said, "Okay. They'll go apply for the maximum amount at the company." Huang Yu felt a bit regretful, thinking that this was indeed the charm of a beautiful woman. The transaction was completed smoothly, and the 3 previously arrogant and rude consultants looked at Huang Yu, who paid in full for the house, with eyes full of shock, regret, and annoyance. Huang Li arrogantly waved the payment receipt as she walked around the 3 of them, snorting disdainfully, dogs with low eyesight. The 3 dared not express their anger, as their manager had accompanied them throughout the process. After having lunch outside, Huang Yu asked, "Mom and Dad, should we move in directly tonight?" Huang Yu's mother replied, "We still have a lot to sell, today's move is too rushed." Huang Yu's father added, "Let's wait for a good day and prepare everything before moving." Huang Li and Huang Zhe, the 2 little ones, felt a bit disappointed and said, "We really want to move in today, but a few days later is fine." After saying that, she bounced around humming a tune. Everyone shook their heads, feeling a bit helpless towards her. Huang Yu then said, "Qing Shi and I plan to check out the villa, what about you guys?" Ignoring Huang Li and Huang Zhe, Huang Yu's father said, "We'll head back to cook. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhe still have homework and books to read." Huang Yu's mother immediately added, "Yes, they are at a crucial time." Huang Li, feeling quite dejected, said, "Mom and Dad, it's rare for my brother to be back. Why don't we take a break today?" After saying that, she looked at her parents with great anticipation. Huang Zhe, a bit speechless, said, "Let's go back, Huang Li. Otherwise you'll get scolded again." After saying that, he immediately signaled Huang Li. Seeing that Huang Yu's mother was about to explode with anger, Huang Li quickly said in a low voice, "Then let's go back." After that, she was directly pulled back by Huang Zhe, continually looking back with teary eyes at Huang Yu and Qing Shi. Huang Yu looked at them with a bit of helplessness and said, "My sister is too unruly and my brother is too quiet. They are 2 extremes, isn't it miraculous?" After saying that, he winked at Qing Shi. Qing Shi chuckled and said, "That wouldn't be good, looking the same and having the same personality would be truly miraculous." Huang Yu nodded in agreement and said, "That makes sense." Then he said, "Let's go check out the villa." After that, he held Qing's hand, leaving behind a pair of enviously affectionate figures. By the time Huang Yu and Qing Shi arrived at the villa, it was already around 2:30. The 2 looked at the decorative wooden carvings. Qing Shi looked for a long time and finally said, "The carving work is acceptable, but the rest is nothing to mention." After saying that, she looked forward to Huang Yu's opinion. Huang Yu casually remarked, "Don't you find it strange? With such ordinary materials, how can they match such fine craftsmanship?" As he spoke, he waved his hands. Huang Yu's Lingyun eyes looked over again, suddenly noticing something, and said, "Qing Shi, don't you think this place is very strange?" He pointed at a scarred spot that seemed to have been intentionally enlarged. Qing Shi looked at it, furrowing her brows, and suddenly thought of something, saying, "Do you have a small knife?" Huang Yu realized Qing Shi might have discovered something, and immediately said, "I'll check the kitchen." In a moment, he ran back, saying, "They are quite thoughtful, they even provided a kitchen knife." Qing Shi looked at the watermelon knife Huang Yu was holding and rolled her eyes, saying, "You do it. Lightly trace the knife tip along this pattern." Huang Yu carefully followed Qing's instructions, not daring to lose focus. Slowly, he traced the scars around. Huang Yu in disbelief looked at it and said, "Qing Shi, are these scars really fake?" Qing Shi nodded and reminisced, saying, It should be done using very advanced carving techniques to make the fake appear real. Then she added, or it could be the mechanism techniques of the Mo family. Huang Yu was quite surprised and asked, isn't the Mo family's legacy supposed to have disappeared from history? Qingxi looked at Huang Yu with a charming glance and said, there are still legacies in the folk, but the factions are hard to define. After saying that, she took a needle and kept probing at the scar. After about 10 minutes of continuous attempts, the entire mechanism slowly began to shake. Suddenly, with a loud bang, it dropped down, startling both Qingxi and Huang Yu. Qingxi shone her phone light into the hole and found a hook that had already been cut. Then the entire wooden carving was split in two. Inside, wrapped in oil paper, was something. Huang Yu, wearing gloves, carefully opened the oil paper, revealing a piece of palm-sized chicken oil yellow stone, its surface glistening with pearl-like luster, overall semi-transparent. Notably, the entire stone had faint carrot-like textures visible, appearing and disappearing, becoming more pronounced under the light, with a deepening color from outside to inside and red patterns in between. Huang Yu stared at the stone, which looked like jade, but wasn't, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Qingxi. Qingxi's expression was not much better. Her mouth was agape, her eyes shining brightly, and they exchanged glances. Simultaneously astonished, they exclaimed, Tianhuang stone. Their hearts were filled with surprise, joy, and shock. Huang Yu looked at the large piece and said, didn't they say Tianhuang stones are already rare? How could such a large piece appear? Qingxi also sighed, saying, the place in Fujian producing Tianhuang has long been extinct. To get such a large piece, it seems this house purchase is worth it. Huang Yu laughed heartily upon hearing this, and Qingxi joined in the laughter, saying, it's a pity it's not the top-quality Tianhuang frozen stone, but rather the medium-quality chicken oil yellow. Huang Yu, hearing Qingxi's words, laughed and said, what a steal, Qingxi, you've been a bit greedy lately. Upon hearing this, Qingxi smiled charmingly and nodded, captivating Huang Yu completely. Huang Yu curiously asked, how much does top-quality Tianhuang frozen stone cost? How much is this one? He only knew it was very expensive, but wasn't clear on the specifics. Qingxi rolled her eyes at him and coyly said, top-quality Tianhuang frozen stone costs around 3,000 per gram. This chicken oil yellow is about 800 or 900 per gram. Seeing Huang Yu's terrified expression, she continued, it's valuable, but rare. Huang Yu finally understood why Qingxi sighed about not having top-quality Tianhuang frozen stone. This was indeed a world apart. Looking at the chicken oil yellow, he jokingly scolded, why aren't you a Tianhuang frozen stone, you disappointing guy? Qingxi chuckled and lightly tapped him, saying, this piece is about 1,500 grams. Such a large piece is quite rare, and if sold as a whole, it's estimated that 1.5 million would have buyers fighting over it. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, smiled widely, growing more fond of it. The money spent on the house was now cut in half. He asked, then Qingxi, do you have someone to sell it to? Qingxi shot Huang Yu a look, feeling a bit helpless, and said, we're not in urgent need of money. This item sometimes has great use. Moreover, it's a symbol of status and identity for seals, making it perfect for gifts. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, felt it made sense and quickly added, you're right, let's keep it for ourselves. With such a large piece, 6 seals should be enough. Qingxi gave Huang Yu a charming glance, then ran her hand through her hair, exuding a multitude of charm. Her light smile, paired with her skin as white as jade, was even more full of femininity. As Qingxi's gaze grew hazy and her shyness became hard to conceal, she slumped in Huang Yu's embrace, both welcoming and resisting, entranced and unable to extricate herself. After a long while, the two parted, yet the silken threads connecting them lingered on. The scene was extremely ambiguous and evoked endless imagination, hard to describe. Huang Yu leered and said, would you like to try again to see what it tastes like? This earned Qingxi a light, playful hit. Her face flushed as she panted, bad people just know how to bully me. When they returned home at 6 in the evening, dinner was almost ready. Huang Yu's parents still felt indifferent about the marriage between Huang Yu and Qingxi, but at least it was no longer filled with rejection and curses. The next day after breakfast, Huang Yu and Qingxi planned to head straight back to Xiangyue City, as the treasure-gathering pavilion could not do without Qingxi. Looking at Huang Yu's parents sincerely, he said, Mom and Dad, I hope to gain your recognition and blessings for my marriage with Huang Yu. We will take good care of each other, and there will be a future. Huang Yu's parents, with solemn expressions, remained silent, unsure of what to say, ultimately saying nothing. Huang Yu glanced at his parents and realized that if it weren't for Qingxi's pregnancy, they would have probably already erupted in anger. He took Qingxi's hand, helping her into the car, and said, Mom and Dad, Xiaozhe, we are heading back now. On the way, Huang Yu rolled down the window and said, Mom and Dad, take care on your way back, Xiaoli, and Xiaozhe, don't make them angry, study hard. Xiaoli and Xiaozhe waved vigorously, saying, goodbye, brother, sister-in-law. Huang Yu saw in the rearview mirror the still forms of his parents, motionless, filled with melancholy and helplessness, a tragic situation that could not be changed. Deep inside, Huang Yu sighed, hoping they would understand and let go. Throughout the journey, Qingxi's expression was dim, lost in thought, making Huang Yu feel a deep sense of heartache. At the treasure-gathering pavilion, Elder Qi, Qingxi's uncle, was still helping her with the business when she left. Elder Qi looked at a Ming Dynasty blue glazed jar placed on the table with a Yongle period mark inside. Its patina was rich, evidently possessing some historical significance. After observing for a long time in silence, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Noticing the circle of fellow merchants and onlookers surrounding the shop, and seeing the tall, thin dealer standing nearby, Elder Chi sensed something was amiss. A shopkeeper, Mr. By observing Elder Chi's prolonged silence, quickly spoke up, Mr. Chi, you are a proud disciple of Elder Shen. Why don't you tell everyone about this blue glazed jar? The dealer laughed eerily and said, how could Mr. Chi, as Elder Shen's esteemed disciple, not recognize this blue glazed jar from the Ming Yongle period? Isn't it better to just close the shop rather than misrepresent the treasure-gathering pavilion? The voice grew louder with a group of onlookers bursting into laughter. After all, the treasure-gathering pavilion was well known, attracting envy from competitors. Mr. Chi realized that this person was not merely trying to sell something, but was here to stir trouble. He wondered why they would go so far as to bring such a significant item as the blue glazed jar. Mr. Chi nonchalantly replied, this blue glazed jar from the Ming Yongle period is indeed a priceless antique, and such treasures are exceedingly rare. It's normal not to recognize it. He then added seriously, as for the reputation of my teacher and the treasure-gathering pavilion, that's not something you can comment on. The tall, thin dealer did not refute, instead smirking, saying, oh really? Then why don't you say whether you'll buy it or not? Mr. Chi shook his head, saying, for such a significant item, if it's real, its value is immeasurable, so it requires more time for preparation. How could it be so rushed? Internally, he was extremely anxious, realizing that the blue glazed jar would soon re-enter the market. If it was a genuine item that was seized, the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion would be severely damaged. If it was fake, they would also be ridiculed. Yet he truly could not discern its authenticity. Mr. Shen then suggested, since so many fellow merchants are here, why not let everyone take a look? He glanced at the dealer, and then at the increasing number of onlookers. The tall, thin dealer snorted, saying, what? Mr. Shen, are you lacking confidence? Don't let the entire Xiangyu City antique scene be embarrassed. A hot-tempered collector immediately retorted, you Brad, do you think you can shame us in Xiangyu City? The surrounding onlookers immediately reacted like angry birds, glaring at him with fierce expressions, wanting to teach him a lesson, saying, how about a showdown? You dare challenge us all? The tall, thin dealer, seeing the crowd getting agitated, felt a bit scared about actually being confronted, and said, what? You want to fight just because you don't understand? That's sheer foolish bravery. Let me take a look. Brother Chi. Suddenly a man in his 50s wearing a black Zhongshan suit and glasses spoke in a tone full of authority, raising his fist in salute to Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi, surprised, returned the salute, saying, Brother Zhou, please. A shopkeeper of an antique store, Mr. Lu looked at the newcomer excitedly, saying, so it's Director Zhou from the Provincial Museum. I didn't expect to see such a big shot. Mr. By next to him said, Director Zhou once studied antiques under Elder Shen for a while, so it's reasonable for him to be here. If Huang Yu were here, he would certainly recognize that these two antique shop owners were none other than Mr. Bai and Mr. Lu, who had previously been conned by Tao Laozhai. The tall, thin dealer felt uneasy looking at Director Zhou, who was a renowned figure in the country. Unfortunately, after about 10 minutes, Director Zhou was still examining the jar with a magnifying glass. As time passed, the surrounding noise grew quieter, slowly turning into a heavy silence. Whether it was the curious spectators or some collectors and antique shop owners, everyone noticed something was off with Director Zhou, and hearts began to race, feeling an immense weight. On the road, Qingxi received a phone call and hurried back, finally approaching Xiangyu City. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi, who was lost in thought, with a worried frown, saying, don't worry, Qingxi. With Uncle Qi around, nothing will go wrong. Qingxi came back to her senses, shook her head lightly, looking out the window, her brow furrowing as she murmured, I'm wondering who would use such a significant item as the blue glazed jar to challenge us. Their intentions must be deeper and more far-reaching. Huang Yu sighed, increasing the speed of the car, slightly, knowing they needed to arrive sooner for some reassurance. Inside the treasure-gathering pavilion, Director Zhou contemplated the blue glazed jar as half an hour passed, setting down the magnifying glass and closing his eyes in deep thought. The people around him, including the tall, thin dealer, felt their hearts tighten, all eyes focused on Director Zhou. Seeing Director Zhou remain silent with his eyes closed for so long created an oppressive atmosphere, making everyone feel the weight of the moment. Only a few antique shop owners and the tall, thin dealer displayed expressions of satisfaction. The antique shop owners naturally understood that the treasure-gathering pavilion was too powerful and had deep roots, not something that could easily be toppled by ordinary means. This incident might damage their reputation. The tall, thin dealer sneered, mocking loudly, what? Is there anyone else in Xiangyu City who wants to take a look? Surely this isn't the limit of your abilities. Why don't you tell us if it's real or fake? Can you even do business? His tone was imposing as he surveyed the crowd, but no one dared to meet his gaze. Most kept their heads down, showing troubled expressions, feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, an antique dealer nearby, Mr. Lu, who had a decent relationship with Qingxi and Tan Yuan, angrily said, I say, this is Xiangyu City. Don't be so aggressive in your dealings, or you might get struck by a ghost on your way. The tall, thin dealer, unfazed, retorted, what? Can't understand, and still want to threaten me? No wonder the antique scene in Huang Yu city is becoming increasingly desolate. Shameful. Huang Yu suddenly roared in anger infused with internal power overpowering all other sounds. Everyone's gaze was drawn, and they turned to see a woman in white stunning as a celestial being her tall figure, exuding a mature elegance, yet her expression was as cold as ice. Beside her stood a young man holding a bag, his face showing signs of anger. The crowd quickly made way, exclaiming, "Boss Morong! Boss Morong is back!" It was evident that they were quite excited about the arrival. Inside, Mr. Qi and Director Zhou exchanged glances, feeling considerably more at ease, as after all Qingxi was the true host. If their actions tarnished the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, it would leave them with a lifetime of regret. Qingxi nodded lightly to the people around, striding directly inside. Huang Yu followed behind instead, giving off the impression of a bodyguard completely overlooked by everyone. Qingxi approached Mr. Qi and Director Zhou with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director Zhou, for your strong support. I must trouble you, Uncle Qi." Mr. Qi shook his head and replied, "No trouble at all." Director Zhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I studied under old Master Shin for some time and have always regarded him as my teacher. Qingxi, you are too courteous. Besides, I haven't been much help." Qingxi smiled and said, "That's not true. Director Zhou's willingness to stand up has already provided tremendous support to me and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion." She then glanced at the tall and thin merchant calmly, asking, "Are you here to sell the blue glazed jar?" Huang Yu was now looking at a jar about 20 centimeters tall and 8 centimeters wide. The glaze was thick in some areas and thin in others, revealing a white base, as if dusted with snowflakes in vibrant hues. The surface was marked with uneven blue spots of varying depths. The remaining white glaze appeared like fallen snowflakes, subtly visible among the blue glaze. The first impression was beauty without flamboyance, the vastness of ocean blue adorned with countless stars seemingly imprinted upon the vessel. The patina was rich and natural, with the base marked "Made in the Ming Dynasty," exuding an unmistakable air of the Ming era. The tall and thin merchant seemed to recognize Qingxi, showing no fear, and grinned mischievously, saying, "Just in time for Boss Morong's return. Now that someone authoritative is here, do speak up. Will you buy it or not?" Qingxi cast a faint glance at him, as if the blue glazed jar meant little to her, and stated, "If there are no issues, I will naturally buy it. However, I still need to take a look first." She then carefully examined the jar in her hands, her expression focused and serious. Gradually, her demeanor began to show signs of confusion as Huang Yu realized Qingxi could not discern its authenticity either. Huang Yu used his spiritual eyes to examine it and was taken aback. Indeed, there was a layer of spiritual essence, but it was faint, far below the level of genuine Ming artifacts. It resembled more of a late Qing imitation, perhaps one created after the Jiaqing era. No wonder the patina appeared thick and natural. Oh, it had indeed been aged. Upon realizing it was a late Qing imitation, Huang Yu began to seriously search for flaws. Unfortunately, he only knew that blue glaze ceased production after the Xuande period. It continued through the Kangxi Yongjing and Qianlong eras, during which high-quality imitations were produced. Qingxi kept changing angles to observe the blue glaze jar, when suddenly a light flashed, and it seemed Huang Yu discovered something. Gradually, he looked from different angles, and suddenly recalled something. Standing beside Qingxi, he whispered, "The irregularities around the base's inscription resemble an isosceles triangle, the symbol of the Heaven and Earth Society." No one minded Huang Yu's sudden closeness, as everyone regarded him as Qingxi's bodyguard. After hearing this, Qingxi examined the jar more intently, her eyes growing brighter, as if she had found validation. Qingxi placed the blue glazed jar on the table and looked at Huang Yu. Huang Yu understood her meaning, subtly blinking, as if saying, "You take it from here." The tall and thin merchant, having lost his patience, looked at Qingxi as she set it down and smugly said, "Boss Morong, will you buy it or not?" Listening to him, Qingxi scrutinized him and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Let me share my view first before we discuss the price." The merchant, upon hearing this, became extremely excited and quite arrogant. He knew that the blue glaze started at $1 billion. Mr. Qi and Director Zhou exchanged glances, initially wanting to say something, but Qingxi had already begun to speak. Everyone knows that Xuande reigned for 10 years, and the blue glaze was created for him to play with sieves. The overall characteristics align with Xuande traits. The inscriptions on the bottom are fine and regular, while the base differs from the flatness of the Qing era, exhibiting a unique beauty with its undulations. Qingxi said slowly and deliberately. After speaking, she glanced at everyone's reactions, took a sip of tea, and at that moment, she felt calm, her demeanor much more relaxed. Just then Mr. Bai, who was watching the excitement, said, "Boss Morong, stop teasing us. We all know this common knowledge. Can you just tell us how much it's worth?" His expression was quite urgent. The tall and thin merchant's gaze shifted from pride to a hint of foreboding, but thinking about the rarity and the short time, he felt reassured that no flaws could be found. Ignoring Mr. Bai, Qingxi pulled out a flashlight and shone it on the bottom of the jar, saying, "Has anyone noticed that the irregularities around the base's inscription resemble an isosceles triangle?" At this moment, Mr. Qi and Director Zhou immediately stood up, and upon closer inspection, they indeed found this to be true. The two suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. Director Zhou looked at Qingxi with immense admiration, saying, indeed, blue surpasses blue. Old Master Shun has successors. After finishing he sighed, as if he was feeling old. Qingxi smiled faintly, saying, Director Zhou, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from all of you elders. At this point a few antique shop owners with discerning eyes seemed to realize something and wore expressions of admiration. However, most people were left bewildered, completely lost. The tall and thin merchant, growing impatient, said, stop with the nonsense, and just tell me how much it is worth. If not, I'll just sell it elsewhere. Qingxi smiled brightly, extending a finger, and said, 100,000, I'll take it. 100,000. Not a billion. So you're saying it's a high imitation. The goddess is truly a goddess. Her perception is extraordinary. Voices from the onlookers rose and fell in a cacophony. Upon hearing this, the tall and thin merchant immediately shouted angrily, are you joking? A blue glaze from the Xuanda era for 100,000. This cannot be obtained for a billion. Mister. She laughed mockingly, saying a genuine piece is certainly worth much more, perhaps even 2 billion. Unfortunately, some people are destined to be disappointed, leaving with nothing after all. The merchant furiously retorted, if you can't justify this, then I think the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion should be ruined today. It's just a big shop bullying customers, a gang of fraudsters. Qingxi, hearing this, coldly snorted and said angrily, everyone must know about the Heaven and Earth Society, the predecessor of the Hongmen, an organization that aimed to overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming. Inside, they gathered a large group of extraordinary individuals, and to maintain their vast funding, imitating Ming Dynasty porcelain became a lucrative trade. They are intimately familiar with Ming Dynasty porcelain, or rather it has been passed down through generations, almost indistinguishable from the real thing save for the recent firing and the degree of patina. Several antique shop owners and collectors suddenly nodded in realization, including the two who previously deceived Huang Yu and his companions Mr. Bai and Mr. Lu. Huang Yu also noticed them, thinking deep down, so their perception is truly mediocre, only realizing after I explained it so clearly. They are causing trouble again today. Oh, I must find an opportunity to reclaim my reputation. Qingxi then said, the legend of the Tiandi Society speaks of 3 halls, and it is said that their secret base lies among 3 triangular peaks. Many excavated confidential messages bear this mysterious triangular pattern. The tall and thin merchant stiffened his neck and said with a flushed face, so what? Just because of this isosceles triangle you conclude that it was the Tiandi Society who did it? Qingxi shook her head and continued, and during the Qing dynasty the Tiandi Society was eradicated, leading to the formation of the Hongmen. Even the superb replicas of Ming porcelain would leave behind mysterious imprints of equilateral triangles. Then smiling she said, this should be a high-quality replica from the period after Jiaqing and before the Republic. The blue was more domestically produced by then, and it wasn't that deep blue. To determine the exact era we need scientific testing. Upon hearing this, the merchant panicked, clutching the large blue glaze jar, and ran outside, saying as he fled, if you all are just arguing for the sake of it, I won't sell it to you. He vanished into the crowd in an instant. The onlookers were astonished and realized that Qingxi was right. It truly was a high-quality blue glaze jar from the late Qing dynasty. Everyone looked at Qingxi with eyes full of admiration and respect. Wow, he just ran off after causing a scene. Damn, next time I see him, I'll definitely confront him. Goddess, my goddess, I love you so much. The crowd erupted into a commotion. Huang Yu was taken aback, wondering what kind of people these were. Qingxi was already married and had someone to call her own. Love was of no consequence. She spat disdainfully. Qi Ming then waved his hand and said, all right, everyone has enjoyed the spectacle. It's time to disperse. Next time there's a business deal, remember to give me a heads up. After saying this, everyone gradually took their leave, while some nearby shop owners and collectors intended to browse the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Qingxi smiled and said, aren't you all afraid that guy will go over to your side and sell it to you? After this, several antique shop owners were startled and hurriedly left. A few collectors also left in succession, seemingly afraid of being duped by their companions. Only Qi Ming, Director Zhou, and 3 shop assistants remained in the store. The store manager, sensing the situation was unfavorable, quietly called Qingxi to return quickly. Qingxi said to Mr. Qi Ming and Director Zhou, let's all have lunch together. Xiao Yi, please make a reservation for us. After speaking, she addressed the shop assistant Xiao Yi, who smiled professionally and said, sure, Sister Qingxi. At a nearby private kitchen restaurant, the group sat down, and Director Zhou, feeling quite annoyed, said, old Qi and I have been looking for a long time and always felt something was off, but we just couldn't pinpoint the problem. Qi Ming sighed and said, Qingxi, I never expected your discerning eye to be so terrifying. I knew you'd surpass me eventually, but I didn't think it would be this fast. Sighing, Qingxi was about to mention it was Huang Yu who discovered it, when Huang Yu gently touched her leg. Qingxi helplessly said, I also discovered it by coincidence, so it can't be taken too seriously. She then picked up her teacup and said, this time I'll toast with tea instead of wine. Thank you, Director Zhou and Uncle Qi. After finishing her drink, Qi Ming and Director Zhou said, no, as they also downed their cups. Then Qingxi turned to the 3 shop assistants and said, Xiaoyi, you 3 did well. Thank you all. Xiaoyi happily said, thank you, Sister Qingxi. Xiao Feng and Xiao Hui, who were younger and had just graduated in cultural relics, were very excited and made a gesture of thanks, saying, "Thank you, Sister Qingxi." When everyone had eaten enough, Qi Ming said, "I wonder what the intention is behind this high-quality blue glazed jar appearing in the market. What are they trying to achieve?" Director Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed, I need to go back and remind my colleagues and report this. We must keep a close watch." After saying this, he took his leave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation, which could potentially bring a disaster to relic collecting. Then Xiao Yi and the others returned to the shop to open for business, leaving Huang Yu, Qingxi, and Qi Ming together. Qingxi said to Qi Ming, "Uncle, do you think someone is targeting the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, or is there another motive?" Qi Ming glanced at Huang Yu, curious as to why Qingxi was so unreservedly asking in front of him. However, his nature was carefree and he didn't think too much, saying, "Either someone is coveting the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, wanting to make a quick buck, or they're testing the master's reaction." Upon hearing this, Qingxi's brow furrowed, her eyes gleaming with a cold light as she said in a chilly voice, "They'll have Tan Yuan investigate this to see who the culprit is." Qi Ming nodded and said, "All right, call me if anything comes up, or I won't go to the shop." After saying that, he left without looking back. Huang Yu looked at Qi Ming and smiled, saying, "Uncle Qi is quite carefree and has a really good mindset." Qingxi nodded and with a mischievous smile said, "That's not all, you'll know soon enough." Grandpa often said that if Uncle Qi could calm down, his achievements wouldn't be any less than his. Huang Yu thought perhaps there was something he didn't know, but didn't bother to ask. He asked, "So Qingxi, where are you heading next?" "I'm planning to go back first." Qingxi looked at Huang Yu and thought for a moment, saying, "I'll stop by the shop and then tell Grandpa about what just happened. Then I'll make some arrangements and return after I finish." Huang Yu smiled and nodded, and then they each went about their own. Huang Yu had always hoped to remain in the shadows. That way the chances of picking up opportunities would be much greater, so he was reluctant to stay with Qingxi, drawing attention to himself. After Huang Yu returned home, he took a shower, had a nap, and woke up to find it was already past 3. He looked at the time and saw that Qingxi had not yet returned, feeling a bit disappointed. He took out his phone and saw a message from Qingxi saying, "Xiao Yui, Uncle Qi and Director Zhou are heading to the imperial capital right away. I will return once we finish our business." Huang Yu looked at this and felt speechless. He still wanted to watch the tides rise and fall, see the flowers bloom and wilt, and savor the fragrance of jade. Sighing, he replied, "Okay, be safe and remember to come back early. He'll wait for you, my wife." Seeing that it was still early, Huang Yu decided to check out another martial arts temple fair. There were also street stalls there selling antiques and collectibles. He drove Qingxi's car and arrived here in half an hour. The place was bustling with activity, mainly tourists, and the prices were relatively affordable. Huang Yu looked around at several shops, primarily wooden carvings, stone carvings, crystals, walnuts, and so on. He sighed, saying, "The tourism environment in Xianyue City is not bad. It's not like their gouging prices, which are ridiculously high." At that moment, Huang Yu saw a street stall displaying bag after bag of copper coins, surrounded by tourists who were rummaging through them, creating quite a lively atmosphere. A very comical little chubby man in his 20s holding a megaphone shouted, "Antique coins of all kinds, 20 yuan each. You can't get cheated or lose money here." Huang Yu glanced at them, noticing that most were copper coins from the Qing dynasty, which were worthless about 10 yuan each. He initially planned to leave when his eyes caught a bag of peculiar coins he had never seen before. Using his spiritual eye to take a look, he was astonished to find that most of them emitted a slight spiritual aura. Although it wasn't much, it surprised Huang Yu. Huang Yu squatted down to take a closer look and asked, "Little chubby brother, how much for this?" The little chubby man quickly replied, 20 yuan each for all of them. Buy more, get more." His cheerful demeanor was quite endearing. Huang Yu, feeling quite pleased, said, "I'll take them all. How much do I owe you?" The little chubby man, realizing a big sale was coming, immediately walked over and said, "This bag has about 100 in it. How about 1,900 yuan?" Huang Yu, not wanting to deal with him, glanced at his squinted eyes and said, 1,800 of it sounds better." Without any hesitation, the little chubby man immediately agreed, saying, "All right, these are all yours, brother. Do you want anything else?" Huang Yu shook his head, paid, and left directly. He quietly sighed. "I didn't expect to get this so easily. He's indeed a fool." Then he sat down on a nearby chair and took out one coin to examine it. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly said, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Another woman listening to Huang Yu coldly scolded, "Shameless." Huang Yu immediately recognized the few Japanese he had encountered in the ghost market, feeling a hint of resentment. Could it be that these two were here to cause trouble? Huang Yu pretended not to know them, saying, "I'm sorry, but we shouldn't know each other." After saying that, he scratched the back. The woman with a smile said, "Why have you forgotten us so quickly, sir? Last time you and your friends fell into a trap we set." After finishing, she even threw a flirtatious glance at Huang Yu. Huang Yu immediately sensed something was off. It was clear they had something to ask of him, saying, "How could that be? I just graduated and haven't found a job yet. What play are you talking about?" "You must be mistaken," he said, his tone sincere and certain as they exchanged glances. The cold-faced woman said irritably, "Are you done looking? Be more careful next time, or I won't be polite." Huang Yu shrugged helplessly and said, "I have things to do, so I won't chat any longer. Goodbye." After saying that, Huang Yu stood up, ready to leave. Unfortunately, at that same moment, the cold woman directly blocked Huang Yu's path. The icy woman said, "Why do you want to leave so soon? Our issues haven't been resolved yet." Huang Yu rolled his eyes at what issues could we possibly have. Rubbish. Yet he soon found himself succumbing to their overwhelming presence. He asked, "What exactly do you want?" The cold woman seemed to have a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Meanwhile, the smiling woman was now laughing exaggeratedly. The smiling woman said, "We would like to invite you to dinner and tea. We have something to ask of you." After saying that, she sat down next to Huang Yu. Her charming and cute demeanor was incredibly captivating. The other cold woman moved closer, blocking Huang Yu's escape route, looking down at him from above, leaving him with. Observing their attitude, Huang Yu knew he couldn't refuse and reluctantly said, "I can eat nearby, but if it's too far, I don't have time." Before long, the three of them walked into a restaurant. After ordering, they sat in the courtyard watching the sunset, feeling the warm breeze, and sipping champagne, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The woman who had not lost her smile said, "I still don't know how to address you. You can call me Beichao Fizi and her Beichao Ingzi." As she spoke, she pointed at the cold woman opposite her. Huang Yu took a glance at both of them. Their expressions were a mix of warmth and coldness, each possessing unique charms. Huang Yu came back to his senses and said, "You can call me Huang Tian." He didn't want to reveal his real name, just making stuff up. Fizi giggled and asked, "May I see the coins you have, Mr. Huang?" Huang Yu quickly understood they had been waiting for him here. Still, he wanted to know what it was, so he casually said, "Sure, let's take a look." As he spoke, he took a coin out of his pocket. Beichao Fizi carefully examined it, the smile on her face replaced by a touch of seriousness. The coin was engraved with Koi Tobo, the strokes clear and orderly, the layout harmonious and beautiful, with unique calligraphy characteristics of varying depth. The patina was rich with natural and balanced corrosion, clearly a piece that had weathered the test of time. Beichao Ingzi sat upright, slowly sipping her tea, and Huang Yu could feel her gaze never leaving the coin. Seeing that the time was right, he said, "Ladies, shall we eat first? It's already 5:30 and getting hungry." He didn't want to be at the mercy of these two Japanese women. After saying that, Huang Yu directly took the coin back. Beichao Fizi snapped out of her daze and said, "Okay, then let's eat." Huang Yu looked at the menu, filled mostly with Japanese sushi, which looked nice, but was too bland for him. After eating about 20 pieces, he was only half full, but he no longer had the appetite to continue. Huang Yu observed the two who were eating gracefully and elegantly, but unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He blandly said, "Ladies, I've finished eating. That's all for today, they'll be leaving now." As soon as Huang Yu finished speaking, Beichao Ingzi stood up, grabbed his hand, and said coldly, "Not so fast, we need to talk about this coin." Huang Yu noticed Yingzi's action and looked at her with some confusion, but he had no intention of breaking free. He said, "All right, what price are you offering? And don't offer too low." Beichao Fizi leaned closer to Huang Yu, smiling as she asked, "How much does Mr.?" Huang Yu immediately sensed a faint sadness, a hint of a professional merchant's aura, saying, 1 million RMB. Beichao Ingzi snorted coldly, tightening her grip on Huang Yu's hand. Beichao Fizi maintained her smile, saying, "That's too expensive. How about 10,000? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu realized the price was definitely negotiable, likely around 100,000. He had plenty of various currencies in his bag. It seemed to be Japanese currency, he just didn't understand why it had appeared in China. Huang Yu had never had any good feelings toward the Japanese, and knowing their intentions, he decided to leave, saying, "You may be beautiful, but your thinking is unrealistic. This price isn't even worth discussing." After saying that, Huang Yu forcefully tried to break free from her grip, but unexpectedly Beichao Fizi had no intention of letting go. With both hands held captive, Huang Yu had no choice but to sit back down. Huang Yu, feeling a bit overwhelmed, said, "Let's communicate properly without resorting to force." Beichao Fizi took the opportunity and said, "Mr. Huang, do you have more coins like this? Where did you acquire them? We would like to buy them." Huang Yu just made things up, saying, "I found some in an old house in the countryside, maybe a few more. I wanted to sell them today, but no one recognized their worth." Beichao Fizi smiled cutely and said, "Mr. Huang, could you sell us all of them? The price is negotiable." As she spoke, she shot a flirtatious glance. Then she turned to Beichao Ingzi and said, "Ingzi, Mr. Huang looks tired, give him a massage." Huang Yu immediately felt the massage technique was quite professional, allowing him to relax easily. He never expected Beichao Ingzi would be capable of massage, and her skill was not low. At that moment, Huang Yu's inner strength suddenly surged, awakening him at once. His body trembled, drenched in cold sweat. He almost found himself in a predicament, initially intending to confront them directly, but discovered that his inner strength could maintain a clear mind. He continued to pretend to be asleep, curious about what tricks the two of them were planning. Princess Kitahara was still sitting on Huang Yu's lap, leaning against his chest. Looking at the peacefully breathing Huang Yu, she slowly stood up and said to Kitahara, "Sakura, fortunately, Sakura, your hypnotic skills are exceptional. Otherwise, it seems we sisters might have had to sell our charms." She laughed heartily and continued, "You were so smitten, yet you're still in our grasp." She then stepped out to instruct the manager not to cause any disturbances, also booking the entire backyard. She turned to Kitahara, "Sakura," and said, "Let me ask, can you control him?" Kitahara Sakura nodded, then pressed several acupoints on Huang Yu's head and said, "Awaken." Huang Yu opened his eyes, looking utterly vacant and dazed. Princess Kitahara, with an angry expression, said, "Was it you who set us up at the ghost market last time?" Huang Yu chuckled internally but played along, saying, "No." Princess Kitahara's expression softened as she asked, "Where did you find this Koyo Toho today?" Huang Yu replied blankly, "At an old house." Princess Kitahara continued, "How many do you have?" Huang Yu hesitated and said, "More than 10. Upon hearing the number, both sisters visibly quickened their breathing, excitement evident. They asked, "Where are the?" Huang Yu replied, "In the safe at home." Upon hearing this, Princess Kitahara asked, "Could you give them to us?" Huang Yu felt a surge of disbelief. They were trying to get something for nothing, and said, "No, you aren't my girlfriends." Princess Kitahara continued, "Then let us be your girlfriends." Huang Yu smiled internally and said vacantly, "I do like how sexy you both are." Princess Kitahara laughed and said, "Then give them to me." Huang Yu replied, "Boyfriends and girlfriends need to share." Princess Kitahara, leaning against Huang Yu's chest with a smile, said, "Then does this count?" At that moment, Kitahara Sakura reacted, stepping in front of Huang Yu to try to separate him from Princess Kitahara. Huang Yu would not let her succeed and pulled her directly over. At this moment, the two sisters finally realized that Huang Yu was awake. They attempted to break free from his grasp, but Huang Yu's inner strength had greatly increased. After a struggle, the three of them rolled onto the ground. The two sisters, dressed in straps, looked both alluring. Unfortunately, as the Kitahara sisters seized the opportunity, they managed to break free, moving with an enchanting grace. Kitahara Sakura, not bothering to fix her clothes, launched a sweeping kick at Huang Yu. Huang Yu jumped sharply, dodging the attack. Just as he did, Kitahara Sakura threw several punches at him. Unfortunately, Huang Yu had to keep dodging, taking a few punches to his shoulder that caused him considerable pain. Huang Yu, feeling the pain in his shoulder and a bit of anger, said, "Stop, or he'll fight back." At that moment, Princess Kitahara, who had just fixed her clothes, immediately replied, "Then we must first give you a beating." Huang Yu could tell that both of them were well-trained, striking quickly and fiercely, focusing their attacks on his lower body. Huang Yu kept dodging and retreating in the courtyard, wondering how the staff outside hadn't noticed the commotion, leaving him feeling quite helpless. The Kitahara sisters pressed forward, forcing Huang Yu into a corner. With nowhere to retreat, he saw victorious smiles on their faces. Huang Yu felt a surge of anger and recklessly charged forward, throwing wild punches. Perhaps due to his inner strength, when he exchanged blows with the Kitahara sisters, they let out soft gasps, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Kitahara Sakura, barely clad, grasped her other hand tightly and said, "You know martial arts?" Huang Yu found it alluring, but at that moment he had no desire left. These two sisters were too dangerous. He loudly proclaimed, "Let's exchange a few moves, and you'll know I'm quite experienced." Kitahara Princess seemed better off, yet one hand trembled uncontrollably. Her face was devoid of a smile. Staring intently at Huang Yu, she said, "Mr. Huang, you truly are deep and unassuming, admirable." Huang Yu snorted coldly, saying, "Oh really? Shall we battle it out at a hotel? I'll take on both of you." Kitahara Sakura had finished fixing her clothes, her expression icy, her gaze chilling, seemingly wanting to strip Huang Yu of everything. Princess Kitahara, hearing Huang Yu's words, replied, "What? You plan to take on both of us? Don't wait until the engine breaks down before you even start." Huang Yu ignored their gazes and leisurely said, "Humph, I always drive at full speed without stopping." He then added, "I have things to do, so I won't stay." After saying that, he quickly opened the door and left. Kitahara Sakura wanted to stop him, but was held back by Princess Kitahara, shaking her head. "He's skilled in martial arts. We don't need to take that risk and fight him to the death." Kitahara Sakura, hearing this, huffed. "Letting him go this time will only make it easier. We must make him pay next." Princess Kitahara remained silent, her eyes showing a hint of interest, whispering, "Our advantage isn't so easily taken. We'll meet again soon, and all the Koyo Toho will surely be ours." After leaving the restaurant, Huang Yu quickly drove back to the villa. In the car, he sighed. Fortunately, they were both women. Otherwise, if I had fallen into someone's trap, I'd have nothing to say. He then reflected, "I still need to find an opportunity to practice a few self-defense moves." After Huang Yu returned and took a shower, it was already 10 o'clock. He sent a message to Qingxi. "Qingxi, how did it go? Was it smooth?" Huang Yu felt a bit worried and missed Qingxi, especially after being stimulated at the restaurant, but regrettably, she hadn't replied to his message. Just then, Huang Yu searched online for the origins of the Koyo Toho, discovering that it was indeed a local currency of the Woku, which had flowed into Huaxia during trade with the Ming and Qing dynasties. Huang Yu researched for a long time and found that most of them were priced reasonably at auction. A well-preserved piece would go for around 200,000, while ordinary ones were mostly around 10,000. He whispered, "Perhaps someone will be interested who I might just make a little extra." In the early hours of the morning, Qingxi finally replied to Huang Yu, saying, "Everything is fine. Tanyuan is here, so don't worry." Unfortunately, Huang Yu had already fallen asleep by then. The next day, around 9:30, Huang Yu had already selected the coins with spiritual essence, about 60 of them. He thought for a moment and directly messaged Yin Yanqing, saying, "I have a few coins, would you be interested?" Then he sent a few pictures together. Before Huang Yu could put down his phone, he received a quick reply saying, Could you bring the items to the auction house for a detailed discussion? Accompanied by a cute emoji, Huang Yu thought it was no trouble and replied, okay, I'm on my way now. He drove Kinx's car and arrived at Chuyue auction house in about half an hour. If it weren't for the auctions, the auction house would truly lack atmosphere. In the vast hall, Huang Yu only saw 2 receptionists. He walked over and said, I have an appointment with manager Enim here to meet her now. One of the receptionists, a woman appearing to be in her mid-20s, looked at Huang Yu and asked, is your last name Huang? Huang Yu nodded and replied yes. The receptionist immediately said, Manager En has instructed that you can go right in when Mr. Huang arrives. Then she added, please follow me Mr. Huang. Huang Yu nodded and said, thank you, and followed her. When Huang Yu entered En Yanqing's office, he found that she was dressed in professional attire today, looking sharp and exuding a powerful aura. Huang Yu smiled and said, Manager En, it's been a while. I've missed you. En Yanqing looked at Huang Yu's shameless demeanor and chuckled. Oh really? Then you should come to see me more often. She then gestured for Huang Yu to sit at the tea table, saying, let's have some tea first, then we'll take a look at the Quan Yong Tong Bao. Huang Yu immediately understood she was thinking about the Quan Yong Tong Bao, and without further ado, he took it out and said, Manager En, please take a look. He took a sip of tea and exclaimed, what a good tea. En Yanqing looked at the pristine Quan Yong Tong Bao with a gleam in her eyes and asked, could we let our appraisers take? Huang Yu smiled and said, of course. En Yanqing immediately called out to the door, please bring Master Jiang. In less than 2 minutes, a middle-aged man around 35 to 36, slightly plump, wearing glasses, entered, giving off an intellectual vibe. Did you call for me, Manager En? Master Jiang asked. En Yanqing replied, come Master Jiang, take a look at this coin, and placed the coin on the tea table. Master Jiang glanced at it, uttered a soft then picked it up and began examining it with a magnifying glass. Huang Yu and Qingxi quietly sipped their tea without saying a word. After 5 or 6 minutes, Master Jiang set down the Quan Yong Tong Bao and said, this is indeed a Quan Yong Tong Bao, likely from the late Ming dynasty. En Yanqing nodded and said to Huang Yu, this is our auction house's Master Jiang. His judgment is quite impressive. Then she turned to Master Jiang and added, this gentleman here has recently been making quite a few good finds. Huang Yu nodded and said, hello Master Jiang. Master Jiang, observing the friendly demeanor between En Yanqing and Huang Yu, felt a twinge of jealousy and remarked, Mr. Huang, you're quite young yet able to find a Quan Yong Tong Bao, truly remarkable. He understood that Huang Yu likely intended to auction it, and despite his jealousy he acknowledged that business came first, keeping his feelings to himself. Huang Yu shook his head and said, it was just a stroke of luck. At that moment the receptionist who had brought Huang Yu and knocked on the door and said, Manager En, Master Jiang, a guest just arrived who wishes to have some antiques appraised and would like to see Master Jiang. Hearing this, Master Jiang stood up and said, then I shall go take a look, Manager En. En Yanqing nodded and said, thank you Master Jiang. Once it was just Huang Yu and En Yanqing left, she smiled and said, there will be an auction at the end of the month. What do you think, should we auction this Quan Yong Tong Bao? Huang Yu undeterred replied, I have more. I wonder if Manager En can handle them all. He fixed his gaze on En. En Yanqing looked at Huang Yu with a flirtatious glance and said, how many do you have? As long as there are no issues, we can directly send them for auction. Then she added, did you find them all? Huang Yu then recounted the process of how he found them, figuring that the plump man selling the coins had many buyers and could easily be found online. However, Huang Yu frowned as he said, but there were also 2 Japanese who saw the Quan Yong Tong Bao I found and wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, the price was not suitable and I did not want to engage with them. En Yanqing pondered for a moment and replied, when will you bring the remaining coins for appraisal? If there are many, I doubt the Japanese in the country would let them go. Huang Yu immediately took out the bag containing about 60 coins from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the tea table. En Yanqing looked at the bag, hearing the sound of the coins clinking inside, and exclaimed, you can't be telling me they're all like this. Huang Yu smiled and said, why not take a look for yourself? En Yanqing skeptically opened it, and to her surprise found quite a lot. She quickly took out a wooden tray. She poured all the coins out, and the crisp sound of the coins clinking was music to the ears. En Yanqing glanced at them and said, there are various types and grades from different periods here, some worth thousands, some tens of thousands, and even over 100,000. She then picked out a few and placed them on the table, saying, my suggestion is to group them together for auction. Having the same currency, with different conditions and prices, will indeed attract attention. Huang Yu understood her intention, since only a few were in pristine condition and had a nice patina. The remaining ones had some flaws which would definitely affect their prices. Selling them this way, while somewhat underhanded, would still allow for prices that collectors, especially Japanese buyers, would be willing to pay. Without much thought, Huang Yu agreed, saying, sure, as long as we can profit from the Japanese, I'm all in. If I can make more money, that's even better. Hearing Huang Yu's words, En Yanqing furrowed her brows and said somewhat helplessly, let's discuss it fairly. Oh, we just want to maximize our benefits. After saying this, she continued examining the coins, looking somewhat troubled as she said, Sire, our auction house is short on appraisers. When Master Jiang is busy elsewhere, there's no one available. Huang Yu chuckled and casually replied, then just hire another one. En Yanqing shot him a somewhat absurd look and said, Do you think it's that easy? Becoming an appraiser takes years of study. The younger ones are often inexperienced and might misjudge. The older ones are pricey, and our auction house can't afford them. Huang Yu realized the logic in her words. After all, not everyone has the ability to discern authenticity and can identify different eras. He took a sip of tea and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. There's no rush." Yin Yanqing was quite open-minded, smiling as she said, "So when encountering treasures I can't comprehend, and without antique gems to rely on, Qingxi has indeed been a great help to me." Huang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this, as he knew that Qingxi had always held an ambiguous view on love. Could it be that she had a different kind of relationship with this person? Huang Yu's expression darkened immediately as he said lightly, "Qingxi is great. Let's quickly deal with this coin issue, shall we?" Yin Yanqing glanced at Huang Yu curiously, her voice playful, as she said, "Mr. Huang, why do I feel like you're jealous?" Huang Yu's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. Realizing that Qingxi was already married to him, he understood why he felt this way. Who knew if they had once been together? Huang Yu felt restless, growing more irritated the more he thought about it, and with a heartbroken expression, he said, "Sai, you just don't understand." Then he added, "Let's sort out the Quan Yong Tong Bao first, or I have things to do this afternoon." Yin Yanqing giggled, her eyes alluring and curious as she said, "All right then, let's have lunch here. It's perfect for signing the contract." Huang Yu nodded. Although this person might be a love rival, it wouldn't hurt to share a meal. He spoke with a hint of probing. "Why do you and Qingxi seem to have such different personalities?" While speaking, he started selecting the Quan Yong Tong Bao with care, setting them aside. Yin Yanqing listened to Huang Yu's words, and without suspicion said, "Well, I have a stronger personality, fiery and passionate. Qingxi is the kind of gentle and virtuous person, calm and dignified with extensive knowledge." Huang Yu felt increasingly uneasy, his mouth twitching and his brows furrowing as he sensed a throbbing in his temples. He was forced to close his eyes, suppressing his displeasure as he said, "Actually, I can't understand the feelings between close." Huang Yu further probed, eager to know the truth. If his suspicions were correct, he would have to view Yin Yanqing differently in the future. Yin Yanqing understood antiques, but didn't delve deep, merely watching Huang Yu continuously sort the coins. A radiant smile appeared on her face as she said, "The feelings between close friends are quite delicate. Men just don't understand." Just as she wanted to continue speaking, a knock on the door interrupted. Master Zhang, looking confused, said, "Hey again, it's said to be a family heirloom from the Kangxi era, but it's a poor imitation, obviously fake." He sighed and continued, "Yinzong, recently the auction house has had fewer antiques. The quantity and quality for the end-of-month auction may have issues." Yin Yanqing listened to Master Zhang's words, initially unfazed, as if it were quite ordinary. Then she reined in her smile, furrowing her brow and her expression turning serious as she said, "He'll find a way." Then she said, "Master Zhang, come take a look at this batch of coins." Master Zhang looked at the 60 or so Quan Yong Tong Bao beside Huang Yu, which were almost divided into 4 portions. His eyes widened in surprise, mouth agape, as he exclaimed, "So many Quan Yong Tong Bao. It can't be a mistake. Let me have a look." Master Zhang hesitantly picked up a Quan Yong Tong Bao, examining it with a magnifying glass, and found that apart from some differences in condition, the years were quite similar. He examined the next one, and with each coin his expression grew heavier until he was completely stunned. Excitedly he said, "Yinzong, there are so many here without any problems. This is a tremendous help for us. The end-of-month auction will be much more abundant now." Huang Yu looked at Master Zhang's genuine smile and understood why Yin Yanqing had invited him. Such a person treats the company as if it were their own business, striving to do it well. Yin Yanqing, who had been anxious, finally felt relieved after hearing Master Zhang's words. Huang Yu, who had been introduced by Qingxi as someone with extraordinary insight, had always held some doubts. However, now Yin Yanqing was quite glad to have followed Qingxi's advice and befriended Huang Yu. Yin Yanqing's face was beaming with smiles, revealing a dimple, her eyes sparkling like deep stars as she said, "All right, Master Zhang, review everything. After that we'll have lunch together." Upon hearing that he would have lunch with Yin Yanqing, Master Zhang smiled brilliantly as he said, "Sure," and began to examine again. Once Huang Yu sorted the coins by quality and period, there was nothing more for him to do. He just had to wait for Master Zhang to finish and sign the contract. Around noon, Master Zhang had only looked through about half, examining each piece meticulously. Huang Yu watched, feeling a sense of admiration. Indeed, identifying antiques wasn't something that could be done hastily, and one mustn't be careless. Unless one had a golden finger, it wouldn't matter. Yin Yanqing was busy with her phone, constantly taking calls. Huang Yu, seeing that it would take a while, said, "Boss Yin, it's about time. Shall we have lunch?" Yin Yanqing checked the time and glanced at Master Zhang, who was showing signs of fatigue, saying, "All right, let's eat first." She then told Master Zhang, "Master Zhang, let's have some food first, take a break, and then continue." Master Zhang, upon hearing Yin Yanqing's words, paused, rubbed his eyes, clearly exhausted, and said, "Okay." After putting away the coins, the three of them went straight to a nearby restaurant for a bite to eat. Huang Yu clearly noticed that Master Zhang no longer held the previous contempt for him as a young man. After the three finished eating, they returned to Yin Yanqing's office to continue the morning's work. Huang Yu sipped tea while looking at his phone. Around 2 o'clock, Huang Yu saw that it was actually Zhu Pengzi calling, and he quickly answered saying, Pongzi, where have you found a good deal recently? Pongzi laughed heartily, saying, just a small find, nothing to mention. I'm already in Jiangnan. Huang Yu was astonished, and said, how did you end up in Jiangnan? Pongzi replied, I'm originally from Zhujiang, I only went to Xiangyue to visit family. Then he added, want to come to Jiangnan for a find. Huang Yu was hearing for the first time that Pongzi was from Jiangnan, asking, what good deals can be found? Pongzi said mysteriously, several provinces around Jiangnan will hold an antique conference. All sorts of rare treasures, antiques, and curios will be available. Huang Yu scoffed at this, saying, it just depends on whether there are eyes capable of discovering them right. Then he asked, is this antique conference really that grand? Pongzi replied loudly, of course. Some antique shops, antique families, traders, and even flea markets from several provinces will gather together. Huang Yu felt a bit tempted upon hearing this. Since Qingxi was still in Beijing, it would be boring to stay alone, and he said, all right, when does it start? Pongzi replied, it lasts for 5 days starting this Wednesday, which is the day after tomorrow, until Sunday. Huang Yu thought for a moment, and said, all right, I'll head over tomorrow. Send me the address. Pongzi said, sure. They'll send it to you right away. I will pick you up when you arrive. Huang Yu hung up the phone looking at the address Pongzi sent, and immediately started checking high-speed train tickets. Yin Yanqing smiled and said, Mr. Huang, let's go together. We're heading over tomorrow as well. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback by what Yin Yanqing said, replying, are you all going too? Yin Yanqing glanced at Huang Yu and said, how could we possibly miss such a grand event? Then with an eager expression she added, I also want to collect a few valuable treasures to showcase at the end of the month. Huang Yu looked at Yin Yanqing's expression, feeling somewhat speechless. Valuables? Just not being scammed would be good enough. He said, that makes sense. I'm not greedy. I just hope to pick up 1 or 2 treasures. After saying that, he chuckled, and Yin Yanqing along with Master Jiang laughed along. Once Master Jiang finished reviewing and found no issues, Huang Yu and Yin Yanqing signed the contract. Yin Yanqing sincerely said, when others come to auction, we charge a 9% service fee. Mr. Huang Yu are a distinguished guest, a friend of Qingxi, and this is our first collaboration, so would a 5% service fee be acceptable? Huang Yu, knowing the rules of the auction, nodded and replied, sure. After confirming there were no issues, he proceeded to. Yin Yanqing smiled as she put away the signed contract, saying, I hope we can collaborate more with Mr. Huang in the future. She continued, let's go to Jiangnan together. With more people we can look out for each other, and it will be easier to arrange things. Huang Yu thought for a moment and said, all right, let's go together. After all, being unfamiliar with the place, having someone to make arrangements would be great. After saying that, Huang Yu took his leave and left the money at the auction house for safekeeping. By the time Huang Yu returned home, it was around 5 in the afternoon. Looking at the sunset in the yard, he sighed. A day has passed just like that, yet why do I feel uneasy having not picked up any treasures? Huang Yu had a premonition that he would definitely find some treasures at the antique fair, an inexplicable feeling. The next day, when he arrived at the airport at around 3 in the afternoon, Yin Yanqing and her 3 colleagues were already waiting at the airport. Yin Yanqing and her 3 female colleagues were all in professional attire, standing out remarkably. A Master Jiang accompanying them, dressed in traditional Tang attire, seemed out of place, as people generally preferred to look at beauties. As Huang Yu approached them, most of the nearby gazes were focused on him, regretting not having gone over earlier and missing the chance to strike up a conversation. With a refined smile, Huang Yu said, Ms. Yin is still as captivating as ever, and you all have become a beautiful sight. Master Jiang is fortunate to have several lovely ladies by his side. Yin Yanqing's expression remained unchanged, as if used to such compliments, exuding a strong and confident aura. She replied, Mr. Huang, you must also be saying that your own luck is good considering we are all together. Master Jiang, slightly blushing and nervous, said, Brother Huang, it's good that you're here. To be honest, being here alone is quite stressful. Yin Yanqing continued, this is our public relations director, Director Su Qi. This is Lu Bairu, whom you know. She is responsible for all the arrangements for this trip. She then added, this gentleman, Mr. Huang, has remarkable insight among the younger generation and is one of our esteemed. Huang Yu recognized Lu Bairu as the woman from the front desk and smiled slightly, saying, hello, Miss Su. Huang Yu realized that since meeting Qingxi, no other woman could compare to her beauty. Her gentleness was unparalleled. Su Qi was tall and slender with beautiful legs and a refined makeup. With a professional smile, she said, I've long heard of Mr. Huang's great name. Seeing you today, you truly look youthful, a complete young talent. As she spoke, her expression became slightly playful. Huang Yu shook his head somewhat shamelessly, saying, time passes too quickly. I'm no longer the young talent I once was. After Huang Yu finished speaking, all four of them chuckled, likely thinking about how shameless he was. Lu Bairu showed a friendly smile and said, Mr. Huang seems much livelier today than yesterday. Now, that looks like a young person. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, no wonder Miss Yin brought Miss Lu along. Her emotional intelligence is truly admirable. At this point, Master Jiang interjected, Bairu indeed makes people like her very much, as well as many customers who come to deliver treasures. After saying this, he glanced at Yin Yanqing. Yin Yanqing nodded and affirmed, Bairu is indeed very approachable. Lu Bairu smiled faintly and said, it's just my duty. Thank you all for your recognition. Then the group began chatting about various topics, and after about half an hour it was time to board. By around 4:30 in the afternoon, Huang Yu and the group had already arrived in Suzhou and headed directly to the hotel with Yin Yanqing. After arriving at the hotel and dropping off their luggage, Huang Yu directly separated from Yin Yanqing's group as they had clients to visit while he had an appointment with Zhu Pengzi. As soon as Huang Yu entered the hotel lobby, he spotted a plump man exuding a Buddha-like aura with kind eyes. Huang Yu called out, "Pengzi, you've gained weight again." Then he added, "Come on, let's go eat. Do you have any good recommendations?" Zhu Pengzi, looking somewhat speechless, replied, "I gain weight just from drinking water, what can I do?" He then patted his chest and said, "Let's go, we must have authentic local dishes." After Huang Yu and Zhu Pengzi finished eating, they returned to the hotel, and it was already past 11 o'clock. The two agreed to meet again the next day for the antique fair. The next morning around 7, Huang Yu took a run around the area to exercise. After breakfast, he waited for Yin Yanqing's group, and around 8:30 they headed directly to the antique fair. Just after 9, Huang Yu and his group finally arrived at the exhibition center, which was already crowded with people, flags flying and drums beating, creating a lively atmosphere. When Yin Yanqing and the three girls got out of the car, it was clear that beauties attract attention. Huang Yu felt something was off. How could he look for treasures while they were around? Thus he said, "I want to join you all. Ooh, I wouldn't want to create a situation where we all want the same thing." Yin Yanqing smiled and said, "All right, remember to take care of me if you find any treasures." Huang Yu nodded and disappeared from their sight. Su Qi looked at Huang Yu's figure somewhat surprised, saying, "Mr. Huang is quite a rare person. Most guys would be eager to surround us, but he seems to escape quickly." Lu Bairu, on the other hand, was quite happy, saying, "I wonder if Mr. Huang can find any treasures today." Yin Yanqing seemed to have thought of something and said to everyone, "Master Jiang, there are 4 of us. We can't lose to Mr. Huang, so it's up to you." After saying that, she felt a bit competitive. When Huang Yu was with Zhu Pengzi, the latter proudly said, "How's it going, buddy? Isn't this scale impressive? There are 3 whole floors. The first floor has thousands of stalls, the second floor has some antique shops and collectors, and the third floor consists of genuine items verified by experts." Huang Yu saw that the first floor truly had a lot of items, both in terms of people and goods, bustling with energy. His excitement could hardly be contained as he asked, "So Pengzi, should we stick together or split up?" Zhu Pengzi immediately replied, "We should definitely split up. Let's meet up at noon." He then added, "Who knows, not only might I find treasures, but I might also have a romantic encounter. I just saw a few beauties." His expression was rather lewd, which made people want to hit him. Huang Yu ignored him and simply turned his back. "You finding treasures, I believe, but a romantic encounter? That's a joke, right?" With him being this plump, a romantic encounter seems unlikely. If it does happen, it would probably be through money. Huang Yu gazed at the various antiques: Hetian jade, walnuts, porcelain, calligraphy, wood carvings, stone sculptures, Buddha statues, and more. It was truly dazzling, leaving him at a loss for where to start. Huang Yu dared not use the Ling Yunai directly, as its uses were limited and must be reserved for critical moments. Most items were fakes at first glance, hardly worth the attention of anyone knowledgeable. Of course, many antique enthusiasts lacked such discernment, which is why most stalls were usually crowded. After walking for half an hour, Huang Yu still hadn't found anything suitable. Either they were counterfeits, poor imitations, or utterly worthless. He arrived at a bustling stall and glanced over to find an array of wrist beads. It was easy to see they were all recently made, yet they seemed to have been treated with some pig oil, giving them a faint patina. Huang Yu was about to leave when the stall owner said, "If you're interested, feel free to take a look. There's a special discount. This is top-grade Chinon sinking agarwood, 3,000 for 1 piece. It's a historic low price." Huang Yu had often heard the name Chinon, but had never understood it. No wonder he could faintly smell its fragrance. As Huang Yu picked one up and placed it in a transparent cup, he opened it to take a whiff. It indeed had a rich aroma. Upon closer inspection, Huang Yu noticed that the entire grain pattern and oil separation were too severe, yet the scent was quite strong, which was truly puzzling. Looking at the others, they were similarly affected by this excessive oil separation. Huang Yu suddenly recalled an incident regarding the forgery of Hainan agarwood. Many pieces of sinking-grade agarwood were made by injecting Chinon oil into regular agarwood, using a vacuum hydraulic press, then sold as top-grade Chinon sinking agarwood. Huang Yu compared and realized that these must have all been extracted using a vacuum hydraulic press. No wonder the price was what it was. Real top-grade Chinon would cost tens of thousands per gram. Huang Yu put it down and was about to leave when the pitch-dark stall owner looked at him and said, "Sir, did you find something satisfactory?" with a lewd expression. Huang Yu shook his head and said, "Not suitable, too small. I need pieces over 2. Huang Yu, the stall owner's eyes lit up, or after all, young people had money and were impulsive. He immediately said, "Such a generous young man. I have a few more. Feel free to take a look." The dark stall owner then took out a backpack and pulled out 10 or so bottles filled with agarwood. It was obvious they were significantly larger, and the oil content was much better, higher in quality than those at the stall. Huang Yu examined them and found they still bore traces of vacuum hydraulic processing, but the quality of the agarwood itself was much better. Huang Yu thought to himself, "Does he take me for a fool, thinking I'm easy to swindle?" Suddenly, he wondered whether the Lingyun I would work on agarwood, as he hadn't used it today. He quickly activated it. As expected, it was indeed effective. However, most agarwood wrist beads showed only a faint trace of spiritual essence, and it was intermittent. This was likely due to the vacuum hydraulic press forcing the agarwood oil inside. Just as Huang Yu was about to give up, he suddenly noticed the largest agarwood wrist bead emanating a thin layer of spiritual essence with no signs of breaks. Huang Yu's heart soared with joy, but he maintained a facade of mild interest, looking at the stall owner and saying, it's too small. I want a bigger one, something that exudes dominance. The stall owner appeared a bit troubled, likely having forgotten that he had a piece around 250, and said earnestly, how about I take down your number, and I can call you to deliver it later? Huang Yu immediately exploded, saying, deliver? Do you think I'm carrying that? I need it tonight to visit a master. He only deals with agarwood. He shook his head, glanced at the dark stall owner's side, and pretended to be ready to give up. The stall owner couldn't let someone as easily deceived as Huang Yu leave. He was anxious and jumped up, glancing at the agarwood, and suddenly spotted a piece larger than the others. He immediately said, sir, this will fulfill your wish. How about this piece? It's big enough, right? Huang Yu pretended not to notice and said, is there a bigger one? I can't see it. The dark stall owner quickly took another piece to compare and said, look, isn't this one a bit larger? This is 2.5, the largest on the market, with a proud expression. At that moment, a few tourists nearby asked, sir, how much for these together? Huang Yu noticed that they were actually 0.8 in size with over 200 beads, but he immediately recognized that they were poorly made agarwood. The stall owner immediately replied, ladies, this set is 800 fixed price. A few tourists quickly chimed in, what? There are 5 of us, 1 for each, you must give us a discount. The dark stall owner hastily replied, I'm running a small business here, and this is already a loss. After a pause, he added, how about 780? It sounds better. The tourists immediately countered 750 and well pay right away. The dark stall owner looked troubled and said, no way, that would be too much of a loss. A strong-willed young girl said, forget it, we won't buy it. The dark stall owner quickly said, okay, then how about 760? If not, there's no helping it. The other female tourists exchanged glances and quickly agreed, each paying their share. Others around them, seeing the price drop, immediately chimed in, boss, I'll take one for 762. The dark stall owner's face darkened further as he said, that's for 5 together, how can you get it for 1? At that moment, the other tourists immediately disagreed, saying, with so many of us, how can you say it's just one person? Do you have a problem with your eyesight, boss? Right, it seems you look down on everyone. Come on, boss, just give us 760. The tourists bombarded the stall owner with remarks, leaving him feeling hopeless and resigned. Huang Yu saw his opportunity and quickly said, boss, how much for this? The dark stall owner, hearing Huang Yu speak, immediately smiled and said, sir, this one is a bit expensive, 12,000. Before Huang Yu could respond, the other tourists shouted loudly, boss, what's going on? Are we still doing business? Don't you see that we bought at a discount? Don't you want to negotiate? You can't do business like this. The dark stall owner was nearly driven mad, responding in a low voice. Okay, is 760 acceptable to everyone? The tourists immediately laughed. It should have been like this from the start. Exactly, think big. Stop dragging it out, it's too tedious. Huang Yu looked at the dark stall owner, feeling overwhelmed, and immediately said 6,000. The dark stall owner immediately shook his head and said, no way, sir, that's too low, it's 10,000. Huang Yu, feeling uncomfortable, said, what's low? Yours are just over 3,000, why do you charge me so much? Huang Yu pointed at 1.8. The dark stall owner, feeling a bit helpless, said, sir, don't you look at the size? Can this be compared? Before Huang Yu could respond, the other tourists immediately said, can you offer a bit more discount on that 760? Huang Yu looked at the dark-skinned vendor, who appeared ready to spit blood, and immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, boss, you've talked too much, how about 6,800? As soon as Huang Yu finished speaking, other tourists immediately chimed in. I think 750 is reasonable. Yes, 750 is more fair. His is so big, one is worth more than several. The dark-skinned vendor felt he was going to be driven mad by these people. Indeed, good business was not always a good thing. With many people came many voices, and he couldn't offend them. After all, they were all money. Huang Yu said again, 7,000 a boss, finish this deal with me first, then negotiate with these friends. The dark-skinned vendor nodded, finding it reasonable, and replied, all right, it's 7,000, this one is yours, boss. He then immediately turned to the other tourists, saying, we have bigger ones here, 3,000 each, 750 is really not feasible, I'd lose my shirt. Huang Yu couldn't be bothered with them, quickly paid, and took the agarwood, leaving behind a crowd still haggling. After that, he had no further gains, and went to lunch with Zhu Panzai. Yin Yanqing and her group went directly to the second floor, seemingly to discuss business, so Huang Yu did not follow. He looked at Zhu Panzai, who wore a bored expression, and asked, Fatty, how's it going? Any good deals? The fatty looked at the sky, feeling quite helpless, and said, I almost got scammed, I misjudged, luckily I'm clever. Huang Yu knew that fatty had an extraordinary IQ. What could make him misjudge was no ordinary item, and he immediately asked curiously, what was it? So powerful. The fatty shook his head, sighed, and said, A young woman selling jadeite, and she tried to pass off ice-type jade as glass-type. He then cursed, what a deep pit. Luckily in the end, upon hearing this, Huang Yu realized that Fatty was indeed unreliable, especially when it came to women who could turn ice-type into glass-type and still have the face to say so. Huang Yu leered, saying, maybe if you bought it a romantic encounter would come. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows. The Fatty was speechless and said, let's be serious, at this price I could support a young model. Huang Yu nodded in agreement, and then said, let's stroll around in the afternoon, see if there are any opportunities. I mean, such a great opportunity, we can't let it slip. The Fatty nodded and said, I wasted a whole morning. All right, enough nonsense, let's eat, and then head over. In the afternoon, the two strolled around on the first floor again, but unfortunately, they found nothing, leaving Huang Yu somewhat disappointed. However, by the end of the day, Huang Yu realized he had only explored about a quarter. He planned to continue tomorrow. When Huang Yu returned to the hotel at night, Yin Yanqing and her group had not yet returned. Huang Yu naturally had dinner alone, watching as everyone else dined in pairs, and he couldn't help but miss Qingxi. He thought sadly, Qingxi, I wonder how many people you are with now, when will this end? But then he found it amusing. I'm not even home, even if Qingxi goes back she won't see me. Just as Huang Yu was having dinner, suddenly a spicy girl walked up to him and said, handsome, eating alone. Huang Yu looked up and saw a young girl in a dark, strapless mini dress in her early 20s. He replied with a flat expression, sure, take a seat. The girl sat down somewhat surprised and said, why do you seem so unwelcoming? Huang Yu felt like he could vomit blood. Why should he welcome her when they were strangers? However, he still politely said, it's just a chance meeting, we have no story. Hearing Huang Yu speak in a teasing tone, the girl giggled and said, perhaps we do have a story. Huang Yu shook his head reluctantly, saying, that could be possible. What to eat? Order whatever you like. The girl didn't seem to have any intention of ripping Huang Yu off. She ordered 2 dishes, and Huang Yu smiled, asking, are you here for vacation? Huang Yu was dining in a hotel restaurant where usually the guests staying inside were more common. The girl rolled her eyes and said, vacation. What a joke, I'm here on a business trip. Huang Yu curiously asked, on a business trip alone or with your boss? The girl snorted and replied, yes, with a male boss, an old lecher. She continued, I directly posted my location on social media. Too many people from the company saw it, and later his wife came to confront me. Wasn't she thoroughly dealt with by me? Huang Yu listened as he ate, hearing her nonsense. When he was almost done, Huang Yu planned to take a stroll before heading back to his room, saying, want to go out and wander a bit. The girl made a face of disdain and said, wander together. Where will we end up? In a room? Then with an air of arrogance, she said, all men are the same, just looking at women makes them want to pounce. She stood up and turned to leave, leaving Huang Yu with a fiery view of her back. Huang Yu helplessly smiled. From behind, she looks quite sexy, but she's just too spicy. The next day around 9, Huang Yu went alone. The Fatty had something to do and wouldn't come until the afternoon, and Huang Yu hadn't heard from Yin Yanqing and her group. When Huang Yu arrived at the convention center, the crowd had only increased compared to yesterday. Huang Yu sighed, truly overcrowded, destined to be a victim of exploitation. Huang Yu walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a booth selling green-shelled walnuts, noticing the entire stall surrounded by people. He curiously went over to take a look. After watching for about 10 minutes, each pair cost hundreds, with some good and some poor, but mostly ordinary goods. He found it incomprehensible, and not being fond of playing with walnuts, he left directly. Turning to the painting and calligraphy area, Huang Yu immediately perked up as he saw several pieces that caught his eye with good spiritual energy as well. Unfortunately, the vendors were all knowledgeable, so finding a bargain was unlikely, and Huang Yu didn't make a move. As Huang Yu strolled slowly, suddenly, there was a loud commotion up ahead, and it was hard to hear clearly, with many people discussing it. When Huang Yu reached the front to take a look, he discovered that a calligraphy enthusiast wanted to buy a piece of calligraphy. Unfortunately, the vendor insisted it was his ancestral piece, refusing to lower the price, and they started arguing. The calligraphy enthusiast, around 30, dressed in a tang suit with slicked back hair, loudly said, what ancestral piece? This paper is from before the founding of the country, not even 50 years old. The vendor, wearing somewhat worn clothes and looking a bit dazed, firmly replied, this has always been ancestral, my father had it back then. Huang Yu observed that the vendor didn't seem to be lying, but it indeed didn't look ancient. After all, paper doesn't age. Huang Yu, wanting to know the truth, used his spiritual vision to take a look. He was shocked upon inspection. This was a complete piece of calligraphy with an unbelievably rich spiritual essence. It was even thicker and more profound than Zhang Daqian's ink splashes. Huang Yu's heart raced and pulsed wildly, growing increasingly excited, wishing he could acquire it immediately. The slick-back guy scoffed. I've seen many like you, just love to make a fuss over trivial matters. You just want a high price, at least get a good imitation. Huang Yu looked closely and discovered it was actually small, regular script, and it was practiced in the style of Ouyang Sun. It had a certain spirit to it, suggesting the writer was already somewhat skilled, though slightly above Huang Yu's level. The stall owner said with a dazed expression, if it weren't for family matters, I would never sell this piece of calligraphy. You think you can buy it for 100,000? No way, at least 200,000, otherwise don't bother me here. The man with the slicked back hair retorted, what? Have you lost your mind over money? This small script is only at the beginner level, just on the verge of breaking through to the next realm, and you still want 200,000. The stall owner's face turned red from the criticism, yet he felt helpless. After all, he knew the quality of this piece was far from that of a master. His father had passed away too suddenly, leaving no explanation behind. The stall owner coldly and despairingly said, "You should leave, I only sell to those fated to have it." The slick-back man unyielding pressed on saying, "Look, everyone knows now. Do you think anyone will buy it? I dare say my offer of 10,000 is definitely the highest." He then looked at the crowd as if what he said was true. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair around 60 stepped forward and said, "Humph, what arrogance. I want to see what you call the highest price." After finishing his words, he cast a disdainful glance at the slicked-back man, clearly looking down on someone dressed in a Tang suit, without any grace. The slicked-back man, hearing this, angrily replied, "Old man, if you have the guts, bid higher than me. Don't just stand here pretending to understand." The elderly man, unfazed by the slicked-back man's words, walked directly in front of the calligraphy piece and began to examine it closely. Huang Yu felt a bit fearful watching the old man, worried he might discover something. From the richness of the spiritual energy, this was indeed something extraordinary. The slick-back man relentlessly said, "Old man, what do you think? Make a bid." The elderly man's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. After hearing the slick-back man press him, he fumed, "Get out of the way." At that moment, someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the old man and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Professor Chen from Jiangnan University? A renowned figure in the history department." Another person added, "Indeed, I have attended Professor Chen's lectures before, and they were immensely beneficial." The slick-back man, initially furious at the old man, suddenly realized from the discussions around him that this was someone he couldn't afford to offend in the antiques world. His expression turned ugly, filled with anger, yet unable to voice it, which was rather comical. However, he soon noticed a hint of darkness in Professor Chen's eyes, followed by a look of curiosity. After a while, Professor Chen, unable to discern the essence of the calligraphy, shook his head and sighed softly. To be able to imitate Ouyang Sun's Hua Du Si Bei to this extent is truly remarkable. He continued, addressing the stall owner. The widely circulated work of Ouyang is Jiu Gong, yet his true masterpiece is Hua Du Si Bei. Unfortunately, it was lost in ancient times and only recently discovered in a tomb. This piece of calligraphy should have been written in the 60s. However, astonishingly, it bears a striking resemblance, almost as if it was practiced alongside the original work. How strange indeed. At that time, Hua Du Si Bei had not yet been discovered. He sighed, saying, "By mentioning this in public today, I've already broken the rules. How about this? I will buy it for 20,000. Professor Chen said sincerely, but for him several tens of thousands was nothing as long as it wasn't too high. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's heart raced, and he was about to call out a bid. The stall owner helplessly shook his head and said, "There are urgent matters at home, which is why I am forced to sell. This price won't resolve my issues, I might as well forget it." Professor Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. However, he had no intention of offering 20 or more thousand for this piece of calligraphy. He cupped his hands in farewell and left, followed by some people in the crowd, who also left with him. The slick-back man, perhaps seeing that the stall owner wouldn't accept 10 or 20,000, did not continue to press. He watched the direction in which Professor Chen left, his expression conflicted as he muttered, "Should I follow and learn a thing or two?" Without thinking for a few seconds, he looked at the crowd following Professor Chen and quickly followed suit. At this point, who cared about face? Learning a few tricks to take advantage of the situation was the way to go. The stall owner sat dazed in front of his stall, his eyes filled with disappointment, anxiety, regret, and other emotions. Perhaps realizing he wouldn't be able to sell it, he began to pack up his stall, planning to leave. Huang Yu watched the departing crowd. It had already quieted down here, and how could he miss this opportunity? He stepped forward and asked, "Boss, do you know that Professor Chen from earlier?" The stall owner glanced at Huang Yu, noticing the young man in his 20s and thinking he was a fan of Professor Chen, replied with a downcast demeanor, "Yes, from Jiangnan University, very reputable." Huang Yu immediately feigned happiness and asked, "What did Professor Chen just say? I didn't hear it when I arrived." The stall owner, a bit surprised, said, "Professor Chen mentioned it was an imitation of Ouyang Sun's lost calligraphy, which is quite impressive." Huang Yu continued to chit-chat, saying, "Is that true? Then I want it. Once I return to school, I can easily surpass others and claim the top spot." The stall owner hesitated, his expression indecisive. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed, "Perhaps, but it won't be cheap." Huang Yu, appearing unconcerned, replied, "Not cheap. How much could it be?" The stall owner somewhat readily said, 20,000. Perhaps he always thought Huang Yu couldn't afford that price. Huang Yu scoffed and said, "I thought it would be much more at 20,000. He'll take it." Huang Yu acted like a nonchalant second-generation rich kid. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, shocked, then showed a hint of reluctance, but finally his expression became resolute. He nodded and asked, "Okay, will it be a bank transfer or?" Huang Yu nodded and said, "What's your card number? He'll transfer it to you right now." The stall owner provided his card number, and within a minute he excitedly exclaimed, "It's done, the money has arrived. This piece of calligraphy belongs to the young boss now." He quickly stuffed the calligraphy into Huang Yu's arms, grabbed his other belongings, and left without delay. Huang Yu watched the stall owner flee and shook his head, helplessly bemused, saying, "Do you really think I would return it? What about your dignity?" Huang Yu safely tucked away the calligraphy and continued to browse, but unfortunately, he found nothing until noon. After finishing his meal, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and wanted to see what secrets lay within. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Without bothering to take a nap, he immediately took out the calligraphy. He examined it closely and found that it indeed bore traces of Ouyang Sun's style, but ultimately, it resembled the form. Without capturing the spirit, the skill was insufficient. Huang Yu spent several hours with a magnifying glass examining the characters, but still found nothing remarkable. Rubbing his temples, he felt quite helpless. Could it be that I am looking in the wrong direction or have missed some details? It shouldn't be that this level lacks a distinct spiritual energy. Huang Yu muttered to himself. He then added, "It's a pity that Qingxi and Brother Tan are not here, otherwise perhaps they could discern something." Huang Yu looked left and right, but he still had no clues. He decided to put away the calligraphy and rest for a while, hoping that inspiration would strike and clear the fog. Due to his intense focus on the characters, Huang Yu found himself mentally drained. By the time he awoke, it was already 7 in the evening. He quickly went downstairs to grab a bite, then returned to his hotel room to continue examining that piece of calligraphy. Huang Yu placed the calligraphy under the light, only to discover that the light could not penetrate the paper at all. Having practiced calligraphy himself, he knew that typical paper allows at least a little light to pass through. Suddenly struck by a thought, he ran his hands along the sides and exclaimed in surprise, "How can it be so thick? It feels like there are several layers." Huang Yu became increasingly certain that it was not a single sheet of paper. He skeptically said, "Could it be a book within a book, with this outer layer merely serving to protect or perhaps conceal the book inside?" He dipped his hand in a little white liquor and slowly glided it along the perimeter of the calligraphy. Sure enough, in less than a minute, 3 layers of paper emerged. Huang Yu was overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Just as I expected, it really is a book within a book." However, he soon sighed in resignation. "I've never learned how to unveil a book. This is a bit tricky." Huang Yu immediately thought of Qingxi, who might have learned this from old Shun. It was still early, so she probably hadn't gone to bed yet. He quickly sent a video to Qingxi. Qingxi promptly answered the video call. Huang Yu saw her half reclined on the bed, her skin as white as jade, and her slightly damp hair indicating she had just taken a shower. Qingxi smiled and said, "What's up? Missing me?" Then she added, "You're just messing around in a hotel, and you dare to call me?" Huang Yu replied somewhat helplessly, "Of course I miss you. I can't even sleep thinking about it. I'm attending an antique fair here in Jiangnan. Oh, where else would I stay if not in a hotel?" Qingxi laughed heartily, her eyes deep and lively. "I knew it. So what is it?" Huang Yu quickly took out the piece of agarwood and said, "I stumbled upon this. It's a gift from my beloved wife." Upon hearing this, Qingxi immediately brightened up and said, "All right, then I'll forgive you for bringing a gift." After chatting a bit longer, Huang Yu asked Qingxi, "Do you know how to unveil a book within a book?" Qingxi's eyes widened in shock as she listened to Huang Yu incredulously, saying, "You're not telling me you found a piece of calligraphy to unveil, are you?" Huang Yu nodded and pointed the camera at the area he had just opened. Qingxi exclaimed in delight, "It's actually true." Then Qingxi discussed the materials they would need and added, "Wait until you have everything prepared and then start a video call. I want to watch you operate carefully." Huang Yu nodded and said, "What you said makes sense, so I'll go prepare the materials first. When I start, you can join the video without needing to wear anything." Qingxi shot him a flirtatious glance, lightly snorted, and ended the call. Huang Yu realized he was increasingly enjoying teasing Qingxi, and it was immensely fun. After gathering alcohol, a blowtorch, a brush, water, a scraper, and rice paper, he returned to the hotel, paid an extra 2,000 yuan for an upgraded suite that featured a large marble table perfectly suitable for placing the calligraphy. Upon entering the room, Huang Yu immediately connected to Qingxi via video call. He felt a bit disappointed when he saw that she hadn't changed much in her attire. He sighed and said, "I thought I could watch a spring festival performance." Qingxi shot him a sultry glance and said, "Wouldn't that be even more torturous?" Then she asked seriously, "How are the materials coming along?" Huang Yu showed Qingxi the setup and said, "Let's get started." Qingxi nodded and said with a serious expression, "First clean the surface." Huang Yu responded, "Okay." He then carefully wiped down the surface with a towel. After seeing that Huang Yu had cleaned it well, Qingxi said, "First use a spray bottle to evenly distribute the alcohol, then wipe it down with rice paper." After Huang Yu completed the steps Qingxi instructed, "Now place the calligraphy on the surface and ensure it is laid out flat." Huang Yu quickly positioned the calligraphy and smoothed out any wrinkles. Qingxi then said, "Sprinkle water evenly and use the wooden scraper to smooth it out. It must be completely soaked." Huang Yu felt a bit nervous, fearing that if he applied too much pressure or added too much water, it would become awkward. However, at this point he had to push through. After saturating it with water, Huang Yu vaguely noticed that there was indeed another identical piece of calligraphy underneath. At that moment, Qingxi reminded him, "Once the water has soaked through, use the wooden scraper to smooth it out. Be careful not to damage it." Huang Yu snapped to attention at her words and began to gently scrape with the wooden tool. As time passed, the calligraphy adhered perfectly to the work surface without a single bubble or wrinkle. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi and asked Qingxi, what do we do next? Huang Yu noted that an hour had already gone by. Qingxi glanced at the calligraphy and said, first let it soak in the glue, then pour an entire bottle of alcohol over it. It must be completely saturated. Huang Yu promptly poured 2 gin of alcohol all over it, ensuring he used up every last drop to get it all done. After Huang Yu had finished preparing, Qingxi said, then use fire to ignite the alcohol. Make sure there are no dry spots left where alcohol hasn't been applied. Huang Yu, feeling quite terrified, said, are you sure? Qingxi, my hands are shaking. This was all money. If it burned, it would be so embarrassing. Qingxi giggled slightly, teasing, hurry up. If the alcohol evaporates, it will really burn. Huang Yu didn't dare delay and quickly ignited the alcohol with his lighter. The flames rapidly spread across the entire table and engulfed the calligraphy. Huang Yu's heart raced, fearing something might go wrong and everything would be burned to ashes. Time seemed to drag on. Each second felt like a year, and he was in torment, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The flames gradually dwindled, extinguishing completely after about a minute. Thankfully, the paper remained intact. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi on the video and said, wife, can we skip the next time being so thrilling? It was too nerve-wracking. Qingxi, with her wide eyes, replied, you need to elevate your level. Your mindset isn't broad enough, dear husband. Then she quickly added, once the temperature drops a bit, pull it off immediately. Don't hesitate, don't pause, do it all at once. Huang Yu listened attentively and, of course, operated with utmost care. After about half a minute, he began to peel off the top layer. Fortunately, Huang Yu had internal strength, allowing him to exert a balanced force at a steady speed. As he peeled off the top layer of paper, he realized his back was already drenched in sweat. Huang Yu let out a long sigh, gazing at the calligraphy, now perfectly restored. His eyes widened in astonishment. The calligraphy from the Huadao Temple stele showcased a small script that was spacious and extensive, the strokes balanced, and even imbued with a vigorous and refined energy, and while orderly, it revealed a certain elegance. This was far superior to the surface calligraphy, having reached a level approaching that of a master. The writing was gentle, yet elegant, flowing freely and naturally, showcasing grace and vibrancy. It maintained a balanced and serene demeanor, all while exuding an elegant atmosphere with a smooth, refreshing aura and a rich scholarly essence. Huang Yu, being someone who practiced writing himself, immediately recognized that this was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Upon inspecting the seals, he was left in a daze. One was the seal of Wen Zhengming, and the other was the seal of Wu Yanshi, marked by the words Hengshan Recluse. The 2 seals were perfectly aligned without a hint of distortion or blurriness. Huang Yu exclaimed in shock, incredible. This is actually the small script of Wen Zhengming. It's simply unbelievable. On the other end of the video, upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the listener was immediately astonished, sitting up straight, narrowing their eyes, slightly mouth agape in joy, and exclaimed, are you sure? Is it really the calligraphy of Wen Zhengming? Huang Yu nodded and said, Qingxi, you know I also practice calligraphy. The charm and temperament cannot be imitated, and the seal and paper are also essential. Qingxi closed her eyes, sighed, and said, I should have gone with you. Then, as if recalling something, she loudly urged, quickly use rice paper to soak up the water, be careful. Huang Yu dared not delay, setting aside his admiration, and immediately got to work. By the time he had absorbed most of the water, Qingxi promptly instructed, use a wooden scraper to clean the surface of the glue. Listening to this, Huang Yu carefully began scraping. When it was all done, it indeed looked better and better, increasingly showcasing the aura and essence of a grand master. Qingxi said a bit sadly, seal it well with rice paper. I will contact the framer and call you again. Good night. After saying this, she directly hung up the video call. Huang Yu hadn't said much yet, feeling a bit helpless, said, I guess Qingxi won't be able to sleep tonight. After all, it's rare to encounter such a treasure. If it weren't for business, she would probably rush over immediately. Next, Huang Yu immediately pondered over his brush strokes and pressure, and it wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the morning that he felt his spirit was overly drained and had no choice but to sleep. Huang Yu had a premonition that as long as he could comprehend something and practice it, his calligraphy might have further potential. This thought excited him as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Huang Yu was still dreaming when he was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Looking at the time, he saw it was already 9 o'clock, realizing he must have slept too late last night and was greatly exhausted. Seeing Yin Yanqing's number, Huang Yu was quite curious, as she had disappeared for 2 days. Why was she suddenly looking for him? He answered, Manager Yin, what's the matter this early? Without thinking, Huang Yu knew it had to be something important, otherwise she wouldn't call so early. Yin Yanqing, sounding a bit anxious, said, Are you still sleeping? Can you come over? Huang Yu curiously asked, What for? I was planning to hunt for bargains. Yin Yanqing, her tone tense and hesitant, replied, We're discussing a piece of porcelain, a blue and white large plate from the Yongle period. Master Zhang felt there was no issue, but I sensed that the person was a bit strange, wanting to buy it all at once. Huang Yu frowned and said, Yongle blue and white plate. This is indeed a treasure, especially at an auction, where it's more likely to be sold separately rather than all at once. Yin Yanqing felt this was suspicious and said, Moreover, the price isn't cheap and the time they gave is very short. We can only let you come and take a look. Huang Yu felt a bit troubled and said, Isn't this inappropriate? I'm under a lot of pressure. Yin Yanqing, sounding a bit anxious, urged, Oh, stop beating around the bush. Hurry over, Beirut is waiting for you at the hotel. Huang Yu also wanted to see the Yongla blue and white plate since he had some connections, and said, okay, I'll wash up and come. Huang Yu finished in about 10 minutes, and then directly got into Lu Bairu's car saying, Miss Lu, you look particularly different today, adding a touch of mature charm. Lu Bairu, with a charming gaze that did not lose its allure, replied, oh really? Does Mr. Huang like this type? Huang Yu looked at Lu Bairu wearing tight jeans and a white tank top with a sheer shirt over it, completely different from her usual professional attire. Huang Yu nodded and smiled, saying, of course, deep valleys and high peaks, a figure that appeals to both men and women. Listening to Huang Yu's words, Lu Bairu surprisingly did not say anything further, but Huang Yu distinctly felt a hint of sorrow and melancholy in her eyes. To be honest, Lu Bairu looked really beautiful today. Although her professional attire already drew attention to her figure, today's outfit added a touch of spiciness. After about 10 minutes, Huang Yu and Lu Bairu arrived at a tea house that looked somewhat aged, probably an old brand. Huang Yu realized he was a bit hungry. Lu Bairu seemed to know what Huang Yu was thinking and introduced, this is a century-old store, their morning tea is quite popular. After we handle our business, Mr. Huang should give it a try. Huang Yu nodded, very pleased, and said, well, I must. The desire for food is still important. Once Lu Bairu led Huang Yu to a private room on the second floor and knocked on the door, she had already put on a professional smile, entering the room energetically. As soon as Huang Yu entered the private room, Yin Yanqing immediately said, little brother, didn't I tell you not to stay up too late? Look, it's already 9:30. Huang Yu was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? What do you mean by not staying up too late? Really? Just as Huang Yu was about to retort, Lu Bairu laughed and said, we stayed up too late last night and got up late, right? Sister, don't mind us. What the heck, what is this? Huang Yu felt a chill down his back, thinking about how he would explain this to Qingxi. Yin Yanqing snorted coldly and said, young people should restrain themselves, don't always be thinking about. At that moment, a man interjected, manager, Yin, you don't understand. Talents are meant for each other. It's the right time. Waiting a little longer is no issue. Huang Yu looked at a middle-aged man around 35 or 36 with a square face, crew-cut, dressed in branded clothes and a gold necklace as thick as his fingers, shining brilliantly. This must be the owner, but he looked too much like a nouveau riche, almost as if he had wealthy engraved on his forehead. Huang Yu grinned and said, indeed, we are kindred spirits, as men who would dare say they are not romantic. Huang Yu's words caused Yin Yanqing and her group to roll their eyes while trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Yin Yanqing changed the topic and said, Mr. Luo, my brother is here, I'll let him take a look, and if there are no issues, we will proceed with the purchase. She added, I know you're in a hurry, but my little brother will be spending money, so we need to be cautious. The nouveau riche laughed and said, sure, let this young man take a look. He didn't pay Huang Yu any mind. After all, what could someone so young possibly know? He originally wanted to make a swift decision, but he was afraid Yin Yanqing would find a top expert. He thought she was dragging her feet to find someone, but it turned out she was waiting for someone to join in. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. Both the siblings were being conned, becoming spendthrifts. Perhaps they would even turn against each other later, as this was no small sum. Huang Yu glanced at Master Jiang and Su Qi, noticing their worried expressions, the anxiety evident on their faces, hoping Huang Yu could offer some insight to help them. Yin Yanqing then said, little brother, why are you still standing? Hurry up and take a look. If you keep them waiting, they might not sell to us. She shot a glance at the nouveau riche. Huang Yu smiled and said, what's the rush? With money can't we buy good goods? One must have perspective. Do you understand perspective? After saying this, he also looked at the nouveau riche, clearly implying that the nouveau riche lacked perspective. However, the nouveau riche sat there indifferent, not moving at all. Huang Yu noticed that the person's mental state was rather good, but their ostentatious appearance seemed out of place. What nouveau riche could withstand the mocking jibes of others? This made Huang Yu more cautious. At this moment, Yin Yanqing also felt something amiss. Her eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of danger, but she quickly masked it. Huang Yu gazed at the blue and white dragon-patterned wave dish, noting its well-proportioned design, a classic shape of the early Ming dynasty. The entire dish was adorned with blue and white decorations. The inner wall depicted 12 twisting floral designs, while the outer wall illustrated 4 leaping dragons separated by cloud patterns. The center of the dish featured swirling sea waves depicted in blue and white, with a half-side dragon subtly etched using a reserve technique, only its eyes rendered with blue dots. The flames surrounding the dish were also expressed using the reserve technique, making the dragon leap amidst the waves of the blue and white sea, exuding a remarkable spirit. The patina was rich and natural, indicating it was not new. However, the artistic style seemed to possess a certain organic essence. Although the style was also meticulous and rigorous, as per the Ming dynasty, Huang Yu found that imagination outweighed expression in the overall dragon patterns. Unfortunately, after observing for 10 minutes, Huang Yu found no other flaws. Reluctantly agreeing to help, he decided to use his secret weapon and directly employed his spiritual essence to take a closer look. What he saw startled him. The Yongla blue and white treasure had only a thin and faint layer of spiritual essence. Huang Yu realized this must be a high-quality imitation. No wonder the artistic style seemed to lean towards a later period. If it were a genuine Yongla blue and white dish, the spiritual essence should be extremely rich and dazzling. Since he now knew it was an imitation, he needed to find a convincing flaw. When Huang Yu flipped the blue and white dish over onto the table, his expression suddenly became quite dramatic. He revealed an understanding of why it was imitated to such a level. Huang Yu glanced at Yin Yanqing, hesitating, unsure of how to start. Suddenly the nouveau riche spoke urgently. You've been looking for a while, so what's the verdict? Are you buying or not? He gazed intently at Yin Yanqing. Yin Yanqing, somewhat dazed, knew that the asking price for the Yongla blue and white dish was 30 million RMB. If it were genuine, not only could it fetch a high price at auction, but it could also earn millions. He said, so what do you think, brother? Huang Yu replied to the nouveau riche, this is made from a mix of imported and domestic raw materials, with a vibrant green hue and a glaze that shines. The patterns displayed a clear diffusion phenomenon, and there were black crystalline spots within the blue material, giving a sense of depression when touched. He paused, then added, the patina is also naturally rich and thick. All of this is fine. However, there are a few points of doubt. Let's discuss and see if this is the case. The listeners had varied reactions upon hearing Huang Yu's doubts. The nouveau riche scoffed, I'd like to know what doubts you have. Don't pretend to understand and embarrass yourself. Yin Yanqing paused, her breath, her expression slightly dazed, shaking her head, and firmly said, brother, speak up. Conversely, Master Jiang seemed to show a relieved expression as he was under the most pressure aside from Yin Yanqing. His responsibility would be immense. Both Lu Bairu and Su Qi were equally concerned about the authenticity, their faces filled with shock as Huang Yu was too young. It was their first time witnessing his appraisal. Huang Yu looked around and softly said, everyone, regarding the painting style of these floral borders, while it attempts to adhere to the rigorous style of the Ming era, have you noticed that its artistic style is much more lively and free? This is completely contrary to the early Ming style. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Master Jiang immediately reacted, staring at the boss with disbelief, and then began to sweat coldly. His brow furrowed, his eyes twitching relentlessly. He sighed and said, this really differs from the early Ming painting style. Then he slumped into a chair, sighing heavily. Yin Yanqing listened to Huang Yu and Master Jiang, still holding on to a sliver of hope. After all, the nuances of painting style were too enigmatic. At this moment, the nouveau riche became furious, his eyes blazing as he said, if you don't understand, don't speak recklessly. Be careful, or I'll sue you. A sudden change in a craftsman's painting style is unreasonable. Lu Bairu unexpectedly stepped in front of Huang Yu, her almond eyes wide sharply, saying, why can't we speak? If there's a problem, it must be clarified. Are you afraid, or is there something you're worried about? Huang Yu was taken aback by Lu Bairu's reaction. It was a classic case of protecting one's own. He felt warm inside and smiled at her, then said, since you want evidence, I shall provide it. After speaking, Huang Yu looked at the now ungraceful nouveau riche, then glanced at the others, and flipped the blue and white dish upside down on the table, pointing at the bottom, saying, the evidence is right here, take a look for yourselves. Everyone's gaze was drawn in, including the nouveau riche, but unfortunately no one could discern the issue. Master Jiang sincerely asked, Mr. Huang, could you enlighten us? We honestly can't see any problems. Huang Yu smiled, and said to Yin Yanqing, boss, Yin, do you remember a competition at the Jubuoj a few days ago? Yin Yanqing naturally recalled, as it was a significant event in the antique world, and had spread widely. As she nodded, and said, I know, but what does that have to do with this? At this moment, Master Jiang suddenly stood up, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, this is an isosceles triangle. He then pressed his hand to his chest, breathing rapidly. Meanwhile, Su Qi quickly patted Jiang's back, helping him calm down. As he exhaled a breath, his gaze dull, and Yin Yanqing's expression turned extremely awkward, her face pale, and eyes narrowed, exuding fire as she pondered. Suddenly, she turned to the nouveau riche and asked, what's going on? Do you still want to put on a show? The nouveau riche's eyes flickered with panic. Trying to appear calm, he said, what triangle? This is all nonsense. I'm not selling anymore. You people lack sincerity. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yin Yanqing's fury and strength, who swiftly kicked him in the stomach with her high heel. The nouveau riche clutched his stomach and screamed. Yin Yanqing, not yet finished, was about to strike again, but fortunately Lu Bairu reacted quickly, pulling her back and saying, President, Yin, it's not worth getting upset over someone like this. It's better to let the cultural relics department handle it. Yin Yanqing, instead of showing anger, suddenly smirked and said, Bairu is right. Just wait for the Cultural Relics Bureau to investigate you. You'd better hope they don't find anything, or I guarantee you'll never get out of this. Huang Yu observed Yin Yanqing's recent actions, clearly showing she was trained and quite capable. He inwardly mused, indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more ruthless she can be. The ancients were not wrong. Upon realizing that the matter had been exposed, the nouveau riche only wished to escape. He immediately fell to his knees crying and said, I have no choice. My family and children are under their control. If I don't do as they say, it might endanger their lives. The cries grew louder and more tragic as he pleaded, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Unfortunately, Yin Yanqing was not someone who could be easily dismissed with a few words. With a cold snort, she said, when you deceived me, did you ever consider that I might lose everything? How could you not feel sorry for me and still dare to demand 30 million? Seeing Yin Yanqing's growing anger, the nouveau riche seized the moment, flipped over a nearby table, and smashed a high-quality imitation blue and white plate, which shattered with a loud crash. Everyone's attention was drawn to the broken imitation plate, which was a great pity. While everyone was distracted, the nouveau riche made a dash for it, running out of the private room in the blink of an eye, and even leaping down from the second floor. By the time Huang Yu and the others reacted and rushed to check, they could only see the back of the nouveau riche. Huang Yu sighed. That guy runs really fast. He seems extremely familiar with this area. Then he turned to look at Yin Yanqing, his face showing clear signs of anger, as if he was about to erupt. Master Jiang remarked, "Fortunately, Mr. Huang came, otherwise the situation would have been dire. Yin Zong should count her blessings, after all there haven't been any losses so far." Lu Bairu and Su Qi chimed in. "Yes, Yin Zong, we can continue searching. There's still a few days left. Who knows, we might find an even more suitable treasure to end with." Yin Yanqing took a deep breath, gazing into the distance, and pondered. "I feel like someone deliberately set this up, or I just don't know what the mastermind's intentions are." Huang Yu looked at Yin Yanqing in surprise. Indeed, this woman was no ordinary person, smart, courageous, and resilient. No wonder she could revive the auction house. Then she asked Huang Yu, "Mr. Huang, was that triangular piece really an imitation from the Hong Min?" Huang Yu nodded, saying, "Indeed, and it should have been handled by core personnel. It must have been after Jiaqing. Even though the Tiandahui members were familiar with Ming dynasty culture, so much time has passed that they would have been influenced by Qing culture." Su Qi looked at Huang Yu with great interest, her eyes flashing with curiosity, and said, "Mr. Huang's insight is indeed remarkable. You've opened our eyes. I wonder when Mr. Huang will take us to find treasures." As she spoke, her voice became more flirtatious, sending subtle glances, becoming increasingly alluring. Huang Yu felt overwhelmed, and said, "Maybe one day, let's leave it at that for now. I need to grab something to eat." After saying that, he left directly. Yin Yanqing immediately said, "Eat whatever you want. It's on me." She then laughed heartily, adding, "I didn't expect Mr. Huang to be so shy around Su Qi. How rare." Su Qi huffed, saying, "Next time we'll trap him and see if he takes us to find treasures." Master Jiang listened to their conversation, feeling a bit worried for Huang Yu. After all, the worst thing is to be remembered by women, especially beautiful ones. Huang Yu had a bite to eat and truly lived up to its reputation as an old establishment. The flavor was indeed delightful. After casually packing a portion to go, he noticed it was nearly 10:30, so he decided not to attend the antique convention and returned to the hotel to rest. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Huang Yu strolled alone on the first floor again. The fat man was still busy. Unfortunately, aside from some imitations, there were only fakes, yielding no rewards. Huang Yu shook his head and saw that it was nearly 5 o'clock, so he returned. When Huang Yu returned to the hotel, engrossed and admiring when Zhengming's small calligraphy, the doorbell suddenly rang. Huang Yu was puzzled and said, "Who could it be?" When he opened the door, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Qingxi, how did you come here?" It turned out that standing outside the door were Qingxi and Yin Yanqing. Today, Qingxi wore a tight blue cheongsam, which accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure, making her even more enchanting. She smiled and said, "With the appearance of the Hongmin imitation blue and white, I naturally had to come over at the first opportunity. I came early, 10 yuan, and the others will come tomorrow." Then she playfully said, "What, am I not welcome? Are you not letting us in?" Yin Yanqing giggled at this, her eyes constantly sizing up the situation as she said, "Is there someone hiding inside that you don't dare to let us in?" Huang Yu felt speechless. The calligraphy piece was still out, and he didn't know what kind of trouble would arise if Yin Yanqing saw it. But since Qingxi was also present, he could only say, "Of course, you two stunning beauties can come in." After saying that, he stepped aside to let them in. Qingxi chuckled, saying, "So are we both old now? Still calling us stunning beauties?" Huang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. This was clearly a recipe for trouble. He quickly replied, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? How could that be? Come, let's see how this painting looks." Reluctantly, Huang Yu had to change the subject. He had no resistance against Qingxi. Sure enough, a hint of pride flashed in Qingxi's eyes as she asked, "Where is it?" Huang Yu pointed to the table next to the floor-to-ceiling glass, and Qingxi immediately rushed over. Yin Yanqing pouted and said, "Do you two have some secret? Why does it feel so mysterious?" Unfortunately, neither Huang Yu nor Qingxi paid her any mind. Qingxi was completely mesmerized. Huang Yu felt a bit jealous that Qingxi had chosen to find Yin Yanqing first instead of him. Seeing Qingxi so captivated, Yin Yanqing immediately sensed that this calligraphy piece was extraordinary. She began to look as well, and suddenly exclaimed, "When Zhengming's small calligraphy. Is this the real deal?" Huang Yu ignored her and continued to examine the calligraphy. Unfortunately, Huang Yu underestimated the bond between the two women. Qingxi nodded directly. Then Yin Yanqing excitedly hugged Qingxi from behind and planted a kiss on her cheek. When Huang Yu saw this, his anger flared, and just as he was about to speak, Qingxi helplessly said, "Let go of me first, don't kiss me." Yin Yanqing remained in her excitement, showing no intention of letting go, but she did refrain from kissing Qingxi again. Huang Yu was disheartened as he said, "This is my first true collectible." Indeed, upon hearing this, Yin Yanqing exclaimed in shock, "No way, little brother. How can a collectible be more important than cash? Just let me auction it, and I promise to get a great price." Huang Yu shook his head and said, "It's very important to me." He ruthlessly refused once more. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu gently, and then pulled the still aggrieved Yanqing, saying, "All right, let's go back now, we can come again tomorrow." After saying that, she firmly pulled Yanqing away. Huang Yu watched them leave, his heart bleeding. After all, Qingxi was his wife, yet she was so intimately involved with Yanqing. But thinking about it also seemed ridiculous. The marriage had been so unexpected. Huang Yu opened a bottle of red wine, sitting alone by the window, gazing at the night view of the entire city, feeling as lonely as snow, his heart filled with sorrow. A couple of hours passed like this, when suddenly Huang Yu's phone rang. He saw it was Qingxi and quickly answered, her voice low as she said, "Hurry, and open the door." Huang Yu was overjoyed and ran to the door, opening it to find Qingxi standing outside. He pulled her in and closed the door behind them, embracing Qingxi tightly. The moonlight bathed her every exposed skin as Huang Yu pressed Qingxi against the wall, gazing at her with gasping, he said, "Qingxi, I miss you so much." After that, they embraced each other, only parting after a long time. Qingxi, struggling to catch her breath, sweetly replied, "Xiaoyu, I miss you too." The night passed in a hazy blur. In the morning, Huang Yu looked at the beauty lying in his arms, as gentle as a cat, and felt an overwhelming surge of love in his heart. Before long, Qingxi awoke from her slumber, her voice alluring and full of charm. Time passed unknowingly, and feeling light as a feather, she drifted back into a sleepy haze. When Huang Yu awoke again, he found himself alone. In a panic, he called out Qingxi. When there was no reply, he anxiously shouted, "Qingxi, where are you?" Regrettably, there was still no sign of Qingxi, leaving Huang Yu feeling disheartened. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Qingxi. "Darling, I went back to the room first. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you. I'm worried Yanqing will come looking for me later. Let's have breakfast together before we head to the antique fair." Huang Yu felt a little better, but he was confused and unsure how long this relationship could last. With a sigh, he replied, "All right." Just as Huang Yu finished washing up, Qingxi called him. He immediately answered, saying, "Qingxi." On the other end, Qingxi chuckled gently, saying, "Hurry down for breakfast. We're waiting for you." Huang Yu felt a spark of happiness, saying, "Okay, I'll come down once I get dressed." When Huang Yu arrived at the dining area, he found Qingxi, Yanqing, Su Qi, and Lu Bairu seated together. Each of them had their own unique charm and beauty, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Huang Yu approached them, nervously smiling, and said, "Good morning, beautiful ladies." Qingxi looked up at Huang Yu, a hint of affection crossing her face, and said, "Eat up, we've prepared everything for you." After greeting Yanqing and the others, it was clear that they were much happier with Qingxi's arrival. Huang Yu noticed that breakfast was ready at Qingxi's side. Huang Yu felt deeply touched. It was nice to be remembered by a woman. Sitting beside Qingxi, he said, "Thank you." After eating half of his meal, he wondered, "Where's Master Jiang?" Yanqing shook her head with a smile, saying the auction house had an urgent matter, he left last night. Then she sighed with emotion, saying, "I thought I might leave empty-handed this time, but unexpectedly, my Qingxi descended from the heavens. This feels like I'm destined for great fortune." Su Qi exaggeratedly remarked, "Sister Qingxi is truly our goddess, saving us from peril." Qingxi looked at them, her demeanor calm and gentle, saying, "You all, I truly have no way to deal with you." Lu Bairu smiled proudly, showing off her curves, and said, "Sister Qingxi and Mr. Huang are both discerning individuals, kind-hearted and easygoing." Huang Yu was taken aback that Lu Bairu mentioned him suddenly and was about to say something. Huang Yu sensed something was off in Qingxi's gaze and quickly reacted, saying, "Well, we do what we can and leave the rest to fate, as long as I don't mess up, that's enough." However, Huang Yu thought again and felt uneasy. Having helped Yanqing so much without any acknowledgement seemed off. It appeared he couldn't get too close to Yanqing. The intricacies of human relationships were too serious. After everyone finished eating, Qingxi and Huang Yu headed to the antique fair, hoping to find some hidden treasures. Meanwhile, Yanqing and the others continued to visit clients in search of valuable items. About 20 minutes later, Qingxi and Huang Yu arrived at the exhibition center, where the first floor was bustling with activity, lively and vibrant. Huang Yu remarked with a sigh, "People always pursue profit like moths to a flame, disregarding the dangers and risks." Qingxi linked her arm with Huang Yu, speaking affectionately. Of course, who wouldn't want to find a hidden gem and achieve financial freedom to just relax? Huang Yu was surprised to hear Qingxi use such trendy internet slang, exclaiming, "Qingxi, I didn't realize you also have worldly desires." Winking at Qingxi, he teased, "So now that you see clearly, do you still like me?" Qingxi's face flushed as she lightly scolded, "With so many people around, aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Then with a serious expression, she added, "I'm really looking forward to whether I'll have a chance to showcase my skills today." Huang Yu noticed that those engaged in antiques had a natural interest in finding hidden treasures. Even someone from an antique family like Qingxi, who had seen countless rare treasures, couldn't resist. As Huang Yu and Qingxi strolled on the first floor, they noticed that most conversations revolved around Songru porcelain, whether among vendors or buyers. Huang Yu exchanged glances with Qingxi and immediately began to inquire about the situation. He saw a vendor selling wooden carvings and asked boss how much for the wooden carvings. The vendor, a middle-aged man around 160 centimeters tall, with rough hands likely due to his carving work, looked at Huang Yu and Qingxi, saying 600 each. Huang Yu examined them. They were indeed nice, although the wood quality was poor, primarily made from walnut wood. He said, "All right, I'll take two." He then scanned the QR code to pay. The wooden carving vendor looked at the money arriving beaming and said, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness, early offspring, and a loving relationship. Huang Yu felt pleased this vendor was amusing. Of course, he didn't forget the main matter, asking, boss, have you heard about Songru porcelain? Upon hearing Huang Yu's question, the wooden carving vendor was surprised, saying, I just heard on the second floor that someone found a piece of Songru porcelain. But Professor Chun is around, let's wait until he shows it to him. Do you know what happened next? The vendor paused, deliberately building suspense. Huang Yu shook his head, his expression filled with anticipation, saying, I hope the boss can shed some light on it. The wooden carving vendor was not shy and continued, it's not really about shedding light. The result turned out to be a new piece made about a year ago, but incorporated high-tech elements. Regardless of the patina inscription style or painting style, it was impeccable. Even seasoned experts would likely fail to recognize it. Huang Yu and Qingxi were taken aback, wondering if technology had advanced to such a level of forgery. They exchanged glances, both recognizing each other's shock and surprise. Huang Yu said, thank you, boss, we'll take our leave now. After saying that, he took Qingxi's hand and left. The wooden carving vendor watched their departing figures, sighing, what a pair of celestial lovers. Being young is wonderful, full of passion. After Huang Yu and Qingxi left the wooden carving stall about a minute later, Qingxi gently tucked her hair behind her ear, turned to Huang Yu, and said softly, shall we go to the second floor? I am quite curious about how similar the new imitation Songru porcelain really is. Huang Yu stared blankly at Qingxi's gentle demeanor, her elegant aura, causing him to suddenly kiss her lips. He gazed deeply at her, his hand caressing her slowly warming face. Qingxi, feeling flustered, immediately leaned against Huang Yu's chest and shyly said, there are so many people here, please don't make it difficult for me. Huang Yu swallowed hard, his emotions stirred desire overwhelming him. Qingxi's enchanting eyes misted over her body, trembling, as she said in a stammer, stop it, let's talk about this later. Tears glistened in her eyes, indicating that for Qingxi, kissing in public was still something she could not accept. Upon hearing Qingxi's words, Huang Yu of course refrained from further advances and smiled, saying, they'll be waiting for you then. Qingxi scoffed lightly, you lewd brat. Then holding Huang Yu's hand, she said, let's head to the second floor to take a look. After saying that, she pulled him along. She seemed a bit afraid of Huang Yu making any bold moves. Although he had been there for a few days, he had never been to the second floor. This was his first time. Indeed, it was not comparable to the first floor. Huang Yu glanced around and noticed that the quality and quantity of antiques had significantly increased. Huang Yu observed that in the separate rooms on the second floor, genuine pieces were displayed at the front, while most of the items inside were of the same quality as the first floor, mostly imitations and fakes. Qingxi seemed to see Huang Yu's confusion and pointed to the genuine pieces, saying, these are just bait to attract people. You can ask around, they are not cheap. The main goal is to lure in those seeking bargains to buy the high-quality imitations. Huang Yu thought for a moment and understood it was merely showcasing the good to deceive the eye and sell high-priced imitations or fakes. Huang Yu disagreed, saying, if they do this, aren't they just aiming for a one-time transaction? Who would dare to do business with them in the future? Qingxi chuckled and said, what else could it be? They cheat their acquaintances, let alone such one-time events. If they can deceive, they will. Moreover, they have likely prepared for a long time. Even ordinary appraisers would easily overlook these imitations. Huang Yu was speechless. No wonder many antique enthusiasts ended up being played by antiques, as there were too many pitfalls inside. He shook his head and said, Sai, we must be cautious in the future. People's hearts have grown cold and trust is lost. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu's lamenting expression and burst into laughter, saying, all right, stop lamenting. In our line of work, it's all about discernment. Spotting bargains is a skill, as is being deceived. She paused and then said, do you see that shop in front? Isn't it the one selling Songru porcelain? Huang Yu squinted to look, and indeed that shop was the busiest on the entire second floor, with constant noise and people coming and going, mainly to see the spectacle. Huang Yu nodded, a bit surprised, and said, it should be, but why are there so many people gathered? Qingxi frowned, her eyes flashing with curiosity, and said, let's go over and see, we'll know then. When Huang Yu and Qingxi arrived at the shop hand in hand, they overheard other visitors saying, this shop has not just one piece of Songru porcelain, look, there are over 10 pieces inside. Yes, luckily Professor Chen happened to be here and exposed their scheme, otherwise who knows how many people would have fallen for it. They'll probably be crying this time. They could have made a fortune, but who would have thought it would backfire? They deserve it. They just know how to cheat others. Professor Chen's integrity is admirable. I'm just afraid of offending these people. A life will be difficult. TCH, this is Suzhou. How could they run rampant here? But speaking of which, how did they manage to get their hands on such high-quality imitations? Even Professor Chen almost couldn't tell. Who would share their sourcing channels? It's all about personal profit. But I reckon the number of such high-quality imitations is limited. Well, otherwise it would be difficult for them in the future. How many people have Professor Chen's discerning eye? The antique world will likely face a storm with everyone on edge. I just watch the fun, I never take action. Once I do, it must be for the top treasures. Huang Yu and Qingxi listened to the discussions around them and were puzzled, saying, if they clearly know they have been exposed, why don't they leave? She thought for a moment, wrinkled her nose, and said, perhaps they still expect more business. After all, not everyone understands Song porcelain. As long as the price is right, they can buy it, and wait for some time. Once the fuss dies down, there will always be opportunity. Huang Yu thought for a moment and found it reasonable, so he said, let's go in and see what kind of existence can stir up such a storm known to everyone in the city. She tilted her head to look at Huang Yu, losing a bit of elegance, but gaining a touch of cuteness. She sighed, saying, let's go, what if we can find a bargain? After saying this, she found it amusing and chuckled. Huang Yu smiled as well, and the two began to squeeze in. Just as they reached the entrance, they were suddenly stopped by someone who rudely said, to enter, each person must pay a ticket fee of 500 yuan. At that moment, Huang Yu understood why there were so many people outside the shop, while the inside was fairly empty, though there were still about 20 people. Huang Yu couldn't be bothered to argue and directly scanned his phone to pay 1,000 yuan. Holding his phone up in front of the security guard blocking them, he said, can we go in now? The security guard immediately changed his tone, bowed, and smiled, saying, how could I not recognize such distinguished guests? Please go right in. Naturally, Huang Yu and she didn't mind this. After all, at their age, having a broad mind, demeanor, and cultivation allowed them to focus on what they wanted to do without wasting energy on trivial matters. Once Huang Yu and she entered, they found a 60 square meter space filled with no less than 180 antiques, which looked quite good at first glance. The most eye-catching were the 20 or so high-quality imitation roux porcelain pieces, boasting a simple elegance and natural charm. She was clearly also captivated by those high-quality imitation roux porcelain pieces and unconsciously walked to the front to examine them closely. Huang Yu asked a nearby staff member, can I touch them? The staff member had a serious expression and replied succinctly yes. After about 10 minutes, Huang Yu accompanied she each holding a high-quality imitation roux porcelain piece. With Huang Yu's current discernment, it was indeed difficult to distinguish between real and fake. He glanced at she and noticed her eyes were squinted, continuously observing, making it clear that she too found it hard to determine authenticity. Huang Yu gazed at the roux porcelain in his hands, utterly amazed. The glaze infused with agate boasted a sky-blue hue. Its surface was moist and soft, pure as jade, with a distinct buttery feel, slightly translucent, often appearing milky or crystalline. Under magnification, sparse bubbles resembling morning stars could be seen beneath the glaze. The surface felt like silk to the touch, warm and ancient, bright and lustrous. The glaze was rich and elegant, characterized by its pure and vibrant color and the crystalline variation of its patterns. The glaze resembled a long rainbow suspended in the air. Famously known as sky blue is precious, powder blue is esteemed, and sky blue is exceedingly rare. It exhibited typical characteristics of azure like the sky, a face like jade, and sparse morning stars. This was actually the top-grade sky blue glazed jade Huchuan vase with the base inscribed with the characters Fenghua, likely a dedicated piece for the Fenghua Palace. Huang Yu could discern no flaws aside from its newness, which was the only issue. After setting down the jade Huchuan vase, he picked up a nearby washing plate for inspection. This glaze was a powder blue with the character Kai inscribed at the bottom. It seemed this mark was meant for that treacherous minister Kai Jing. However, after Huang Yu examined it for about 10 minutes, he immediately noticed a problem. Whether it was the body-shaped glaze color or the inscription, everything was just too uniform. In that era, everything had to be handmade, which inevitably resulted in some deviations or personal styles. The overall shape was beautiful with a rich, elegant, and pure aesthetic. It seemed that the high-quality replicas also used agate and other precious materials for the glaze and had obtained ancient formulas, otherwise it would not have reached such a level of realism. As he continued to examine a few more pieces, they all shared similar issues: too much uniformity, but otherwise were with, except for the first sky blue jade Huchuan vase. However, it was overly new. Despite its rich and natural patina, it bore no signs of having been used. At this point, Qingxi probably saw things similarly, still frowning, thoughtfully, seemingly reluctant to let go. She said, Xiao Yu, it seems that compared to Professor Chen, our eyesight is not just a little inferior. Huang Yu replied indifferently, please Qingxi, you should consider his age. Neither of us has reached 30 yet. Qingxi with a subtle and elegant tone responded, that's true. She then inquired, how's your observation? Have you discovered? In such a noisy environment, Huang Yu and Qingxi's conversation was clearly muffled with no one paying attention. Huang Yu, feeling somewhat relieved, said, I find it too uniform. I haven't discovered anything else. What about you? Qingxi's eyes flashed with cunning as she said, have you noticed that the glaze layer is not thick? It presents varying shades from deep to light as it shifts with the form. She added, the glaze surface has crack patterns mostly characterized by delicate irregular lines commonly referred to as cicada wing patterns. The problem lies with the cicada wing patterns. Given the differing environments and the rapid changes over time, even with ancient formulas there would inevitably be flaws. Huang Yu, listening, picked up a piece of roux porcelain, but found nothing of note, realizing its depth was too shallow. Frustrated, he said, Qingxi, please don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, where's the problem? Qingxi, looking alluringly at Huang Yu, their eyes exchanging a hint of desire, quickly shifted back to the roux porcelain, saying, look, these cicada wing patterns, though irregular, are still ultimately imitations. The patterns extend into the body, appearing overly deliberate, lacking in elegance contrary to Song culture. Huang Yu examined closely and indeed found it exactly as Qingxi described, but the sky blue jade, Huchuan vase, did not have such a feeling. Huang Yu initially intended to rely solely on his eyesight, minimizing or avoiding the use of spiritual insight. However, it was now clear he had underestimated the chaos of the market and overestimated his own abilities. Encountering such a treasure as Song Ru porcelain, how could he let it slip by? Without hesitation, he decided to use his spiritual insight. Upon inspection, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost dropping the Song Ru porcelain, Huchuan vase. The spiritual insight was so rich it shimmered with a purple hue. This was Huang Yu's first time witnessing such a profound spiritual essence in an antique. What puzzled Huang Yu the most was why the entire vase was so pristine, even giving the impression that it had never been. However, now was clearly not the time for such inquiries. What mattered was acquiring it at the lowest price. After all, none of these shopkeepers had anything good to offer, just deceptive goods. Huang Yu set down the Huchuan vase, took Qingxi's hand, and casually asked a young servant, "What are the prices for these?" The young servant, around 25 or 26, replied in a local accent, "Each piece is 200,000. Huang Yu and Qingxi exchanged glances, both sensing the price was excessively high. Huang Yu awkwardly stated, "These high-quality replicas are at most worth around 100,000, maybe 200,000. Even if I were to buy, there would be no profit." The young servant, unfazed, quickly replied, Boss, you know it's rare for high-quality replicas to reach this level. If a boss actually buys it, then they would be rolling in riches and could relax." Qingxi coldly snorted, saying, "If it's so easy to sell, you all should have sold them long ago, instead of waiting until now." She then noticed the young servant's uncomfortable expression and continued, "Let's not discuss anything else. A firm price of 100,000, take it or leave it." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Why does the illustrious heir of the famous Shin family, the young lady of the Morong family, want to buy such goods?" The voice continued loudly, "Could it be that the treasure pavilion is also engaging in deception? I suggest you avoid buying here in the future lest you end up paying for nothing." Huang Yu felt an intense anger rising within him. What kind of enmity could lead to such slander against Qingxi Master, Shin, the treasure pavilion, and the Morong family? He turned his head, looking over with a calm demeanor, but inside his energy and strength were surging, feeling as though he could burst forth at any moment. A group of 5 people approached, predominantly a man and a woman, while the remaining 3 appeared to be bodyguards. The speaker was a girl dressed increasingly in sportswear, both sexy and tall. However, her words were exceedingly unpleasant, leaving Huang Yu indifferent. Qingxi might have sensed Huang Yu's inner turmoil and anger, gently tugging at his hand, shaking her head with a light laugh, saying, "When a dog bites a person, must one bite back?" She then addressed the young servant, "Where's your boss? I wish to ask whether you adhere to the rules of the antique world. Can't you see we're in the middle of a negotiation?" Her voice grew louder and clearer as she spoke. The other customers in the shop nodded in agreement with Qingxi's word. After all, who among those who bought tickets to enter was not an antique enthusiast or involved in the antique business? Their greatest fear was purchasing fakes at high prices, as it is difficult to accept being swindled or admitting one's lack of discernment. Thus, in this era, adhering to the rules of the antique world was paramount. After all, no one could guarantee that the next fake wouldn't be one they inadvertently purchased. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, the woman's face turned pale as if she had swallowed a fly, and she directly shouted, "Murong Qingxi, don't act like a whore while setting up a facade. It's nauseating to watch." She continued loudly, "Or have I broken the rules? With so many Ru porcelain, do you think you can buy them all?" After speaking, she looked at Qingxi's retreating figure and chuckled. Qingxi kept her gaze fixed on the row of Ru porcelain, seemingly indifferent or perhaps too proud to look back. This made Huang Yu quite admire her. He thought that in the future, he might be able to act like that towards his enemies. Huang Yu immediately recognized the opportunity. It was like someone bringing a pillow when he was sleepy. He was still contemplating how to discreetly seize the sky blue jade vase when he said, "Not all of them, but I can buy a few." Qingxi looked at Huang Yu in surprise, as she had thought he only wanted to acquire one for research, but she also knew this wasn't the time to ask. Qingxi said with a smile, "Well, that's good, buying a few is fine. Arranging flowers in a vase is quite nice, much prettier than an ordinary vase." Regardless of whether it was Qingxi or Huang Yu, both had completely ignored the person who intruded from the beginning, calmly going about their business. The woman, increasingly acting like a lady, looked at their demeanor and shouted furiously, If you want to buy it, depends on who offers the higher price." The young lady said, "I am not short of money, what can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Qingxi's expression flashed with a hint of cunning, but she quickly concealed it, although Huang Yu still noticed. Qingxi turned around, her face filled with anger, and shouted, "Li Ruping, do you really think this is your home or your family's antique market in the imperial capital?" Then she glanced around and locked her gaze onto a mid-aged, pot-bellied man, saying, "What's this? Boss, I see there are no so-called antique market rules here. I think I need to have a word with the person who just bought the counterfeit Ru porcelain." Qingxi was indeed clever, and not only did she put Li Ruping in a difficult position, but she also highlighted that she was the young lady of the Li family in the imperial capital, causing many antique enthusiasts to harbor misgivings about the Li family antique market. At the same time, she brought the shop owner to the forefront, forcing him to make a choice, as these people feared nothing more than legal repercussions. The middle-aged pot-bellied owner stood helplessly under the gaze of the crowd, his face showing a deep sense of frustration as he pitifully said, "Ladies, please spare me, and let me go." He had just heard of their identities, and no one could afford to offend them. Li Ruping raised her head upon hearing the owner's words, looking as if victory was within reach, her face filled with arrogance, as if she had already won. She said with a seductive laugh, "What's this Murong Qingxi? Don't make it hard for the boss, why don't we compete?" King's brows slightly furrowed, a cold light flashing in her eyes as she directed her imposing aura at the middle-aged owner, directly ignoring Li Ruping's provocations. The middle-aged owner was pressured by King's imposing presence, beads of sweat already beginning to form on his forehead. He nervously wiped his brow and said, "Miss Murong, why don't you pick a few items first, and let's settle at the price of 100,000 each as you said." He knew he had sold no less than 100 various antiques in the past few days here. If Murong Qingxi truly intervened, he might face serious trouble. Being taken to court is minor, losing money is major, and he certainly couldn't afford it. Li Ruping could hardly tolerate this. She had always aspired to outshine Murong Qingxi, determined to surpass her. Unfortunately, fate was not in her favor, as she had always been suppressed by Murong Qingxi. Moreover, it was said that the secret seal of the Hongmen had been discovered and recognized by the Palace Museum. The momentum had completely turned in her favor, making her a potential leader among the younger generation of antique enthusiasts. She came to this antique fair with the intention of competing, hoping to find treasures and make a name for herself. She said in an extremely undignified manner, "Murong Qingxi, don't think you've won. Let's see who will dare to buy your Ru porcelain in the future. You might as well enjoy your time with your little man." Qingxi, however, remained unfazed, ignoring her completely, and took Huang Yu's hand, shaking it gently, as she softly said, "Shall you choose? The boss promised us 100,000 each, so this level of craftsmanship is almost acceptable." Li Ruping, seeing Qingxi repeatedly ignore her, was so angry that she stomped her foot and coldly said, "Soon everyone will know that Murong Qingxi has purchased counterfeit Ru porcelain." She then looked at her companion, her anger directed at him, as she yelled, "What are you still looking at? Are you not embarrassed enough?" She then kicked him twice. The guy yelped in pain, and as he watched Li Ruping leave, he immediately chased after her, saying, "Ruping, wait for me. Don't walk so fast." Huang Yu looked at the guy, handsome, but lacking a bit of masculinity, more soft than tough, and sighed. "Oh, there's a sick..." Qingxi chuckled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What if he's a pretty boy? Don't forget Miss Li is not short of money." A glimmer of gossip flashed in Huang Yu's eyes. He hadn't expected the usually gentle and demure Qingxi would say such things, further piquing his curiosity about their conflict. However, it was evidently not the time for that. Acquiring the Ru porcelain was the priority to avoid any unexpected events. He casually pointed and said, "Let's take these 3. Ooh, I'll take them all. Just right for a large plate, a bowl, and a jade vase." Huang Yu then said, "Hurry up, we're short on time. I was just delayed by that person for so long." After saying this, he directly told the owner payment. He then turned away. 10 seconds later, the middle-aged owner joyfully said, "Then these 3 counterfeit Ru porcelains are yours, ladies." Huang Yu couldn't be bothered with the owner's pleasantries and casually took the packed Ru porcelain boxes. Qingxi, on the other hand, was more polite, softly saying, "Thank you." After that, she was directly pulled away by Huang Yu. He parted the crowd and squeezed out. After they emerged, they noticed that the crowd was growing larger and more concentrated. Huang Yu sighed. Having a gimmick is great. Look, there's never a lack of foot traffic. He then looked at Qingxi and found her particularly different today, with a touch of cuteness. Qingxi blinked her eyes, looking into Huang Yu's eyes as they shared a deep gaze. Qingxi watched Huang Yu slowly lower his head as if to kiss her, but then quickly backed down, saying, "Ah, he probably didn't expect this," an unexpected surge in popularity. Then with curiosity and a hint of gossip, she asked, "Shall you quickly tell me, did you notice anything?" Then she squinted with a smile. "I don't believe you bought 3 at a loss." Huang Yu was a bit dumbfounded, staring blankly, realizing that a woman's sixth sense was indeed terrifying, as she managed to guess most of it just by intuition. Huang Yu nodded slightly and said earnestly, "I have some doubts, but I'm not sure. He'll need to study it further when I get back to After all, Huang Yu's Lingyun I had indeed detected something real, but he couldn't understand why it had reached such a new level, as if it had never emerged before. It was too strange. Qingxi seemed to understand and said, "Let's continue exploring and see if we have a chance to make a move. We can head back to the hotel for lunch and take another look." Huang Yu had no objections. After all, time was not an issue. So Qingxi linked arms with Huang Yu and began to stroll around. After visiting around 20 shops, it turned out to be exactly as Qingxi had said. Aside from the genuine items on display, the rest were mostly high-quality replicas, and many were actually fakes. Just as they exited a shop, Huang Yu said with a face full of exasperation, "These people are really cunning. They inflate the prices of genuine items, and they sell replicas as if they are real." Qingxi, as if she encountered this often, showed no surprise or dismay, and said, "The marketing department is just like that. Isn't every industry the same?" She then added, "Let's check out this shop." Huang Yu and Qingxi entered together and found it mainly filled with miscellaneous items, various jade stones, rings, seals, bamboo carvings, bronze mirrors, and more. Huang Yu gazed at the nearly 1,000 antiques and truly wondered how the owner had managed to collect them. Huang Yu and Qingxi separated to look around, and he examined a few pieces of ancient jade, discovering that most were new jade with old imitations, and the quality of the jade was average. There was absolutely no need to purchase them, and even if the price were right, there would be no profit. He then looked at several bamboo carvings and bamboo engravings which were new to him, and he didn't understand them. However, after observing for a while, he found that most were also new replicas, and regardless of the style or the engravings, they all bore contemporary characteristics. Huang Yu used his Lingyun eye to see through them, and indeed, just as he had predicted, they were all fakes devoid of any spiritual essence. He sighed inwardly, what a waste of expression, it would be better to burn them as firewood, at least they would have some utility. Just as Huang Yu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Qingxi's voice asking, "Boss, how much for this?" Huang Yu turned to look and found Qingxi holding an ancient copper mirror. However, the remaining 5 or 6 copper mirrors in the shop appeared equally ancient. The owners were a couple, with the man being stout and the woman slender. Upon hearing someone inquire, the shop owner immediately stepped forward and said, "Miss, this is an ancient copper mirror from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period." Seeing how beautiful the girl was, she generously offered, "I'll give you a discount, 1,500,000. Huang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This shop owner was truly talking nonsense, and she showed no shame or embarrassment about it. Qingxi perhaps also did not expect such a high price from the owner, shaking her head in resignation and saying, "I thought it would be cheaper. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. It seems we are fated to part ways." After saying that, she took a few affectionate glances at the mirror and then placed it back down. The shop owner, seeing that Qingxi liked it, couldn't hide her joy and remarked, "Oh dear miss, it seems this is your first time buying antiques." She then added, "Seriously, in our line of work, we often quote prices off the top of our heads, and you can negotiate. It's not important if the price isn't suitable, we can talk about it. What's most important is finding something you like." Qingxi thought for a moment, pretending to hesitate. Huang Yu knew it was his turn to step in, and gently said, "Qingxi, if the price is right, and you like it, just buy it." Hearing Huang Yu's words, Qingxi looked at him with her enchanting eyes, smiling to reveal a row of perfectly white teeth, very neat. She turned to the shop owner and asked, "Can I get it for 15,000? The shop owner looked at Qingxi in disbelief, astonished, as she said, "Miss, your price is way too low. Are you trying to cut it in half?" She then listened for a moment and said, "How about this? 15,000, I won't make any profit, you can take it." Qingxi was unimpressed by her flimsy words and firmly replied, 5,000 is the best I can offer, if not then forget it." The shop owner shook her head again, saying, "No way, just add a little more. If you don't believe me, I'm losing too much." Seeing that Qingxi was about to continue the conversation, she directly took Huang Yu's hand and walked out of the shop. As they walked, she said, "It's all your fault, you took all the money to invest in stocks, and now I can't buy what I like." After saying that, her eyes began to glisten with tears on the verge of spilling over, looking pitiful. Huang Yu was utterly speechless, feeling 1,000 points of damage. Oh, when had he ever invested in stocks? Why couldn't she find another excuse? Just as the two of them stepped out of the door, the shop owner quickly said, "Oh dear miss, fine, since it seems you really have a connection with this copper mirror, I'll sell it for 5,000. She then showed a pained expression and said, "If not, I haven't even opened for a few days, and I can't even pay the rent, and I really don't want to sell it." Qingxi couldn't be bothered with her rambling and directly scanned the payment, while Huang Yu picked up the copper mirror, and once Huang Yu and Qingxi left, and could only be seen from behind, the shop owner chuckled and said, "You rascal, next time make sure to stock more high-quality replicas, they sell well. Replicas only cost a few hundred, and look, I just sold it for 5,000. The shop owner nodded in agreement, her smile never fading, as she likely thought she had encountered a big spender. After Huang Yu and Qingxi roamed for a while, it was around 12:30. Huang Yu rubbed his stomach and said, "Qingxi, I'm starving. How about we go eat something first?" Qingxi looked at Huang Yu's funny gesture and laughed happily, her eyes sparkling with a different kind of fire, as she said, "Let's go, then. Oh, we can't let ourselves go hungry, or we'll be out of energy tonight." After saying that, her face flushed delicately, making her seem both cute and innocent. After they casually finished eating, they immediately returned to the hotel, and Huang Yu smiled and said, "Qingxi, it seems you've struck gold." Huang Yu had already used his Lingyun eye to take a look and found the spiritual essence to be extremely rich, though it was still inferior to the Ru porcelain. Qingxi, twirling her hair with her fingers, smiled unconsciously between her brows, gently saying, "It's far inferior to that piece of calligraphy of yours." After saying that, her face was filled with playful resentment. Huang Yu knew Qingxi was joking and naturally did not take it seriously. He immediately pulled out the rare agarwood bracelet he had found earlier and placed it on Qingxi's wrist, marveling, "A hand as white as jade is indeed beautiful. What do you think of this agarwood?" Qingxi looked at Huang Yu's mischievous touch on her hand, wearing a playful expression, and rolled her eyes at him. Huang Yu abruptly embraced Qingxi and pushed her onto the bed. Just as he was about to make his next move, the doorbell rang, and Huang Yu chose to ignore it. He continued kissing her voluptuous figure, lost in a gentle reverie. Unfortunately, the doorbell did not cease, and a familiar voice called out, "Hey brother, are you inside?" Qingxi recognized the voice and understood his intentions well. With a hint of resignation, she said, "You should go answer the door, he must have seen us just now." Huang Yu sighed in disappointment, saying he really knows how to pick his moments. It's just infuriating. He quickly got off Qingxi and tidied his clothes. While tidying himself up, he shouted, "All right, coming right up." After ensuring Qingxi looked presentable, he went to open the door. Upon opening the door, Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Tan, when did you arrive? You didn't say a word. I would have come to pick you up." However, deep inside, he was cursing 1,000 times, wondering why Tan Yuan couldn't have come a bit later. Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu, licked his lips, and teasingly said, "Took you a while to open the door. Is there a story inside?" With that, he swiftly entered Huang Yu's room. But when he saw Qingxi sitting by the window at a desk with an ancient bronze mirror displayed on it, Qingxi was intently examining the bronze mirror, seemingly oblivious to Tan Yuan's arrival. Huang Yu admired her calm demeanor and cultivation, marveling at how naturally she carried herself, making it hard to imagine the intimate scene they had just shared. Tan Yuan walked up excitedly and said, "Sister Qingxi, where did you get this Tang Dynasty bronze mirror?" Yet he dared not snatch it from her sight, eager to examine it himself. Qingxi frowned, turned half her face towards him, and coldly huffed, "If you want to see it, go find your own. Don't disturb me while I'm looking." Huang Yu was taken aback, having never seen her speak so sharply. She was usually gentle and graceful. Huang Yu inwardly reflected, "Never offend a woman, especially a beautiful one." Tan Yuan chuckled without replying, stepping back to stand beside Huang Yu, curiously inquiring, "What's up with Sister Qingxi? Is she on her period, or did someone offend her?" Huang Yu could only feel speechless. It was indeed him who had offended her. But outwardly he replied, "Do you know Li Ruping? She just interfered, and I almost lost out on that treasure." Tan Yuan's expression changed to one of realization, somewhat mischievously, saying, "Li Ruping has never gotten along with Sister Qingxi since childhood. She always tries to outdo her. Unfortunately, her natural talent in antiques is far too lacking, leaving her with little hope of winning." Qingxi huffed coldly, "Do you think I can't hear you just because you're talking so loudly? If you want to see, at least close your mouth." She wasn't genuinely engrossed in the mirror, she was just pretending to distract Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan immediately obeyed and stepped up to the desk, saying obediently, "Sister Qingxi, may I take a look?" After seeing Qingxi nod, Tan Yuan eagerly began inspecting it, his fingers tracing the intricate bird designs on the bronze mirror. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi and asked, "So how is it, Qingxi?" A faint smile appeared on Qingxi's face as she nodded and cast a flirtatious glance at Huang Yu, saying, "It's a Tang Dynasty bronze mirror, but unfortunately the surface has some wear which slightly affects its value." Huang Yu felt genuinely happy for Qingxi, yet he also felt a tinge of disappointment. He knew she lacked any lucky breaks and relied solely on her own genuine skills. Huang Yu encouraged himself to study harder, hoping to sharpen his discernment and eventually combine it with his Ling Yun pupil to achieve invincibility. He remarked, "Looks like we have a knack for finding treasures together. We found one right upon your arrival." Qingxi rolled her eyes at Huang Yu and affirmatively replied, "Indeed, especially since we met, we've stumbled upon many treasures." With that, she gazed deeply into Huang Yu's eyes, a tender yet ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them. At this moment, Tan Yuan set down the Tang Dynasty mirror, rubbed his eyes, and sighed. "What a beautiful flower and bird mirror. It carries auspicious meanings." He continued, "The composition isn't as strictly symmetrical as traditional Han mirrors. It adopts a painting style that seeks balance rather than symmetry. The decorative techniques have also increased, becoming more luxurious and exquisite, showcasing a bold and unrestrained style marking the peak period of Tang mirrors." He sighed again, "Especially the inscription on the back. It's very well done. The characters are in regular script, enlarged clear, and the strokes are clever yet meticulous, perfectly reflecting a gorgeous and lavish appearance rich with the characteristics of the era. This is what the later mirrors lack in spirit and essence. This Tang Dynasty flower and bird mirror is truly a genuine piece." After finishing, he turned to Huang Yu and Qingxi, who were lost in their own world, and exclaimed, "Can you two show me a little respect? Am I wrong here?" Qingxi, however, was direct and showed no mercy, saying, "It's not genuine. I bought it for fun. Do I need you to?" With that, she promptly put the Tang Dynasty flower and bird mirror away, leaving Tan Yuan fuming, yet helpless, as in their eyes finding treasures was the ultimate goal. Huang Yu smiled and consoled him, saying, "Brother Tan, you'll have your turn to perform later. Who knows, you might stumble upon something truly valuable." He then asked, "How much is this worth generally?" Tan Yuan, aware that Huang Yu wasn't familiar with market prices, thought for a moment and replied, "Since the wear isn't severe and the inscription is intact, it should be around 350,000. He then curiously asked, "How much did you get it for?" Huang Yu raised a hand, shook it, and said, "This much." Tan Yuan, somewhat puzzled, guessed, 50,000. Huang Yu shook his head, replying, "Lower than that." Tan Yuan tried again, "Could it be 50,000? What kind of blind person would sell it for that much? That's just reckless spending." Huang Yu continued to shake his head, stating, "It was 5,000 RMB. Tan Yuan exclaimed loudly, "What the hell? This is just reckless. No wonder someone found a treasure. I can't believe I haven't encountered such a good deal myself." Qingxi looked at Tan Yuan's playful antics and sighed, saying helplessly, "Can't you be a bit more serious? After all, you hold an important position now." Tan Yuan, unfazed, proudly replied, "I'm just keeping my childlike spirit. You can't envy me for that." He then eagerly asked, "Is there anything else? Bring it out so I can have a look." Huang Yu and Qingxi exchanged glances, both thinking of the same thing, using those 3 Ru porcelain pieces to test Tan Yuan and rein him in from his arrogance. Qingxi tilted her head, revealing a dimple as she smugly said, "Then why don't you take a look at those 3 porcelain pieces and share your thoughts? Discuss it after you've had a look." Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan realized there were indeed other treasures and immediately lamented, "Why did I come so late? I've missed out on treasures like this. I hate it." Huang Yu watched Tan Yuan's exaggerated actions, constantly patting his chest, while jokingly remarking that Tan Yuan was becoming increasingly shameless and his skills were improving daily. Huang Yu cautiously placed the 3 pieces of Ru porcelain on the table, then nodded towards Tan Yuan, signaling him that he could take a look. He said, "Brother Tan, feel free to have a look." Indeed, when someone truly appreciates an item, they immediately enter a state of focus. Tan Yuan quickly reined in his mindset, observing for a moment, and said, "So these are the rumored high-quality replicas of Song Ru porcelain in the market?" Huang Yu was quite surprised by Tan Yuan's words and replied, "The news travels fast, huh? Brother Tan, you knew as soon as you arrived." Tan Yuan shook his head, sighed, and said, "I heard it purely by chance, but it seems the news will spread quickly." He continued, "This can truly pass as genuine. If I weren't aware, I would probably believe it to be authentic myself." Huang Yu and Qingxi nodded in agreement. Qingxi seemed to remember something and said, "Let's go visit Professor Chen together. I have a deep connection with my grandfather, and we must not lose face when he arrives." Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, both eager to witness this esteemed elder who possessed remarkable discernment and great reputation. Huang Yu said to Tan Yuan, "All right." Qingxi suddenly asked Huang Yu curiously, "Little Yu, why are you so determined to acquire these 3 pieces, especially that sky-blue jade vase?" Huang Yu played coy, a bit smug, as he said, "Why don't you both take another look and see if you discover anything?" Huang Yu still couldn't understand why he was so drawn to them. Qingxi furrowed her brow, tucked her loose hair behind her ear, and began examining the jade vase with utmost seriousness. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became, with a look of confusion piercing through her eyes. She nodded occasionally, but also shook her head from time to time, her expressions vividly fluctuating. After about half an hour, Qingxi, feeling somewhat fatigued, set down the jade vase and said wearily, "Tan Yuan, you should take a look too. I need to think for a moment." After saying that, she directly closed her eyes to rest. Huang Yu understood Qingxi's thoughts, but he still couldn't comprehend why she was so perplexed. Huang Yu observed Qingxi's still bewildered face, even with her eyes closed, tense and difficult to describe. After Tan Yuan had looked for about 10 minutes, he too revealed a puzzled expression, as if to say, "I don't understand." At this moment, she had opened her eyes, but Huang Yu could still sense the confusion in her gaze. Tan Yuan said despondently, "As far as this jade vase is concerned, aside from being new, I see no faults." He then sighed, stating, "In our line of work, if anything seems off, we must be cautious. Little brother, you actually dared to acquire it. You have guts." It seemed that Tan Yuan had just experienced a setback and was now imparting wisdom to Huang Yu, assuming a teacher-like demeanor. Huang Yu naturally didn't mind and replied, "After all, the price is still reasonable. If it were too expensive, I wouldn't have made the purchase." He then turned to Qingxi and asked, "Qingxi, what do you think?" Qingxi's eyes slightly narrowed, revealed concern, even a hint of fear, as she directly said, "I can't imagine someone could replicate it to this degree. If that were the case, perhaps the antique world would face a calamity once more. Who knows how many people could escape unscathed." After saying this, she sighed. Huang Yu had been pondering this question since his acquisition and vaguely had some suspicions. Despite his reservations, he voiced his thoughts. He said, "When I made the purchase, I realized there were no other issues aside from its new condition. I've been thinking since I returned, could it be that it wasn't buried, but rather hidden away, only to emerge recently?" Huang Yu articulated his speculation, which was the most reasonable explanation he could conceive at the moment, considering the intensity of its spiritual essence. It indeed seemed like an authentic piece. Listening to Huang Yu, Qingxi and Tan Yuan's brows twitched, a glimmer of insight flashing in their eyes as they mulled it over. Unconsciously, they furrowed their brows, oblivious to the world around them, solely focused on unraveling the mystery. Uncertain how much time had passed, Huang Yu noticed that Qingxi and Tan Yuan were still deep in thought. It made Huang Yu somewhat anxious. This was a significant matter. Qingxi was the first to regain her composure, her face showing an excited expression that became increasingly difficult to control. She looked at Huang Yu with eyes shining, as if he were a precious treasure. Just as Huang Yu was about to speak, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. Huang Yu felt disheartened, wondering why someone had to knock at such a crucial moment. Tan Yuan, lost in thought, was also disturbed, and said irritably, "Who the hell is knocking at this time? My inspiration has been interrupted." Huang Yu chuckled and said, "Let's see who it is then." When Huang Yu opened the door and saw a stunning woman, he was taken aback and said, "Boss Yin, what brings you here?" Yin Yanqing was dressed in a short skirt, her upper body voluptuous and revealing a slender waist. She directly bypassed Huang Yu and entered the room, looking quite distressed as she said, "Sai Qingxi, I came for nothing again. You have to help me this time." Sitting on the same chair as Qing, she even went further by hugging Qingxi and resting her head on her shoulder. Huang Yu, watching the two from behind, felt a surge of jealousy and said somewhat displeased, I say, boss, you shouldn't sit together. If the chair breaks, you'll have to pay for it. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Yanqing froze for a moment, a puzzled expression on her face, as she said somewhat jealously, what's wrong? I want to sit together, I can afford it. She had the demeanor of someone reveling in their success. Although Tan Yuan was flirtatious, he had never felt anything for Yanqing. Furthermore, he was already irritated by the knocking before, and with a cold snort he said, boss, you really are quite extravagant. You make us feel ashamed. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. Yanqing could not tolerate such sarcasm. Just as she was about to retort, she tugged at her hand, stood up, and said, Yanqing, don't bother with them. The treasure you want I don't have, but someone else does. Upon hearing this, Yanqing first felt disappointed, but then her face lit up with joy as she immediately stood up, grabbing Qing's shoulders, and said excitedly, really? Who is it? Where? Qing, she seeing the fiery look in Huang Yu's eyes, also realized that her ambiguous closeness with Yanqing was problematic. She directly pushed Yanqing back into the chair and said helplessly, sit still and calm down. Then turning to Huang Yu and Tan Yuan Qing, she earnestly said, I think little Yu is right. There is indeed a high possibility of that happening. She continued, I once heard my grandfather say that during the Kangxi era an official was awarded a porcelain piece by Kangxi. He then left the capital for Jiangnan to take office, but was intercepted and killed midway. The box containing the porcelain along with the porcelain itself mysteriously vanished afterward. Qing, she recalled looking out at the scenery through the window, and added, it wasn't until the 1980s that it was found by an old farmer in an abandoned temple. Later it was acquired by a collector, and its emergence caused a sensation. Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, a glint of cunning shining through as she eagerly said, I knew that encountering Qing, she would bring good luck. Look at such a storied antique, it will surely sell for a high price. Huang Yu directly ignored her words, pondering once more, realizing that Qing's eyes' reasoning was sound. It must have been someone's unintended or intentional action kept sealed in this era, and it just happened to be encountered by. After Qing she spoke, Tan Yuan seemed to recall something, hesitatingly saying, I believe I have seen it somewhere before. Now that you mention it, it should be the old man Ma. He was one of the earliest collectors after the reform and opening up. Huang Yu nodded at Qing, she tacitly agreeing. He knew that this figure existed in the antique circle, but he felt the commercial aspect was too heavy. Then we can use instruments to check and verify the age to confirm our suspicions, Tan Yuan said. Both he and Qingxi nodded, and Tan Yuan took the initiative, saying, leave it to me. Qingxi smiled and said, you must keep a close watch, don't let anyone swap it out or mislead you with the dating. Most importantly, don't let anyone block you and take it away. Tan Yuan proudly put away the Ru porcelain jade vase and declared, let's see who dares, I will fight them. He continued walking, saying, give me half an hour. After saying that, he immediately made a call to arrange things and quickly left. At this moment, Yanqing seemed to have guessed a bit, asking with some confusion, Qingxi, you don't mean this is really a Song Ru kiln jade vase, right? Then she added, who found such a good deal? It couldn't be from that Professor Chen's store, which claims to sell high-quality replicas, could it? Qingxi and Huang Yu were quite surprised. They did not expect that even Yanqing, who hadn't attended the antique fair, knew about it. It seemed that Ru porcelain indeed held a significant status. Qingxi was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, pointing at Huang Yu and saying, this young talent here is the one who found it. I believe this is genuine Song Ru porcelain. We didn't see any flaws, now we just wait for Tan Yuan's news. At this moment, Yanqing immediately switched to a charming and alluring expression, looking at Huang Yu and saying, young man, you are going to keep the last calligraphy of Wen Zhengming for yourself, right? You wouldn't keep this Song Ru porcelain for yourself too, would you? While speaking, she linked her arm with Huang Yu's. Huang Yu, experiencing this for the first time, felt the warmth and smoothness of her arm against his, which was quite elastic. He couldn't handle it and quickly pulled his hand away, saying, speak properly and don't act coy. Huang Yu noticed that Qingxi's expression remained unchanged, feeling somewhat disappointed. He thought, Qingxi doesn't seem jealous at all. It seems I am still far from winning her affection. Yanqing laughed even more, her body shaking slightly, adding even more allure as she said, young man, are you still a virgin? Haven't had a girlfriend? She leaned slightly against Huang Yu and said, how about you consider me for a drive? I am quite skilled at driving. She finished with a giggle. For some reason, Huang Yu did not feel repulsed by Yanqing's flamboyant attire and manner of speaking. Instead, he felt a slight thrill. Qingxi couldn't watch any longer. She directly pulled Yanqing away from Huang Yu and gave her a few firm pats, saying, why can't you speak properly? Why do you have to act so flirtatious? Don't lead our little Yu astray, all right? As Qingxi moved, Huang Yu couldn't help but think, how does Qingxi know so much? Could it be that they have been together before? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he nearly lashed out at Yanqing to vent his inner dissatisfaction or perhaps other desires. Huang Yu and Qingxi had just tasted the forbidden fruit. How could they not understand the situation? Time passed like this, with the three of them remaining silent, quietly waiting. Huang Yu took a sip of tea, savoring its rich aroma, while the air was also mixed with other scents, evoking a sense of imagination. Suddenly, Huang Yu's phone rang. He answered it immediately, switching to speakerphone, and eagerly asked, "How's it going, Brother Tan?" The expressions of the three were quite similar, filled with tension and anticipation. On the other end, Tan Yuan was obviously extremely excited, saying, "The date is correct, I'm coming back now." He continued, "I didn't expect we would experience such a novel event. It seems we will have something to brag about in the antique world in the future." Upon hearing this, the three of them jumped up in excitement, not caring about their demeanor at all. They hugged each other, jumping, dancing, and shouting with joy. After a few minutes, when everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit, Yin Yanqing jumped into Huang Yu's arms and said intimately, "Young man, just leave the auction to me. Such a precious treasure will not incur any fees. Just indulge my vanity this time. I have yet to find a show-stopping treasure." Huang Yu felt caught between a rock and a hard place. He indeed had thoughts of making a move, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he still had quite a bit of cash on him, plus a batch of antiques from abroad would gradually arrive, and at that time, he would be even more financially secure. Qingxi noticed Huang Yu's dilemma and hesitation, even a bit of inner conflict, and softly said, "Yanqing, give him a few days to think it over. Such a precious treasure, no matter where it is auctioned, will attract countless wealthy merchants and dignitaries. For Yanqing's auction house, it is crucial for enhancing its reputation." Since Qingxi had spoken, Huang Yu would naturally not disregard her request, and confidently said, "If I decide to make a move, I will definitely entrust it to your auction house. How about that?" Although Yin Yanqing did not receive the most satisfying answer compared to others, she was already quite content. After all, she knew Huang Yu did not have a habit of collecting. Perhaps one day, he would have the thought to sell. Yin Yanqing thought to herself, "I thought I would have to seduce him. I didn't expect him to agree so readily. Why did I react so strongly just now? How embarrassing, all thanks to that Qingxi girl." In less than 10 minutes, Tan Yuan returned extremely excited, shouting, "I can't believe it, it really is Song Ru porcelain, and it's a rare edition, as if it has been sealed since its birth." Huang Yu looked at the Song Ru porcelain jade vase, feeling as if he could sense its aura, the ancient charm captivating him and making him unable to extricate himself. Yin Yanqing was even more thrilled, as this precious treasure could very well elevate her auction house to new. Proudly she said, "It seems we are bound for fame. Who would have thought we would witness its emergence? Truly the world is unpredictable." Huang Yu and the other two felt the same way. Being part of it was indeed an honor, bringing them a sense of pride. Tan Yuan rubbed his hands, massaged his brow and eyes, and said with a smile, "Brother, do you think you can let this go to me?" Before he could continue, he suddenly felt two extremely sharp gazes and immediately closed his mouth obediently. After all, the ancient jade he picked up from Lu Zigong abroad last time had been worn on him. Compared to porcelain, ancient jade was what he desired most. Huang Yu also sensed the unusual atmosphere and could only say, if there are intentions to act, it should be at President Yin's auction house. Huang Yu's words broke the strange feeling, and Yin Yanqing, feeling quite pleased, said, "If Mr. Tan wishes to acquire it, you can join the auction. Please take care of me there." After speaking, she chuckled. Tan Yuan glanced at Qingxi with curiosity, as if understanding something, showing an expression of realization that was quite ambiguous. Qingxi looked at Tan Yuan's expression and immediately understood his thoughts. Furious, she walked over and kicked him, saying, "You better not hide. Wait until I deal with you when we get back." Watching Tan Yuan nimbly dodge, Tan Yuan by nature wouldn't care about Qingxi's future thoughts, directly stating, "Not hiding. Do you think I'm foolish?" Huang Yu chuckled and said, "Where would be more suitable to place this jade vase, Brother Tan? And Qingxi, do you have any good suggestions?" Tan Yuan wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a quiet sigh. Qingxi thought for a moment and said, "Such a heavy object isn't safe in a bank, and other commercial storage places aren't very secure either." Then she said, "I will arrange for someone to send it directly to my grandfather." Huang Yu naturally had no objections, as he should now also refer to old Shun as grandfather. Afterward, Qingxi made a phone call, and in less than 20 minutes a team of soldiers came to take away the jade vase. Huang Yu looked on in shock, realizing he had underestimated Qingxi's background. The four then decided to go to the antique fair to see if they could find any more treasures. When Huang Yu and his group arrived at the exhibition center, it was already past 3 o'clock, and there was only a little over an hour left until closing. Everyone no longer delayed. Tan Yuan said, "All right, let's split up here, and we can meet back at closing time." He then went in one direction, leaving behind a waving silhouette. Huang Yu asked, "What about you all? How will you arrange yourselves?" Naturally, he wanted to be with Qingxi, as it would allow them to be together and share wealth, a win-win situation. Yin Yanqing directly linked her arm with Qingxi's and said, "I will naturally be with Qingxi, you can go alone." She then pulled Qingxi's hand, urging, "Hurry up, Qingxi, or they will find the treasures first." As Qingxi was being pulled away by Yin Yanqing, she looked back at Huang Yu and helplessly blinked. Huang Yu hesitated, finally lowering his head with a sigh, muttering to himself, "Next time just wait, and see how I'll make it hard for you, Yin Yanqing, always monopolizing my Qingxi at your auction house." Unfortunately, after wandering around the first floor, Huang Yu found either fakes or high imitations. If he encountered something suitable, the price was too high to spark any desire to bargain. Huang Yu walked to a gambling stone area, watching the hustle and bustle utterly frenetic. He was very eager to see if the Lingyun Tong would be effective for these jades. As Huang Yu was looking at a stone the back of the jiang field, the surface was covered with fine cracks. Under the light, it looked very icy with green hues appearing and disappearing, extremely heavy in hand. When Huang Yu saw the marked price, it was astonishingly over 60,000. How big could it be? About the size of a football, and the surface was all cracked with a bit of shedding skin. Huang Yu sighed. Indeed, when it comes to green, the price is different, just a little green on the surface. Huang Yu didn't understand stones, he had only glanced at them occasionally and had never delved deeply. He immediately used the Lingyun Tong to look at it, but unfortunately this time Huang Yu was disappointed as there was no reaction at all. Huang Yu thought, perhaps this stone is no good, there's no green inside. Then he looked at the champion of the entire venue. The result was again disappointing, there was no trace of Lingyun. Huang Yu looked at other stones, but found none with any spiritual essence. After waiting until his head felt a bit heavy, Huang Yu immediately stopped, he had reached his limit. At this moment, a middle-aged man, seeing Huang Yu had been looking for a long time without finding anything suitable, immediately said, "Handsome, do you want to choose one to cut? Let's play with a nice type." Huang Yu looked at the man who was as chubby as a Buddha, but gave off a feeling of being shrewd and cunning. In a flat tone, Huang Yu replied, "Let's cut one and see." He then picked up a fist-sized stone marked at 1,000. The fat man was somewhat taken aback that Huang Yu chose such a cheap one, as he had just seen Huang Yu looking at stones priced in the tens of thousands. He had come over intending to add fuel to the fire. With a smile, he said, "Handsome, would you like to choose a better one? How about this one from the back of the river? The green has already come through, and the skin is old, and the cracks are relatively less than the others." Huang Yu realized this was the stone he had first seen, so it seemed this guy had been paying attention to him since he entered. Not wanting to bother with him further, Huang Yu said, "Where do I pay? Can it be cut?" The fat man, perhaps sensing Huang Yu's personality, confident and self-centered, stopped recommending. Still smiling, he said, "You can pay here, and we'll cut it for you right away." Huang Yu handed over the cash for 1,008, and then directly handed it to a stone cutter. He said, "Hello, please cut this one, just cut along the major crack." The cutter didn't say much and directly started cutting along the crack. Since the stone was small, Huang Yu waited just a minute or two before it was ready. When the cutter handed him the cut stone, he smiled and said, "Boss, good luck." Originally, Huang Yu's mood was very calm, but hearing this made him feel a surge of excitement, and he quickly took it to look closely, asking, "What type is this?" At this moment, the fat man happened to come over, giving Huang Yu an odd look, and said, "This is a glutinous type, it has color, and the fine cracks haven't gone in just on the outer layer." He then sighed, "Handsome, you truly have good luck. I wonder if you plan to sell it or keep it for yourself." Huang Yu saw that both the quality and color were too mediocre, keeping it wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, it seemed the Lingyun Tong was not very effective on stones. He said, "Let's sell it, how much do you buy it for?" The fat man replied, "I can buy it for 5,000, considering the quality is a bit lacking." Huang Yu was actually unsure about the price, but it was similar to antiques, you just had to aim higher, saying, "Let's make it around number 10,000. The fat man immediately shook his head and said, "That's too high, cutting it involves labor too, I can only offer 6,000 for it." Huang Yu, not wanting to dither further and aware that the quality was average, said, "Let's not talk about this, or that's 6,800, that's my final offer." The middle-aged, portly man paused briefly in thought, then nodded. "All right, 6,800 all at once, as you say, young sir." He immediately counted out the cash and handed it to Huang Yu. A seductive smile played across his face as he said, "Such extraordinary luck. You simply must play one more round." Huang Yu hadn't held physical cash in a long time, suddenly clutching such a sum, his heart swelled with quiet delight. He shook his head. "Perhaps another time. I sense today is not auspicious for further gambling." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the portly man staring wistfully at the banknotes in Huang Yu's hands. Yet almost instantly a cryptic, knowing smile flickered across his lips. "First bet, and it wins. Let's see how long your restraint lasts. I refuse to believe I can't empty your pockets entirely." Huang Yu, of course, remained oblivious to the man's scheming, but even if he'd known, he wouldn't have cared. Having confirmed that his spirit-infused eye was useless for jade appraisal, he doubted he'd ever return to this trade again. As 5 o'clock approached, the crowd thinned steadily, some vendors had already begun packing up. Huang Yu lost all desire to continue browsing and headed straight for the entrance to wait for them. He waited beneath the shade near the gate for about 10 minutes, but still the 3 of them hadn't emerged. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, could they actually have struck gold? Their luck would be truly extraordinary. Just then a scholarly-looking man, slender, bespectacled, and impeccably refined, approached Huang Yu and asked politely, "Brother, care to inspect some rare goods?" Huang Yu had noticed the man lingering nearby for some time, so his sudden greeting caught him off guard. Slightly startled, he replied, "What sort of goods?" The scholar's smile deepened, not a trace of awkwardness, only serene elegance. With practiced grace, he unfurled a delicate folding fan meant for women and fanned himself gently. Sensing Huang Yu's incredulity, he added swiftly, "Have you heard of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai?" Huang Yu studied the man more closely, his attire, his bearing, growing increasingly intrigued. Clearly a man of refined charm, likely a frequent patron of elegant pleasure quarters. Huang Yu responded coolly, and then, The scholar, unprepared for such blunt brevity, faltered momentarily, then recovered smoothly. What do you think of this fan? He waved it slowly back and forth as he spoke. Though Huang Yu hadn't yet touched it, he could tell the painted silk surface exuded an authentic classical aura, and the fan ribs were carved from aged black sandalwood. Huang Yu was genuinely surprised. This was no ordinary acquisition. Even high-quality replicas rarely employed such rare material. Indeed impressive. What's your asking price? The scholar instantly abandoned all pretense of composure, his eyes alight with fervor. This very fan once belonged to Yuan, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. It comes at no modest cost. Huang Yu knew well of Yuan, the famed courtesan of the Qinhuai River, adored by officials, merchants, and scholars alike. If truly hers, then yes, it commands a princely sum. Eagerly the scholar produced a certificate and thrust it forward. Certified by authoritative connoisseurs. How could it possibly be fake? His voice trembled faintly, now betraying urgency beneath the polish. Huang Yu shook his head, unconvinced. For this kind of item, I could match any figure you name, without hesitation. Enough of these formalities, just name your price. The scholar's face flushed with indignation, his cultivated demeanor cracked, revealing a temperament far too raw for a true scholar. He let out a sharp, contemptuous snort. Speak only when you understand. How could your flimsy certificates compare to this? Then lowering his voice with strained reluctance, 20,000, non-negotiable. Huang Yu's brow furrowed, startled by the audacity of the sum. Instinctively he activated his spirit-infused eye, only to find that aside from the faint spiritual resonance emanating from the aged black sandalwood ribs, the rest of the fan held not a trace of spiritual essence. Calmly observing the scholar before him, Huang Yu surmised the man assumed his youth made him gullible, and had chosen the rare sandalwood ribs as bait to lure him into a trap. Huang Yu sighed helplessly. I won't consider anything over 100 yuan. My finances simply won't stretch that far. The scholar stared, then burst into bitter laughter. 100 yuan. You jest. His tone hardened, laced with disdain. Why not just gift it to you outright? Such narrow-mindedness. Young as you are, you clearly know nothing of refined pleasures. At that moment Tan Yuan strolled over, eyes gleaming with curiosity. What pleasure quarter? Where is it? And are there singing girls? The scholar's gaze narrowed. A flash of cold, merciless light flared in his eyes. Who let this stray dog interfere? Mind your own affairs. Or shall we test your mettle? He gestured sharply, and 4 or 5 men stepped forward surrounding them. Huang Yu exchanged a glance with Tan Yuan, and saw unmistakable excitement ignite in Tan Yuan's eyes. Huang Yu inwardly groaned disaster. Before Huang Yu could utter a word, Tan Yuan strode forward. Step, 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 stopping barely a basketball's length from the group. With deliberate provocation he declared, I am the rule here. Return whence you came. Don't clutter this place. Just seeing you petty fellows makes me weary. Outnumbered and enraged, the gang couldn't hold back. A towering brute, face livid with fury, bellowed, Brothers, teach him respect. Leave him breathing, but make sure he remembers what rules truly mean. In an instant 6 men surged forward, attempting to encircle Huang Yu and Tan Yuan, fists flying, legs kicking. But both men vanished from their path in a single fluid motion. Tan Yuan shouted loudly, Assault! Assault! Nearly 100 onlookers turned instantly, phones raised, snapping photos, recording video. Voices rose in outrage. What era is this? Are thugs really this brazen, attacking openly in broad daylight? Call the police. This is pure lawlessness. Who knows what vile, sordid deeds these men commit behind closed doors? Sensing the moment ripe, Tan Yuan's posture shifted. Muscles coiling, movements transforming into lightning-fast, devastating precision. He drove a crushing kick into the nearest man's abdomen, then slammed a brutal elbow into his throat. The man crumpled, writhing helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Tan Yuan glanced at Huang Yu. You take 2. I'll handle 3. Without waiting for reply, he launched himself forward. Huang Yu had always preferred discretion. Such flamboyant confrontation clashed utterly with his survival philosophy. Yet Tan Yuan had spoken, and so with resigned inevitability, Huang Yu stepped in. Channeling his inner chi, he unleashed a flurry of unrefined, forceful punches. Unlike Tan Yuan, who'd trained since childhood and possessed formidable martial prowess, Huang Yu landed over a dozen blows, each infused with chi, each striking with nearly 300 Jin of force. Most were evaded, but one landed cleanly, and that one blow was more than enough. The struck man collapsed, clutching his shoulder and rolling violently on the ground in agony. At that moment Huang Yu saw Tan Yuan had already felled the others. He exclaimed, Remarkable, truly exceptional martial skill. Only one man remained standing, the one who'd first confronted Huang Yu. Now witnessing Tan Yuan's terrifying efficiency, terror flooded his face, his knees trembled uncontrollably. Tan Yuan glared at the quivering coward and roared, Get out. Drag your worthless lot away now. A spontaneous wave of thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Overwhelmed by the sudden, intense public attention, Huang Yu said quickly, Brother Tan, I'll go find Qingxi and the others first. Leave the rest to you. He turned and vanished into the crowd, gone in an instant. Tan Yuan watched Huang Yu depart, with such decisive swiftness that by the time he registered what had happened, Huang Yu had already vanished from sight. He muttered under his breath, "Good heavens, was he racing to reincarnate?" Only after the commotion had largely subsided did security personnel finally arrive, late and perfunctory, pretending authority as they declared, "What's going on here? Disperse immediately. Everyone leave at once." Tan Yuan paid no mind to their hollow posturing. He simply turned and walked away. Perhaps having witnessed his martial prowess on surveillance footage, the guards dared not utter a word in protest. Tan Yuan scoffed, "A pack of bullies who only prey on the weak, no different anywhere else. They truly deserve a sound thrashing." Though the guards heard him and grew visibly grim, they still lacked the courage to intervene. Huang Yu glanced at the clock. It was nearly 6. The exhibition center would soon close. At last he spotted Qing Shi and Yin Yanqing standing out vividly amid the crowd. Smiling warmly, Huang Yu hurried over. Noticing the object Qing Shi carried, he exclaimed with genuine delight, "Qing Shi, did you strike another windfall?" He truly marveled at Qing Shi's extraordinary fortune, so potent that even his soul-perceiving eyes could not rival it. Perhaps she was simply born for this very vocation. Qing Shi nodded gently, her lips curving into a quiet smile, before Yin Yanqing interjected, "Oh, do you think you're the only expert at spotting bargains? Our Qing Shi is no slouch either." She leaned her head against Qing Shi's shoulder as she spoke. Huang Yu felt a pang of quiet jealousy. After all, Qing Shi was now his wife, yet in this moment, she seemed wholly claimed by Yin Yanqing. But theirs was a secret marriage, so he resigned himself helplessly to the situation. Qing Shi, perhaps sensing his uneasy side faintly, and teased Yin Yanqing, "What's gotten into you now? You were perfectly composed just moments ago." She then handed the bundle to Huang Yu, saying, "Shall you hold this? It's rather heavy." Huang Yu gazed at the object, roughly the size of a watermelon, and promptly took it. He hefted it lightly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "It is surprisingly heavy. What on earth is it?" Qing Shi smiled mysteriously, her expression enigmatic, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. "Why don't you?" Huang Yu stood utterly baffled. The item was wrapped so tightly nothing could be discerned. Yin Yanqing meanwhile taunted him with a smirk. "Little brother, your eyesight is supposed to be exceptional. Why can't you hazard even a blind guess?" She cast him a dismissive glance. Lately, Yin Yanqing had shed much of her professional austerity, revealing instead a softer, more distinctly feminine allure, though her tongue remained as sharp as ever. Huang Yu shot her a sidelong look and murmured, voice laced with playful innuendo, "Pink, truly a most romantic hue." As he walked, his gaze slipped past Qing Shi and lingered boldly upon Yin Yanqing's shapely figure. Yin Yanqing blinked, then comprehension dawned. Rather than blush, she radiated a subtle, knowing charm, locking eyes with Huang Yu, and replying with smug satisfaction, "How did you know? Spill it. Were you spying on me?" Almost instantly she added, voice dropping to a teasing whisper, "Given your youth, such peculiar tastes are quite forgivable. Would you like me to show you privately, in my room?" Huang Yu hadn't expected such audacious words in broad daylight, and a faint flush rose to his cheeks. He feigned deafness, pretending not to have heard a thing. Qing Shi turned her gaze lingering on Yin Yanqing with quiet, knowing amusement. "Yanqing, when Xiao Yu's around, you're utterly unlike your usual self." By then the three had reached the car. Yin Yanqing beamed and chimed in, "Well, isn't this just my true nature emerging? After all, I'm coveting both Xiao Yu's treasures and his person." She laughed, a rich, sultry sound, and her expression deepened into something irresistibly seductive. Huang Yu, overwhelmed by her unrestrained charm, could bear it no longer. He swiftly changed the subject, "Say, where's Brother Tan?" Then he dialed Tan Yuan's number. Within a minute, Tan Yuan appeared in the car, chiding lightly, "Brother, you bolted off too fast. Left me stranded back there." Huang Yu knew he'd been somewhat remiss. "There were just so many people. I got flustered. How about you, Brother Tan? Any windfalls?" Tan Yuan sighed and shook his head, then suddenly stiffened, eyes widening in disbelief. "Brother, you did find another bargain, didn't you?" His gaze had fallen upon the box resting at Huang Yu's feet. Overhearing that neither man had struck gold, Yin Yanqing declared unreservedly, "Looks like we've won today. Both of you need to step up your game." Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged a silent, knowing glance, as if to say, "Next time we'll hunt bargains at your own auction house, and watch you squirm." Qing Shi saw through their intent at once and laughed, scolding gently, "Feel free to hunt bargains at Yanqing's auction house, but mind your tongues." Yin Yanqing, recalling how Huang Yu had once exposed a masterfully forged Jingtalan piece, still harbored quiet resentment over that loss. She gave a cool, dismissive hum and said no more. Back at the hotel after dinner, Huang Yu opened his door, and Tan Yuan, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted, "Sister Qing Shi, what is it? Why all the secrecy?" Huang Yu echoed the question eagerly, "Yes, and it's astonishingly heavy." Qing Shi swept her gaze across them all, a quiet pride shimmering in her eyes, and deftly unwrapped the box. Inside lay a stone the size of a soccer ball, unremarkable to the naked eye. Yin Yanqing studied Huang Yu and Tan Yuan's blank expressions, brows furrowed in intense scrutiny, yet found no deeper truth revealed. She beamed triumphantly. "Well, are you convinced yet? Before Qing Shi, you're both little brothers." Huang Yu, still mystified, activated his spirit-infused eyes and peered intently. Indeed, the stone pulsed with dense spiritual energy, undoubtedly precious. Yet its essence remained elusive, its nature still veiled. She met their expectant gazes with serene composure. Her flawless face softened into a gentle smile, revealing a delicate dimple at one cheek. Meteorite, she said simply, and fell silent, her gaze drifting toward the window, lost in thought. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged bewildered looks. They knew meteorites well, but this specimen bore no resemblance to any they'd seen. Its surface and hue were utterly anomalous. Yanqing, observing Qing's distant reverie, ventured softly. She believes it may have landed directly in seawater, explaining its pale bluish-white exterior. And because it never contacted land during atmospheric entry, its unique origin went entirely unnoticed. Her explanation lent credibility to Qing's judgment, yet still struck them as profoundly implausible. Who, after all, would bother retrieving such an odd stone from the ocean, only to stumble upon it here? Qing sighed. We'll verify it in the lab tomorrow. Truth be told, it's my first encounter with anything like. She added, its weight exceeds that of ordinary metals. Mere speculation for now. Huang Yu nodded, slowly awed. Qing's perception is as fine as dust, truly beyond compare. Qing smiled, her eyes alight with quiet joy. What greater delight could there be than being cherished and affirmed by the one she loved? Enough, we're turning in. With that, she took Yanqing's hand and gently led her away, even as Yanqing lingered, reluctant to leave. Tan Yuan followed suit, calling back, brother, tomorrow let's go together. We'll pool our resources. Later, lying in bed after his shower, Huang Yu scrolled absently through his phone, but sleep refused to come. Again and again, Qing's image filled his thoughts. He could have spent the night in passion and bliss with her, yet now she was gone. A profound, soul-deep loneliness settled over him. Unaware of when he had fallen asleep, Huang Yu woke up at 7 in the morning as his biological clock dictated. With a throbbing headache, he rubbed his temples and lamented, beautiful women are truly troublesome, and it's a deep-seated kind of trouble. The image of Qing reappeared in Huang Yu's mind, flashing through various moments in life, work, leisure, and desires, persistently haunting him. Indeed, loneliness in the dead of night made waking up even more desolate. The presence of someone nearby, yet not at his side, left him feeling helpless, bored, frustrated, and regretful. All emotions he struggled to control. Huang Yu was quite flustered. Today was a rare occasion when he didn't go out for a run and instead chose to sleep in. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, startling him awake. He exhaled softly, adjusted his mindset, and said, "Incoming, stop knocking." When Huang Yu got up to open the door, he saw Qing dressed in a pristine white t-shirt and tight jeans, her tall and curvy figure accentuated by her hair, casually tied up. She said, "So early, come on in." Qing huffed and added, "Lazy pig, you're still not up. Hurry and wash up, we need to head to the exhibition center after breakfast." After saying that, she began tidying up the scattered things. Huang Yu chuckled and immediately started to freshen up. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Huang Yu, now clean, looked at Qing, who was still organizing, and hugged her from behind, admiring every inch of her bare skin. Qing smiled dreamily, the two of them lost in this moment of tenderness. In a shy tone, breathless and weak, she said, "Xiao Yu, they're still waiting for us downstairs. We should hurry down." Huang Yu, however, dismissed her concerns. Last night had alleviated his loneliness, and he felt quite satisfied with the current situation. New opportunities were unfolding, making him unable to contain his excitement. Unfortunately, many times fate seemed to intervene. Just as Huang Yu was about to act on his desires, Qing's phone rang, pulling them back from their longing. She picked it up and answered, "Yanqing will be down in a moment." She then softly replied with an before hanging up. Huang Yu realized that there was no longer an opportunity, so he helped Qing arrange her clothes while subtly flirting. He asked, "When do you think we can be together without distractions, without anyone interrupting?" Huang Yu noticed that every time they reached a crucial moment, some unexpected event would occur. Qing, feeling soft from his advances, gazed at Huang Yu with a mix of desire and affection, saying, "Darling, how can you think about this every day?" She then winked playfully and said, "Let's wait until we both are free." After saying that, she smiled shyly, hinting at a glimmer of anticipation. Listening to Qing, Huang Yu once again embraced her deeply, losing himself in the moment, while Qing let go. Their relationship seemed to take a sudden leap forward, the intimacy of their souls and bodies bringing a sense of peace. When they appeared in the hotel dining hall about 10 minutes later, Yanqing teased them, saying, "Little brother, you're too quick. Just look at Qing's expression, she's clearly unsatisfied." She continued with a laugh, "Men should have more girlfriends, otherwise you won't even hit the highway before the engine burns out. How can you enjoy the soul-stirring thrill of speeding?" Huang Yu and Yanqing both turned red, too shy to respond. Huang Yu ignored her and greeted Tan Yuan, saying, "Brother Tan." He then turned to Su Qi and Lu Bairu, softly saying, "Good morning, ladies. Are you joining us today?" Tan Yuan and the others were equally stunned by Yanqing's words, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This was a side of Yanqing they had never seen before, imbued with flirtatious charm. Su Qi, sipping her coffee, smiled and said, "We're not going today. We just finalized the collector's piece and are checking to see if we can strike a deal." After finishing their meal, Huang Yu, Qingxi, and Tan Yuan headed to the exhibition center, while Yanqing and her group left directly. Huang Yu sensed that Lu Bai's gaze towards him was different, as if there was a hint of distance. When Huang Yu and the others arrived at the exhibition center around 9 o'clock, they found that the fatty was already there, and the four of them strolled through the second floor together. The fatty said, "Boss Murong and old Tan, did you also rush over upon hearing the news?" Tan Yuan, curious, asked, "What news?" "We came here to seize opportunities after all." The fatty wore a knowing expression and in a mysterious tone said, "I heard that someone got a steal on Wen Zhongming's calligraphy and authentic song Ru porcelain jade pot. These are all treasures." He continued, chuckling. Now many people are mocking Professor Chen, saying that if it weren't for him the song Ru porcelain could have been theirs. A bunch of clueless people with over 20 high-quality imitations of Ru porcelain, how could it be so easy to find a bargain? He continued to scoff. Huang Yu's face turned pale upon hearing this. Wasn't this about him? He asked, "Fatty, when did this news come out?" "Are you sure?" The fatty looked at the three with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Your news is way too outdated. This news came out last night. The atmosphere for deals at the antique fair is quite high. Just look at how many more people are here bustling about." He sighed. "Who is it that made such an impressive find? Their vision is remarkable, and I truly wish to befriend them." Qingxi and Tan Yuan exchanged glances, thinking how he knew them and that they were right beside him. Noticing Huang Yu's pale face, Qingxi took his hand and comforted him, saying, "Let's go, we still want to seize some deals and compete with others." Tan Yuan understood Huang Yu's modesty and concerns. Given Huang Yu's current strength and background, it was difficult to say whether these treasures truly belonged to him. Many would covet them, putting him in peril. He reassured, "Don't worry, little brother, nothing will happen." Then he patted his chest, saying, "Just let the water come and cover the earth. After all, even floods calm down once they pass the peaks." The fatty didn't understand their conversation and said, "Let's go, we should also try to snag a big deal and not leave with our heads held low." As the four of them merged with the crowd, they indeed overheard discussions about Wen Zhongming's calligraphy and authentic song Ru porcelain. Huang Yu felt increasingly uneasy, his face darkening and his body trembling. Qingxi, holding Huang Yu's hand, noticed his tension and unease. She held his hand tightly, gently shaking it, silently comforting his racing heart. Huang Yu subtly shook his head, indicating that he was fine, yet his eyes revealed an inexplicable sadness, unsure of what changes might come next. In an archaeological office at Jiangnan University, Professor Chen listened as a middle-aged man beside him spoke. "A few days ago, the inscription from the Huadu Temple by Wen Zhongming resurfaced, and it is said that the book within a book has been exposed." He then continued, "The song Ru porcelain jade pot spring vase has undergone scientific examination, and the timing is accurate." Professor Chen listened to the man's words, lost in thought, his breathing growing heavier as he said, "This has all been overlooked." Afterwards, he fainted directly onto the table. After all, both the Huadu Temple inscription and the song Ru porcelain were indirectly related to Professor Chen, making his reaction quite reasonable. In the conference room of the Provincial Museum, an elderly man wearing glasses and exuding authority said, "Quickly investigate the whereabouts of the Wen Zhongming Huadu Temple inscription and the song Ru porcelain jade pot spring vase. We must ensure they remain in the museum." Having said this, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What are you still sitting for? Hurry and investigate, or else it will be too late." With that, he swept away in a huff. The internet tycoon from several provinces in Jiangnan issued a command saying, "I don't care about the song Ru porcelain, but we must acquire Wen Zhongming's Huadu Temple inscription at any cost." Immediately, the relevant departments of the company sprang into action, and within minutes they found the lead on Tan Yuan, as he was the one who took the jade pot spring vase for scientific appraisal. At the museum in the imperial capital, a group of elderly men sat together, each lost in their own thoughts. The eldest among them said, "The items have already reached Old Shun. There's no need to worry about them leaving the country." He then sighed and said, "In the end, he has outdone us, having such an excellent successor. I plan to go see." The other elderly men exchanged glances and mutually agreed, saying, "We want go, let the younger generation have their excitement." Deep down, they thought we would like to go too, but since you were going, what would we do there? It wouldn't be face-saving in front of the younger generation. Before Huang Yu and the others could browse for long, Tan Yuan's phone had already rung over 10 times. Each time, Tan Yuan simply said, "The items have arrived at my teacher's place. You should go find him." Listening to Tan Yuan, Qingxi furrowed her brows, and with a smile flashing on her face said, "You have the audacity to push all the trouble onto grandfather. I can already sense that you'll be in for a tough time next time." Before Tan Yuan could respond, Qingxi's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she playfully said, "Grandfather, why are you missing me just a few days after I've gone out?" Old Shin on the other end replied unfavorably, "Humph, all you know is to cause trouble. Now tell me what exactly is going on. I've received 7 or 8 calls about this already." Qingxi glanced around at the crowd and said, "Grandfather, let me send you a message. It's too noisy here. I can't hear properly." Old Shun understood her intention, indicating that it wasn't convenient for Qingxi to speak, and said, "All right, do it quickly." After hanging up, Qingxi quickly messaged Old Shun about Huang Yu's find, also conveying Huang Yu's concerns. A short while later old Shen replied, "You all go to a quiet place first, let me have a chat with Xiao Yu." After that Qingxi, Huang Yu, and Tan Yuan bid farewell to the fat man, leaving him standing alone pondering. Who among them could have made the lucky find? He then mused, interesting, it seems highly likely to be Huang Yu. After saying this he startled himself. He remembered, when he first met Huang Yu, how inexperienced he had seemed. Who would have thought that he would develop such discerning eyes now? Huang Yu and the others directly reserved a backyard at a nearby tea house for 1,200 yuan. Qingxi immediately called Old Shen saying, "Grandfather, we have arrived at a quiet place." Old Shen replied, "Good, have Xiao Yu answer the phone." Qingxi handed the phone to Huang Yu saying, "Grandfather wants to talk." Huang Yu was taken aback, taking the phone without knowing whether to address Old Shen as Elder Shen or Grandfather. However, since Tan Yuan was beside him, he decided, "Elder Shen, do you have any guidance for me?" On the other end, Old Shen paused at Huang Yu's address, immediately understanding what was happening. He sighed and said, "When are you two planning to publicly acknowledge your relationship? You're making it look like a celebrity drama." Then with a serious tone he said, "Shall you rest assured the items are already with me. I have arranged for the Wunjingming Huadu Temple inscription to be reframed, and the Songru porcelain jade pot spring vase is indeed genuine." Although Huang Yu had known from the start that it was real, hearing it from Old Shen's mouth brought him much peace of mind, and his demeanor relaxed a bit as he said, "Thank you, I really appreciate your help." Old Shen replied lightly, "It's a small matter, and not only can I appreciate such treasures, but it also brings me great honor." Then with a serious expression he said, "Regarding your lucky find, you need not worry about the opinions of outsiders. These items are something the Shen family can still keep safe, so there's no need for you to worry." Huang Yu felt quite moved, but he also understood Old Shen's meaning and believed in his influence. However, he was aware that he lacked support or background, and it was possible that outsiders would think Huang Yu was dependent on them, which would eventually lead to problems. He sincerely asked, "Elder Shen, is there a way to achieve a win-win situation, one that can conceal my presence while avoiding interference from the outside world?" Old Shen shook his head and sighed, saying, "You really don't want to be in the limelight. That would bring you immense glory and fame." Huang Yu had his own secrets, and once he was in the spotlight, the secret of the Lingyun pupil might be exposed, which could lead to dire consequences. He firmly stated, "Forget it, that kind of life isn't suitable for me." Old Shen sighed again, lamenting the unpredictable nature of humanity, and said, "Then let Qingxi take the spotlight. After all, you two are married, someone will eventually have to step into the limelight." Huang Yu was quite surprised, not expecting Old Shen to say this. Looking at Qingxi's delicate appearance, he worriedly asked, "Will this cause any problems for Qingxi?" Old Shen replied confidently, "My successor is exceptional, what could possibly go wrong? Hand the phone to Qingxi, I will talk to her." Huang Yu replied softly, "Okay, Elder Shen." Then looking somewhat dazed, he handed the phone to Qingxi and fell into deep thought. Tan Yuan perhaps guessed the same thing, and smiled sincerely, saying, "Don't worry, little brother, Qingxi has been a prodigy since childhood. She has always stood in the spotlight, poised to become a leader among the younger generation in the southern antique industry." He then added with deep emotion, "The last trip abroad coupled with this harvest might mean that Qingxi has already become a leading figure in this generation of the antique world." Huang Yu nodded. Indeed, recently everyone has been quite fortunate, and it has primarily been through lucky finds. It could be said that very few people have such achievements, even compared to decades ago, when high replicas and fakes weren't so prevalent, let alone now. He said, "Brother Tan, do you think this will be unfair to Qingxi?" Tan Yuan rolled his eyes and looked at Huang Yu with a somewhat foolish expression, saying, "Do you think that Qingxi sitting in the treasure-gathering pavilion is fair? What she needs is not fairness but fame and renown." Huang Yu nodded, half understanding. Perhaps for Qingxi's family or the Shen family, maintaining prosperity and a successor was indeed necessary to advance further. Qingxi chatted with Old Shen for a few minutes before he hurriedly hung up the phone, likely needing to arrange something. Qingxi's gaze remained solely on Huang Yu, filled with deep affection. Tears glistened in Qingxi's eyes, causing Huang Yu's heart to shatter with regret as he called out, "Qingxi." Looking at Huang Yu's expression, Qingxi suddenly smiled and said, "Let me be your spokesperson from now on. But I must clarify, if you make me unhappy one day, I will quit on you." However, sensing that Tan Yuan was still nearby, she realized that her words were too ambiguous. Indeed, Tan Yuan clicked his tongue, repeatedly smirking, "Why do I feel like you two have a story? Am I too bright for my own good?" Huang Yu jokingly replied, "Brother Tan thinks so too. I also feel there's a story between me and Qingxi." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Qingxi. Qingxi, however, remained unaffected by the two, treating their banter like a breeze. She tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a stunning visage, and said with a smile, "Do you still want to pick up some deals? If we keep talking, we might miss lunch." Having resolved his worries, Huang Yu was naturally eager and quickly said, "Yes, let's go pick up some deals and leave nothing for others to find." Tan Yuan was already impatient, wishing to be at the antique convention immediately, and exclaimed, "Oh, we must go. Let's go." Thus the three left the tea house around 10:30, walking for about 5 to 6 minutes to reach the exhibition center. As the three walked halfway, they were suddenly stopped by a man in his 50s who said, "Are you looking for good items? I have treasures from the Three Kingdoms period here." Huang Yu looked at the man who was short but strong-looking with a strong, earthy smell, and even had dirt stuck under his fingernails giving off a chilling vibe. Huang Yu and Qingxi naturally did not want to get involved with such people, but Tan Yuan frowned and somewhat interested said, whether it's good or not well need to see to know anyone can boast. The short old man grinned and said, just take a look with me, you'll recognize it easily. He pointed to a van assuring them again he said, you won't be disappointed. Tan Yuan followed him indifferently, but Huang Yu sensed Tan Yuan's vigilance and seriousness. Qingxi suddenly took Huang Yu's arm, subtly reminding him to be cautious. Huang Yu trembled slightly, signaling that he understood, and the three followed behind him, reaching the van in less than half a minute. However, Huang Yu and the others soon realized something was off. The parking lot seemed unusually quiet and eerie. Huang Yu had seen someone inside 4 or 5 cars, and although their temperament was similar, they were all significantly younger, making Huang Yu suspect that this situation might not end well. Clearly Tan Yuan and Qingxi had also noticed the situation, but both were experienced cultivators and remained. The thin old man opened the van and said, please take a look, gentlemen. He stepped aside to show Huang Yu and the others inside, revealing a 5-link jar of funerary artifacts. Upon closer inspection, Huang Yu found that this Celadon 5-link jar was 55 centimeters tall and had a belly diameter of 25 centimeters. In addition to the main opening at the neck, there were 4 small pots piled on top. It was made according to the principle of the 5 elements, with each jar both nurturing and overcoming the others, merging into one when placed together. The jar's body color was grayish-white, covered with a blue glaze up to the lower abdomen. The glaze was smooth and shiny, with a tight bond between the body and the glaze, making it a rare gem from Eastern Han Celadon. The upper part was in the shape of 2 gourd sections surrounded by 4 small jars. The crafting was neat, featuring water ripple patterns with a transparent glaze and excellent luster, clearly showing signs of hanging glaze. However, even now all 3 could smell a strong earthy odor, and this 5-link jar was heavily infused with energy, likely unearthed less than half a month ago. The thin old man, seeing the shock in the trio's eyes, revealed a shocking piece of information, saying, this was dug up from the home of Lu Su, the Grand General of Eastern Wu. What do you think? Are you interested? Tan Yuan, with his background, immediately understood the implications. He knew the old man was telling the truth. This group might have truly found Lu Su's burial site, and they had already excavated it, though the specifics were unclear. Tentatively, he said, just because you say it's Lu Su doesn't mean it is you. I could claim it belongs to Sun Quan's camp too. The old man, chattering directly, took out a bronze funerary tablet about 30 centimeters in size and said, you'll know once you see the inscription on the tablet. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan obviously didn't recognize it and turned to look at Qingxi, whose expression remained calm, but a hint of disgust flickered in her eyes. She stepped forward to inspect it, regardless of whether it was rust or soil erosion. Both indicated extreme antiquity. After less than 2 minutes of examining, she nodded, her eyes filled with shock, and said, this is indeed Lu Su's, and it was even awarded by the Marquis of Wu Sun Quan to commemorate Lu Su's significance and hard work. Tan Yuan, looking at the thin old man while listening to Qingxi's words, was filled with disbelief and even revealed a hint of greed as he asked, how much for this bronze funerary tablet? The thin old man replied lewdly, this isn't for sale, but still has its use. I'm only selling this 5-link jar, and it won't be cheap. He then subtly glanced at Qingxi and added, if this lady can help us maintain a good relationship moving forward and assist us in deciphering some ancient characters, the price is negotiable. Huang Yu was furious at the old man's expression, and his words made Huang Yu even more uneasy. These people were undoubtedly desperate criminals. However, he was determined to teach him a lesson, making him aware of how wrong it was to covet Qingxi. Huang Yu, feeling somewhat agitated, said, stop rambling about trivialities, or just tell me how much it costs. His eyes erupted with a fierce light, cold and filled with a chilling aura. The old man cast a strange glance at Huang Yu, feeling the pressure that made his hair stand on end. No longer engaging in idle chatter, he stated, the genuine 3 Kingdoms Celadon 5-link jar is 600. Tan Yuan and the others were shocked, never expecting it to be priced this high. But upon reflection, it was reasonable if it were indeed Lu Su's tomb, considering his status as one of the 4 great generals of Eastern Wu. Tan Yuan frowned and said, is there anything else? If this is the only piece, it's too expensive. However, if there are more items in the entire tomb that are not for sale, then I can accept this price exclusively for that. Tan Yuan once again probed. The lean old man said with a hint of unexpectedness and cunning, several items have already been sold, though none of them were the most valuable. However, if you desire the remaining ones, we can negotiate. He then spoke with a somewhat deep tone, but the price cannot be lower than 80 million. Huang Yu and the others found it hard to believe. How could it be so expensive? Qingxi asked, what could there be bronze artifacts from the 3 kingdoms inside? The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light as he replied, miss, your insight is indeed extraordinary. There is indeed a complete set, and it was gifted by the Marquis of Wu. Deep inside, he yearned to pull Qingxi into the water, as it might allow him to navigate more smoothly and step into another level of fame and fortune. Huang Yu watched the way the old man looked at Qingxi, and his heart was already filled with fury, wishing he could suppress the old man immediately. Tan Yuan said irritably, 80 million is too much. We need to see the items before deciding on the price. But don't try to fool us, they must all be from Lu Su's tomb. The lean old man pondered for a moment and said, the remaining items are not here, but not far away. I can take you there, but I need to see if you are capable of handling it. Tan Yuan snorted coldly and said, stop the chatter and lead the way. He then took out a prestigious black card from Citibank, which was extraordinary in both limit and status. Indeed, upon seeing the card, the old man's expression turned grave, and his gaze towards Tan Yuan was entirely different, as if he were looking at a wealthy tycoon filled with greed and mystery. He immediately said, the three of you get in the car. I will take you there right away. Oh, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. After saying this, Huang Yu and the others got into his van, and after about 10 minutes they noticed they were heading to a more remote location. Tan Yuan observed the 4 or 5 vehicles following them, and his face showed no signs of panic, but rather a hint of interest. He signaled to Huang Yu and Qingxi with his eyes, saying, how much longer until we arrive? Do you think we have plenty of time? Huang Yu was indifferent. If necessary, he could always rush forward, but he was a bit worried about Qingxi and wanted to protect. The lean old man said apologetically, isn't it safer in the suburbs? We will arrive soon. I hope the three of you can understand. Tan Yuan found him tiresome, knowing that he was merely leading them in circles. Impatiently he said, enough of the chatter, just drive faster. The old man likely felt that Tan Yuan's high status justified his temper, and being overly polite might instead invoke fear, so he smiled and said, just a little longer, another 10 minutes or so, and we'll be there. Tan Yuan snorted coldly, looking out the window, having memorized the route long ago. He then directly utilized the latest military mental system to send his thoughts to the capital's Cultural Heritage Bureau, including the route number of people, artifacts, and so on. Huang Yu and Qingxi sat in the back seat, with Qingxi nestled closely against Huang Yu, showing no signs of urgency. Oh, indeed, she possessed the aura of a leader in the antique world among the younger generation. Huang Yu subtly held Qingxi's hand, realizing that his eyes could no longer accommodate anyone but her, and he was utterly captivated. After another 5 or 6 minutes, they finally stopped at an ancient and dilapidated residence, surrounded by desolation, rarely visited by people, yet lush with vegetation, making it an ideal place for tomb raiders to handle their goods. After the lean old man got out of the car, he knocked on the door and said, open up, there are big clients here to see the goods. Huang Yu and the others followed him out, noticing a young face of about 15 or 16 peeking out from inside. Seeing the lean old man arrive and feeling safe, the youth said, Uncle AI is back. I wonder who these three. Uncle AI jokingly scolded, of course it's Uncle AI returning. These three are big clients planning to buy everything from Lu Su's place. He then urged, quickly go notify the decision makers and get the goods ready. The young man understood the importance of the situation and quickly replied, don't worry Uncle AI'll go notify them right away. After saying that, he dashed off. Uncle AI watched the young man leave with a hint of regret, shaking his head slightly, his expression showing a mix of sadness and helplessness. Huang Yu and the others felt that such a young lad shouldn't be getting involved with them, fearing something would go wrong, wishing they could capture him all at once for good. Once Huang Yu and the others entered, they found that the inside was much more spacious. They walked for 2 or 3 minutes before being led to a courtyard where about 10 people were already waiting. Huang Yu looked at the 10 or so people, each dressed differently and strangely, but with a gloomy and sinister aura suggesting they were all seasoned tomb raiders. The lean old man confidently stated, all right everyone, bring out the goods, these three are fully capable of handling. The 10 or so people focused their gaze on Huang Yu and his companions, Qingxi's noble and beautiful demeanor, Tan Yuan's imposing presence, and Huang Yu's pure aura, possibly due to his cultivation. Tan Yuan showed a very disdainful expression and impatiently said, stop dragging your feet. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring them out. After saying this, he tilted his head back, narrowing his eyes, looking at them without any courtesy. Huang Yu felt it was a pity that Tan Yuan didn't pursue acting. He could easily be a top star. Yet the 10 or so people showed no anger at Tan Yuan's demeanor. Instead, they found it reasonable and turned to enter several different rooms. In less than a minute, the 10 individuals returned one after another, and the one leading said, take a look everyone, this entire set was excavated from Lu Su's tomb. Huang Yu was astonished to see more than 10 items: pots, spoons, wine vessels, ear cups, basins, lamps, charcoal stoves, spitting pots, and even weapons like swords and knives. Huang Yu directly used his spiritual perception to examine them, discovering they were indeed genuine artifacts, and the spiritual essence was exceptionally rich, suggesting they were indeed ceremonial items. Qingxi and Tan Yuan looked shocked. With their discerning eyes, how could they not recognize that these were all genuine? Qingxi spoke with certainty and an increasingly serious expression. Indeed, it is a set, but it is missing a few pieces to be complete. The leading man's eyes narrowed at Qingxi's words, his entire focus now on her, as if trying to see through her, and he was greatly surprised, saying, Miss, you have a good eye. Indeed, a few pieces have been sold. Tan Yuan looked at the 10 or so people and said, stop the chatter. If the sold items can be retrieved, I can pay a high price. The leader appeared very troubled with a conflicted expression as he said, "There are indeed 2 pieces that can be bought back, but the remaining 3 have almost no chance of retrieval." At this moment Tan Yuan's mental system suddenly sent a message saying, "Armed personnel have arrived and surrounded this area, oh do not act rashly." Tan Yuan's confidence surged. How could he follow their narrative? If there was an opportunity, he would surely maximize. He kicked angrily, directly striking the leader in the stomach, snorting, "Stop talking nonsense, I just want to know if you can gather a complete set." Perhaps because Tan Yuan's attack was too sudden and they were on their own turf, their vigilance decreased significantly. The leader holding his stomach looked at Tan Yuan with an expression of disbelief. The remaining individuals suddenly tensed up, feeling as though they were on the brink of losing control, looking at Tan Yuan with anger and resentment. A burly man with a face full of flesh said, "Why not just deal with all 3 of them? We want the money and the goods." Tan Yuan narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura, prepared to strike again. Huang Yu and Qingxi were startled by Tan Yuan's actions, but knew they had to be ready to act at any moment. Huang Yu then shielded Qingxi behind him, looking at the others as his inner energy began to unconsciously gather. At this point the leader who had been struck looked at the burly man and said, "Nonsense, who do you think you are to make decisions here?" Then holding his stomach he looked at Tan Yuan and said, "That kick of yours is no small matter. What Uncle AI said about 80 million might not be enough. Now you'll need 90 million if you want to leave with the goods, otherwise you can stay here forever." Huang Yu and the others understood his meaning. It seemed they could not resolve this peacefully today. Tan Yuan sneered, "What are you trying to threaten us? I want to see what kind of ability you have to keep us here." After saying this, he completely disregarded the warnings from the others, prepared to strike again. At the moment when both sides were on edge, the short, thin old man said in a flurry, Everyone, let's not be impulsive. It's all for money. We can negotiate, we can negotiate." Tan Yuan coldly snorted, turning his head to glance at Qingxi and Huang Yu as if giving him some face. Then he subtly conveyed information to Huang Yu and Qingxi, intending to capture all these people. The leader, seeing Tan Yuan's compromise, sneered and said, "You've seen the goods. So how about it? Offer 90 million and everything is yours." He pointed at the items as he spoke. Qingxi frowned and said, 90 million is indeed not expensive. We could double our investment in a few years. However, you initially mentioned 80 million. Now you want to raise it to 90 million. This does not comply with the conventions of the antique world, nor does it align with our rules. The leader coldly snorted, his face full of arrogance, and said, "Rules. Here we are the rules, and we will follow." After a slight pause, he earnestly added, "However, if the young lady is willing to join us, the price is negotiable." He had not only heard from the short man about Qingxi's extensive knowledge, but had also witnessed her exceptional insight, and they certainly needed someone like her to maximize their benefits. Huang Yu was provoked by both the short man and the leader, harboring covetous thoughts toward Qingxi, and was already seething with rage. Gathering his internal strength, he moved like lightning, delivering a powerful kick to the leader's rib. The tremendous force sent him flying 2 or 3 meters, crashing to the ground with a painful wail. The remaining people were stunned by the scene before them, and the burly man shouted furiously, seeking death. "Nangu, you dare to touch him? You will pay for this today." Then everyone reacted and charged towards Huang Yu and the others to attack. Huang Yu, already furious at their offense against Qingxi, looked at the approaching crowd and said to Qingxi behind him, "Qingxi, be careful, stand behind me." After saying that, he activated his internal power to its full extent, charging forward like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, ruthlessly hunting. At this moment, the leader finally regained his senses and in extreme pain roared, "Capture them all. I want them to pay a heavy price." Tan Yuan's skills were indeed remarkable, and his lineage was extraordinary. His punches and kicks had a certain form to them. He directly engaged the burly man, while also being wary of the other 4 sneak attacks. He did not fall behind, easily countering and taunting a bunch of losers. "Do you think I'm easy to deal with? You can only resort to mobbing." Although Huang Yu's strikes were chaotic, his internal power made his strength exceptionally fierce, and almost no one could withstand a single blow. Seeing the 3 fallen to the ground, the remaining people did not dare to confront Huang Yu, resorting instead to grappling with him from the periphery. At this moment, the short, thin old man looked at the fighting individuals and realized that there was no way to retreat. He then said to Qingxi, "As long as the young lady joins us, I can guarantee the safety of the 2 gentlemen, otherwise they will have to stay." After saying that he intended to make a move directly, Qingxi scoffed disdainfully, not replying, and attacked with a few quick steps. She launched a series of rapid kicks targeting different parts of the old man. Indeed, the old man had practiced martial arts and was quite skilled matching Qingxi in combat, his hands continuously slapping away her incoming kicks. He even found opportunities to counterattack Qingxi, but he clearly underestimated her strength. Huang Yu, seeing Qingxi in combat, was shocked and shouted, "Qingxi, I'm coming too." After saying that, he pushed his internal power to the limit, knocking down one person who tried to block him with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, he saw Qingxi beside him, using the monkey steals peach move to attack the short man, forcing him to defend against Huang Yu's assault, which allowed Qingxi to injure him. Then Huang Yu landed a punch, causing the old man to spit blood from his mouth, clearly losing his combat ability. Qingxi looked at the remaining three who were once again charging at them. Exchanging glances with Huang Yu, she coldly huffed, use heavy hands, otherwise we might face unexpected changes. Huang Yu nodded and charged forward. Looking at Tan Yuan who was being besieged, although he still seemed relaxed, it was evident that he was starting to feel the strain. Without hesitation he attacked from behind, knocking down two people in an instant. Then Tan Yuan took the opportunity to take down the other three with heavy blows. At that moment a sharp and urgent voice suddenly shouted from outside, "Run! The cops are coming!" Huang Yu, Qingxi, and the others briefly paused upon hearing this. Tan Yuan angrily cursed, "Damn it, they..." He then turned to Qingxi and Huang Yu and said, "Let's hurry and leave to avoid being implicated. It will be the end for us otherwise." Huang Yu and Qingxi cooperatively replied okay, and then hurriedly exited a room. The remaining grave robbers, clearly injured, moved slowly, and although they wanted to escape, their speed was too slow, and soon they were all captured by the pursuing police. Meanwhile, Huang Yu and the others left the place smoothly, as if a path had been deliberately left open for them. They then spent 500 yuan to flag down a vehicle, taking them all to the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, the three of them felt somewhat exhausted. After arriving at Huang Yu's room, Tan Yuan regained a bit of strength and said he'll step out for a moment. "Feel free to stay here, let's not go out today. We still don't know if those people have been captured." Huang Yu felt a bit anxious, his expression grim, and said with a slight frown, "No way could they possibly come back to retaliate against us. Then should we leave here first to avoid any trouble?" Tan Yuan frowned as he pondered the pros and cons, momentarily unable to come up with a suitable suggestion. At that moment Qingxi smiled, gently, looking exceptionally charming, showing no sign of the recent conflict. She said, "There's no need to be so troublesome, after all it has nothing to do with us. Who knows whom they offended?" She then looked at Tan Yuan with a curious expression. Huang Yu also realized this. It was likely Tan Yuan who had acted, but they didn't understand how he did it and didn't dare to ask. He nodded and said, "Right, it has nothing to do with us." Clearly their mindset was now much more relaxed. Tan Yuan felt the strange gazes from the two and, feeling a bit flustered, said, "All right, I'll take my leave now." Unable to endure their scrutinizing looks any longer, he quickly turned and left. Once Tan Yuan had left, Huang Yu embraced Qingxi affectionately and said, "Qingxi, do you know, I was so worried when I saw you in action just now. I was so afraid you'd get hurt, but I didn't expect your skills to be so remarkable." Qingxi lay obediently in Huang Yu's arms, lazily closing her eyes as she sprawled against him, a faint smile gracing her lips. She said, "I've practiced since I was young. Plus, with us working together recently, I feel that if the opportunity arises, I can cultivate my internal energy." Huang Yu recalled the first time they met Qingxi's surprise and playfully suggested, "Then should we meet every day to hurry the cultivation of your internal energy?" As he spoke, Huang Yu's hands began to wander. Qingxi rolled her eyes, desire beginning to bloom in her gaze, but she quickly said, "Don't mess around. What if Yin Yanqing or Tan Yuan comes back? Let's see what you'll do then." She held Huang Yu's restless hand in her embrace and said, "Let's just sleep a bit like this. I'm so tired." Huang Yu understood that given their habits, they would surely come to his room to check in. Naturally, his interest waned, and seeing Qingxi looking drowsy, he could only hold her and fall asleep. Unbeknownst to them, by the time they awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Qingxi stretched lazily in Huang Yu's arms and said with a hint of allure, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Huang Yu had initially wanted to stroll around the antique fair, but unsure of Qingxi's thoughts, suggested, "How about we grab a bite and then check out the antique fair?" Qingxi tilted her head, contemplating for a moment, and with a hint of worry, said, "Let's skip it for today. We haven't heard anything from Tan Yuan yet. Let's just walk around the hotel." Huang Yu agreed, realizing that they had already gained quite a bit from this trip. If the risk was too high, it was indeed unnecessary to invite trouble. He nodded and said, "Then let's go downstairs to eat something." After the two finished eating and wandered around a bit, suddenly Tan Yuan called and directly said, "Sister Qingxi, little brother, you can go out now without worry. Everything has been resolved." Then he hesitated a moment before continuing, "Sister Qingxi, little brother, these artifacts unearthed from the 3 kingdoms have significant research value. I suggest we donate them all to the museum. What do you think?" Huang Yu and Qingxi exchanged a glance and said in unison, "All right, we'll go with your suggestion." They hadn't planned on taking a share anyway. Huang Yu then said urgently, "Brother Tan, could you not mention me? I'd prefer to keep a low profile for now." In truth, Huang Yu was worried that if any of the tomb raiders hadn't been caught, he himself wouldn't be afraid. However, he had to think of his family, who were ordinary people with no way to stand against such a group. Tan Yuan thought for a moment, and then said firmly, "All right, then your credit will be attributed to me and Sister Qingxi. Once the batch of antiques from abroad arrives, little brother, you can choose 3 pieces. Qingxi nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure, I agree." Before Huang Yu could say anything else, Tan Yuan hung up the phone, suggesting he had many matters to attend to. Huang Yu could only watch as Qingxi seemed to have something to say, but hesitated, looking quite conflicted. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Don't think we're at a disadvantage. Such credit is quite precious, indeed a rare opportunity." She then sighed lightly and said, "I imagine Tan Yuan, along with the achievements from the last trip abroad, could gain much." Huang Yu smiled and said, "If that's the case, it seems Brother Tan will shoulder heavy responsibilities at a young age." Deep down, he felt no jealousy, only joy and anticipation. In Qing's eyes, a glimmer of hope and expectation shone through as she smiled, gently gazing into the distance, no longer speaking. The shadows of the two were elongated and intimately intertwined by the sunlight, quietly staying together. Tan Yuan looked at an elderly man in his 80s in the center surrounded by other older men, and said this was also a matter of chance, we just happened to find him, and then he was injured by us. The elderly man in the center exuded a wise and gentle aura. He was the legendary figure from the Imperial Capital Museum, Elder Yi. He looked at Tan Yuan and said, "You are much more mischievous than your elders. You resemble your great-grandmother's brother, more clever, eager to learn, intelligent, and strategic." Not bad, very good. Even with Tan Yuan's family background, hearing Elder Yi speak so highly of him was quite exciting. He struggled to contain his inner impulse, and smiling awkwardly said, "This is all thanks to the guidance of my elders and the teachings of my master." Elder Yi's expression changed upon hearing Tan Yuan mention his master. As if recalling something, he snorted coldly and said, "Old Shen must have hit the jackpot, not only having a disciple like you, but also a granddaughter like Mu Rongqingxi." He reflected that although he had many talented students, very few could be compared to them, barely one or two. Tan Yuan chuckled lightly, not daring to speak. He knew that Elder Yi and his teacher shared a deep friendship. However, he thought to himself, if you knew there was an even more formidable Huang Laodi, you'd probably want to take him as a disciple too, and I'd admire you if you could still scold me. But he didn't dare to say this out loud. Elder Yi decisively stated, according to the previous rules, anything unearthed locally that hasn't left the area will be collected by the local museum. The entire set of bronze ritual vessels from the Three Kingdoms will be transferred to the Suzhou Museum. Even if the others had opinions, they had no choice but to accept it, for Elder Yi's status, talent, and prestige were those of a top-tier authority. There was only an old man, his expression filled with joy, becoming the biggest winner of this occasion. It was easy to guess that he was the director of the Suzhou Museum. He said, "Rest assured, Elder Yi and all the gentlemen, the Suzhou Museum will take good care of it, allowing people to see and understand the culture of the Three Kingdoms period." The remaining elderly men knew that the outcome was already decided, and they could only clasp their fists in salute to express their congratulations. One of them said, "This time you cannot escape, you must host a gathering tonight." Elder Zhou was clearly in high spirits, laughing heartily, and hurriedly said, "Since everyone is gathered as the host, I will treat you all." He then looked at Tan Yuan very formally, and said, "Young friend, Tan, you must come, and remember to bring Mu Rongqingxi. You two are the greatest contributors." Tan Yuan blinked, knowing that dining with a group of old men would be quite boring, but these gentlemen were all learned individuals, and having the chance was naturally welcomed. He said, "All right, I will head back first, and come over with Sister Qingxi later." After saying that, he took his leave from a few elderly men. When Tan Yuan returned to the hotel, it was nearly 5 o'clock. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed loudly and excitedly, "I didn't expect Elder Yi to come as well, and I even ran into the directors of several museums from the province and city along with university professors." He was gesticulating excitedly. Huang Yu, curious, said, "With so many big shots around, Brother Tan, aren't you feeling nervous, inferior, or anxious?" Tan Yuan immediately stood up in a huff and said, "How could that be? I'm as calm as a breeze." Qingxi, listening to their banter, rubbed her temples, somewhat bothered, and said, "You two are too loud. Can you be a bit quieter?" Then with a puzzled expression she said, "Why would Elder Yi come here? Isn't he rarely seen in the capital?" And Tan Yuan shook his head, showing a look of confusion, and said, "Who knows? How many people can truly guess their—" He then said, "Tonight Elder Zhou is hosting a gathering. Oh, let's all go eat together." He looked at Qingxi and Huang Yu. Qingxi nodded and said, "Elder Yi and my grandfather share a deep friendship. It would be natural to pay a visit if he comes." A few other elderly men also had some connections. Gathering is always good. Huang Yu didn't expect that Qingxi was already beginning to inherit Elder Shen's connections, if she truly had the air of a future leader. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I won't go. After all, I need to stay incognito, and attending abruptly might be somewhat inconvenient." Tan Yuan and Qingxi didn't insist. The two went back to their rooms, changed into a new set of clothes, and headed straight to the restaurant, leaving Huang Yu alone in the empty room, feeling a bit dejected. In the evening, Huang Yu planned to go out for something to eat, when he suddenly heard someone knock on the door. He lightly said, "Huh? Who is it?" It shouldn't be Qingxi and the others so soon, as it was only 6 o'clock. When Huang Yu opened the door, he found Yanqing standing outside in a professional outfit. She glanced at Huang Yu and walked straight into the room, bypassing him. Huang Yu closed the door, looking at the curvaceous and graceful Yanqing. He asked, "What's wrong?" His tone slightly inquiring and comforting. Yanqing's eyes were vacant, her gaze dazed, tears misty. She sighed deeply and said, "I had another failed negotiation, and it was with an old lecher who absurdly wants all 3 of us to accompany him." As she spoke, her tone became increasingly agitated. Huang Yu sighed internally. Rich people really know how to play, wanting all 3 at once. However, he didn't dare to say this, and comforted her, "Don't be angry, oh, people like that will eventually be dealt with. Have you eaten dinner yet? Do you want to go together?" Yanqing shook her head, evidently still feeling down, and said, "I just feel a bit dejected. Oh, I've been here for several days without any gains, and almost lost both money and resources. Then looking at Huang Yu, she slightly relaxed and said, I'm a bit hungry, what are you going to treat me to? Huang Yu suggested, how about I take you to the nearby snack street for a casual bite? The snack street was bustling with people and filled with the aroma of food, evidently quite suitable for Yanqing at the moment. Yanqing pouted, her eyes sparkling, and playfully said, then let's go. Huang Yu looked at her outfit, feeling it didn't quite fit the atmosphere there, and suggested, why don't you change into something else? Yanqing looked down at her clothes, frowning, evidently feeling it was not quite appropriate, and asked, do you have a t-shirt? Huang Yu nodded, somewhat confused, and before he could say anything, Yanqing had already taken off her outer garment and walked to the wardrobe to pull out a short-sleeved shirt, saying, I'm changing into this, don't peek. Huang Yu felt his face flush, uncomfortable, and helplessly sighed. You really are not shy at all. He didn't dare to turn around. Even though he knew she was changing inside, it was still better to keep some distance. Once Yanqing changed her clothes, she looked more youthful and vibrant, linking arms with Huang Yu, and happily said, after walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the bustling snack street, filled with people, lights twinkling, and the air fragrant with spices and grilled meat. Yanqing eagerly pulled Huang Yu's hand and said, hurry up, there are so many things I want to eat. Huang Yu helplessly followed her into the crowd. About 10 minutes later, both of them had their hands full of food, completely disregarding their appearances, with oil on their lips, eating joyfully, chatting and laughing. Huang Yu looked at Yanqing, who was entirely different from her previous strong, graceful, and intellectual self. She now radiated a sense of warmth and youthfulness, leaving him somewhat dazed. Yanqing seemed unaware of his gaze, still blooming with smiles, and said, this is delicious, you should try it. After saying that, she brought a piece of half-eaten grilled meat to Huang Yu's mouth. Huang Yu, somewhat perplexed, took a light bite and said, it's indeed quite good. He took another bite. Yanqing panicked and quickly pulled the grilled meat away from Huang Yu's mouth, saying, leave some for me. Oh, I won't let you finish it all. After saying that, she savored the remaining grilled meat. Huang Yu felt this was somewhat ambiguous and said, we should almost head back. Tomorrow is the last day, and I want to see if there's a chance to find some good deals. Yanqing, initially a bit unhappy about leaving, immediately perked up upon hearing about finding deals and said, yes, let's return early. We can find good deals at their auction tomorrow. Thinking of something, she smiled exceptionally happily as she once again took Huang Yu's hand and walked towards the hotel. When Huang Yu arrived at the hotel, he immediately parted ways with Yanqing, and after taking a shower, it was already 9 o'clock. Qingxi and the others had still not returned. The next morning, everyone got up early, preparing to attend the auction. Yanqing looked at Qingxi and Tan Yuan, teasingly said, why did you two only get back at 10 last night and wake up so early? Do you have the energy to find deals? Tan Yuan nonchalantly replied, of course, we're experts at finding deals. However, there are so many big shots today, the competition will surely be fierce. He immediately thought of how difficult it would be to find deals among the crowd they met at last night's gathering. After breakfast, the group headed straight to the auction house. Lu Bairu went to pay and collect the number tags with a deposit of 100,000 for each tag. She returned and said, General Yen, I got 4 tags. I wonder if that's enough. Yanqing smiled and said, that's enough, just write 1 tag for each person, no one will delay anyone. After saying that, she even laughed more, her tight-fitting dress accentuating her already voluptuous figure, swaying enticingly, making it hard for those around to take their eyes off her. A few people arrived relatively early, entering around 8:30, but the hall was already half filled with over 1,000. Since Lu Bairu had obtained 4 tickets, the auction house directly provided a private room for Huang Yu and his group, sparing them from sitting in the crowded hall. Looking at the private room stocked with water, tea, and snacks, Tan Yuan smiled and said, paying a deposit of 400,000 really makes a difference. This environment is much more enjoyable than the hall. Yanqing glanced at them with pride, saying, you two gentlemen better remember not to find any bargains from me next time. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan felt indifferent, or perhaps a bit embarrassed. Those who should find bargains still would, but it was best not to discuss it. The chubby guy also arrived. Since his elder was present, he didn't join Huang Yu and the others. Within 10 minutes, they had already spotted nearly 100 acquaintances due to their early arrival. Each one was quite remarkable, inspiring a competitive spirit in Qingxi and Tan Yuan. Just then, it was almost 9 o'clock, and a young lady in a revealing gown appeared on the high platform, her low-cut dress accentuating her curves with a slit up to her thigh, exposing her beautiful legs. The color underneath seemed to shimmer, igniting a surge of blood and excitement. In a seductive voice, she announced, I am the auctioneer for this antique auction. You can call me Yuan Yuan. Below the stage, waves of cheers erupted, each one louder than the last, with shouts of Yuan Yuan, I love you. Yuan Yuan, you are the most beautiful. Yuan Yuan, marry me. Yuan Yuan, goddess. The goddess is mine. Ooh, no one should compete with me. What do you mean yours? It's clearly mine. We're about to get married. Oh, what business do you have with this? Su Qi snorted coldly, listening to the praises from everyone, feeling a bit jealous, as she remarked, look at you men acting like fools. It's clear you all prefer this type, isn't it? Tan Yuan and Huang Yu dared not respond, pretending not to hear. After all, there were 4 women present, and even if Tan Yuan was a bit reckless, he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing it would backfire. Yuan seemed quite pleased with the audience's reaction, her popularity evident as she smiled and said thank you all for your support of Yuan. Now let us present the first item, the lotus flower and shrimp painting by Mr. Chi Baisher from his middle age with a starting bid of 2 million. Each bid must be at least 100,000 higher. Before the words even faded, someone shouted from below, 220,000, I want it. Dream on wanting it for 220,000. 260,000. In no time the price had already exceeded 5 million, and the momentum was strong, especially since the private rooms had yet to start bidding. Yin Yanqing looked at the intense atmosphere and exclaimed, indeed treasures are exceptional. The excitement in the room has already heated up, and I expect it will only get crazier from here. Su Qi agreed, saying it's because they have deep pockets, they have both people and treasures. Huang Yu smiled and asked, Brother Tan, are you interested? This is a painting from Old Qi. Tan Yuan glanced at the painting displayed on the huge screen and said such a painting appearing at an auction can only be for collection purposes. I just want to find a bargain, but I'm not going to play the fool. The price quickly surged from the private room, breaking through 8 million, and the momentum was not as strong as before with only a few bidders remaining. Huang Yu looked at the price and sighed, this shrimp must be worth over 100,000, it seems it could reach the millions. Qingxi knew that while Huang Yu was skilled at discerning the authenticity of antiques, he was average regarding market prices. She said Old Qi's shrimp is generally priced around 80,000, but this also comes with a lotus pond, so $1 million for pure collection is still acceptable. However, before they could finish, the price had already reached 11 million, and it appeared that 2 private rooms were competing. One of the bidders in a private room said, this painting by Old Qi is mine. Old Ding, you should not contest it with me. Another bidder in a different private room coldly replied, you think too highly of yourself, Old Yao. I will never let go of Old Qi's painting, 12 million. Hearing this, Tan Yuan chuckled and remarked, so it's those internet tycoons, as expected, they spend money like water, carefree with their wealth. Yin Yanqing, however, disagreed, saying times have changed. We should naturally pursue what we love, otherwise who knows what uncertainties the future holds. In one of the private rooms, Old Yao, wearing glasses, had a gaze that seemed to penetrate through layers of barriers, targeting Old Ding directly. Calm and composed, he offered 13 million. Old Ding appeared to be an old man-child, but anyone who had survived in the business world was no simple character. Frowning, he stated 15 million, my highest bid. Having already bid so much, if it weren't for their fondness, there was truly no need for them to act out of spite at their age and experience. At this moment, Old Yao fell silent for a while, shaking his head at his companions, saying, indeed, Old Ding, you are still wealthy and bold. Continuing this way has little significance. I won't contest with you any further. At that moment, Yuan on stage cast a flirtatious glance towards Old Yao's private room, saying this painting is a masterpiece from Old Qi's middle age, quite precious. General, Yao, would you like to reconsider? After saying this, she quietly watched Old Yao's private room, her flirtatious gaze evoking a sense of pity. Unfortunately, she underestimated the nature and mindset of business magnates. A few words from her couldn't sway them. Reluctantly, she looked over the crowd and announced, is there anyone else willing to bid? Last call, 3-2. She paused for a moment. Unfortunately, no one was a fool. This price had already exceeded its intrinsic value, and reluctantly some. Congratulations to General Ding. The first item at the antique auction, Old Qi's lotus flower and shrimp painting, sold for 15 million. Huang Yu and others looked at the price feeling quite alarmed. This was 1.5 times more than the initial estimate of 10 million. Tan Yuan disinterestedly remarked, with their financial strength, it would be more interesting to see them go a few more rounds. Everyone looked at Tan Yuan, who radiated a nonchalant demeanor, and Qingxi said, Himph, don't talk nonsense. This price is destined to spend its remaining days in his collection room. Sighing, she expressed her regret, perhaps feeling she might never see it again. Yin Yanqing also expressed her sentiment, saying only with fame and valuable treasures can one gather so many tycoons and wealthy merchants, allowing for such inflated transactions. She perhaps thought of her own auction house, which had seen minor success, but ultimately couldn't stand on the big stage. No wonder she looked at such a grand event with envy and helplessness. Huang Yu watched Qingxi and Yin Yanqing's intimacy, realizing, despite everything, that his heart still stirred with quiet unease, his expression hardening instinctively into solemn gravity. Several antique items followed in rapid succession, each fetching roughly 500,000 yuan. Huang Yu swept his Lingyun eye across them all, and found not a single forgery among them. He murmured in quiet admiration, truly this tier stands apart. Costly, yes, yet undeniably authentic. Tan Yuan nodded in firm agreement, precisely why such auctions draw so many tycoons. Whether commissioning a purchase or seeking authentication, no one dares claim absolute certainty. Countless have lost both fortune and faith in the process. On stage, Yuan remained poised and alluring as ever, her voice rich with seductive charm. Next, we present Lot 15, the Yuan de Zhongbao, one of the 50 treasured coins. Only 3 specimens are known to survive today. 2 reside in museums. The third has vanished without trace. This is the 4th, exceedingly rare and of extraordinary collectible value. She gestured, and the Yuan de Zhongbao appeared on the massive projection screen. Cast during the Yuan era of Emperor Li Qianshun of the Western Xia dynasty, it marked the first official Han character coin issued by the Western Xia, a small cash coin inscribed in regular script. The coin was perfectly square and symmetrical, its surface smooth and unblemished, its rim immaculate. This specimen bore exceptional preservation, typical of the arid northwestern excavation sites. Its patina was restrained. Only faint flecks of emerald green corrosion nestled between the characters. Its hardness was extraordinary. A thin layer of chalky white alkaline incrustation clung near the base of the central hole. Beneath it, vivid red spots gleamed where carefully scraped clean. The field was uneven, slightly raised in places mottled with rust, but its overall patination was superb, lustrous, deep, and profoundly ancient. Its inscription rendered in refined regular script balanced density and sparseness, rusticity and ingenuity, a masterwork of uncanny artistry, bold and majestic. Silence reigned across the auction hall, so profound that only the occasional chime of a text message pierced the stillness, lending the moment an almost surreal hush. Huang Yu had once acquired a Dongwu de Quan Wushi coin, one of the 50 treasured coins, but compared to the Yuan de Zhongbao, its rarity and market value belonged to entirely different realms. He activated his Ling Yun eye and recoiled inwardly at what he saw, an intense, deeply violet spiritual aura radiating from the coin. No wonder it bore the name Zhongbao. It was truly peerless. Gradually, low murmurs rose across the hall. Some whispered conversations between companions, others hushed phone calls. Not a soul sat idle. Not even the venerable doyens of antiquities, who now strode purposefully onto the stage to examine the coin from every angle. Tan Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. How could there be no advance whisper of this? Collectors of rare coinage would have mobilized without hesitation. That such a treasure appears mid-auction, not as the finale, is astonishing. Though he coveted it himself, he knew full well it would never fall within his reach. Huang Yu, however, felt no particular stir. Such an artifact was simply too singular. With quiet resignation, he observed it will likely end up in a museum. Only prestige, not possession, will drive the final bid. Qingxi's gaze remained locked on the projection screen, unwavering, as the eminent scholars turned the coin over and over, scrutinizing it from every conceivable vantage. Yin Yanqing, well aware of its legendary status, breathed rapidly, her excitement palpable. Her eyes too stayed fixed upon the screen. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she subdued her elation and remarked, "Would any of you be interested? Such a rare coin, displayed at auction, would serve magnificently as a talisman to anchor prosperity." Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged a fleeting glance, subtle, sardonic, and yet their bond fell short of promise. Qingxi, perhaps having overheard, shook her head slightly in regret. Had it surfaced privately, without public fanfare, perhaps acquisition might have been possible. But given the current spectacle, it would almost certainly be donated to a museum. Yin Yanqing paused, then understood. Her shoulders slumped, a sigh escaping her lips, her brow furrowed with quiet sorrow and disappointment. When the appointed moment arrived, Yuan announced crisply, "The Yuan de Zhongbao opens at 500,000 yuan. Bids must rise in increments of no less than 10,000. We begin now." As expected, the hall erupted. Within moments, the price soared past 700,000. Curious, Huang Yu turned to Tan Yuan. "Brother Tan, what do you estimate its final hammer price?" Tan Yuan, indifferent to the flurry of bidding around them, replied uncertainly. "Without prior sale benchmarks, prediction is perilous, but judging by the fervor thus far, 2 million seems inevitable." Yin Yanqing let out a cool, dismissive snort. "Care for a wager? I say it clears 3 million. Huang Yu knew Yin Yanqing possessed unparalleled expertise in auction dynamics, far surpassing his own or Tan Yuan's. Yet 3 million struck him as extravagant. He glanced at Tan Yuan and nodded silently. "I'm easy either way." Tan Yuan, equally skeptical, asked, "How shall we wager?" A triumphant smile flickered across Yin Yanqing's lips as she regarded them both. "If I win, you'll each consign a treasure of equivalent value to my auction house. If I lose, you'll pay 0 commission on your future sales." She fixed them with a confident, goading gaze. "Dare you? Be decisive." Huang Yu and Tan Yuan exchanged glances. Loss meant merely surrendering a single artifact for auction. Victory promised tangible advantage. They accepted without hesitation. "Agreed. We await the outcome." Yin Yanqing, elated by their assent, shimmered with intelligence, her eyes bright, sharp, alive with quiet calculation. For her, the stakes were high regardless of outcome. Not only would the auction house's prestige ascend, but she would also forge deeper ties with both Tan Yuan and Huang Yu. As the digital counter climbed steadily, reaching 1.5 million, the private viewing rooms remained silent. Calmly, Yin Yanqing affirmed, "So be it. Our word stands." True to expectation, the gavel fell to a private room bidder who secured the Yuan de Zhongbao for 3.8 million, a sum sufficient to elevate its standing among the 50 treasured coins anew. A collective murmur rippled through the hall, proof once more that authenticity and wealth converge effortlessly when brought together. Yin Yanqing burst into unrestrained laughter, her figure swaying with infectious delight, radiant and magnetic. Huang Yu and Tan Yuan sighed, disappointed yet resigned. Yin Yanqing, ever gracious, reassured them, "No rush. I'll wait until the autumn auction to list your pieces. That way I can promote them properly." and secure top-tier prices. With no choice but compliance, they nodded. Later, the four shared a celebratory meal, Yin Yanqing Qingxi and Huang Yu brimming with exhilaration and joy. Afterward, they rested briefly before resuming the afternoon session at 1:30. The quality of subsequent lots paled in comparison. Most hovered around 2 or 300,000 yuan, leaving attendees mildly underwhelmed. That changed halfway through when Yuan produced a golden toad, resembling a tea pet, about the size of a clenched fist gleaming richly under the lights. She announced a Republican-era tea pet, a golden toad exquisitely carved with lifelike precision, aged gracefully, its patina deep and natural, its presence vivid and animated. Starting bid 200,000 yuan. Minimum increment 10,000. Bidding begins now. Judging by its size, even if less than half its mass were copper, the 20,000 starting price offered solid margin. Huang Yu instantly activated his Ling Yun eye and recoiled in astonishment. An extraordinarily dense, vibrant spiritual aura pulsed forth from within the toad. Without hesitation, he watched the price climb to 250,000, then interjected decisively 300,000. A Fivethazandiyuan leap intended to deter rivals outright. This was the first time Huang Yu and his group made a bid in their private box, naturally drawing extra attention and inciting curiosity about whether the golden toad was a treasure. Unfortunately, after a few glances, no one could discern anything yet. That didn't stop others from raising the bid, stating 300. Huang Yu didn't expect someone to raise the bid. Could it be that others recognized its value? Without hesitation, he said 350,000. Upon hearing Huang Yu raise the price to this amount, the expressions of Qingxi Tan Yuan, Yin Yanqing, and Lu Bairu in the box turned curious as to why Huang Yu suddenly decided to take action with such determination. However, they all understood that it wasn't the right time to ask. Even if they had overbid, they could still bear the cost. Outside the box, people's expressions varied. Some speculated that something unique had been discovered, some guessed it was merely personal preference, while others thought it was just a clueless fool trying to act knowledgeable. At that moment, a provocative voice suddenly called out loudly, "Why is the current young leader of the Southern generation bidding so cautiously and hiding so much? It's infuriating." 400,000. His voice prompted various guesses among the crowd as they turned their eyes to the Qingxi box, instantly recognizing who was speaking, for it was known that the trend-setting Wen Zhengming's small script and Song Rusi belonged to this opportunist. An uninformed person in the hall remarked, "Wasn't it said to be a woman beautiful as a flower captivating the world? Why does it sound like a man's voice?" Another person nearby disdainfully replied, "Look at you, otherwise how could anyone pick up a bargain? The moment she bids, who wouldn't follow suit? She must have seen something." Someone else chimed in, "What a cunning feeling." Unfortunately, after he finished, he noticed the person beside him glaring with fiery eyes, clearly furious, realizing he had angered the crowd. He quickly changed his tone, saying sharp and extraordinary with unmatched insight. After saying this, he glanced at the person beside him, sighed in relief, and silently thought how close he had come to disaster. Huang Yu and the others looked towards the box of the speaker, but unfortunately, they could see nothing. Frowning, they felt an overwhelming anger, with Yin Yanqing directly stating, "This bastard has a problem. He clearly wants to drag Qingxi down and undermine her reputation." Tan Yuan evidently recognized the voice from earlier and said it's because Sister Qingxi is overshadowing them, leaving them gasping for breath. Heard that some elders directly arranged for their juniors to compete with Qingxi and see who was superior. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi, who appeared calm and relaxed, and asked, "Qingxi, am I going to cause you trouble?" Qingxi's eyes sparkled bright and profound like stars, mysterious, yet vast, her lips curving slightly as she shook her head and said, "It's just a small matter. They are merely trying to test the waters and see if there are any secrets." Upon hearing Qingxi say this, he no longer felt troubled and quickly declared 500. Perhaps feeling ignored by Qingxi, or perhaps wanting to witness the golden toad's splendor, he added, "We wish to come forward and take a look. Please pause the auction for a moment." Yuan immediately began inquiring about the decision from above. They feared being outbid by Qingxi, in which case they would truly be embarrassed. After a brief wait, it was announced, "You may wait 5 minutes. Those with ideas can take a look." Of course, with so many people, it was clearly addressed to those in the box, as most of them had far greater financial power and insight than those in the hall. Before long, 30 people surged forward, about 10 of whom were elders while the rest were from the younger generation. Suddenly, Tan Yuan looked at one of the figures and exclaimed, "Elder Yi is also coming up. Sister Qingxi, it seems your reputation has garnered significant attention from the older generation." Qingxi also turned to look, and indeed, when Elder Yi arrived, the crowd immediately gave way. Elder Yi did not hesitate and proceeded to examine the item. Unfortunately, a minute passed just like that. Elder Yi frowned, and after putting it down, he turned and left, clearly burdened with thoughts, unable to comprehend why Qingxi and her group had taken action over something so ordinary and unremarkable. Seeing Elder Yi's expression, everyone clearly guessed it wasn't anything rare. However, a few persistent individuals still tried to examine it, but ultimately, it was a wasted effort. The man who had provoked Qingxi also examined it, his expression extremely grim, looking dark and deep, clearly having found nothing noteworthy. Huang Yu looked at him and asked, "Brother Tan, who is he and why would he provoke Qingxi?" Tan Yuan suddenly chuckled disdainfully and replied, he is a descendant of a famous antique family in Modu with top-tier insight and knowledge among the younger generation, but unfortunately, he is narrow-minded and overly self-important, always wanting to be the leader of the younger generation. He continued to smile, observing the awkward and powerless look on that person's face as he said the Hua family in Modu is indeed a significant promoter of the commercialization of antiques, earning quite a bit of money. But this heir is just too ordinary. Qingxi, however, looked at him indifferently, even revealing a hint of disdain, disagreeing, as she said the path of commercialization is normal, yet it has muddled the antique market, creating chaos with counterfeit goods rampant and deceit thriving. Taking a deep breath, she collected her emotions and added, we are not on the same path. The disparity in our philosophies naturally leads to significant contradictions. As the time approached, the alluring and enchanting Yuan gently said 5000, is there any? In the Hua family's box, Hua Chuhua, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said 55000. Huang Yu didn't expect that guy to dare place a bid. Oh, wasn't he afraid of being stuck with it? But Huang Yu would not back down, directly raising the bid to 6000. Indeed, once again the price set by Huang Yu caused a stir, with everyone discussing and speculating about the situation. Even at that moment, an elder Yes Box, he shook his head in regret and said the girl from the Morong family doesn't seem like someone who would lose her composure. How could she be competing with that Hua heir? Then he questioned again, could it be that there really is some secret that only she has seen? Just like old Shin Cunning, and Hua Chuhua was furious. Now it was wrong to raise the bid for fear of being tricked, and wrong not to raise it for fear of losing face. Caught in a dilemma, he decided to make one final bid, saying, I want to see how much you Morong Qingxi can bid 65. Huang Yu also found himself in a dilemma, unable to retreat. Fortunately, he had long anticipated that reputation would bring endless trouble to someone without a foundation and had already made plans. Without waiting for Yuan to speak, he directly raised the bid to 8000. As soon as Huang Yu finished his bid, the scene fell into a momentary silence, followed by those who loved the spectacle urging him on. Mr. Hua, don't be afraid, just go for it. Mr. Hua, don't worry, we support you. Mr. Hua, our modus face rests on you. Qingxi goddess, are you trying to trick that fool Hua? Fool Hua, you don't even look at your own worth, thinking you can compete with Qingxi. The constant chorus of voices made one want to laugh and cry, yet there was nothing to do but let it be. Hua Chuhua listened to the various conversations in the hall, anger rising within him. With no way to back down, he stood up and shouted, 9000. Huang Yu furrowed his brows. Could it be that they would miss out like this? The ongoing tension made it impossible to predict where the price would end up. Perhaps Qingxi sensed Huang Yu's hesitation and conflict. With a slight smile, she said, if you truly like it, what's wrong with a higher price? After all, such a connection is indeed rare. Tan Yuan clearly thought it wasn't worth it, shaking his head and remaining silent. Yin Yanqing, on the other hand, naturally didn't care, as she managed the auction house and was already accustomed to such situations. The one most anxious was Lu Bairu, her hands pressed tightly against her chest, looking at Huang Yu with worry and uncertainty about how to speak. Her curvaceous figure swayed due to her rapid breathing. The tension flushed her face, making her even more enchanting, but unfortunately no one was there to appreciate her beauty. At this moment, Yuan on the high platform spoke for a while before starting the countdown, saying, 9000, is there a higher bid? 3-2. As she began the countdown, Hua Chuhua saw that Kings's box did not place a bid, and his anger reached a boiling point. He cursed, damn it, that bitch, I've been tricked. After saying that, he added indignantly, next time I will definitely reclaim this place and show you who's boss. Huang Yu, hearing the countdown, pondered for a moment before saying 100. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Hua Chuhua let out a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't short on money, who would want to be the fool in front of so many people? Laughing heartily, he said, then congratulations to Miss Morong. 1 million for a Republican-era tea-pet golden toad. Such extravagance deserves our admiration indeed. Anyone could hear the mockery in his tone. Such blatant provocation was truly displeasing and even loathsome. As expected, at this price, no one dared to raise their bid, fearing they would become the next victim. Originally, the auction house estimated around 300, but Yuan, seeing it suddenly reach 1 million, was obviously delighted and began the countdown, saying 321. Congratulations to Miss Morong for winning this Republican golden toad. When Huang Yu heard the gavel strike, his anxious heart finally relaxed, filled with joy deep within. However, hearing Hua Chua's aggressive remarks, Huang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and said, everyone may have misunderstood, it wasn't Miss Morong who made the purchase. It was me who saw it and felt the connection, so I bought it. In an instant, everyone was speechless, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. He could have said this earlier to avoid wasting expressions. Hua Chuhua, upon hearing this, became even angrier and smashed his cup. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the auction house, further humiliating him. Someone in the hall mocked, what a fool. After competing for so long, he doesn't even know who the real buyer is. I think we should stop calling him Young Master Hua and just call him Blind Hua. Qingxi is truly clever, as she can toy with the foolish Hua without even bidding. This was the first time Tan Yuan saw Huang Yu so aggressive, and with a sly smile he asked, brother, have you figured something out? Be honest. Huang Yu knew that if the item was truly precious, everyone would find out sooner or later. Trying to sound profound, he said, I've only seen it in books and have some guesses, but it's not certain. We'll know when we go back to check. Yin Yanqing was shocked, her mouth agape, eyes showing disbelief as she murmured, you didn't just stumble upon a treasure, did you? Lu Bairu and Su Qi knew that Huang Yu had a knack for finding hidden treasures, but they clearly did not expect him to do so in such a situation. Su Qi sighed, saying, Mr. Huang is truly remarkable, always surprising us. He shouldn't be underestimated. Watching Huang Yu's bidding today, she felt that 1 million was just average for him, and planned to communicate more to see if he was truly as mysterious as rumored. On the contrary, Qingxi appeared to be the calmest, feeling out of place in the tense atmosphere of the whole box. Looking at everyone's expressions, she teasingly said, did you not see him return with a full load last time? Don't be fooled by his youthful and inexperienced appearance. Huang Yu, hearing Qingxi's words, blinked innocently and chuckled softly, not daring to respond. He thought to himself, after all, Qingxi is my wife, how can I describe her as a little fox? Soon the auction resumed, but there were no treasures that could be found. Tan Yuan and Yin Yanqing made a few bids, but ultimately dropped out as the prices were not reasonable. Tan Yuan looked at the prices rising unrealistically and joked, what a bunch of fools. With such high prices, aside from collecting, selling them later will be difficult. Huang Yu smiled proudly, saying, Brother Tan Si, bidding early has its advantages. The prices are only climbing. Tan Yuan snorted coldly and replied, I'm not foolish. Finding hidden treasures is the joy. Such high-priced auctions are meaningless. Lu Bairu chuckled and said, Mr. Tan is indeed unique, unlike others who love to show off, wanting all out. Everyone could see the unwillingness in Tan Yuan's eyes, though he pretended to be indifferent. However, his self-control was admirable. After all, he was not lacking in money. The group laughed, but said nothing more, not exposing him. Suddenly Yuan on the high platform excitedly said, everyone please be quiet. We are about to present today's finale treasure, which will surely make this trip worthwhile. Then they saw 2 adult men struggling to carry a wooden box measuring 4 to 5 meters long and placing it on. Yuan wasted no time and directly opened the wooden lid, revealing a gun inside, which elicited various reactions from the crowd: surprise, confusion, and curiosity. Clearly no one recognized the origins of this gun at the moment. However, both Qingxi and Tan Yuan were extremely shocked, their eyes revealing an expression of utter disbelief, as if this mysterious gun had an incredible background. Tan Yuan muttered to himself, wasn't it said that this gun had long vanished from the annals of history? How could Huang Yu observed the crowd's expressions? Although he didn't know what the treasure was, it didn't stop him from using his Lingyun item. To his shock, the gun was over 4 meters long, with an exceptionally dense spiritual essence. However, unlike other spiritual essences, this one was blood red, filled with a murderous aura, cold and unyielding. Huang Yu felt as if his soul was shrouded by this killing intent, not daring to look any further. He quickly closed his eyes and retracted his Lingyun eye, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. His whole demeanor appeared haggard, spiritless, with inner energies surging and heart racing. He had no choice but to keep his eyes closed, afraid to think or look around. After a while he opened his eyes and sighed. What a formidable weapon! Even after all this time, it still commands awe and instills fear, making one reluctant to face it directly. Qingxi and Tan Yuan looked at Huang Yu with curiosity, noticing his embarrassment. Qingxi asked with concern, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much and looking so pale? Huang Yu shook his head, unwilling to reveal the truth, and replied, maybe it's just that the environment is too enclosed, and sitting for too long made me a bit dizzy. He could only spout nonsense. At that moment, Lu Bairu quickly got up, holding a cup of warm water, and gently said, here, drink some water. Do you feel any better? Huang Yu indeed felt a bit thirsty and immediately took the cup, drinking it in one gulp. He let out a sigh, feeling much more relaxed, and smiled as he said, thank you, Bairu. I feel much better now. Lu Bairu chuckled and shook her head, choosing not to speak further, but glanced again at the spear on the high platform. Tan Yuan wore a somewhat teasing expression and said, brother, this is too exaggerated. It's completely the rhythm of being drained dry. Huang Yu, unaware of Tan Yuan's lewd words in front of so many women, immediately turned red, feeling embarrassed. The women glared at Tan Yuan with cold huffs, their eyes filled with killing intent, causing Tan Yuan to shrink his neck in fear. Fortunately, at that moment, Yuan on the high platform spoke up, saving Tan Yuan from his awkward situation. She said, I believe everyone has heard of the owner of this spear, the renowned Yang family, General Yang Lulang's Li. Ignoring the chaotic noise from below, Yuan continued, the entire spear is made of refined iron, measuring 4 meters and weighing around 60 kilograms, with a spearhead as slender as a reed leaf, crafted from fine steel tempered with silver, able to pierce through tough armor. It is the weapon of Yang Yinzhao Yang Lulang of the Northern Song dynasty. With this spear he defended 3 passes, fought against the Khitan, killed countless enemies, protected the vast lands, and safeguarded numerous descendants of the Huaxia, leaving a legacy for generations to come. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu exhibited a look of realization. No wonder there was a blood-red spiritual aura, so intense was the killing intent. It was originally his weapon, having fought countless battles alongside Yang Liulang, stained with blood countless times. Everyone present, whether in private rooms or the hall, was utterly shocked. Although many had speculated somewhat the moment she revealed it, they still found it hard to believe. Such a national treasure re-emerging into the world appearing at an auction evoked a myriad of emotions, leaving people feeling wistful. Qingxi gazed longingly at the Louis spear on the screen, her eyes reflecting a blend of affection, regret, joy, and sadness, a complex array of emotions. Huang Yu, however, felt little fluctuation in his heart. After all, such a precious treasure was beyond his reach. He turned to Tanyuan, who seemed equally disinterested, and said, "Brother Tanyuan, aren't you thinking of bidding for it?" Tanyuan looked at Huang Yu with a foolish expression, disdainfully saying, "What a waste of expression. How could something like this fall into civilian hands? Even if you could acquire it, it would be a hot potato, only briefly possessed, not something to keep for long. What use is it?" Just then Yuan on the high platform playfully said, "Each private room can send one person up for a closer look. Those who want to see should hurry, time is limited." After finishing, she tilted her head and blinked her sparkling eyes, both sexy and cute. This elicited a storm of screams from the crowd below, as the sudden burst of fresh cuteness made them like her even more. The people in Huang Yu's private room exchanged glances, finally looking at the still infatuated Qingxi. Yin Yanqing said, "Qingxi, hurry up and go see it. After you check it out, come back and tell us what mysteries the Louis spear, one of the top 10 famous spears of ancient times, holds." Although Huang Yu and Tanyuan also wanted to go up, their desire was not strong. Instead, it was Qingxi who remained completely captivated from start to finish. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, and Tanyuan nodded, and without hesitation stood up and playfully said, "Then I shall reluctantly go take a look, don't be jealous." After saying this, she burst into laughter. Her words left everyone in the room stunned, and by the time they wanted to retort, Qingxi had already left the room, heading towards the high platform. Huang Yu watched Qingxi's stunning figure, inwardly sighing. Qingxi has indeed been influenced, but it seems not too bad. If only I could have her like this tonight. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited, with endless restlessness inside. Indeed, Qingxi's influence was enough to make the younger generation admire and look up to her. As she walked toward the high platform, all eyes were focused on her, making her the most eye-catching presence in the entire auction house. People of all ages, regardless of gender, were eager to uncover the secrets of this goddess, who had been picking up treasures one after another. Qingxi greeted the elders standing in front of her, nodding and smiling slightly, as she said, "Seniors, please take a look." Elder Yi and the others were equally courteous, nodding in response. Elder Yi waved his hand and said, "Little girl Moron, you should come up, as well as such a long way, it seems only fitting." Being personally invited by a figure like Elder Yi, a master of antiques, naturally made Qingxi stand out even more among the younger generation. It also indicated that Qingxi's abilities had gained the recognition of the older generation, and she would soon be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Qingxi graciously nodded and stepped forward to observe. Huang Yu watched her among the row of elders, appearing exceptionally dazzling, causing countless young people to feel disheartened at the thought of competing with her. Of course, there were also some proud individuals with keen eyes and remarkable backgrounds who were not convinced. However, given Qingxi's track record, they could only compete silently among themselves. Huang Yu observed the several elderly figures on the high platform, watching intently. Their expressions grew increasingly serious, clearly having confirmed that this was indeed an authentic item. He said, "It seems it really is the Louis spear, one of the top 10 famous spears, the weapon of Yang Lulang." Tanyuan nodded in agreement, saying, "I just wonder if it is an heirloom or has been unearthed. Otherwise it would cause another uproar affecting who knows how many people." He sighed deeply after finishing. Yin Yanqing had a different speculation, pondering for a moment before confidently saying, "It should be an heirloom or unearthed a very long time ago. Otherwise, with those individuals' temperaments, they would have turned hostile long ago, yet they could still watch so calmly." Indeed, those capable of reviving an antique auction house are not simple figures. Their wisdom is extraordinary. Once Elder Yi and the others returned to the private room, it was evident that Elder Yi could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately called to report to the capital, saying, "The antique conference has revealed Yang Luling's Louis spear, likely unearthed early in the Republic era. It is undoubtedly genuine." A commanding voice came from the other end, saying, "This group has kept it well under wraps, no news leaked beforehand. Rest assured, Elder Yi, there won't be any unexpected developments. As long as foreign forces are involved, you can allocate the funds at your discretion." Elder Yi nodded, understanding the underlying implication, and said, "All right, let it be like this for now." He then sighed with a hint of a smile, saying to those accompanying him, "Be sure to keep an eye out. If foreign forces take action, we must intercept them." After Qingxi returned, several people immediately rushed to her, eagerly asking, "So, Sister Qingxi, is it a legendary one?" Among them, Tanyuan was the most impatient, especially since it wouldn't be a legendary item if not. The next period of time is likely to get busy again. Huang Yu and the others were also very curious, staring at Qingxi intently, but unfortunately Qingxi did not keep them in suspense, and simply stated, "It is, and it isn't." Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces filled with various speculations, Qingxi mischievously continued, "It has been unearthed for about 100 years, and has been kept in collection since then. One can still feel the cold light shining on the iron armor, the murderous intent lingering. I truly wonder how many fierce battles occurred back then, and how many foreign tribes were slaughtered. As she spoke, her tone grew heavier, and her expression inevitably turned melancholic, lost in boundless rem. Huang Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief as long as it was not something unearthed in recent years, otherwise they would probably face a strict investigation. They had to be cautious when dealing with antiques to avoid getting caught in traps. Tan Yuan was the most joyful, fully reverting to his carefree demeanor. With his legs crossed munching on seeds while humming a little tune, he provocatively looked at Yin Yanqing and said, "How much do you think it will finally sell for?" "I think it will definitely not be less than 60 million. Everyone turned to Yin Yanqing, who was equally confident, and boldly replied, "What, young master, Tan, do you want to bet again?" "I would be more than happy to accompany you." She finished with a keen look in her eyes fixed on Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan smiled nonchalantly, appearing composed, and said, "How do we bet, you tell me?" Completely ignoring Yin Yanqing's assertive pressure. Yin Yanqing perhaps also knew her momentum was ineffective against Tan Yuan, and playfully giggled, "I bet it will definitely break 90 million. If I win, you just need to provide me with another item of the same caliber from the last auction to sell. If I lose, you can choose any one item from the auction warehouse. How about that?" Tan Yuan rolled his eyes at this, knowing that Yin Yanqing had been looking for antiques to participate in this month's auction, and the items in the warehouse were either not valuable or high-quality replicas. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that their auction house's appraisers were also decent, although not particularly impressive. He readily replied, "Fine, I accept." Yin Yanqing was very satisfied and confidently asked, "Qingxi and Xiao Yu, do you two want to join in?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Qingxi chuckled and shook her head, directly refusing, as participating in such things was quite boring for her. Huang Yu also thought of this and said with great interest, "All right, count me in." Although Yin Yanqing did not drag Qingxi into it, having Huang Yu and Tan Yuan was still very pleasing. Looking at Lu Bairu and Su Qi's smiles, one could tell how much they had been affected by recent setbacks. Sure enough, the starting bid was set at 10 million RMB, and each increment could not be less than 1 million. It was astonishing, and it seemed a record was about to be broken. In an instant, the price indeed broke 20 million. Someone from Tan Yuan's family had a fondness for such ancient weapons and called out a few bids, but once it reached 30 million, they directly gave up. Feeling a bit melancholic, he said, "It's a pity it's at an auction. If it were privately sold, it would definitely be obtained to be cherished and to admire its unparalleled elegance." Huang Yu, who did not have a fondness for collecting weapons, looked at Tan Yuan's dejected and lonely expression and comfortingly said, "Brother Tan, if I find any ancient weapons I like, I will definitely keep them for you." Tan Yuan understood Huang Yu was comforting him, but he also knew it wasn't easy to find good deals. Nevertheless, he cheerfully replied, "Thank you, my brother, but what's meant to be won't be forced." As the price broke 40 million, it was evident that those bidding now were all in the private rooms, and the number of participants was very few, not even 10 people, giving a sense of exhaustion. Huang Yu looked expectantly at Yin Yanqing, who was sitting with Qingxi, white and sexy, beautiful, yet charming, strong, yet wise, completely different from Qingxi's temperament. "Bossy, and it seems we will need to pay a visit to your warehouse later to take a closer look." Yin Yanqing snorted disdainfully, her brows raised in contempt, and arrogantly replied, "Those big shots haven't even made their move yet, why the hurry?" Huang Yu just realized that those internet tycoons had yet to act, and to say they had no interest was completely nonsense. He exchanged a glance with Tan Yuan, both feeling a bit insecure. Just then a familiar voice rang out saying 45. Indeed, old Yao had started to bid. Unwilling to be left out, old Ding also chimed in saying 50 million. Yuan was momentarily confused by the sudden bidding from several big shots, but quickly regained her composure and excitedly said, "General Ding has bid 50 million, is there a higher bid?" Evidently, in her excitement, she didn't realize her strapless dress had slowly slipped down, beginning to reveal more. This provided a feast for the eyes for the onlookers below, whose spirits were further heightened. Su Qi watched as these men were crazed by her beauty and said irritably, "If you are so revealing, you might as well not wear anything." Huang Yu and Tan Yuan pretended not to hear, not daring to respond, still enjoying the beautiful scenery. At that moment, a calm and unfamiliar voice rang out saying 55 million. Yuan was shocked once again. Even though she was seasoned, she had never encountered such bidding. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she said, "Mr. Li has bid 55 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The crowd below began to murmur, exclaiming, "That's the voice of Mr. Li, the solar energy tycoon. Truly remarkable. Each bid is an increase of 500,000. Tan Yuan seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be him, the captain of the solar energy industry, who has made a fortune in recent years." Huang Yu and the others were not familiar with him, but understood that the solar energy industry had been booming in recent years, revealing expressions of realization. At this moment, another unfamiliar voice rang out, speaking with a confident tone, 60 million. Yuan was no longer as shocked as she had been at the beginning, but her smile became even more charming, her movements more seductive, and the exposed areas of her figure increased. Breathless and full of charm, she said, "Mr. Zeng has bid 60 million. Is there a higher bid?" At this time, the audience below immediately erupted, saying, "That's Mr. Zeng, the leader in the new energy vehicle battery sector. I didn't expect him to show up." Someone nearby remarked others have money, but nowhere to spend it. Investing in antiques is not a bad idea. Tan Yuan evidently recognized him, angrily stating these leaders in the new energy sector all have plenty of cash. How can others compete? At this moment, Elder Ye's voice suddenly sounded, saying 62 million. Everyone was obviously familiar with Elder Ye's voice, which also represented the official stance. Nobody expected Elder Yi to bid, shocking everyone, while also prompting deeper thoughts. Mr. Li, who was involved in photovoltaic energy, sat in the private room lost in thought. After a moment, he made up his mind and said 63 million. This price was skillfully quoted, sparing Mr. Ye's face while also gaining an upper hand. At this moment, another unfamiliar voice rang out loud and full of confidence, saying 65 million. Yuan clearly was very familiar with this person, her tone dripping with the charm of a young woman as she said Mr. Jian offered 65 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is one of the top 10 renowned weapons from ancient times, the weapon of Yang's sixth son. Her gaze was directed towards Mr. Jian's private room, alluring and filled with desire. Huang Yu observed Yuan's expression and inwardly lamented how nice it was to be wealthy. It seemed like a rhythm of sending oneself right to the door. He asked Tan Yuan, who is this brother Tan? Tan Yuan closed his eyes, reminisced for a moment, shook his head, and had no recollection. This left everyone quite curious, astonished that even Tan Yuan did not recognize him. At this moment, Su Qi suddenly opened her mouth wide and stammered, isn't that Mr. Jian, the leader in medical beauty? I've heard that many stars have used their products to look much younger. They've been quite popular in recent years. Also, this is a business catering to women. No wonder they spend money so extravagantly and are so favored by ladies. Mr. Zheng wouldn't stop there. With great enthusiasm, he boldly increased the bid to 70 million. This price had already satisfied the seller and the auction house, but who would complain about having more money? Naturally, the higher the price, the better. Although Mr. Yi was of advanced age, his gaze remained sharp, firmly remembering his historical mission as he stated 71 million. At this moment, when everyone heard Mr. Yi call out a bid once again, they understood the official's intention, which was not to see Mr. Zheng obtain this national treasure, the Louis Gun. Hearing Mr. Yi once again counter his bid, Mr. Zheng felt an anger that was hard to express. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage and understood Mr. Ye's intention, fearing he would take this gun out of the country. Thus he loudly declared 80 million. Mr. Yi did not expect Mr. Zheng to be so unyielding, but regardless, he would not back down, his resolve growing even firmer. Just then a voice that everyone was very familiar with rang out, saying, I think everyone should stop competing and harming the... I will bid 85 million and donate it to the Kaifeng Museum, allowing this Li gun to return to Tianbo Mansion as a tribute to the Yang family generals who protected the rivers and mountains and the people. Hearing this voice, the crowd below grew even more excited, for it was all too familiar. Once a life mentor, a titan of the internet. Even though the stormy seas of life had shaken him, his position in the business world remained unshaken. Moreover, he clearly stated he would donate to the museum. Who would risk ridicule to compete? Even if it broke the auction house's rules, the price was already nearly at its peak, and there was no need to offend old Ma, nor was there a desire to be scrutinized by the authorities. Thus the charming and alluring Yuan on the high platform said, Mr. Ma bid 85 million. Is there any higher bid? She repeated it once, seeing no competition. Then she said 85 million once, twice. After pausing and glancing around, she helplessly called out 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Ma from Shihu for successfully bidding 85 million for one of the top 10 renowned weapons, the Louis gun of Yanglulang. Once she finished speaking, it signified the complete end of this antique convention. Huang Yu and his group had only managed to secure one item. Huang Yu quickly made the payment and checked the item for any issues. Afterward, they headed straight to the restaurant as it was almost 6 o'clock and everyone was feeling hungry. When they arrived at the restaurant and sat down, she looked at the golden toad in Huang Yu's hand with curiosity and said, Xiao Yu, what secret does this golden toad hold? Saying this, she directly snatched the golden toad from Huang Yu's hand and began to inspect it. Huang Yu, seeing everyone's curious and gossiping expressions, casually remarked, it's just a matter of affinity, it's not like such treasures come easily. He certainly did not dare to reveal the truth, as it would lead people to question whether he had special abilities. Seeing Enin Xiong's expression after putting it down, everyone realized she had found nothing, and thus no longer paid attention, for who could consistently find treasures? That would be divine, not mortal. Enin Xiong looked at everyone and said, the 3 of us plan to head back right after dinner tonight. What about you? Do you want to join or stay a few more days? She thought for a moment. She had been away from the gathering treasure pavilion for too long and was genuinely concerned, saying, I'll return too. I have a lot to handle after being out for a few days. She then looked at Tan Yuan and Huang Yu. Tan Yuan shook his head a bit regretfully, saying, I still have to go to the capital. I'll head over after I finish my business. In truth, he wanted to see if old Shin and the others could also find treasures together. Deep down, Huang Yu still hoped she would stay and explore Suzhou City with him for a day before returning, but since she was worried about her home, Huang Yu naturally nodded in agreement, saying, anyway, I have nothing to do here, so I'll return with you. After the meal, they went to the hotel to pack their things, and after hurrying they arrived in Xiangyue City just before midnight. When Huang Yu and Qing Shi returned home, Qing Shi, feeling very tired, collapsed on the sofa and said, "Hubby, hurry and carry me to take a shower. I'm so tired and dirty." As she spoke, her hands were already positioned as if to be picked up. Huang Yu set down his things, looked at Qing Shi's exhausted face with tenderness, hugged her gently, kissed her forehead, and then walked towards the bathroom. After a night of intimacy, the two were too tired for anything to happen until the morning. Huang Yu woke up on time, gazing at the beautiful Qing Shi lying beside him. A sudden surge of desire welled up. The fragrant allure lingered, ebbing and flowing, never ceasing. They enjoyed the exhilarating speed on the highway, their spirits soaring and their souls began to drift. By the time they got up, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Qing Shi, with a charming pout, said, "It's all your fault. I'm going to be late." However, Huang Yu could clearly sense the unfulfilled desire revealed in Qing's eyes, the lingering allure. Huang Yu teased, "Then how about we just go this afternoon? Let's sleep a bit more." His eyes continuously sparked with flirtation towards Qing Shi, his hands roaming eagerly. Qing Shi shot Huang Yu an annoyed glance, allowing his actions, as she said softly, "I won't be back for lunch. Come and see my grandpa with me in the evening." As she finished speaking, she grabbed a sandwich, eating while walking. After Qing Shi left for the treasure pavilion, Huang Yu directly took out the golden toad to examine it. He discovered that the overall structure was intact with no mechanisms at all. No wonder neither Mr. Yi nor Qing Shi had uncovered its secrets. Looking at the golden toad, Huang Yu sighed with a hint of regret, saying, "It seems I can only break open the golden toad to see what secrets lie within." However, the golden toad was after all from the Republic era, and it had some flaws. Huang Yu took out his toolbox and began to carefully tap, and saw at the center of the golden toad with a file and saw. After about half an hour, Huang Yu finally managed to create a small opening. He dared not apply too much force, patiently grinding step by step, fearful of damaging the contents inside. As time slowly passed, the opening grew larger and deeper, and Huang Yu could already feel the object wrapped in. Carefully using a saw, he began to cut open the remaining 3 sides. As he approached the final moments, he directly used a file to smooth the edges, and the entire golden toad was split in half. An object wrapped in clay rolled out from inside, a gold piece, startling Huang Yu, who feared it might be damaged, rendering his efforts in vain. He picked it up and cautiously pried open the gold piece, removing the clay, and then washed it clean with water. A bead the size of a longan appeared before Huang Yu, shimmering in a deep emerald green. Huang Yu felt it in his hand. It was slightly cold, but he could not discern its material. However, he knew it was neither jade nor crystal. Holding the bead under the light, he examined it closely, discovering its beautiful color and semi-translucent quality, faintly glowing with the luminous energy increasing under the light. The entire bead emitted a beautiful fluorescence, and even when Huang Yu moved it away from the light, it still radiated a steady and gentle brightness. Huang Yu suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Could this be a luminous pearl?" Moreover, its color was a pure emerald green without a trace of impurities, and after half an hour its fluorescence remained as vibrant as before, beautiful and balanced, likely a top-quality luminous pearl. Huang Yu picked up the gold piece and noticed that it was engraved with a few characters, which vaguely translated to crown pearl. Huang Yu was taken aback, then greatly alarmed, wondering if this was one of the 9 pearls that had disappeared from Empress Dowager Six's crown throughout history. According to legend, the allied forces of England, Germany, and Russia invaded Beijing, and Cixi forbade the Chinese from retaliating, instead taking 4 of the 9 luminous pearls from her phoenix crown to offer to the invaders. At that time, Li Lianying was not present, so a palace made with the surname Wang was instructed to deliver them to the West Gate Hotel under the protection of soldiers, handing them over to representatives sent by Li Hongzhang. This 17-year-old maid cleverly escaped from her guards, possibly even intentionally letting herself escape, hiding the luminous pearls among the common people. During the early years of the new nation, these 4 luminous pearls were discovered in a worker's family. A child inadvertently found one while tearing apart a dirty little pillow. The couple then presented this priceless treasure to the state. This pillow had been given to them by an elderly woman they had once taken in, who, according to estimates, could very well have been that maid from years ago. Huang Yu noticed that the luminous pearl in his hand looked identical to the 4 that had been submitted, matching in color, size, and material, indicating they likely belonged to the same set. Huang Yu held it in his hand, pulled up the curtains, turned off the lights, and examined it carefully, finding it undeniably beautiful beyond compare. No wonder it was said to be Six's favorite. Then he felt a sense of urgency. Such a national treasure with significant historical importance, if news leaked, countless opportunists would surely appear to claim a share. He whispered, luminous pearl, for the safety of myself and my family, I can only let you lie in hiding for a while. Otherwise, such an ordinary find could endanger both myself and those around me." Huang Yu thus resolved that if it were to come to light and his background could not support it, then it should never see the light of day, returning to silence. He also reminded himself not to mention it to anyone, keeping the entire matter to himself to avoid irreversible changes that he would be powerless to alter, regretting it too late. He then once again concealed the luminous pearl, one of the pieces from Six's crown that had only just surfaced less than 2 hours ago, and sealed it away. He thought to himself that once he became powerful enough he would ensure the world could appreciate its beauty and boundless charm. Huang Yu chose to temporarily forget about the luminous pearl. After all, it was worth around 300 to 400 million, and being cautious was only natural. After finishing his lunch, Huang Yu rested for a while, read a book, and practice some calligraphy. Around 4:30, he drove Qingxi directly to the antique city to wait for her, planning to go to Old Shun's place together in the evening. By the time the two arrived at Old Shun's place, it was already around 6 o'clock, and dinner was ready waiting for Qingxi and Huang. After dinner, Old Shun said in his study the small script of Wen Zhengming on the Huadu Temple stele and the Songru porcelain jade pot are both here for you to take a look. Huang Yu gazed at the already mounted Huadu Temple stele, and indeed its artistic conception had risen to another level. It reminded him of the saying 3 parts in painting and calligraphy, 7 parts in mounting. Huang Yu was mesmerized repeatedly, saying good, good, good. Old Shun was very pleased, stroking his long beard, a glimmer of comfort flashing in his eyes, as he said, I believe this will serve as a reference for your cursive script practice. If he could glimpse the mystery within, perhaps he could advance further, reaching proficiency in no time. Huang Yu thought the same, but did not realize that Old Shun had already planned for him. He felt deeply touched and said, don't worry, grandfather, I will definitely practice my cursive script well. Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, her eyes filled with unexplainable tenderness, realizing that this little man was becoming increasingly interesting, and she unconsciously found his image deeply rooted in her heart. In a somewhat coquettish manner, she said to Old Shun, grandfather, let's leave the jade pot here for now. We'll take the Huadu Temple stele back with us. This had been agreed upon on the way. The security level at Old Shun's place, whether from the property management or his own villa, was not comparable to Huang Yu's. Old Shun, with his scholarly demeanor, looked at Qingxi and Huang Yu and said earnestly, you two just lack the air of a gentleman. Take what you should and leave what you should. Huang Yu and Qingxi exchanged glances in the air, as if they could not tolerate anyone else. Old Shun also noticed their unusual behavior, chuckling to himself as he shook his head, pretending not to see, yet the wrinkles in his eyes revealed his immense joy. The 3 of them chatted with Old Shun about the antique fair, discussing the Louis spear and their encounter with Old Yi and others. Old Shun jokingly scolded Old Yi is still as shameless as ever, wanting to borrow the Huadu Temple stele. That's like throwing a meat bun to a dog, one way with no return. He then lamented, however, he has dedicated his life to fighting for Chinese cultural relics, making significant contributions to the protection and restoration of museum artifacts, earning our respect. As it was already past 9 o'clock, Old Shun, being of advanced age, began to feel sleepy. Qingxi and Huang Yu had no choice but to bid farewell, and Old Shun did not keep them. As they were leaving, Old Shun looked at Huang Yu, affection for talent shining in his eyes, and said, little Yu, if you're not too busy during this time, you can come by my place often to deepen your foundation. Huang Yu understood clearly the implication of Old Man Shun's words. It seemed he intended to teach him personally. All along he had relied on the Lingyun eye and his own reading to gain insights. The lack of a complete inheritance was Huang Yu's greatest flaw. If he could fill this gap, the secret of the Lingyun eye could be better concealed, and he could truly learn something valuable. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Huang Yu solemnly performed a junior salute to Old Man Shun, feeling a surge of emotions within as he said, thank you, grandfather. I will work hard. Old Man Shun did not shy away from Huang Yu's bow. Instead, he grew even more appreciative of him. However, he soon let out a deep sigh. Qingxi also sensed Old Man Shun's regret and expectation, and with a cold snort she said, grandfather, are you wishing that if Xiao Yu weren't my husband you could take in a disciple of unparalleled talent instead? She then added angrily, how can you think like this? Trying to poach your own granddaughter's husband. Old Man Shun looked at Qingxi, slightly annoyed, and realizing his thoughts had been uncovered, he casually said, all right, it's late now. You can either go back or stay here. I need to rest. After saying that, he ignored Huang Yu and Qingxi, directly leaving the study to head to his bedroom. However, unbeknownst to them, a smile was plastered across Old Man Shun's face. He was evidently very pleased. After all, teaching Huang Yu was just like mentoring a disciple. Not only would it bring him glory, but it would also allow the legacy to continue. On their way back, Qingxi looked at Huang Yu, who was driving, as if he were the only one in her eyes. With deep affection and tenderness, she said, Xiao Yu, you should stay in grandfather's place and learn for a while. Don't go out too much. Huang Yu knew well that such opportunities were rare, and he nodded earnestly before asking, Qingxi, did you bring this up with grandfather? Qingxi chuckled lightly and shook her head, saying in a somewhat curious tone, I was planning to find an opportunity to mention it, but clearly today grandfather is appreciating your talent and thinks highly of you. Joy was evident on Huang Yu's face, and he drove noticeably faster. After about half an hour they returned washed up, and it was already 10:30. Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone together, Huang Yu would not miss such a beautiful moment. Of course, it was all about savoring fine tea amidst endless adventures. In the following days, half a month passed by, and Huang Yu lived a carefree and comfortable life, making rapid progress, while studying with Old Man Shun during the day. At night, he would return to shower Qingxi with affection, enjoying nights filled with joy, food, and wine. They divided 50 pieces of ancient artifacts, while Tan Yuan opted for the best Zigan jade, receiving only about 10 pieces. Most of the prices ranged from 100,000 to 200,000. Huang Yu directly asked Qingxi to handle the sales as there were too many items and it would take a considerable time to process them. During Huang Ye's study period with Old Man Shun, Yin Yanqing's monthly auction also successfully sold the Quan Yongtong Bao. Fortunately, a few Japanese, including the North Zhao sisters, participated, and they earned about 2 million altogether. Tan Yuan seemed to have matters to attend to and had not come to Shangyue City. Every phone call was brief. Just as Huang Yu emerged from Old Man Shin's place to find Qingxi, he unexpectedly saw Yin Yanqing there seemingly discussing something with her. Huang Yu approached and greeted Qingxi boss Yin. After sitting down, Qingxi poured him a cup of tea. Yin Yanqing looked at Huang Yu with a resentful gaze, even a bit dazed as tears began to well up in her eyes. This left Huang Yu perplexed. He glanced at Qingxi and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Qingxi chuckled lightly, sighing with a touch of sorrow, and said, "She's just being jealous coming here to question you." After saying that she found it amusing and laughed heartily, disregarding her image. Huang Yu was left bewildered, wondering what had happened. Yin Yanqing looked directly at Huang Yu, saying, "You clearly promised me that you would allocate some of the ancient artifacts returning from abroad for me to auction." She spoke with a sense of grievance, her expression sorrowful. Huang Yu suddenly recalled that day when Yin Yanqing had dressed exceptionally sexy and charming, even inviting him for a meal. He shyly admitted, "I seem to have forgotten my promise to you." Upon hearing this, Yin Yanqing's grievance deepened. Her eyes were full of sorrow, as if Huang Yu had deeply hurt her. Qingxi, unable to watch any longer, casually remarked, "If you continue to act so seductively, I might truly not share you anymore." Upon hearing this, Yin Yanqing immediately collected her expression, putting on the demeanor of a strong woman, her aura entirely different from before. With a sincere tone and a smile on her face, she said, "Thank you, Qingxi. It seems your love for me is genuine, unlike some men who take advantage and then deny it." Huang Yu knew that Yin Yanqing wouldn't let this go so easily. He rubbed his forehead and squinted his eyes. Hearing her bold words spoken in front of his wife made him feel quite embarrassed. Qingxi, aware of Yin Yanqing's intentions, merely indulged her with words. When it came to actions, she was more traditional than anyone. With a helpless sigh, she said, "Xiao, I'll also give you half of what I take. Are you satisfied now?" After saying that, she looked at Yin Yanqing with a hint of affection. Naturally, Yin Yanqing was very satisfied. What could be faster than this income from ancient artifacts? With a smile, she said, "All right, I'll come by tomorrow to collect it." She then looked at Huang Yu, reminding him, "Don't forget there's still one ancient artifact worth about 400,000 for..." Huang Yu naturally remembered, but he quickly replied, "I will definitely remember. When the time comes, if I find something suitable, Boss Yin's warehouse will have to open for me once, but if I find something valuable, don't blame me." Qingxi chuckled and said, "I haven't been to Yanqing's warehouse yet. I'll remember to call me when you go. I'd like to take a look." Yin Yanqing, aware of their intentions to find treasures, said, "Then it's settled. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." After saying that, she stood up to bid farewell to Huang Yu and Qingxi. In her heart, she thought, "When I return, I'll have people check everything again, letting you find treasures. Dream on." Then Huang Yu and Qingxi watched as the hurriedly departing Yin Yanqing both chuckled. After bidding farewell to the staff, they headed straight back. That evening, Huang Yu cooked while Qingxi assisted. After dinner, the two sat in the courtyard enjoying the coolness of the night. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi in the moonlight. She was enchanting and alluring with a celestial aura, elegant and noble. He wrapped his arms around Qingxi and kissed her. She had long since become accustomed to Huang Yu's sudden advances and responded affectionately. That night, they experienced another sleepless night. It seemed that Qingxi was particularly uninhibited this time. Every pose was irresistible. Indeed, love is sometimes a transformation between spirit and flesh, a mingling of souls. Awakening in the morning, Huang Yu felt for the first time a heavy head and light feet, a floating sensation, his legs weak, both exhausted and invigorated. Suddenly, Qingxi shouted, shocked and hesitant, "How could this happen?" Directly waking Huang Yu from his drowsiness, he immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong, Qingxi?" Holding Qingxi in his arms, he looked at her, who was still in doubt, feeling increasingly worried. Qingxi, in an exceptionally shocked tone, said, "Honey, after waking up, I actually found inner strength in my body. This is so sudden that I'm almost doubting whether I'm dreaming." Huang Yu gently pinched Qingxi, causing her to coquettishly say, "Don't move around, be still." Huang Yu grinned and said, "It seems it's not a dream after all." Huang Yu then pondered for a moment and said with some understanding, "Perhaps we were too absorbed last night, driving with great excitement, unknowingly entering a state where changes occurred. Plus, you were already just a step away, so crossing over might have been a natural progression." Huang Yu, not bothering to admire Qingxi's stunning figure, immediately said, "Qingxi, quickly stabilize your mind, operate your technique, and completely integrate it into yourself." Qingxi knew that Huang Yu also had inner strength and his experience was naturally much richer than hers. Without bothering to put on clothes, she immediately did as Huang Yu instructed and soon entered a certain state. Huang Yu observed Qingxi's demeanor and quietly left the room. Trying to circulate his inner strength, Huang Yu discovered that there was actually a slight increase, which left him pleasantly surprised, speculating, could it be that frequently driving also increases inner strength, or is it just a coincidence? Not able to figure it out, Huang Yu decided to stop thinking about it, grabbed something to eat, and sent a message to Elder Shen saying he had matters to attend to today and couldn't make it. Then he practiced calligraphy, and indeed inspiration surged his calligraphy skill, naturally deepening, becoming grand and majestic. It wasn't until around 1 in the afternoon that Qingxi finally woke up. Fortunately, Huang Yu had prepared food in advance. Watching Qingxi eat voraciously, it was no wonder the ancient said, "Lian is old, but can he still eat?" Huang Yu, seeing that Qingxi had nearly finished eating, chuckled and said, "Qingxi, have you never felt this hungry before? Don't worry, it will be a bit intense for the first few days, but it will get much better after that." Qingxi let out a soft hum, a bit dissatisfied, and said, "As long as I can cultivate inner strength, what's there to fear about eating this much?" She then asked, "Honey, how do you usually practice?" Huang Yu chuckled softly, feeling no need to keep secrets from Qingxi, and said, "Practicing calligraphy. I estimate that once I break through a stage in calligraphy, my inner strength will also follow suit, but later on it will become increasingly difficult to break through." Qingxi nodded in agreement. It was well known that calligraphy was notoriously difficult to master. Throughout the day, Qingxi and Huang Yu did not go out, with Huang Yu protecting and helping Qingxi become more familiar with her inner strength. In the following days, Huang Yu returned to Elder Shen during the day for studies and spent the evenings with Qingxi, enjoying themselves immensely, and their relationship deepened further. On Sunday, Huang Yu did not go to Elder Shen's place, but instead strolled through the antique market. As expected, the weekend crowds were much more vibrant, and there were more stalls than usual. After walking around, Huang Yu found nothing particularly special. After studying with Elder Shen for over 20 days, his discerning eye had improved rapidly, astonishing even Elder Shen with his learning speed. Huang Yu noticed a middle-aged woman around 50 years old, well-preserved, with a gentle demeanor, dressed appropriately, carrying a wooden box that seemed to contain an ancient zither. He had already seen her 2 or 3 times coming out of antique shops, each time with a worried expression, appearing dazed, likely because something was wrong with the item or the price was not suitable. Huang Yu was quite curious. Given her demeanor, she did not seem like someone who specialized in deceit. Curious about what she had, Huang Yu stepped forward and initiated a conversation. "Annie, may I take a look at the item you're planning?" The refined-looking aunt looked at Huang Yu, whose youthful and innocent face made her snort coldly and say, "Step aside, what does it have to do with you?" Huang Yu clearly understood, as she saw him as too young, thinking he was a drifter. He chuckled and said, "Don't misunderstand, Andy. I'm in the antique business and also collect antiques." Seeing her half-convinced, Huang Yu continued, "Besides, I'm just asking to take a look. What if I find it interesting? With so many people around, do you really think I would dare to snatch it?" The refined aunt sized up Huang Yu and saw that he was full of scholarly air. After having encountered difficulties a few times, she hesitantly said, "Can we just look here?" Huang Yu dared not look at it in such a public place. If it were to be accidentally knocked over, that would be a disaster. He pointed to a nearby tea house and said, "Let's go to the tea house. It's so hot outside, it'll be nice to have a cup of tea and cool off." The refined aunt nodded. After walking for about 2 minutes, Huang Yu requested a private room and ordered a pot of. Once they sat down and the tea arrived, Huang Yu asked the waiter to leave, then took a sip of tea and said to the refined aunt, "Auntie, please enjoy some black tea first. Do you mind opening it for me to take a look?" The refined aunt nodded and placed the wooden box on the tea table, directly opening it. As Huang Yu had guessed, it was indeed an ancient zither. Looking at it, Huang Yu understood why she had encountered difficulties. This was indeed a replica of an ancient zither. Although it appeared antique and weathered, the strings were made of composite materials using a combination of steel wire, nylon, and silk. The zither surface was made of paulownia wood, and the bottom was also made of paulownia wood, both coated with lacquer, which had some cracks and fissures. Huang Yu currently could not ascertain what the zither body was made from. However, once he held it, he found it surprisingly heavy. Although it was lacquered, it showed no signs of cracks or wormhole. Moreover, it was rare for both the zither surface and bottom to be made of the same material, and since the strings were entirely modern, it was no wonder those antique shops wouldn't buy it. Huang Yu had little hope for it, but did not understand why it was so heavy. To clarify, he directly used his Lingyun eye to look, and surprisingly, only the zither body emitted a balanced spiritual aura, which was not particularly rich. At this point, Huang Yu understood that it was indeed a treasure, but no one had discovered its uniqueness. Then he looked at the refined aunt as she drank tea, noticing that she seemed genuinely thirsty, having already consumed several cups. Perhaps sensing Huang Yu's gaze, she awkwardly put down her teacup and looked at Huang Yu with some anxiety, unsure whether the zither was genuine or not. Noticing the atmosphere had become a bit awkward, Huang Yu spoke. "First, Annie, how much are you planning to sell it for?" After saying this, he also took a sip of tea, which was indeed quite good, fragrant, and smooth. The refined aunt looked at Huang Yu in surprise. The people from those antique shops had only said they didn't understand the price without offering any. Not expecting Huang Yu to actually ask for a price, she said with some concern, "Young man, do you want to take a closer look?" Huang Yu could doubt his own eyes, but he absolutely trusted his Lingyun eye. Shaking his head, he said, "I feel a connection with it. How much do you plan to sell it for?" Looking at her kind reminder, Huang Yu realized that she was capable of thinking of a stranger even in her time of need, truly a kind-hearted person, and he admired her. The refined aunt seemed to have made a significant decision, her eyes firm and her expression sorrowful, as she said, 300,000. "I need 300,000 to get through this crisis." Huang Yu furrowed his brows, lost in thought. This price was acceptable, but he still hadn't figured out what kind of wood the guqin was made from. 300,000 felt a bit risky. Huang Yu looked at the elegant ant who gazed at him with a mix of hope, worry, and other emotions. He sighed and asked, "May I ask what exactly happened that requires so much money?" The elegant ant felt a bit sorrowful from Huang Yu's question, tears welling in her eyes, as she said, "My husband's business failed, and we've nearly exhausted our savings. Then he had a car accident and fell into a coma. We still need 30,000 for the surgery. Our 2 children just graduated from university and can't help." Huang Yu watched her tears flow incessantly and felt even more heartbroken. He could only hand her the tissue that was on. The immense pressure weighed upon her, forcing her to run around looking for ways to save her husband. With a choked voice, she continued, "My former business partners, relatives, and friends have all shut their doors to me. When they see me, they avoid me like I'm a plague." Huang Yu thought to himself, "Your family is bankrupt. Would they still lend you money? This is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. This guqin was given to me by my grandmother when I married, saying that I could sell it in times of hardship, perhaps to relieve my immediate troubles." Perhaps moved by her sincerity, Huang Yu thought that in today's world it's hard to find someone willing to give everything to treat their fallen husband. It's already a miracle if they don't run away. "I can offer 30,000 for it, and I hope your husband's surgery goes smoothly." The elegant ant looked at Huang Yu's agreement in shock and disbelief, her joy turning into tears, evoking deep sympathy. She said, "Thank you so much, really thank you." Huang Yu shook his head and replied, "No need. Perhaps I can still make a profit, maybe you'll benefit from this." He didn't want her to feel indebted to him, so he spoke honestly. The elegant ant remained incredibly grateful and understanding, saying, "So many antique shops didn't find it valuable. Your ability to profit is your own skill." The two exchanged contact information, and Huang Yu transferred the money to her. When the funds arrived, he felt his heart finally settle, and a sense of joy washed over him, making him feel younger. Huang Yu felt he might have saved a love story. As he walked through the antique street with the guqin case on his back, he certainly stood out, attracting quite a few glances. Huang Yu went directly to Zhu Baogu to have lunch with Qin Shi. Seeing Huang Yu carrying the guqin case, she giggled and said, "Could it be that young Master Huang has traveled here from ancient times, mastering all arts and skills?" Huang Yu, aware that Qin Shi was teasing him, smiled mischievously and said, "Of course, otherwise how would I get by?" He then placed the guqin case on the table and said, "Are you hungry? Let's eat first, we can look at the guqin later." Qin Shi patted her stomach, admitting she had been feeling hungry lately, and cheerfully replied, "Okay, let's go then." Huang Yu invited the restaurant staff to join them nearby for a meal. After everyone finished eating, Huang Yu wanted to explore a bit more, while Qin Shi and the others naturally returned to Zhu Baogu. As they left, Huang Yu provocatively said, "Qin Shi, let's see if you can discover the secret of that guqin before I return." After saying that, he left a figure disappearing into the crowd. Qin Shi laughed lightly, appearing unconcerned, exuding confidence and beauty. Now that Huang Yu had a rare opportunity to go out, he naturally wanted to explore until the end. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures blocked Huang Yu's path. He looked up, his eyes narrowing, and said playfully, "You two aren't planning to use the beauty trap again, are you?" "I'm not the type to fall for that." The Beichao sisters snorted coldly. If it hadn't been in a restaurant last time, Huang Yu might have devoured both of them. Beichao Fizi said in a flirtatious tone, "Mr. Huang certainly sold at a good price, but we've been badly deceived." The two in their sexy dresses and high heels looked out of place on the antique street. Huang Yu smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's all about maximizing benefits. Who would complain about having more money?" After saying that, he intended to leave. Every time he encountered this pair of sisters, it never turned out well. Picking up a bargain was Huang Yu's favorite. The Beichao sisters wouldn't let Huang Yu leave easily. They each took an arm, sandwiching him in between. Beichao Yingzi remained elegantly cold and alluring, her figure voluptuous. She said, "We sisters would like to ask Mr. Huang for a favor." Her tone was not in the least bit polite, cold, and ruthless. Huang Yu looked at the bustling street, carefully observing the three of them, not daring to act impulsively. He quietly said, "If you need a favor, you must clarify what it is. What do you need help with?" As he spoke, he moved to the side to avoid being watched in the middle. Fortunately, besides antique shops, there were many tea houses nearby. The three of them ordered a pot of tea at a tea house and requested a private room. Beichao Sakura took out a cup from her bag and carefully placed it on the table. Upon seeing its size, design, and glaze, Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "A chicken cup." The cup's shape was relatively short, yet it had a wide mouth, shallow belly, and a low foot, giving it the appearance of a mini water tank. Huang Yu glanced at it and smiled, saying, "There are only about 20 Ming Dynasty chicken cups in existence today. Do you really think yours could be genuine? That's wishful thinking." To his surprise, the Beichao sisters were not upset. Instead, they laughed contemptuously. The younger sister said, "Of course it can't be from the Chuzhong period, but what about from the Yongjing period?" After saying this, they stared intently at Huang Yu as if trying to detect any subtle expression. Huang Yu frowned, realizing there was some merit to it. He picked up the chicken cup and scrutinized it under the light. Finally, he shook his head and said, "That's not right. It should be a high imitation from the early years of the Republic of China." The Beichao sisters were immediately shocked. They had already consulted a senior who gave them the same answer. They just didn't trust him and sought out Huang Yu instead. Both sisters appeared despondent, their brows furrowed with disappointment, as the price they had paid for it couldn't have been low. Huang Yu marveled at how remarkably the imitation was crafted in exceptional art. Suddenly he recalled two individuals with whom he had significant grievances. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, a plan formed in his mind. He said, in fact, ordinary antique dealers may not be able to recognize it. As long as the news doesn't leak, there is still a chance to sell it. The Beichao sisters exchanged glances, collected themselves, and in a respectful tone asked, "Please teach us, Mr. Huang. We would be immensely grateful and will surely repay you handsomely." Huang Yu chuckled lightly, not taking their flattery to heart. As long as they didn't turn against him, he didn't think about repayment. He then carefully explained it to them again, addressing any gaps in their knowledge and ensuring everything was arranged properly. The three of them discussed for 2 hours, and it was nearly 4 o'clock when they parted ways. Huang Yu immediately contacted the old man Luo, whom he had met once, saying, "Old Luo, where have you been lately to find treasures? You must take this kid along to make some money." Old Luo took a moment to recognize Huang Yu's voice and jokingly scolded, "So it's you, little brat. You snatched a treasure from me last time, you're not thinking about doing it again, are you?" Huang Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Old Luo, please don't make fun of me. I wanted to ask if you know anything about the imitation chicken bowl from the Yongjing era." Old Luo was quite surprised and excitedly said, "Little Huang, you don't mean it's your own treasure, do you?" He continued, "Don't hide it from me. If it's real, I can offer a high price to acquire it." Huang Yu shook his head and sighed. "I saw one in an old house, but I wasn't sure at the time. After doing some research, it should be from that period." He then sighed, "Oh, what a pity." Old Luo seemed even more anxious than Huang Yu had imagined. His love for the Yongjing imitation chicken bowl exceeded that of ordinary antiques, and he eagerly asked, "What a pity about what?" Huang Yu, somewhat worried, replied, "It's a pity that by the time I went back it had already been acquired by a pair of twins, the same ones you saw at the ghost market, the two notorious sisters." Upon hearing this, Old Luo was alarmed and immediately said, "What? Those two have a deep understanding of Chinese culture. I wonder if they will let it go. Let me ask around, and you should inquire as well." Without waiting for Huang Yu to respond, he hung up the phone. Huang Yu then called Master Jiang from the Chuyu auction house and straightforwardly asked, "Master Jiang, I wonder if I could trouble you to look into something." Master Jiang, who was a bit excited to receive Huang Yu's call, knew about Huang Yu's treasure hunting abilities and confidently said, "Mr. Huang, please go ahead. I will not refuse if I can do it." Huang Yu pretended to be somewhat hesitant and said, "I happened to learn that a pair of sisters might have found an imitation chicken bowl from the Yongjing period. Do you know if it will be auctioned at your house?" After all, this could be considered inquiring about another company's internal affairs. Master Jiang was equally astonished and stammered, "Mr. Huang, are you sure?" He then turned the question back to Huang Yu. Huang Yu sighed with some worry and said, "I'm not sure, so could you help me ask other colleagues if they have any news?" Master Jiang readily agreed and said boldly, "Don't worry, if I find out anything I will make sure to get the details." Huang Yu politely replied, "Then I must trouble you, Master Jiang. Let's get together later and have dinner with President Yin and a few others." Upon hearing this, Master Jiang was naturally even happier. Although he was married, he enjoyed being with beautiful women, saying, "All right, I'll go inquire now." Huang Yu utilized the connections of a seasoned collector and a chief appraiser from the auction house, creating a stir in the antique world of Xianyue City, with rumors swirling everywhere. Many people even claimed to have seen the Kitagawa sisters appear in the antique city, speculating whether they intended to make a purchase or had already found a suitable buyer. This further confirmed the authenticity of the news, causing antique collectors and shop owners to pray for a chance to encounter the sisters and acquire the Yongjing imitation chicken bowl. At this moment, the Kitagawa sisters were at an old man's house, sipping tea and chatting. Lady Kitagawa said, "I hope the professor can keep the era of this chicken bowl a secret. If our family will be very grateful." The old man, who had studied abroad in Japan, had connections with the Kitagawa family, which held a certain status in business science and the film industry. Moreover, since they had a past friendship, it would not benefit him to disclose or conceal the information, so he nodded and promised, "Rest assured, I haven't seen any chicken bowls recently." After all, he was not being asked to publicly affirm that it was indeed an imitation from the Yongjing era. He certainly wouldn't do that, as he still had his pride. As time passed, it was almost 6 o'clock, and Huang Yu had already arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to pick up Qingxi and head back. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and now all that was needed was to wait for time to work its magic, making the entire situation increasingly mysterious and less predictable, while also enhancing its perceived authenticity. When Huang Yu picked up Qingxi on their way back, even though only about an hour had passed, Qingxi had already learned of it and thoughtfully asked, "Little Yu, do you think the Yongjing imitation chicken bowl could be real?" Huang Yu certainly knew it was fake, but he didn't want Qingxi to know that he had set this up to trap those two bosses, casually saying, "Who knows? I think they're going crazy over the idea of finding a treasure. A Yongjing imitation chicken bowl isn't cheap either, starting at 20 million. Qingxi nodded, no longer dwelling on it, but instead curiously asked, "Where did you get that guqin?" Huang Yu looked at her with a somewhat strange expression. Qingxi rarely showed such curiosity, so he told her about meeting the graceful aunt and her family just as they returned to the villa. Huang Yu took the guqin from the back seat, and the two walked straight to the study. Qingxi mysteriously asked, "Do you already know the secret of the guqin?" Huang Yu shook his head, then nodded, somewhat conflicted, saying, I noticed that there is something wrong with the guqin, but I couldn't determine the specifics of the situation. Qingxi nodded in agreement, somewhat emotional, saying, I have my suspicions, but it would ruin the beauty of the entire guqin. After saying this, she began to play the guqin that was already on the table. The sound of the guqin was melodious and clear, flowing gently with a hint of springtime, fresh and expansive, captivating the listeners. At the same time, Huang Yu realized that Qingxi played the guqin so well. This was the first time he had heard it, and at that moment he noticed that Qingxi, irrespective of her appearance, demeanor, or temperament, was a typical classical beauty. As the music came to a stop, Qingxi, somewhat regretful, said, It's a good guqin, but due to the dense and hard wood of the body, it sounds a bit low and gloomy. After saying this, she scraped some lacquer off in one corner, connecting with the patterns on the bottom of the guqin. The two were astonished to find that it was made of old sandalwood, primarily used for crafting small items like bracelets and trinkets. They did not expect the entire guqin body to be made from old sandalwood. Qingxi looked at the old sandalwood and sighed. Good people are indeed rewarded. Such a large piece is very rare. I just wonder if it's from Australia or India. However, it was clear that you made quite a profit, more than tenfold. Huang Yu looked at Qingxi, who had just played the guqin and already had thoughts on how to handle this guqin. He said, It doesn't matter where it's from, this guqin suits you perfectly, so we'll give it to you. Qingxi perhaps truly liked it and did not hesitate. Her eyes were filled with tender affection and love. Her face was sweet and blooming, her rosy lips elegant, yet charming, revealed teeth as white as jade. Gently caressing the guqin, she gazed deeply at Huang Yu and said, Thank you, my husband, let's embrace. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Huang Yu and Qing, she had just returned from their walk outside. While sitting in the courtyard sipping tea, Master Jiang suddenly called, saying, Mr. Huang, there are indeed a pair of sisters descended from pirates appearing in the antique city, and someone has seen them take out a chicken cup. Huang Yu replied with a hint of shock in his voice, So you mean they really have a high-quality replica chicken cup from the Yongjing era? Master Jiang sighed, speaking with uncertainty, They should have it, but I'm not sure about the specific era. We need to wait to see the actual item to know for sure. Huang Yu then asked, Do you have any news about those two sisters? He intentionally asked this to distance himself from the entire event, making it seem like he was uninvolved. Master Jiang sighed again, saying, They haven't returned to the hotel where they were staying, and no trace of them has been found. What he didn't know was that Huang Yu had already told them to hide their presence. They had their own hideout, and given their skills and investigative abilities, it was impossible for anyone to find them. After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. At the same time, Yin Yanqing called Qing, she asking about the same matter as the autumn auction was approaching, and there was still no suitable finale item. She naturally hoped to find the Beiqiao sisters and persuade them to auction at her place. While the finale item might be slightly lacking, it wouldn't be too far off. Huang Yu and Qing, she both found it somewhat amusing that a mere uncertain rumor had stirred the entire city, with everyone eager to get a piece of the action. Huang Yu did not contact the Beiqiao sisters, trying to avoid any potential complications from their interactions. At the same time, he asked Tin Yuan to help find someone to assist in obtaining a piece he had previously missed out on abroad, a unique Dotsai blue and white plate from the Jiaqing period. The requirement was to bring both of the antique shop owners by Lu and Lu to a designated tea house. As for whether the item could be sold, Huang Yu would pay him 5% of the value of the Dotsai plate. Sure enough, Tin Yuan immediately understood that Huang Yu intended to set a trap for Bai and Lu. He actually wanted to act too, but unfortunately he lacked the time, and given his current identity, it was inconvenient for him to do so. Tin Yuan said, No problem, just wait for my news. Tomorrow morning, I will have him contact you. After all, finding a reliable person was easy for him. Huang Yu knew Tin Yuan would definitely find a suitable candidate, saying, Then I'll leave everything to you, Brother Tan. When are you coming back? Old Shun has mentioned you several times. Tan Yuan, who missed Old Shun as well, said, Once I handle the matter with the Hongmen secret seal, I'll go visit the teacher. You must study well with the teacher, by then you will be the little disciple of the closed door. Huang Yu thought that becoming a closed-door disciple was impossible, but he would indeed become the teacher's grandson-in-law. After chatting a bit longer, they ended the call as it was late, and he still had to contact others. Huang Yu and Qing, she chatted for a while before going to sleep. By the next morning, Qing, she had already adopted Huang Yu's routine of morning runs, and both had grown accustomed to each other's presence, becoming more affectionate. After breakfast, Qing, she went to work while Huang Yu waited for the call from the assistant. He had agreed upon the time and place. After that, he took a taxi with the Dotsai plate to a cafe half an hour away, waiting for the assistant. Huang Yu noticed a person of medium build, slightly plump, wearing glasses, dressed appropriately, and behaving generously, who also had a slight air of the martial world. He said, Are you the guest introduced by Mr. Tan? Indeed, a young talent with exceptional eyesight. Huang Yu, listening to his idle chatter, got straight to the point, saying, Take a look at the item. If there are no issues, just handle it, as Brother Tan instructed. The assistant was not polite either. He picked up the Dotsai plate and began examining it. After a while, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes as he said, No problem, young brother, you have a good eye and great skill. Such treasures are rare these days. Smiling slightly, Huang Yu said, Thank you, but if it's below 600,000, it's not worth it. The market price was just over 500,000. In fact, 600,000 might be achievable at an auction house. The assistant nodded, indifferent to whether it could be sold, as he had already been promised his fee. He then took a sip of coffee and immediately said, "I will first arrange to meet with the two of them. If they find no problem with the photos, I will contact you again, young brother." Huang Yu nodded, smiling lightly, saying, "All right, keep in touch." After saying this, the assistant left, directly a smile on his face, clearly pleased to be involved in such a fortunate event. Huang Yu then went directly to old Shin's place, firstly to continue his studies, secondly to create an alibi, and thirdly to facilitate any necessary actions. By the time Huang Yu arrived at old Shin's villa, the assistant had just sent a message saying he had arranged to meet the two at 1 o'clock in the tea house. Huang Yu replied, "Understood, keep communicating." He then sent the address and time to the Beiqiao sisters, asking them to change into outfits that were slightly mysterious and to notify him when they arrived. As Huang Yu had anticipated, news had circulated throughout the night, becoming increasingly vague and mysterious. Antique shop owners, museums, and collectors alike had all sent people to investigate. Meanwhile, the Beiqiao sisters were still at the professor's house, having not gone outside. The professor had even called to say, "You two should hide for a while. The rumors outside are spreading like wildfire," making it seem quite credible. Beiqiao Fizi sweetly responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. We're not going anywhere, just waiting at home for you." Upon hearing her ambiguous words, the professor quickly hung up, fearing he might make a mistake and end up in a complicated situation. The Beiqiao sisters were surprised by the professor's call, realizing that the situation had become so complicated. They also deeply admired Huang Yu's scheming, feeling a slight wariness towards him within their hearts. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Beiqiao sisters had already changed and were waiting near the tea house. Meanwhile, the assistant, after having lunch, went directly to the tea house, already ordering a pot of tea while waiting for Bai and Lu. At the same time, he turned on the voice recorder on his phone, placing it on the table for Huang Yu to hear. Just past 1 o'clock, the two of them entered the tea house, chatting and laughing. Huang Yu aimed to trap these two bosses, Bai and Lu, who had caused them trouble several times. After chatting for a while, the assistant got straight to the point, pulling out images from his phone for them to see, saying, "You two can take a good look. The price is not cheap. I've been searching for a long time to find such a jiaqing official kiln piece." Indeed, the two had an extraordinary passion for antique official kiln porcelain. After all, as long as it was genuine, they wouldn't have to worry about selling it. Who wouldn't love something that could make money? They examined the piece for a while, and it seemed quite authentic, but they needed to see the actual item. Moreover, the assistant had a good reputation and keen insight. They exchanged glances, slightly nodding, and asked, "When can we see the actual item, and what is the asking price?" At that moment, Huang Yu called the Beiqiao sisters, informing them that they could now enter the tea house, having already been waiting. The Beiqiao sisters received a message from Huang Yu, wearing hats and dressed in casual outfits that concealed their voluptuous figures. Their appearance and demeanor were completely different from that day when they strolled through the antique market. However, if one looked closely, it was still quite obvious that they were the same two sisters from that day in the antique street rumored to possess the Yongzheng Dotsai chicken cup. Princess Baiqiu walked ahead, glancing at the private room whereby Lu and his companion were located. She entered the door casually, as if stepping into her own reserved room. The two bosses of Bai Lu were engaged in a serious discussion when the suddenly opened door interrupted them. They glared at Princess Baiqiu with displeasure, saying, "Don't you knock before entering? Don't you know we are discussing something?" Boss Bai said this a bit sternly. Meanwhile, Princess Baiqiu feigned surprise, showing a puzzled expression as she replied, "Isn't this our reserved room?" As she spoke, she turned to look at the room number. At that moment, Baiqiu Sakura, standing behind her, looked up at the room number and with a cold tone said, "Sister, it seems we reserved the room next door. We've come to the wrong room." Upon hearing this, Princess Baiqiu immediately bowed an apology, saying, "I'm sorry, everyone, for disturbing you. I will leave right away." A polite yet awkward smile appeared on her face as she slowly turned to exit. At this moment, Bai Lu and his companion seemed to have realized something, exchanging a glance as their pupils widened, revealing uncontrollable grins of excitement. Boss Lu immediately addressed the courier, saying, "I think we should stop for today. Once you arrange a time with the supplier and bring the items over, we can discuss the specifics." His tone was slightly urgent, yet laced with worry, fearing that he might discover something unusual. The courier guessed that these two were sent by Huang Yu, so he did not insist further, saying, "All right, well, stop here for today. I'll set a time and get in touch with the two bosses later." With that, he stood up and left. As soon as the courier departed, the two were overjoyed with Boss by speculating, "Do you think these two sisters are here to negotiate for the Yongzheng high-fidelity chicken cup?" Boss Lu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, his tone impatient, as he said, "Should we go over and intercept?" Having said that, the two exchanged mischievous smiles as if they had already succeeded. Anyone witnessing them would surely think they were unwell, and quite severely so. Once the two managed to organize their emotions, they quickly made their way to the private room where the Baiqiu sisters were. Meanwhile, although the sisters were brewing tea, they were somewhat anxious, wondering what to do if the others did not take the bait. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled the daydreaming sisters, and Baiqiu Sakura, who was preparing tea, spilled water all over the table, indicating that they were indeed quite nervous. The knocking continued as the two quickly cleaned up the spilled tea and attempted to calm themselves. Princess Baikyo walked directly to the door, opened it, and looking at Bai Lu and his companion feigned surprise as she said, "Gentlemen, were you the ones from next door? I apologize for my rudeness earlier." After saying this, she bowed again to express her apologies. Bai Lu and his companion hurriedly helped her up with Boss Bai calmly, saying, "It's no problem, we are all here to enjoy tea. It's reasonable to make a mistake." He spoke sincerely and politely. "We just spoke a bit harshly earlier, we hope you won't take it to heart." Princess Baikyo smiled lightly and shook her head, saying, "It's fine. Why don't you two come in for a cup of tea?" Bai Lu and his companion were still contemplating how to initiate the conversation, not expecting this Japanese girl to be so polite, and they quickly agreed. As the two noticed 3 clean teacups on the table, they immediately realized they were indeed waiting for someone, but as of now that person had not arrived, making them feel a sense of urgency. Boss Lu elegantly said, "It's a coincidence for us to meet here at the tea house. We both run antique businesses and often come to drink tea, but it's rare to encounter unfamiliar faces. I assume this is your first visit." Princess Baikyo charmingly replied, "It is indeed my first time here. I arranged to meet a friend, but unfortunately they have not arrived yet." She then curiously asked, "You gentlemen mentioned you run antique businesses, so you must have exceptional insight, ample financial resources, and refined taste." Boss Bai was further convinced of his suspicion that the two sisters were waiting to sell antiques, so he laughed heartily, saying, "That's nothing special, it's just to make a living. Business has been tough lately, and we haven't received good antiques." The Baikyo sisters expressed both surprise and skepticism, even a hint of anticipation, as they mysteriously asked, "I wonder if the widely circulated Yongzheng high-fidelity chicken cup counts as a good antique." In unison, Bai Lu's two bosses replied, "Yes, it certainly does." Boss Lu then asked, "This item wouldn't happen to be in your possession, would it? May we take a look? We urgently need such a precious antique." Seeing the Baikyo sisters hesitating and even doubting, Boss Bai added directly, "If you don't believe us, you can visit our antique shop in the antique market and see our capabilities." Princess Baikyo took the opportunity to say, "I trust you gentlemen. For us, showing it to you wouldn't be a loss." With that, she gestured for Baikyo Sakura to bring it out for inspection. When Baikyo Sakura took out the chicken cup, the two were taken aback, their breaths becoming disordered as they had not expected to see it. They examined the glaze-shaped painting and patina, closely confirming that it was indeed a renowned Yongzheng high-fidelity chicken cup, just as the market rumors suggested. The more they looked, the more certain they became. Although they were not entirely confident in their judgment, the market rumors bolstered their assurance. Boss Bai directly asked, "May I inquire what price you intend to sell it for?" Princess Baikyo, observing the two staring intently at her, felt a surge of joy inside, realizing they were close to a deal. So she reluctantly replied, "I originally arranged to meet a friend who said they had a potential buyer, but they have not arrived yet. They must have been delayed. Our expected price is 15 million. Bai Lu exchanged glances with his companion. 15 million was still a strain on their cash flow, especially since they could only afford to spend up to 20 million. Boss Bai then said, "This is indeed precious, but it strains our cash flow. It won't be easy to make a deal. How about we offer 8 million for your consideration?" This was a significant reduction. Princess Baikyo firmly rejected, saying, "No, that price is too low. If you can't meet 12 million, then so be it, please excuse us." The Baikyo sisters dropped their smiles and adopted serious expressions, their eyes bright and assertively fixed on Bai Lu and his companion.